In the sultry afternoon of midsummer, the Golden Prosperity Tower stood majestically. A crimson Ferrari raced down the street, executing a flawless drift before halting gracefully at the entrance with a sharp screech of tires. A young man clad in denim and a baseball cap alighted from the vehicle, casually twirling the car keys between his fingers as he strode through the revolving door, his long legs attracting the curious and envious gazes of passers-by. Upon entering the opulent lobby of this commercial edifice, a rush of cold air enveloped him like an embrace. He paused before the card access security gate, feeling the goosebumps sprouting on his arms, and turned to the receptionist with a playful smile. "Excuse me, miss. I seem to have forgotten my card. Could you assist me with a swipe?" The receptionist, clearly new to her position, blinked in surprise. "I'm sorry, sir, but visitors must register first. Whom are you here to see?" With half of his sunglasses pushed up, he regarded her with a bemused expression. Tall and strikingly handsome, standing well over 6 feet, his partially revealed features, aristocratic eyebrows, and deep-set eyes were enough to make hearts flutter. The receptionist felt her cheeks flush, but before she could respond, he turned away, pulling out his phone. "Hey bro, I'm here to see you. I forgot my card. So ask that lovely receptionist to let me in." Without waiting for a reply, he hung up and lit a cigarette. "Excuse me, sir, but smoking is prohibited in the lobby," she stammered. "Just a couple of puffs? Don't worry, darling," he replied nonchalantly. But at that moment, the elevator chimed and opened, revealing a man clad in a black suit. The receptionist gasped, her face paling. "B-boss." Though referred to as boss, Chewy was quite young, appearing to be in his early 30s. His fit, lean physique was accentuated by a well-tailored black suit and crisp white shirt. Unlike his brother, he lacked sharp features and exuded a more subdued presence, appearing almost unremarkable when silent in stark contrast to his reputation as a prominent leader of a wealthy conglomerate. He swiped his card, stepped through the glass security door, and stood before his brother. The two exchanged glances for a moment. Before he took the cigarette from his brother's lips and handed it to the receptionist. "No smoking in the lobby," he stated flatly, then instructed the receptionist. "This is Zhang Shun, my brother. From now on, grant him immediate access." His voice, unexpectedly melodious, deep, gravelly, and remarkably steady, carried a calm authority. The receptionist, flustered and forgetting her blush, hastily accepted the cigarette and bowed repeatedly. "Yes, boss. You'll remember." Chewy nodded at her before turning back toward the elevator. Zhang Shun followed suit, pausing to wave at the receptionist. "Sorry about that, beautiful. He'll treat you to tea later." Startled, she stumbled, quickly glancing around to ensure no one was watching. She then rushed to the duty room, frantically waking a colleague who had been napping. Wang Jie. Did you know our company has a boss with a brother?" As his colleague, still half asleep, lifted his head, he remarked, "Ah, it's young Master Zhang again. Don't forget to swipe his card." The young lady could hardly contain her excitement. "But our boss' surname is Chu. So where does this brother named Zhang come from? And did you know he looks just like a movie star?" Wang Jie? Her colleague immediately gestured for her to lower her voice. "Are you trying to get us in trouble, you reckless girl? Do you want everyone to hear?" Being 2 years older, he glanced around the front desk, noticing it was relatively empty, and then spoke in a hushed tone. "Our former chairman's surname was Zhang. Young Master Zhang is actually his only son, the current CEO, who takes his mother's surname. It said that the late chairman Zhang remarried, and his wife brought him in from outside." The elevator ascended smoothly, the floor-to-ceiling mirror reflecting a dazzling glow from the brilliant lights. In this confined space, it was just the two of them. Zhang Shun removed his sunglasses and provocatively stared at his brother Chu's reflection. The latter showed no inclination to speak, fixated ahead with a face as expressionless as still water. "Aren't you going to ask why I'm here?" Zhang Shun eventually broke the silence. "Money. Couldn't I simply be here to see my dear brother?" "How much?" Zhang Shun's expression faltered, and after a moment's hesitation, he replied, "0.5 million. Chewy finally turned his head to glance at his brother. For what purpose? His skin was exceptionally pale, almost translucent under the lights. His thin lips appeared cold and unfeeling, in stark contrast to Zhang Shun's charming visage, which endeared him to many. Such an appearance would likely deter any inclination toward familiarity. How did someone like him manage to find people willing to serve him, usurping the group from his father's grasp? Zhang Shun, lost in thought, casually remarked, "Just for fun. I gifted a card to that cellist from the Central Symphony last time, and I've spent all my New Year's budget on her. Now, she's insisting on attending some auction, and I hear Mayor Huang's nephew and a few others will be there. I reckon ITLL take a few million this time." Chewy said coolly, "What about Fuya?" "Who?" Zhang Shun paused, then realized, oh, you mean that professor's daughter? She's definitely not all there, always carrying a book wherever she goes, and she has no idea how to have fun. I can't deal with someone like that. Honestly, she seems a better match for you. You two could spend every night wrapped in a quilt discussing life and ideals. Ha ha ha. Chewie stared at his younger brother, his eyes sparkling under the light like transparent glass beads. Unfazed, Zhang Shun casually draped his elbow over Chewie's shoulder, grinning mischievously. I'm not saying this, big brother, but you wouldn't have sent her to me directly from your room, would you? Please do me a favor and take her back. Your brother certainly doesn't need anyone to cater to him. Oh, and don't think your younger brother is being disrespectful. I didn't lay a finger on that girl. I am saving hard for you, huh? Chewie raised his hand to push his brother's arm away. I could see that moment. The elevator halted on the first floor of the finance department. The door slid open, and Chewie exited with a countenance as grim as the depths of water. Unbeknownst to Zhang Shun, who failed to recognize the limits of propriety, he trailed behind his brother, jesting, "You two must have a great deal to discuss. If the conversation proves dull, I can lend you a couple of educational films. Alternatively, we could always consult a doctor at your young age. You certainly don't want to appear so feeble." Upon reaching the finance office, Chewie disregarded the accountants outside, whose faces were a canvas of vivid expressions. He rapped on the finance manager's door and stated, "Allocate $500,000 to him, charged to my account." The manager immediately rose. "Certainly, sir. Would you prefer a check or a bank transfer?" "A check." Just then, Zhang Shun sauntered in nonchalantly and inquired, "Didn't we discuss 500? Why has it been reduced to 50? Chewie offered no response, and the manager sensed an abrupt drop in atmospheric pressure within the room, feeling as though he were being scrutinized. As he prepared the check, a layer of cold sweat formed upon his back. After a brief moment, Chewie took the check and tossed it into his brother's arms. "Keep $450 to consult a doctor," he said coldly. "Are you not aware of the exorbitant medical costs these days?" 10 minutes later, Zhang Shun descended, humming a tune, and as he passed the reception, he whistled at the young lady at the front desk. "Beauty, I don't have much to spare this time, but I'll treat you next time." The receptionist was not fond of such a flippant and smooth-talking youth, yet she couldn't help but blush at his strikingly handsome visage. As she attempted to avert her gaze, Zhang Shun had already sauntered away with his long strides. That evening, as Chewie returned home, he could hear the deafening music emanating from the villa from a distance. He removed his suit jacket and handed it to the butler, inquiring, "What is the second young master up to now?" Having watched Zhang Shun grow up in this residence over the years, the old butler felt a sense of loyalty and cautiously replied, "The second young master is having a gathering with some friends." Chewie shook his head, unsure whether to mock or find it amusing, and softly remarked, "The friends." Dressed in a white shirt and black trousers, without a tie, he walked towards the hall, unbuttoning his collar. The butler, eager to divert his attention, followed closely behind and asked, "By the way, sir, regarding the rumor you asked me to investigate this morning, it has emerged that Aunt Lou from the kitchen saw a white figure lingering outside the second young master's door during the night and was startled into a scream." As Chewie rolled up his sleeves to his elbows, he inquired, "What did she see?" The butler, hesitant to delve into the supernatural, cleverly replied, "Aunt Liu's vision may have been impaired. It's possible she misidentified something. They'll speak to the servants to ensure they cease spreading such tales." Chewie nodded. "I understand what it is." As he passed through the hall, he glanced down at a small dance floor where vibrant lights flickered and several young men and women were energetically dancing. Zhang Shun lounged on a small sofa. Beside him, a boy with a complexion as pale as snow delicately nestled against him. Chewie leaned forward and called out, "Zhang Shun." Several individuals below turned to look up, and Chewie demanded sternly, "Who did you bring home last night? Do not roam the corridors in the dead of night unclothed." With that, he turned on his heel and departed, but a group of companions suddenly turned their gaze towards Zhang Shun, who found himself inexplicably drenched in scorn, as he muttered, "I did not." After a prolonged silence, Chewie retreated to his study, dialing for a bowl of sweet water while retrieving a yellowed copy of Embracing the Corpse. Not long after he began reading, there was a gentle knock at the door. Turning a page, Chewie said, "Come in." With a soft click, the door swung open, and the sound of light footsteps followed, closing the door with care. The newcomer appeared cautious, taking a moment before reaching the expansive desk, their voice sweet and tender. "Young master, your sweet water." Chewie lifted his gaze, and the boy who had been nestled beside Zhang Shun downstairs now stood before him. It was no wonder that Zhang Shun, having encountered countless individuals from a young age, had brought him home. The boy was indeed strikingly beautiful. His large, alluring eyes seemed on the verge of shedding tears, and his figure resembled that of an undeveloped maiden, exuding an irresistible charm that intoxicated anyone who beheld him. Returning his attention to the book, Chuhi said, "Set it down." The boy hesitated for a moment before gently kneeling, crawling a few steps to the armchair, tilting his face upwards and softly addressing, "Young master." Chui's expression revealed neither welcome nor rejection, not even granting him a fleeting glance. Gathering his courage, the boy said, "Young master, my name is Xiao Hu. I have only been with second young master for a few days and have come to pay my respects." The remark was rather amusing, as it conveyed several points. First, that he was not intruding without cause. Second, that he was courteous and respectful, as his visit followed closely after joining the second young master. A faint, enigmatic smile graced Chuhi's lips. "Do you know who I am?" "No." "Then why kneel?" Xiao Hu smiled shyly. "Though my eyes may be dim, I can still recognize the aura of magic that surrounds you. You have transcended our fox clan and nearly transformed into a demon. What is one kneel to you?" Now, Chui found himself genuinely intrigued. He set aside the book, leaning slightly forward to gaze into Xiao Hu's captivating eyes, and asked with keen interest, "I am acquainted with a predecessor from your fox clan, and truth be told, he is not much more handsome than you. Why does he lack your eloquence?" Xiao Hu grinned. "If you still find my humble appearance somewhat agreeable, I am entirely willing to serve you." Young master, taking a step closer, his delicate, snow-white hand gently rested on Chui's chest, deftly unfastening the buttons of the luxurious fabric. Chui made no attempt to stop him, even remaining still, reclining back against the broad armchair while observing the fox spirit's actions. After a while, he let out a leisurely sigh, unsure if it was one of derision or reflection. "Your kind, the foxes, are as varied as humans. Among you, there are those who are submissive and understanding, and then there are the rebellious ones, born with sharp tongues." Xiao Hu beamed. "I wonder which predecessor of mine once provoked your ire." "The serene Chu," he remarked. "Ah, that was before I descended into darkness." "Do you know Hu Qing?" Xiao Hu was taken aback. In the next moment, his complexion turned ashen, as if all the blood within him had been siphoned away. At that instant, a swirling mass of crimson and black energy began to rise behind him, swiftly solidifying in midair. Taking on a vague human form, the silhouette grew increasingly distinct until it materialized, stepping forth from the ethereal cloud, a man clad entirely in black, as though he had torn through the very fabric of space. Xiao Hu trembled as he turned to face the apparition. The oppressive weight of the presence bore down upon him like a mountain, compelling him to bow low, making it exceedingly difficult to lift his gaze. The air in the room was abruptly drained away, and in the extreme suffocation, even the fox spirit forgot his innate charm. All he could hear was the thunderous roar in his ears, his eyes nearly bulging from their sockets. He beheld the man's profile, marked by crimson runes akin to incantations. "Devil." He heard his own teeth chattering distinctly, "Devil Lord." Chui nonchalantly adjusted his collar and remarked, "I forgot to mention, if you wish to embrace darkness, seeking me will be futile. It would be far swifter to seek him." Chapter 2. The fox spirit trembled violently, his entire body shaking at a visible frequency. He quivered so intensely that even he felt that if this continued, he might involuntarily expel his own inner elixir in the next moment. However, the fox spirit himself felt nothing. His mind was a blank slate, completely unaware when the demon lord raised his hand to press down on his crown. "Enough," Chuhi suddenly spoke. His voice was uniquely resonant, slicing through the chaos like a flash of light. The fox spirit jolted awake, a chill surging through his internal organs, as if he had been abruptly roused from a deep slumber. The demon lord's hand hovered in midair as Chuhi commanded, "Go, serve the second young master well." The fox spirit dared not even glance at the demon lord's visage as he hurriedly fled, nearly colliding with the door in his haste. He was so disoriented that he felt no pain, stumbling and staggering as he made his escape. The demon lord turned back, remarking coolly, "You truly are indiscriminate in your choices." Chui chuckled softly, methodically rebut-toning his shirt. His pallid countenance contrasted with the enigmatic allure of his laughter, an expression that captivated the gaze of those around him. "If I can tolerate you, naturally, I can endure anything," he replied with a smile. The hem of the demon lord's embroidered black robe produced an eerie yet faint rustle against the carpet as he moved. Contrary to the long-standing myths of the underworld, he did not possess 3 heads and 6 arms, nor was he grotesque or terrifying. If he concealed his demonic aura and masqueraded as a human on the streets, he would likely attract little attention aside from his commanding presence. "I am perplexed," the demon lord inquired with interest. "Are you still fixated on that nine-tailed fox because of his insolence? Or is it that you genuinely believe he had an affair with Zhou Hui?" Chu-He burst into laughter. "Fan Luo, do you think Zhou Hui led the 6 team to besiege hell because he suspected your own insolence? Or perhaps he doubted your relationship with me?" After a moment of contemplation, the demon lord, Fan Luo, smiled slightly and replied, "I cannot ascertain. Perhaps it is a combination of both. However, if it were me, I would find it quite difficult to bear if my wife ran off with my sworn enemy." Chu-He picked up the bowl of sweet soup brought by the fox spirit and casually poured it into the washroom as he said, "Our relationship is not what you imagine." His steps were steady, his posture naturally upright, exuding an air of elegance and grace. Fan Luo leaned against the washroom door, arms crossed, raising an eyebrow as he observed Chu-He's silhouette, his gaze a mixture of light and shadow. Yet, Chu-He seemed oblivious to the scrutiny and suddenly added, "By the way, tell your underlings not to wander around the main residence. Last night, one of them was lingering outside Zhang Shun's room and nearly scared my housekeeper to death. I had to spend 3 or 4 hours in the middle of the night calling her soul back." As he raised his head, Fan Luo silently appeared behind him, a hand resting upon the exposed side of his neck. "Continue. Today, I had no choice but to wash away the disgrace from my brother's midnight escapade," he concluded. "Instruct your minions not to trouble Zhang Shun. He is my only brother." Vandro's lips pressed against his neck, and his laughter sounded somewhat muffled. "I just recalled the first time I met you. Surely, you remember what I said then?" "I do," Chu-He replied, his tone contemplative, as if he found the memory amusing. "I was pondering whether Zhou Hui, upon learning of your current predicament, would wish to slay a demon once more or extinguish a Buddha." A peculiar expression crossed Chu-He's face, yet before he could respond, there came 2 knocks at the study door. "Brother, are you in there?" Before Chu-He could answer, the demon lord suddenly sank his teeth into his neck. As blood surged forth, Chu-He grasped the edge of the sink, stifling a muffled groan. "Brother?" Zhang Shun called from outside. Vandro's fangs pierced deeply into his veins, and as he drank, a trickle of crimson flowed down Chu-He's bare, slender back, a stark contrast against his pale skin. Chu-He gasped slightly, lifting his head to speak, but after several attempts, his lips trembled shut. The demon lord clung to the tender flesh of his neck, urging, "Respond to him." Taking a series of uneven breaths, Chu-He finally called out, "I'm here. What is the matter?" Zhang Shun's voice from outside sounded increasingly perplexed. "Little who had to leave early. He said he accidentally disturbed you and asked me to apologize on his behalf." "What are you doing, brother?" "I understand. What is going on? Open the door." Vandro's low laughter was nearly uncontrollable, prompting Chu-He, unable to endure any longer, to turn and shout, "I said I understand. What are you doing? Open the door. Brother, go to bed." Zhang Shun seemed taken aback, blinking in confusion as he muttered, "Why the anger? Are you busy?" Though he spoke under his breath, the words did not escape the ears of the 2 within. The demon lord nearly collapsed in laughter against Chu-He, exclaiming, "Your brother's truly a remarkable character. Regardless of Zhou Hui's feelings towards him, I find him rather delightful." "Ha ha!" Chu-He, breathless, gathered his clothing. The flesh that had been bitten had already begun to heal, leaving only a mark resembling a kiss, surrounded by vivid streaks of blood. The direct exposure of his inner core to absorb spiritual energy had drained him completely, and it took a moment before he weakly grasped Vandro's hand, releasing it. His fingers felt chillingly cold. Vandro stood above him, slightly leaning down, maintaining his elevated position as he scrutinized Chu-He's restrained profile for long, while before murmuring, "I still miss your true face." "Let go," Chu-He retorted, though he had descended to the depths of despair, utterly devoid of refuge, and unable to reclaim his true form. The indomitable spirit within him still manifested distinctly in the subtlest of ways. The demon lord remained unmoving, and after a long pause, slowly withdrew his hand from the bare skin of Chu-He's side. "Very well," he smiled. "Everything shall be as you wish." Zhang Shun returned to his bedroom, inadvertently envisioning a rather unsettling scene of his brother engaging in solitary pleasures within the study. In his memory, He was a figure of silence, discipline, and an almost frigid indifference. He never displayed surprise or excitement, nor did he exhibit the ebbs and flows of emotion. He had no interactions with the opposite sex, and even shunned the intimacy that might arise from same-sex encounters. He resembled an iceberg encased in a finely tailored black suit, emanating an unyielding chill even amidst the sweltering heat of summer. Such a person, in ancient times, would have been a wandering ascetic, in the medieval era, a Puritan. Zhang Shun had once harbored a rather uncharitable suspicion that He concealed some unspoken malady, but during a trip to the hot springs one year, he had the chance to observe him and found nothing amiss. Zhang Shun felt a twinge of trepidation towards his brother. He was acutely aware that even during their father's lifetime, he harbored an inexplicable fear of this adoptive brother who bore a different surname. It was said that He was brought into the family by his father's second wife. The term "said" is used cautiously, for Zhang Shun had never met his so-called stepmother. He was only 5 or 6 years old when he was sent abroad to live with his grandparents, returning home to learn of her tragic demise in an accident. After the passing of his second wife, Chairman Zhang resolved never to remarry, raising both children alone. Although still young, Zhang Shun was subtly influenced by those around him to understand that he was an adopted son, one who could potentially threaten his position as the heir. While a child might not grasp the concept of inheritance rights, an instinctive sense of self-preservation remained. Encouraged by those around him, he indeed subjected his older brother to some humiliation. Upon discovering this, Chairman Zhang was furious, swiftly replacing those around him and summoning Zhang Shun for a severe reprimand. He is your brother. Since you have called him brother, you must treat him as your own flesh and blood for life. In the throes of rebellion, Zhang Shun retorted, I have no such brother. I do not acknowledge him. You can embrace him if you wish. In a fit of rage, the chairman resorted to familial discipline, administering a punishment that left Zhang Shun weeping uncontrollably in bedridden for a fortnight. Yet that was not the end. From then on, whenever Chairman Zhang caught sight of Zhang Shun, he would launch into a tirade, causing Zhang Shun to grow increasingly resentful of He. Yet he dared not take any further action. Everyone claimed that Chairman Zhang favored his adopted son, instilling fear in his biological son, who became submissive to his elder brother. Only Zhang Shun understood the reality of the situation. He vividly recalled the night he was punished. Amidst pain and thirst, he groggily awoke, only to overhear a gentle conversation by his bedside. He immediately feigned sleep, cautiously opening his eyes just a crack, and beheld the sight of a teenage he seated in an armchair, while Chairman Zhang stood before him, leaning forward, his demeanor unexpectedly humble. He could hardly fathom that his father could ever be associated with humility, yet in that moment, the first word that surfaced in young Zhang Shun's mind was indeed that very term. Shun was still young, and his mischief was limited. Your propensity for violence makes it seem as though I am particularly intolerant. Yes, I understand. I shall certainly refrain from such actions in the future. The bedroom fell into silence, and Zhang Shun, fearing discovery, promptly closed his eyes and remained motionless, emitting only the faintest, steady rhythm of his breath. There shall be no next time, He declared, rising to leave, his innate composure seemingly beyond your capacity to disrupt. Chairman Zhang, standing behind him, felt cold sweat saturate his undershirt. As He reached the door, he pointed back at Zhang Shun on the bed without turning, instructing, he is thirsty. Give him some water. The events of that fateful night lingered vividly in Zhang Shun's youthful memory, so much so that they later felt almost surreal. Years later, he struggled to discern whether the dialogues that transpired were indeed real or mere figments conjured by pain and fever. All he knew was that his father never laid a finger on him thereafter, while maintained a demeanor of utmost respect toward his father, devoid of that previous air of superiority and arrogance. Yet, from that moment on, an indistinct sensation emerged within him, that his father harbored a fear of He. This feeling was challenging to articulate, let alone substantiate, and even speaking of it seemed utterly absurd. Nevertheless, although Zhang Shun never sought confirmation from his father or mentioned it to anyone. This vague conjecture and sensation remained deeply rooted in his heart, persisting through the years without waning. Perhaps it was the departure of Xiao Hu that night, leaving Zhang Shun to sleep alone, that led him to drift into a multitude of dreams. One such dream transported him back to his childhood encounter with Chu He, where he deceitfully lured him to the warehouse under the pretense of being lost in the mansion, subsequently shutting off the electricity and locking him away for the night. In reality, he himself had stealthily returned to his bedroom to sleep, while Chu He remained locked up until a servant discovered him the following morning. Yet in the dream, he found himself once again in the dark warehouse, silently observing his brother amidst the shadows. Chu He sat in profile, cross-legged upon a resplendent lotus. His visage radiated tranquility and peace, surrounded by a multitude of spectral figures, prostrating themselves in reverence. In the distance, countless vengeful spirits emerged from the vast night, wailing as they approached. Zhang Shun floated in a daze until Chu He opened his eyes and gazed upon him, softly inquiring, "Were you dreaming?" Zhang Shun, at a loss for words, merely nodded. "The Zhang family has profited from death," Chu He remarked gently. "That day you locked me here, I performed a rite to liberate these wandering souls." Zhang Shun's pupils dilated slightly as his brother brushed his forehead and said, "Return to sleep." Once more, Zhang Shun was engulfed in a chaotic dreamscape, only to find himself in a sterile white hospital room, where the emaciated Chairman Zhang gasped for breath upon the bed. "Ah Shun," he clutched his only son's hand tightly, "I have bequeathed the family estate to you, your brother. Henceforth, you must rely on him. Treat him as your own, your true brother." Each word felt like a gritty stone, and the light of life in his father's eyes waned ever dimmer. "You must listen attentively, heed his words. May peace and prosperity accompany you throughout your life." His father's hand slipped away, his eyes closing gently. Zhang Shun trembled all over. He wished to cry, yet no tears would come. His throat felt as if it were choked with a bitter clot of blood. Even his saliva tasted of hot iron. A hand gently patted his shoulder. "Do not be afraid." Chu He, appearing behind him, spoke softly. "He has passed on." Zhang Shun, choked with emotion, asked, "How do you know?" "How do you?" Chu He sighed softly. "I just know." Zhang Shun felt his breath constrict, his eyes reddening, the pain in his temples akin to being pierced by a sharp object. He bit his teeth tightly to suppress his tears and turned to gaze upon his father one last time. Then he noticed that at some point, his father's eyes had opened, two streams of blood tears slowly cascading down his face. "Zhang Shun." He heard his father call softly, "Zhang Shun, come here." "Call me." Suddenly, Zhang Shun jolted awake from the nightmare. "Dad." Realizing it was but a wretched dream, he found himself enveloped in darkness. The stillness of the room, pierced only by the clock's hand pointing to 2 in the morning. He exhaled deeply, forcing himself to suppress the sorrow and melancholy within, rising to pour a glass of water from the bedside table. Yet, at that moment, he froze in place. Under the moonlight, he beheld an eerie figure standing silently by the bed. To call it a person might be an understatement. It appeared as a grayish silhouette, long hair obscuring its face. With limbs like withered branches hanging limply at its sides, and fingers tipped with sharp, curling nails dripping with dark liquid. Zhang Shun felt as if struck by lightning. Trembling uncontrollably, "Who are you?" The figure raised its head, and in that instant, Zhang Shun saw its entire jaw had rotted away, a decayed tongue falling to its chest with a sickening slurp. In the upstairs bedroom, Chu He sprang from his bed, darting out the door, grasping the railing and leaping down. The butler, alerted by the commotion, hastily donned a robe, only to witness the young master descending from the heavens, crashing down with a thunderous sound, rising instantly to burst through Zhang Shun's door. Brother, there's a ghost." Zhang Shun screamed, rushing in. Chu He flipped on the light, a frown creasing his brow. What madness is this at such an hour? At the moment Chu He entered, the malevolent specter dissipated like a snowman under the sun. When the butler and servants rushed in, they found the room in disarray, the bed unkempt, and the second young master screaming as if possessed, clutching the eldest like a lifeline, who hadn't even taken the time to put on his shoes. The old butler felt a wave of emotion wash over him. though not by blood, the eldest master, despite his usual cold demeanor towards others, revealed a different side in times of crisis. He waved his hand, instructing the butler to dismiss the servants. Once the room was devoid of anyone but the two of them, he poured a glass of water and forced Zhang Shun to drink it, then pushed him onto the bed, saying, "It's all right, sleep now. There are ghosts. There are ghosts." Zhang Shun desperately grasped his brother's hand, exclaiming, "I swear, there are ghosts." Shui replied, "You must be dreaming. Sleep now. I'm not deceiving you." It was a ghost clad in white, with claws this long and a tongue this long. Chu-He, growing impatient, attempted to withdraw his hand, but Zhang Shun would not relent. In their struggle, his peripheral vision caught a glimpse of a dark shadow in the corner of the room. When he focused, he saw a man in a black robe standing there, his cheek adorned with bloody patterns, gazing down at him from a height. Zhang Shun's teeth chattered in fear. "Brother, there is someone over there." Chu-He turned to meet the gaze of the demon lord, stating coldly, "There is no one." Zhang Shun, now devoid of any voice, turned pale, teetering on the brink of fainting. At this point, maintaining his consciousness was a testament to his mental fortitude. "There really is," he insisted. Chu-He repeated firmly, "There is truly no one." The demon lord finally shifted his gaze, a hint of a smirk forming at the corner of his lips, though it could hardly be described as a smile. Then, just as he had appeared, his towering figure vanished in a thin air, as if he had never been there. Chu-He turned back and gently pressed his finger to Zhang Shun's forehead, whispering, "Sleep now, and you shall forget upon waking." His fingertip radiated a warmth akin to that of a blazing fire, and Zhang Shun felt his tension and terror ebb away like a receding tide. This was perhaps the first time Zhang Shun regarded his elder brother with such favor, even finding an inexplicable charm in his brother's otherwise plain visage. For once, the second young master acted like a younger brother, pleading, I'm still afraid. May I sleep in your room tonight?" Chu-He wore a peculiar expression. "Please, brother," the second young master implored, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. "What if that foul being follows me? I could go to a hotel." "Come here then," Chu-He finally sighed. Zhang Shun wasted no time in vacating his own room, quickly rolling up his blanket and pillow to follow his brother upstairs. To his surprise, his brother's bedroom was not as stark and uninviting as he had anticipated. Although it was sparsely furnished and almost devoid of decoration, it was quite disheveled, resembling a storm-'s aftermath, with pillows and sheets strewn across the floor and discarded formal attire littering the bathroom doorway. Normally, Zhang Shun would have taken the opportunity to tease his brother, but tonight he refrained, not daring to utter a single word. Instead, he lay down obediently, adopting a flat position, and merely pleaded, "Could you leave the light on?" Chu-He left a warm bedside lamp glowing softly, then lay down silently beside his brother. "Brother." Zhang Shun couldn't help but turn his head. "Tomorrow, I'll invite a master to take a look. What do you think?" But his brother had already closed his eyes. Zhang Shun's gaze lingered on his brother's neck for a long moment, unmoving. His elder brother, typically characterized by his silence and aloofness, bore a conspicuous mark on the side of his neck, nearly concealed beneath the collar of his white nightgown, yet still strikingly apparent from certain angles. It was a love bite. Unbelievable. Zhang Shun's last thought before losing consciousness was one of incredulity, tinged with an indescribable complexity of emotions. Who on earth had the audacity to let him know? Was it a death wish? Who could it possibly be? Chapter 3, the following morning. When Zhang Shun awakened, he found his brother shirtless, facing away from him as he stood before the bathroom mirror. Initially, Zhang Shun assumed his brother was shaving, but was momentarily taken aback. His brother could actually grow facial hair. How down-to-earth. He soon realized, however, that he was merely putting in contact lenses, and he breathed a sigh of relief, comforted by the familiarity of his brother's demeanor, unaffected by their shared night under the same roof. "Bro," Zhang Shun yawned and asked, "which girl did you entertain last night? Your skills must be quite impressive." Chu-He donned his shirt, fastening the buttons with a stoic expression as he replied, "You'll eventually find yourself in trouble with that loose tongue." One of Zhang Shun's virtues was his remarkable ability to remain unfazed. He would simply laugh off incidents and move on. Those around him were well aware that while he was a notorious playboy, he was also known for his good temper. never resorting to bullying or mean-spirited antics. Even if someone openly defied him, he would hurl a few playful insults and forget about it within minutes. With his elder brother, who had long commanded respect in the family, there was little more to say. Zhang Shun scratched his head and lazily inquired, "I'm thinking of calling a master to ward off any spirits at home today. What about you, brother? Care to join?" Chu Hie's expression darkened. "Don't bring those superstitious practices into the house." "Oh, come on. The master from Xinglong Street is quite renowned throughout Northeast. Our home was haunted last night. Businessmen can't afford to dabble in superstition." Chu Hie admonished without mercy. "You can indulge in flirting and fighting all you want, but don't bring those monks and priests into our home." Zhang Shun pouted. "All right, I got it." His brother's demeanor softened, and he selected a black tie from the wardrobe, tying it with one hand as he explained. "A Japanese conglomerate is visiting the city under the guise of a religious trip to invest. They plan to build a 5-star hotel in the Sanliton development area. Mayor Huang specifically requested our company to host them, so I might not be home for dinner." The final statement struck a chord in Zhang Shun's heart, and he reflected on how long it had been since they had shared a meal together. He had just begun to propose that they stay in for dinner the following night when he saw his brother grab his coat and stride out the door with a confident grace, leaving without so much as a farewell. "I really shouldn't have lowered myself," Zhang Shun muttered. Yawning, he descended the stairs for breakfast, exchanged playful banter with the old housekeeper, teased the new maid, and then tossed his dishes aside before cruising out in his newly purchased Ferrari. Despite having assured his brother that he would refrain from engaging in superstitions at home, Zhang Ershao merely made empty promises. In truth, he had firmly resolved to invite a master to examine the feng shui of his residence. Recently, he had sensed an unsettling atmosphere within his home. Several of the prized goldfish in the front yard pond had perished, and rumors among the servants spoke of spectral figures glimpsed in the corridor. Not to mention the perpetually gloomy storage shed in the backyard, where even the old steward had confided that he heard ghostly cries emanating from within at night, causing even the vigilant German shepherd to fall silent. In this era, two types of individuals are particularly superstitious: wealthy businessmen and intellectuals. Although Zhang Ershao was a scion of privilege, he had not been remiss in his studies. He had been nurtured by numerous esteemed educators and private tutors, eventually gaining admission to a prestigious national university. After graduation, he pursued a master's degree at his grandparents overseas, a credential he earned through diligence rather than wealth, having devoted countless sleepless nights to crafting his thesis. Had it not been for his father's grave illness necessitating his return home, Zhang Ershao might well have returned with a doctoral degree from an elite institution. Thus, Zhang Ershao occupied both realms, wealth and education, and naturally became increasingly drawn to the arcane and mystical. On his way, Zhang Shun placed a call to one of his closest companions, Huang Pian, the mayor's nephew. Without preamble, he inquired, "Hey, Huang Pian, which little sweetheart's bed are you hiding under? Come out. I have an important matter to discuss." Huang Pian retorted angrily, "You're the one hiding under a little sweetheart's bed. I spent last night drinking with those rascals from the Environmental Bureau. What do you want? Speak up or hang up." Wait, don't hang up. Last time you mentioned introducing me to that Master Fong. Is it still possible to seek him out today? For what purpose?" Zhang Shun replied earnestly, "There are disturbances at my home. I need the master to exorcise the spirits." Huang Tian, initially inclined to hang up and return to his slumber, suddenly perked up. "What do you mean by exorcising spirits? What kind of spirits?" Zhang Shun, steering with one hand while holding the phone with the other, succinctly recounted the harrowing events of the previous night. Hu Tian listen et intent, repeatedly confirming with Zhang Shun that he was not merely recounting a nightmare or playing a prank, before declaring that such an event must be witnessed, and he would fetch Master Fong to meet Zhang Shun. "But doesn't your brother despise monks and Taoists?" Huang Pian asked. "Are you certain your brother has an engagement tonight? If he unexpectedly returns and embarrasses Master Fong, I cannot afford to lose face." Zhang Shun reassured him. "Rest easy, Huang Pian. My brother is out with your uncle, dealing with the Japanese investors. He won't return until the early hours. We must act swiftly, or I won't dare to sleep at home tonight." Huang Pian flared up. "Do not call me by that nickname." Meanwhile, Chewie spent the afternoon with an incessant twitch in his eyelids, unable to fathom the unfolding events. Unbeknownst to him, his capricious younger brother had completely disregarded his warnings from the morning. He was escorted by the attendant to the mayor's secretary's office, where the secretary personally presented a fruit platter and fine cigarettes, along with a pot of specially supplied Tiguanyin tea. With a beaming smile, the secretary inquired, "Mayor Huang is aware of your visit. Unfortunately, he is currently occupied with a teleconference. Please, make yourself comfortable while I check how much longer it will take." Chewie nodded silently. Before long, the secretary returned hurriedly, a hint of undisguised confusion on his face. "Mayor Huang requests that you enter promptly." Chewie surmised the situation but said nothing further. He simply nodded and entered the office, pushing open the heavy wooden door. The mayor's office was a standard government-style suite, featuring a small reception area adjoining an inner study. Chewie closed the door behind him, cutting off the secretary's curious gaze. He circled around the expansive desk, only to find a plump, glossy-furred weasel writhing painfully on the floor, its paws clutching at its neck. A chicken bone was lodged in its throat, and Mayor Huang was desperately rolling his eyes. "Quickly, help me get out." Chewie swiftly seized the weasel, turning it around and straddling its back. Gripping the furry nape, he delivered a decisive elbow jab, and with a sharp crack, the chicken bone was ejected from the weasel's mouth. "Cough, cough, cough." The weasel coughed repeatedly, regaining its human form, sprawled on the ground with its hefty belly exposed, and tearfully asked, "Must you always be so rough with me?" Chewie replied, "Keep your distance, fatty." Instantly, Mayor Huang sprang to his feet with a speed that was remarkable for his girth, stuffing his tail into his trousers while sternly declaring, "Do not call me by that nickname. Moreover, I am not fat. I am simply robust." The advantages of having a weasel as a local official were plentiful. As Mayor Huang would say, if it were a human, who knows how much more he might indulge. For him, 2 chickens a day were sufficient. However, there were drawbacks. For instance, the secretary often detected a peculiar aroma of fried chicken wafting from the mayor's office. And occasionally, there would be blood-stained feathers mysteriously appearing on the floor. Nevertheless, compared to these minor inconveniences, the benefits provided by Mayor Huang were numerous and widely acknowledged by the citizens. For example, when avian flu erupted in the north, Mayor Huang sprang into action, furious, mandating a thorough investigation by the health committee, swiftly ensuring the safety and hygiene standards of the city's poultry industry. Furthermore, during the prevalence of gutter oil, Mayor Huang acted decisively, conducting rigorous inspections to eliminate potential cover-ups by the relevant departments, even risking his own safety by personally sampling fried chicken from street vendors. Perhaps due to his relatively good reputation, the Central Monster Management Committee turned a blind eye to Mayor Huang. Although he was not promoted, he had not been demoted or reassigned for several years. Mayor Huang took great pride in the fact that, as a creature of folklore, he had garnered the attention of humanity, which he considered a matter of great familial honor. In response, Chewie delivered a sharp retort, "Stop dreaming. In the Central Military Commission, there are enough individuals from Maoshan to form a line. The National Security Bureau has a special office where 9 out of 10 are akin to zombies. Who has the time to concern themselves with a mere small-town mayor like you?" Mayor Huang interjected, "At the very least, I am a public servant. Could you not afford me a modicum of respect?" Fuming, Mayor Huang maneuvered his considerable bulk into the red flag sedan. Due to his substantial size, Chewie struggled to fasten the seatbelt, finally extracting the buckle from beneath Mayor Huang's ample frame. "Old Huang, you really ought to consider shedding some weight. I lost 5 pounds this week, you know." Mayor Huang grimaced. "Ever since I learned that the Akiyama Consortium from Japan intends to invest in our humble little city, the provincial authorities have been sending people down to intercept. It has left me unable to eat or sleep, exacerbating my chronic ailments." Chewie held his breath as he finally secured the seatbelt, allowing himself a sigh of relief. Why is it that the Central Committee has no objections against me, yet the provincial government seems to have an aversion? Do they think I'm a weasel? Surely not. Could it be because I usurped old Wu's position as mayor? But that was his own folly. The collapse of the overpass in the city center, while influenced by geological disturbances, was primarily due to Old Wu and his cronies pocketing too many kickbacks from developers. Had I not decisively summoned you from the Jinmao Tower to stabilize the situation, countless lives would have been lost when that concrete foundation gave way. Mayor Huang skillfully retrieved a paper-wrapped parcel from the side of the car seat, extracting a chicken bone and gnawing on it audibly. You know how difficult it has been for our city to evolve from a small county into what it is today. After finally attracting foreign investment, I, as the dignified mayor, was so excited that I couldn't sleep for 3 nights. It brings tears to my eyes. Instead of offering robust support and commendation, the provincial government sends people to intercept us. Their conscience must have been devoured by dogs. It's simply because the Old Wu I managed to oust was a direct affiliate of the province. They even attempted to covertly engage with foreign merchants behind my back. Fortunately, I discovered their scheme early and was enraged enough to threaten them. A barely perceptible twitch appeared at the corner of Chu Hie's mouth. Who has the province dispatched? He inquired. Mayor Huang replied, they sent someone from the foreign guest reception office, a woman named Li, accompanied by a young man surnamed Zhou, along with several staff members. They intended to meet with the foreign merchants today, but I took the liberty of ensuring they were thoroughly intoxicated at lunch and left them packed away at the hotel. The Japanese investors arrived yesterday, and a welcome banquet had already been hosted. Mayor Huang's original intention was to arrange a tour today to showcase the vigorous development of the city, followed by a sauna in the evening to further cultivate relations. However, the Japanese side was remarkably efficient, directly requesting to visit the suburban development area to inspect the site, aiming to finalize the construction location within the next few days. Mayor Huang had little to contest, concluding the deal swiftly would prevent others from coveting this unexpected boon. An investment of $3.5 billion is at stake. Once the hotel is completed, they may even consider constructing a large leisure and entertainment center nearby. After finishing the chicken bones, the rotund Huang wiped his greasy lips and, with an air of seriousness, patted Chu Hi's shoulder. Don't say I haven't looked after you, Chu. If we manage to secure this project, I, the great Huang, will treat you like a dear grandfather. Chu Hi replied, please don't. At that moment, the Hongqi sedan had already come to a halt at the entrance of the development center on the outskirts of the city. This location was quite a distance from the main road, surrounded by vast stretches of barren land. Aside from the temporary exhibition center erected during the initial construction planning, the nearest establishments were a few hospitals and secondary schools located far off in the distance. Not far away, a property development zone contracted by builders was just beginning, its terrain still uneven and rough. To their astonishment, the Japanese investors had already arrived, encircled by a crowd, peering through the surrounding barbed wire. Seemingly unaware of the Hongqi sedan's arrival, Mayor Huang stepped out of the car with a puffed chest and an assertive wave of his hand. Hey! Instantly, everyone turned to look. Following closely, the slender exhibition center director, agile in his movements, pushed through the crowd and rushed forward. Mayor Huang. Mayor Huang, this is bad. We have an emergency. He grasped Huang tightly, trembling all over. Someone has jumped from the building. Mayor Huang exclaimed, what? Chu Hi immediately exited the vehicle. Noticing that the director was visibly shaken, trembling in the sweltering heat, beads of sweat cascading down his brow. That construction site over there, someone just jumped down from it. I saw him fall and make such a mess. We just called the police, and now that you've arrived, what are we going to do? Mayor Huang interjected. What did you say? The person who jumped is my translator. A well-dressed man in an elegant gray suit approached from the crowd, extending his hand to shake with Mayor Huang, politely speaking in awkward Chinese. Just now, my translator said he needed to use the restroom. And in the blink of an eye, he jumped down. Everyone saw it happen. The scene was chaotic. Mayor Huang wiped his sweat and forced a smile while shaking hands with the man, whispering to Chu Hi, this is Mr. Akita, the current head of the Akita Foundation. He then attempted to maintain a facade of calmness, addressing the crowd. Everyone, please remain calm. The police are on their way. No one is to disturb the scene. Chu Hi's gaze drifted past the crowd towards the construction site, then returned, landing on a youth dressed in a white robe among the Japanese group. The boy, no older than 17 or 18, possessed a handsome visage and wore wide sleeves, quietly following Mr. Akita like a ghost. However, To Chu-hee, his presence was striking. He was clad in hunting attire. That boy was a practitioner of Amidst. Perhaps sensing Chu-hee's gaze, Mr. Akita politely nodded and introduced the boy. This is my nephew. He has a modest understanding of demon hunting and exorcism, so I brought him along to assess the feng shui of the project site. With a knowing pat on Mayor Huang's plump shoulder, he added with a laugh, my nephew has a good temperament and one to act recklessly, so there is no need for you to worry, Mayor. Ha ha ha. In the midst of chaos, the others remained oblivious, yet the expression on Mayor Huang's face transformed almost instantaneously. Mr. Ida was merely jesting. He stammered, beads of sweat, resembling yellow soybeans, cascaded down his plump face, nearly robbing him of his smile. Ah, your nephew is quite the handsome youth, destined for greatness, he chuckled nervously. The young Onmyoji stepped forward, bowing respectfully before Mayor Huang, whose eyes were wide with a hint of trepidation. His voice, soft and naturally soothing, resonated, greetings, Mr. Huang. My name is Lanyu. He then turned to Chu-hee, momentarily sensing an ominous aura, his pupils dilating and constricting in response. The young Onmyoji interlocked his fingers, left thumb pressed against his right palm, and with the back of his hands facing outward, he performed a ceremonial greeting customary among practitioners. It is a pleasure to meet you. I look forward to your guidance. According to the etiquette of Onmyoji, it was now Chu-hee's turn to reciprocate. If he held a lower status than the young Onmyoji, he ought to bow in the same manner. If his standing was higher, at the very least, he should nod in acknowledgement. However, Chu-hee gazed at him with an innocent and perplexed expression, tentatively extending his hand. I'm Chu. No need for formalities. Hello? Ida burst into laughter. Lanyu, Mr. Chu is merely an ordinary person. Do not frighten him. Chu-hee responded with a compliant smile, causing the young Onmyoji to scrutinize him several times before retreating, enveloped in suspicion. An incident had occurred at the construction site during the mayor's inspection with foreign investors, sending the entire city police department into a frenzy. Shortly thereafter, 7 or 8 police vehicles roared into the vicinity. Even before the lead vehicle came to a halt, the squad leader scrambled out, nearly stumbling over himself. Mayor Huang, forgive us for our tardiness. Where has the incident occurred? Meanwhile, the construction site manager rushed over, his legs weakening at the sight of the commotion. This is truly not our fault. We adhere to safety and civilized construction regulations. We know nothing. We will cooperate with the investigation. Mayor Huang, overwhelmed by the clamor, felt a headache coming on. The exhibition center director, quick to act, scolded the construction manager away and hurried the squad leader to the scene, where a gruesome display of human remains lay scattered. Several officers promptly set up yellow caution tape, causing everyone to step back, as those who had witnessed the incident were separated and taken aside for questioning. In the ensuing moment of distraction, Mayor Huang stealthily grasped Chu-hee's arm. What do we do? That little Japanese has discovered me. How will we manage? Will they capture me and devour me? Chu-hee inquired curiously, is weasel meat palatable? Not knowing its taste, Huang lamented, but certainly it is edible. Alas, with my 300+ pounds of flesh, how would I fare on the Japanese table? Moreover, my sacrifice for the nation will never be recognized as that of a martyr. Chu, you must hold your ground. If anything goes awry, you must ensure my escape. Chu-hee brushed aside his sleeve dismissively. Stop embarrassing yourself. The formidable body of the weasel trembled like a delicate flower, tears streaming down its face as it prepared to pursue. Suddenly, a hand clapped on its shoulder. Mayor Huang, the weasel, startled like a creature struck by lightning, turned around to find Akita standing behind it, exuding polite grace as he inquired, may I trouble you for a moment? In an instant, the atmosphere crackled with tension, and Mayor Huang's corpulent body tensed. What is it? However, Akita did not suddenly spring forth to brandish a talisman, nor did he cackle maniacally while brandishing a magical staff to revert him to his original form. The myriad dramatic scenarios conjured in Mayor Huang's mind did not materialize. Instead, Akita offered a courteous smile. The deceased translator was one of our compatriots. According to our traditions, Lan Yu wishes to perform a memorial service at the site of his passing. Would that be acceptable to you? The location where the translator had plunged to his demise was a half-finished floor on a construction site, half encased in concrete, with the other half's rebar exposed, approximately 10 meters above the ground. This was likely a fire separation layer within the building, exceedingly narrow and low. As Chu-hee bent down to survey the surroundings, he pondered how the translator managed to tread upon the exposed rebar and navigate through the scaffolding to leap. For someone taller, entry would have been quite a challenge, let alone the act of jumping down. Breathless, Mayor Huang pressed against the wall and asked, "Have you uncovered anything?" The squad leader, clutching several evidence bags while wiping sweat from his brow, shook his head. "The ground is covered in dust, with only one set of footprints leading in. We can also rule out the possibility of climbing or being dragged. Coupled with the testimonies of 7 or 8 witnesses, we can preliminarily conclude it was suicide." Mayor Huang sighed in relief, muttering, "Suicide is preferable. Suicide is preferable." Such words were rather uncouth. Under normal circumstances, the squad leader might have laughed. But in this moment and place, the unspoken sentiment shared by all present was, "Suicide is good. Suicide is good indeed." Since entering without uttering a word, Lan Yu drew a circular 5-element yin-yang symbol on the ground, radiating outward, then instructed everyone, including the police, to retreat, taking his seat at the center of the formation. At this moment, only 4 individuals remained within the fire separation layer: Mayor Huang, Chu-hee, Akita, and Lan Yu himself. Lan Yu murmured a few incantations, and suddenly, the circular formation erupted from the dust, emanating a kaleidoscope of colors. The light shifted, resembling a solar halo. At first glance, it appeared resplendent and magnificent. Yet upon prolonged observation, it instilled a profound sense of trepidation. Mayor Huang, feeling uncomfortable, rubbed his eyes and whispered to Chu-hee, "Can you discern its significance?" Chu-hee remained silent, yet from within the circular formation, faint cries of spirits began to emerge. Before long, a bloodied male ghost struggled to surface, its crimson hands reaching out toward Akita. Lan Yu remained unperturbed, raising his hand to swiftly slap a talisman onto the ghost's forehead. In an instant, the wails ceased, and the talisman emitted an invisible flame that reduced the ghost's spirit to ashes within mere seconds. The last remnants of its anguished cries dissipated into the air, and in that moment, the multicolored radiance surged, nearly engulfing the Onmyoji within the formation entirely. This was not a prayer for blessings, was it? Mayor Huang exclaimed in astonishment. "This is akin to shattering the soul to nourish the formation. Is this not a demon-slaying array?" Just as he spoke, the circular formation abruptly morphed, transforming into a gigantic hand radiating a brilliant white light. The hand appeared emaciated, with long, curled nails, as if it could traverse the constrained space in a circumspect manner. Suddenly, like a venomous serpent fixating on its prey, it halted directly in front of Mayor Huang. In an instant, Chu-hee swiftly yanked the weasel, pulling it behind him with remarkable speed, as if he were not grappling with a hefty figure exceeding 300 pounds. Simultaneously, the colossal hand descended from above, coming to a stark stop before Chu-hee. The sharp, luminous nails hovered less than 5 centimeters from his brow. Any further, and they would pierce directly into his eye socket. Yet, Chu did not so much as flutter an eyelash. Moments later, the enormous hand gradually retracted, its brilliance fading at a visible pace, dissipating until, after a brief span of several seconds, it vanished into the dust-laden air. "My sincerest apologies." Akiyama Ichi scrambled to his feet, appearing quite remorseful. "I completely forgot that this array is harmless only to sorcerers and ordinary beings. It may inflict some damage to the inner cores of the demons." Is Mayor Huang unscathed? Is he frightened? Lan Yu, please check on Mayor Huang. Chu-hee raised a hand to halt him. To his surprise, Mayor Huang had vanished, replaced by a rotund, plump weasel, its entire body quivering on the ground due to overwhelming terror. The posture resembled that of a creature bowing in reverence, yet its legs were too weak to support it. And after considerable effort, it finally managed to transform back into human form, trembling all the while. The chubby figure of Huang, turned beet red, and despite his attempts to retreat, a faint odor of urine unmistakably lingered. He had soiled himself. "I am fine," the weasel said, retreating in embarrassment. "I need to change my pants. You all continue your conversation." He stumbled toward the exit, dazed, nearly tripping over his own feet at the elevator door, and only managed to steady himself by grasping the wall. The scene was rather comical, prompting Akiyama to emit a soft chuckle. It was unclear whether Mayor Huang heard him, but he hurriedly shuffled away, shoulders hunched. Lanyu took a deep breath and suddenly bowed deeply to Chu. "I apologize for my oversight." Akiyama interjected with a smile. "I completely lost track of time. This formation can sometimes utterly destroy a demon's inner core. In that light, it seems Mayor Huang is quite fortunate." Chu turned his head back, gazing calmly at Akiyama. "Ah, Mr. Chu, please do not take offense. At times, we do play small pranks on demons. However, times have changed, and we would not easily take a demon's life." Akiyama's words trailed off as he turned and exited. Akiyama's laughter abruptly ceased, and after a brief pause, he scoffed. "This wretched demon. Yet it possesses the fortune to reside in such an auspicious location." Lanyu sighed. "Akiyama, what are you doing?" "The master has instructed me to assist you." Lanyu hesitated for a moment before slowly saying, "But you did not say that I could kill at will. So for the matters of this coming week, it would be best if you handled them yourself." Akiyama strode over and seized the young Onmyoji by the hair. "What do you mean by that?" The boy did not shrink back. Akiyama glared at him for a long time before finally gritting his teeth and softening his tone. "You know that to give birth to the earth's essence requires 7 souls as offerings. We have gathered our people. How can we retreat? Moreover, the first to perish was one of our own. The Huang family holds such a tremendous leverage over us that they would not dare to defy our will. But are you afraid of that fellow named Chu? He is merely an ordinary man on the brink of becoming a demon." The Onmyoji shook his head gravely. "It is inherently difficult for monsters to transform into demons, let alone a living person. I worry that there may be a formidable demonic faction supporting him, which would complicate matters greatly." Akiyama, unconcerned, retorted, "Even if it becomes troublesome, do you think we cannot extricate ourselves? The Onmyo path has long declined since the Han and Tang dynasties. In present-day China, aside from Zhou Hui, who rarely leaves the capital, who stands as a worthy opponent to our secret sect." The young Onmyoji hesitated for a moment, finally exhaling a sigh. "You do not understand." His voice barely audible. "In this vast world, there are still many whom we cannot afford to provoke." Chu exited the construction site and beheld Mayor Huang, who had changed his trousers, sitting alone on the steps. By this time, dusk had fallen, casting a golden hue as twilight enveloped the city. A rare flock of birds traversed the sky, fluttering away into the distance. The weasel, with one hand cradling its plump head and ears drooping, gazed dreamily at the birds. Lost in thought, Chu approached and sat beside him on the curb. "You say," the weasel's muffled voice emerged, "am I not human enough?" Chu replied, "You are already quite admirable. Then why does no one treat me as a person?" This question left even Chu momentarily speechless. He pondered for a long time, so long that Mayor Huang thought he would remain silent, until he finally said, "Perhaps you have not done enough. If you do a bit more, and do it better, you should be close to achieving that." The plump mayor blinked his small eyes, contemplating this explanation for a while before reluctantly accepting it, exclaiming, "Then I can make a bit more effort." Chu nodded in approval, but was suddenly poked by the weasel with a finger. "Hey, Chu-zone. Yes, after all this time, I still don't understand why you, a good person, choose not to be one, but rather to become a demon." Chu turned to stare at him, while the weasel tilted its head, feigning innocence. Although the plump figure tried hard to conceal it, the envy and insecurity in his eyes were unmistakable. Chu felt a complex swirl of emotions and paused for several seconds before finally managing to say, "I once had 2 sons." The plump mayor was taken aback. "What? When did you get married? You've already had children." "However, the eldest son was slain and the second son was abducted. I exhausted my very essence in an attempt to rescue my eldest, but to no avail. From that day forth, I succumbed to darkness." Mayor Huang, taken aback, rolled up his sleeves, and exclaimed, Who? Who has brought ruin upon your family? Tell me who it is, and I shall ensure they pay. Do you really think that is wise, my portly friend? He chuckled wryly. Perhaps you should shed a few pounds and train for 5 centuries. Then you might barely serve as cannon fodder before that individual. Are you jesting? No one could commit such a heinous act without facing divine retribution. Tell me their name. I am ready to set this as my goal. Huang, in a sudden burst of energy, leaped to his feet, prepared to shout, when a distant car approached with a roar. A sleek black sedan glided into view under the setting sun, its polished surface gleaming. The iconic round headlights and grille reflecting dazzling light. Huang's attention was immediately diverted. By the heavens, they could find such a vehicle. Who is it? He inquired. At that moment, from the construction site behind them, Aizawa and a certain Onmyoji named Lanyu stepped out, retreating instinctively at the sight of the car. The ostentatious Bentley Mulsanne came to a halt before them, and several individuals disembarked. Leading the group was a woman in her 30s, her figure curvaceous and elegant. Clad in high heels, her wavy hair exuding allure, undoubtedly captivating in her youth. Following her was a strikingly handsome young man, standing over 6 feet tall, broad-shouldered and slender, with a chiseled face obscured by Ray-Ban sunglasses and dressed in a leather jacket, exuding an aura fit for a Hollywood film. In comparison, Huang and Chu appeared as mere provincial entrepreneurs. Greetings. Oh, Mayor Huang is here too. The woman, with a playful flick of her hair, smiled warmly at Aizawa, extending her hand. My surname is Li. I am the director of the Foreign Guest Reception Office from the provincial government. You may call me Li Hu. I apologize for not being able to welcome you yesterday. Aizawa shook her hand, yet his gaze involuntarily drifted beyond her, fixating on the young man behind her. At that moment, Aizawa's expression turned peculiar, a blend of overwhelming curiosity and astonishment that he could not fully conceal, causing his facial muscles to tense slightly. May I ask, who is this? The young man casually removed his sunglasses, extending his hand. However, before Aizawa could grasp it, he redirected his hand towards the young Onmyoji. Little beauty, what is your name? Lanyu replied, I am Yin, with the given name Lanyu. May I ask you? I am Zhou of the Martial King. The young man wore a nonchalant smile. The best of the best. In a fit of jealousy, the portly Huang interjected, Greetings, Zhou Yi. I am your older brother, Zhou Ri. Huang intended to turn to Chu He for a shared moment of lament, only to find him hastily departing. Alarmed, he called out, Where are you going? Those scoundrels intend to intercept us. Quickly return and support the scene. Upon turning around, Chu noticed the tension in his jaw and the odd pallor on his face. I'll take my leave first. Call me if you require my assistance. Mayor Huang grasped him firmly, unwilling to let go. What on earth is happening? Chu attempted to break free, but the strength of the 300-pound man's grip was not easily shaken off. If this continued, even those from the provincial office would take notice. In desperation, Chu pressed down on Mayor Huang's shoulder and whispered, I have a past acquaintance with that person surnamed Zhou. What? Do you two have a grievance? I once placed a spell on him, such that upon our next meeting, as long as I remained silent for the duration of an incense stick, he would not notice my presence. That incense's time is my opportunity to escape. I shall return home now, tomorrow, after you see off those from the provincial office. Come find me. Mayor Huang, bewildered, could only watch as Chu hastily made his exit, striding toward the door. I heard someone just jump from here, oh. The trouble of searching for them is immense. Has the police already come? Zhou Yi's enthusiastic voice echoed from afar. Next time you are in trouble, just come to me. I thrive on complications. Xiang Tian interjected. You have no idea. Being cooped up in the office drives me absolutely mad. Finally getting a chance to be out, I wish to linger a bit longer. By the way, my lovely lady, isn't it fate that I encountered you the moment I stepped out? Yin Lanyu replied. Zhou you yist. Whether jesting or not, Zhou Yi smiled. You should know that I have an uncanny knack for predicting fate. If I say it is destiny, then it surely is, be it good or ill. Mayor Huang, what are you dawdling for? Weren't we to select a site for the project? Has a location been chosen? Mayor Huang's lips twitched. No. Following Mayor Huang's gaze, Zhou Yi glanced towards the construction site entrance. Then why are you still standing there? Come and select. In the direction he observed, Chu-hee was striding towards the nearby red flag car. Zhou-yi seemed oblivious to him, casually turning away. However, at that moment, a police car preparing to depart suddenly halted, and the captain rushed down with a phone in hand, calling out, "Chu-zone." To an outsider, this scene must have appeared quite absurd. Zhou-yi, Xiang Tian, and Yin Lanyu stood in a triangular standoff, while Chu-hee hastily departed without a backward glance. Mayor Huang positioned himself at the midpoint between Zhou-yi and Chu-hee, desperately using his substantial frame to shield Zhou-yi's gaze from discovering Chu-hee. Meanwhile, the police captain sprinted, breathless, calling out to Chu-zone, as if his rear were ablaze. His commotion was so pronounced that everyone else, including Director Li from the provincial reception office, turned in unison to glance toward Chu-hee. Chu-zone. The captain finally seized Chu, utterly oblivious to the latter's suddenly pale complexion. "There's an urgent matter that requires your attention, Mr. Chu. The precinct just received a distress call regarding a situation at your home." Interrupting him, Chu-hee continued his stride towards the car. "I'm on my way home. Your house is on fire," the captain implored. "The city fire department has already dispatched units to your residence. Fortunately, it appears there are no casualties, so there is no need for you to panic." Chu-hee could no longer contain himself and retorted sharply, "I said I'm going back." At that moment, it was as if an invisible timer clicked, signaling a 0. Zhou-yi turned around, seemingly just now noticing the commotion. "What's going on? Who is over there?" Chu-hee pushed past the captain and reached for the door of the Hongqi vehicle. However, Zhou-yi behind him furrowed his brow, sensing something unusual from this familiar silhouette. "Who is that?" Chu-hee's hand was already on the car door. "Hold on." His motion froze mid-air as a hand rested on his shoulder. Turning back, he saw Zhou-yi standing behind him. Up close, Zhou-yi's face was even more strikingly handsome, with high cheekbones reminiscent of Westerners, under which resided deep, bright eyes that exuded a captivating charm. Had a love-struck maiden been the object of his intense gaze for even a few seconds, she would have likely fallen head over heels, without the need for uttering a single word. Yet, Chu-hee remained composed, even adopting an air of innocence. "May I ask who you are?" Zhou-yi's eyes were locked onto his face, as if he intended to see through his very skin and delve into his marrow. His intense scrutiny made even Mayor Huang feel uneasy, just as he began to question whether this young man from the province harbored some peculiar predilections. Zhou-yi smiled, releasing Chu-hee. "I apologize. From behind, you bear an uncanny resemblance to an old acquaintance of mine. I momentarily mistook you for him. My apologies." Mayor Huang, feeling a sense of relief, could not help but interject, "What acquaintance?" Zhou-yi, with profound emotion, replied, "My ex-wife." "Mayor Huang." Chu-hee. Mayor Huang's lips twitched suspiciously. "Little Zhou, forgive my bluntness, but although Mr. Chu may be somewhat slender, he is nonetheless a grown man. Is it not rather far-fetched to claim your ex-wife resembles him?" "You don't understand, old Huang." Zhou-yi earnestly responded. "My ex-wife is the everlasting vermilion mark on my heart, an eternal white lotus. No matter whom she resembles now, even if she looked like you, I would still cherish her." Mayor Huang fell silent. Judging by the expression on his plump face, he appeared utterly flustered, at a loss for words. Chu-hee, unable to endure any longer, stepped back and turned to enter the car. "You two carry on. My house is on fire, and I must return home." Zhou-yi immediately latched onto the car door. "Where do you live?" "Mr. Zhou, please let go." "I want to release you." Given the magnitude of the situation with your house ablaze, how could we possibly miss such an event? In an instant, the expressions of everyone mirrored that of Mayor Huang, caught in a whirlwind of confusion. Even the corners of Chu-hee's eyes twitched as he could not help but gesture towards Yin Lanyu, inquiring, "ISNT, Mr. Zhou's fate supposed to be there?" But you see, Mr. Chu, you misunderstand. Fate can indeed vary in depth and height. Although your resemblance to my ex-wife may only be a mere 30 or 40%, the bond we share is undeniably profound. While Shanti claim it surpasses mountains or oceans, it is certainly... Oh, don't leave. The red flag car roared away, exhaust fumes splattering Zhou-yi's face. Wiping his face in exasperation, Zhou-yi lamented, I merely wished to ask him what he would do if his car broke down. Before he could finish, the red flag vehicle erupted with a resounding bang. A plume of white smoke billowed from the hood, and it came to a halt. "Would you care to ride with us?" Zhou innocently inquired. Reluctantly, Mayor Huang had no choice but to join Chu He in the dazzling black Mustang. While the Japanese delegation, led by Xiang Tian, excused themselves, citing the late hour, and promised to return the next day to discuss the engineering plans at the development center. Mayor Huang was utterly perplexed. How could my car possibly break down? Silence enveloped the vehicle. Even the subordinates from the provincial foreign guest reception office sat in muted astonishment. Only Zhou suddenly leaned forward, eagerly asking, "Mr. Chu, do you have a preference for red flag cars?" Chu He, resting his chin on his hand, turned his head away, clearly uninterested in engaging. His subordinates, accustomed to Zhou Yi's unpredictable behavior, maintained expressions as stoic as underground operatives. It was Huang, however, who could not resist a jab. Whether a red flag is good or not is determined by the city's allocation. It pales in comparison to your province's extravagant wealth, where even the foreign guest office is equipped with luxury cars worth nearly 10 million. How can our small city compete? Zhou Yi beamed. Your words are too kind. No matter how wealthy our province is, we cannot squander our resources. To be honest, this car was purchased by me personally, and I invested quite a bit into its modifications, only to forget about it after a few years. Is the Zhou family also in business? Mayor Huang, a man satisfied with merely 2 chickens a day, felt a pang of anguish. What business? Merely saving up to live off the family's legacy, which likely does not compare to that of the Japanese. Zhou Yi, still smiling, turned towards Chu He, seemingly unperturbed by Chu He's indifference. The plight of us men, toiling away for work, saving up for our wives and children, only for the wife to become an ex-wife. Perhaps we should abduct that little Japanese and extort a sum from him? I believe the Xiang Tian family possesses considerable wealth. Perhaps we could squeeze out a few $100 million from my ex-wife's alimony. Mayor Huang's lips twitched in dismay as he turned to Director Li. Director Li. Hush! Li Hu subtly shifted his position, distancing himself from Zhou Yi, and quietly advised, "I know what you wish to ask, but do not. Just consider him unconventional." As they conversed, the vehicle had already arrived at the gate of the Zhang family villa. This location is quite a distance from the city center, and the nearby villa complex is expansive yet sparsely populated. Consequently, no neighbors have ventured out to witness the commotion. Only 2 fire trucks remain stationed before the smoking brick structure, with the ground littered with foamy water. The facade of the villa remains relatively intact, but the southeastern corner of the bedroom has collapsed, and it is evident that reconstruction will take no less than 3 to 5 months. A few young maids huddle on the steps, shivering, while Zhang Shun and Huang Pian, those 2 little rascals, employ all their efforts to comfort them. Upon hearing the sound of car horns, they turn around. "Hey, brother." Chui strides forward, raising his hand as if to strike. Zhang Shun immediately ducks, exclaiming, "Brother, do you intend to hit me?" "General Chu, it's a misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding." Sensing the gravity of the situation, Huang Pian rushes forward to mediate. This truly has nothing to do with Zhang Shun. "Oh, it's all that Master Fang's fault. I assent it, uncle." Mayor Huang arrives at a sprint, wishing he could kick his inept nephew to the ends of the earth. "What the hell are you doing here again?" "Uncle, let me explain." Mayor Huang swiftly covers his nephew's mouth and pulls him aside. "Are you not aware that you are a product of this new era? Do you not realize that your lack of discretion could lead to your demise?" Huang Pian, with a woeful expression, protests, "It's really not my fault. It's all that Fang fellow seeking trouble." It turns out that upon hearing of the Zhang family's haunting, Huang Pian became quite animated. The little weasel, inherently aware of its otherworldly nature, harbors no fear of spirits as ordinary humans do. Rather than assist Zhang Shun, his curiosity got the better of him, prompting him to invite the renowned Master Fang to the Zhang residence. Master Fang enjoys considerable fame in Hong Kong and Guangdong, and has come to H City reportedly to journey and forge magical artifacts. While the mystical aspects of his craft are well known, he indeed possesses skills in fortune-telling and spirit exorcism. Several local tycoons have sought his counsel regarding feng shui, And notably, the Zhang family is the only prominent household in H city that has yet to engage his services. Although Master Fong presents himself as an ethereal sage, he is still bound by worldly needs and has long sought to forge connections with the Zhang family. Alas, had it not been for the fortuitous appearance of young Master Zhang, he might never have gained entry into their abode. Upon hearing Zhang Shun's account of his encounter with the supernatural, Master Fong perceived an opportunity. The Zhang family, historically minors, has endured numerous fatalities due to mind collapses. It was evident that a vengeful spirit had come seeking retribution, and all that remained was to perform a proper ritual to guide it to the afterlife. Thus, Master Fong boldly entered the Grand Zhang residence, only to be met with a cold sweat down his back as he surveyed the premises. The feng shui of the Zhang family was, in fact, a veritable necromancer's array. Generally, business-minded families arrange their homes to attract wealth and prosperity. This is an unspoken expectation. Yet, the layout of the Zhang villa features a direct line from the front window to the back, with a corridor that opens a narrow seam in the ceiling, creating a lethal pathway that aligns ominously with the northern light, a harbinger of doom. Most disturbingly, the bedroom of young Master Zhang's brother occupies the very heart of this sinister formation. Anyone residing here for 2 to 3 years would have long been rendered incapable of sustaining a business. Wiping the cold sweat from his brow, Master Fong inquired, "Young master, is your elder brother in poor health?" Zhang Shun was overjoyed. Truly, the master is worthy of his title. He can perceive even this. I had remarked on his apparent weakness of the kidneys, and lately, there seemed to be signs of excessive indulgence. Had this been a Monday, this array would not have been termed a corpse-nurturing formation. He could have simply laid out a recliner to bask in the sunlight, as if taking a sunbath. If it were Yin Lan Yu, she might have pondered whether the host had intentionally arranged this setup with some deeper meaning, and then quietly retreated, choosing to remain oblivious. However, Master Fong, first and foremost, did not anticipate that Zhang Heir Xiao's brother could be so ruthless as to sacrifice himself to the devil, offering his own heart's blood to honor the demon lord. Secondly, he was dazzled by the shimmering check in Zhang Heir Xiao's hand, eager to showcase his own prowess. And thus, calamity ensued. Just as the master produced the copper coins, paper effigies, and rooster blood, the paper effigy ignited Zhang Shun, and I hurriedly fetched water to douse the flames. Yet no matter how much we poured, the fire only grew fiercer. Ultimately reducing the entire bedroom to ash. "Chu," he inquired, "were you burning something in my bedroom?" Huang Pian timidly nodded. Chui took a deep breath, barely suppressing the urge to thrash this little yellow weasel, and turned to his now charred bedroom, where he sat alone upon the ruins. Zhang Shun hesitated repeatedly, trembling as he approached. Brother. His brother ignored him. "Brother, just hit me once. It wasn't intentional." He turned his head away. This only made Zhang Shun feel worse. Although in his youth he had indeed harbored resentment towards such a convenient brother, and felt unable to accept the inheritance left by their father. Over the years, to claim he had no feelings for his brother would be a lie. Moreover, his brother had treated him well, providing money when asked, a car when needed. Though his demeanor was somewhat aloof, he had always complied with every request, leaving him with no grievances. When their father passed, and he fell ill, it was his brother who cared for him day and night without respite. During his youthful heartbreak, his brother scoured the bars in the dead of night to find him, even enduring the filth of his drunken state without complaint. The multi-million-dollar Ferrari was given without hesitation, even though his brother had never driven such an expensive car himself. While he enjoyed the company of beautiful companions, his brother was too occupied with business to even find a girlfriend. "Brother, I truly want to dare again." Zhang Shun raised his hand to strike himself, but as he was about to deliver a second blow, his brother's stern voice halted him. "Stop it." Zhang Shun looked at his brother with a pitiful expression, resembling an abandoned husky. Chuhi's expression was peculiar, a blend of helplessness and bemusement. After a moment, he kicked his brother away. "Go away." Zhang Shun, clutching his backside, fled, running a good distance before turning back to see his brother had not pursued him, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. Zhang Heir Xiao touched his face, confirming it was neither swollen nor disfigured, and leisurely made his way around the ruins towards the villa's entrance, where the butler was directing the servants in the organization and inventory of the damages. Mayor Huang and his nephew Huang Pian stood in the open space, both wearing curious expressions as they gazed at the steps. On the steps sat a strikingly handsome young man, surrounded by a group of delicate maidens adorned with flowers and tender willows, as he earnestly demonstrated palmistry. Your love line is quite tangled, indicating a tumultuous journey in romance, perhaps even separations by life and death. But fret not, such separations will not last for years. You are destined to encounter a noble husband, ensuring a life of abundance, with the prospect of twins within 3 years. What? A son or a daughter? Oh, I must say, in these times, daughters are preferable. Daughters are like warm little cotton-padded jackets, while sons can lead to debts. Having 2 sons might mean you see the end of your days. Zhang Shun's lips twitched in disbelief. Who is this person? The handsome man lifted his head and, spotting Zhang Shun in the crowd, rushed over with the eagerness akin to that of a soldier encountering their party organization. Dear friend, your forehead is dark. You're in danger of bloodshed. Gulme, purchase a talisman for me. Given our fateful connection, I shall offer you a 5 discount. Are you out of your mind? Zhang Shun retorted, turning to leave. Yet, in an inexplicable turn of events, he stumbled over his own feet and fell face first onto the ground with a resounding thud. The onlookers gasped. Such a fall was unprecedented, even more severe than tumbling downstairs. After a considerable time, Zhang Shun, bloodied and battered, struggled to raise his head, only to see 2 streams of blood mingled with mucus cascading down his face. O sage, he wept. May I inquire your esteemed name? How much is the talisman? The handsome man rummaged through his pocket, producing a crumpled tissue which he handed to him, offering sympathy. I am a friend of your brother's. My name is Zhou Yi. Our meeting is indeed fateful, so I will let you have the talisman, originally priced at 12,000, for only 8,800. Do you still dare to charge 8,008? Zhou Yi crouched beside Zhang Shun, holding his tear-streaked face with sincerity. I am not just a friend. I am the brother of CEO Chu, akin to a blood brother. No, even closer than a blood brother. Come now, let us settle this matter fairly. We be paying by card or check. Note, there is a 2 processing fee for card transactions. Zhang Shun rose and turned to leave. Just then, a subordinate from an office of foreign guests was reversing their vehicle. Zhou Yi stood up, visibly dejected, and sighed. I am truly down on my luck. Once upon a time, deities from the heavens and realms begged me for talismans, offering me generous payments. Yet now not even 8,800 finds a buyer. The subordinate immediately leapt from the car, kneeling and grasping Zhou Yi's leg. Boss Zhou, please, sell me a talisman. Will you accept a transfer of 88,000? What are you thinking? We are not fated to meet. I would not accept even 888,000. Zhou Yi kindly patted the subordinate's head before leisurely walking away. Sitting among the charred rubble, Chu He observed his brother crash down head first. His eye twitched momentarily, but he quickly turned away, feigning ignorance. Rest assured, Boss Zhou was merely jesting with him. Li Hu approached gracefully, her crimson lips curving into an enchanting smile as she extended her hand to shake Chu He's. Hello, CEO Chu. Boss Zhou is quite the eccentric. I apologize for the amusement. Chu He suddenly became remarkably gentle towards the beautiful woman. It's perfectly fine. Having a personality is a good thing. What do you mean by calling him boss? Li Hu covered his mouth and chuckled. That's his nickname. We all refer to him that way in our department. Despite his seemingly smooth demeanor, he is, in fact, a very reliable person when he gets serious. He just has a way with words. Upon hearing this, Chu He smiled. No wonder his wife ran off with someone else. Not far away, Zhou Yi happened to pass by. Whether he heard or not was uncertain, but he appeared to stiffen momentarily. It was evident that the reverse scale of President Chu was not to be trifled with, as Zhang Shun had swiftly avenged his fall within 5 minutes. No, it's not what you might be imagining. Li Hu quickly realized he had misspoken and hurried to clarify. Boss Zhou has 2 children with his ex-wife, but both had unfortunate accidents, and he suffered a family tragedy, which is why. Chu Yi nodded in understanding. Director Li seems to know his colleague quite well. Are you implying something? Li Hu laughed, her demeanor lively. Certainly not. While both Mr. Zhou and your younger brother are charming young gentlemen, in my view, a steady and composed man like President Chu possesses far greater allure. Chu turned to glance at her. In the setting sun, his eyes narrowed slightly. The elegant curve of his features, from the high bridge of his nose to his lips, and from his chin to his neck, exuded a beautiful yet somewhat ambiguous allure. The half-smile on his face seemed to evoke an indescribable transformation in his otherwise unremarkable visage, even causing Li Hu, accustomed to handsome men, to momentarily be taken aback. Just then, Zhang Shun rushed in after washing his face, sporting a bandage on his nose and a bruised countenance. "Bro, beautiful lady." Chu extended his hand, adorned with a Vacheron Constantine diamond watch, and charmingly inquired, "Would you do me the honor of joining me for a late-night snack this evening?" Li Hu. Zhang Shun. "Not far away, Zhou Yi. Then it is settled, beautiful lady." Chu smiled. "I'll pick you up at 9 tonight from your hotel." Chapter 6. That evening at 8:30, Chu stood before the floor-to-ceiling mirror in his hotel room, elegantly tying a knot in his black, subtly patterned Hermes tie with his long, slender fingers. "Zhang Shun," he said without turning around. "May I borrow your car for a moment?" Zhang Shun retorted angrily. "Are you really going?" Due to the fact that the Zhang family's master bedroom had been rendered uninhabitable by fire, Chu had no choice but to stay at a hotel, and his brother had followed under the pretense of being afraid to stay home alone. In truth, he had intended to share a room with Chu, but he was a moment too slow. Upon their arrival at the hotel, he was respectfully escorted to another suite on the same floor that President Chu had specifically requested for him. Zhang Shun tossed his belongings aside and stealthily slipped into his brother's room, only to be dazzled by Chu's understated yet luxurious attire. "You can't possibly be considering sleeping with that woman. Do you really see me as that kind of person?" Chu replied. Zhang Shun let out a sigh of relief, but soon his anxiety returned. "Wait, are you implying that you want to pursue a serious relationship with her?" Chu gazed at his younger brother through the mirror. "Do you have an opinion?" "Of course I do." Zhang Shun abruptly sprang from the bed, exclaiming, "That woman is obviously indecent, so flirtatious. She even took the initiative to approach you. Don't you prefer the refined elegance of a cultured lady like Fuya? How could you be so easily enchanted by such a woman of dubious character? Sooner or later, she will lead you to misfortune, and there will be no place for your tears. You should avoid her at once." Chu, puzzled, replied, "I recall you mentioning that Fuya is rather dull and utterly uninteresting." "Did I say that? Who would be foolish enough to speak ill of that young lady?" Zhang Shun immediately pulled out his phone, eager to call Fuya. "Hello, are you free tonight? Come out. My brother wants to treat you to dinner." Just as he spoke, his hand was empty. He looked up to find his brother standing before him, calmly extracting his phone and gently ending the call. "Car keys." Zhang Shun's forehead twitched slightly as he leapt up, clutching his pocket and rushing toward the door. However, he had barely taken 2 steps before he effortlessly seized him by the collar and reached into his pants pocket for the car keys. Zhang Shun. In that moment, they stood almost flush against each other. Zhang Shun was taller than his brother, and he could feel Chu's warm breath against the side of his sturdy neck, the air filled with the subtle, alluring scent of cologne reminiscent of a rain-kissed forest. As Chu delved into his pocket, the snug fit made Zhang Shun acutely aware of every contour of his brother's slender fingers. Their sensation vividly transmitted to the skin on his thigh. Zhang Shun's nose flared, and his already firm back tensed like stone. Chu retrieved the Ferrari keys and strode towards the entrance to change his shoes. Once he had donned them, he inadvertently lifted his gaze and could not help but chuckle. "Is your nose all right? Do you need to see a doctor?" Zhang Shun stared at his brother in a daze. Chu approached him immediately. "Are you all right?" Flustered, Zhang Shun hastily wiped the blood from his nose, pushed his brother away, and hurriedly dashed out the door. In his frantic state, not only would he fail to notice the car keys, but even if Chu were to deftly lift his wallet, it would go undetected. Is he truly all right? Chu furrowed his brow, contemplating that perhaps the fall during the day had indeed ruptured a blood vessel in his nasal cavity. However, seeking out the instigator at this juncture would be futile. He could only shake his head and mutter under his breath, "Zhou Hui, that fool." The aforementioned Zhou Hui stood before the hotel window, peering through the one-way glass at the fiery red Ferrari below and the figure in a black suit and white shirt leaning against the car door, smoking. Although Zhou Hui was often criticized as a fool by those who misapprehended the situation, at this moment, his expression bore no resemblance to foolishness. In fact, when Li Hu caught sight of his half-visible face in the reflection, he was momentarily taken aback by the intensity of that expression. I don't know. He really has come. Li Hu hesitated, suggesting perhaps we should just call and say we have an unexpected engagement tonight. You shouldn't provoke him. Uri replied nonchalantly. This individual was on the brink of succumbing to darkness, yet retained a flicker of sanity, safeguarded by the presence of a sacred relic. I am uncertain as to why he insists on maintaining this precarious balance akin to walking a tightrope, but dusk is inherently a time of peril, easily provoking his latent ferocity. Li Hu could not restrain her curiosity. Are you certain he is Feng Si? Over the years, you've mistaken countless individuals for him. If this continues, he may remain untainted while you descend into madness. I do not know, but if Feng Si is indeed in the company of the Demon Lord, then surely the formidable Van Luo is not far behind. Zhou Yi gazed at the glass, gradually breaking into a smile. The greatest enmities in this world, patricide, matricide, the theft of a spouse. Li Hu shuddered at his expression. You might want to refrain from such behavior. Remember, we have a mission. When we departed Beijing, you committed to Director Yu, swearing to prevent the Japanese from smuggling earthly offspring out of H City. Zhou Yi fell silent for a moment, gradually regaining his composure. I am aware of that, he replied. No need for your reminder. Li Hu changed into a red dress, accentuating her alluring figure, prompting Chu He to exclaim, Miss Li, you truly are mesmerizing. For reasons unknown, Li Hu perceived this remark as more of a formality, as he displayed no signs of being captivated. Conversely, upon seeing Chu, impeccably clad in a tailored black Dior suit, his pallid complexion and aloof demeanor reminiscent of a sophisticated nocturnal vampire, standing before the fiery red Ferrari, she thought he might possess an even greater charm than the somewhat disoriented Zhou Lao above. The young women passing by appeared as though they might faint at any moment. How peculiar, she mused. Even with such an unassuming visage, he could evoke such a reaction. Chui personally opened the car door for her, suggesting, I presume you have dined by now. The CAF at the top of Shihai Corner offers splendid views. Shall we go? Li Hu felt a stir of excitement and responded with a smile. I have heard that the former leader of Feng Si was a man of great romantic flair. I never imagined I would have the opportunity to experience it myself. She turned to gaze at Chu He, as if perceiving every subtle change in his expression. Yet, Chu He remained inscrutable. Ex-boyfriend? Li Hu replied, my apologies. Forget I mentioned it. It has been demonstrated that when lacking wealth, charm relies on skill. Yet when one possesses riches, it is a matter of abundance. The CAF, perched atop a 40-story sky garden, offered expansive views of the harbor, the sound of waves faintly resonating at night, accompanied by the melodious strains of a cello drifting with the evening breeze. The large floral hanging chair by the window was unlit, save for fragrant candles, their glow reflecting in the silk-like red wine, sparkling like the myriad stars overhead. If Li Hu had initially felt a twinge of awkwardness in facing Chu He, mere moments after sitting down, that apprehension had completely vanished. Fine wine and exquisite cuisine, an intoxicating atmosphere, especially as Mr. Chu is a well-educated and witty conversationalist, particularly adept at initiating topics and attentively listening. By the time Li Hu regained her senses, the clock had already passed midnight. She had unknowingly conversed with him for over 3 hours. To think you are such an amusing person, Li Hu gently swirled her red wine and remarked with a smile. Is your lack of a family or girlfriend due to having overly high standards? Mr. Chu chuckled. Just look at Zhang Shun and you'll understand. The first decade of my life was devoted to raising children. Li Hu burst into laughter, nearly spilling her wine. As she set her crystal goblet back on the table, she inadvertently caught sight of Mr. Chu glancing down, seemingly nonchalantly checking his watch. The first decade of my life was devoted to raising children. Zhang Shun's expression twitched as he set down his cutlery and silently supported his forehead. Across from him, Zhou, he suddenly erupted in laughter, his mirth so loud that the waiter passing by nearly dropped his tray. He quickly covered his mouth with a napkin, his shoulders shaking. Brother, your self-description is truly piercingly accurate. Haha. Zhang Shun retorted angrily. Who is your brother? The two of them sat at a cleverly positioned corner not far away, close enough to occasionally hear the conversation from Mr. Chu and Li Hu's table, yet secluded and partly obscured by potted plants, making them difficult to notice. Why are you here, you charlatan? Zhang Shun exclaimed in exasperation. If you're worried that my brother might take advantage of your colleague, you should just go back. With that woman's demeanor, who's really taking advantage of whom is debatable. Or perhaps you have a secret crush on her, afraid of being cuckolded by my brother, so you're sneaking over to keep watch? Once Zhou Yi finished laughing, he dabbed his mouth with a napkin and, with considerable poise, replied, My reason for being here is the same as yours. I just happened to come here for a meal, all right? Oh, I see. So did I. The two handsome men exchanged glances for a moment, and Zhou, he took the initiative to slap his card onto the table. Don't worry, brother. Today it's on me. So who is your brother? Zhang Shun fumed. Meanwhile, 10 meters away, Li Hu pointed to the expensive watch on Mr. Chu's wrist and inquired, Are you in a hurry to return? My time is usually quite constrained, but tonight is an exception. Mr. Chu replied leisurely with a smile, I'm waiting for the fireworks at 12:30. Look. He turned toward the window, and suddenly a brilliant line streaked across the night sky, blossoming into a magnificent rose. Countless luminous flowers erupted in the starry sky, illuminating the entire hall with vibrant light, prompting guests in the restaurant to rise and move toward the window. This is truly beautiful, Li Hu gasped in admiration. I never knew H City had such fireworks at night. I had never heard of it before. Suddenly, she realized something. Mr. Chu, could it be you? Turning back, she found Mr. Chu leaning against the table with arms crossed, politely gesturing for silence. No need to speak it aloud. In that fleeting moment, the brilliance of the fireworks outlined his slender and elegant figure, a paragon of grace, exuding an air of sophistication. Even the simple gesture of his long fingers resting against his lips radiated an irresistible charm. Li Hu felt utterly captivated. On Monday, Zhang Shun, the handsome heartthrob, relied solely on his looks to attract admiration, but the man before her, President Chu, was the epitome of genuine technical prowess. I'm truly flattered by your attention. Li Hu thought she ought to say something, yet she was abruptly silenced. Through the glass, she observed President Chu discreetly glance at his watch as he lowered his hand from his lips. Was he pressed for time? Awaiting someone? Li Hu's ever-vigilant instincts were suddenly heightened, and the evening's details flashed through her mind like lightning, ultimately returning to that unexpected invitation from earlier. Beautiful lady, may I treat you to a midnight snack tonight? She almost instantaneously realized he was evading a particular moment. He had singled her out among the crowd. Rather than approaching his naive younger brother, the unfathomable Zhang Shun, or even plucking a random passerby from the street. Instead, he had chosen her, seemingly inconsequential, yet possessing a hint of significance, to avoid being alone at midnight. What then was he escaping from? Or rather, whom was he eluding? In an instant, Li Hu made a bold decision. As the fireworks faded, the crowd returned to their seats, murmuring in admiration. The restaurant regained its air of elegance and tranquility, with the violin's melodies wafting through the fragrant atmosphere. Li Hu set down her napkin, her smile accentuated by her alluring red lips, and said, President Chu, I have a rather unorthodox request. Might you indulge me? Oh, she continued, the night view over the harbor is stunning. May I persuade you to accompany me to the observation deck? Chewie looked up at her, momentarily speechless, before a soft chuckle escaped him after several seconds. Miss Li, your smile bears an uncanny resemblance to that of an old friend of mine from this angle. Li, who instantly narrowed her eyes, teasingly inquiring, an ex-girlfriend? No, merely a friend, he replied. Ah, now made sense. Li Hu, seizing the moment, extended her delicate hand, pale as porcelain. Since she is merely a friend, let us not allow her presence to sour this exquisite evening, shall we? Chu gazed intently at the slender hand before him, a smile dancing on his lips, though it was unclear whether it was tinged with mockery or self-deprecation. He then graciously took Li Hu's hand, and, under the watchful gaze of his brother, who appeared as if facing a formidable adversary, they proceeded toward the restaurant's observation elevator. The observation deck was accessed via a glass elevator within the building, suspended above a revolving restaurant, resembling a small aerial garden that offered greater privacy and beauty, adorned with clusters of roses and tulips, their fragrance wafting gently in the night breeze. This seemed a more fitting locale for nurturing relationships and romantic inclinations. As Li Hu strolled hand in hand with Chu He, reminiscent of a youthful maiden, she suddenly tilted her head with a playful innocence and asked, "President Chu, why do you appear so preoccupied? Are you still thinking of that old friend while in my company?" Chu He remarked, "There truly is nothing of the sort." As he gestured towards the hand she had taken, he added, "I might actually vomit." Li Hu's lips twitched slightly, and after a pause, he finally inquired, "What exactly makes you so averse to this person?" This question seemed to amuse Chu He, who even let out an intrigued tsk. To be precise, it wasn't merely a person, but a fox, though, at his level, it was no ordinary creature. Yet the Fox clan's traits of cunning and penchant for setting traps remained unchanged. However, that alone would suffice. It was mainly his demeanor. Chu He paused, relishing the moment, and remarked, exceedingly obnoxious." Li Hu, somewhat stiff, replied, "To be held in such disdain by you, he must be exceptionally so, wouldn't you agree?" "Oh, not at all," Chu He quickly retorted. "I harbor no grudges against him. It's simply quite entertaining for someone to be so persistently irksome over the course of a decade." As he spoke, he turned to Li Hu and squinted with a smile. At that moment, Li Hu found herself at a loss for words. Gradually, she halted her steps and said, "Apologies, Mr. Chu, but I need to use the restroom. Would you mind waiting for me for 2 minutes?" Chu He nodded politely. Li Hu offered him a complex smile before striding away in her high heels, her red-fitted dress fluttering like a butterfly amidst a garden. The night was serene, the sound of the waves soothing, as the restaurant below resonated with clinking glasses and melodious tunes, rendering the little garden akin to an earthly paradise. Yet, the butterfly that had flitted away did not return after 2 minutes. In fact, nearly 10 minutes had elapsed without her reappearance, suggesting she might not return at all. Chu He glanced at his watch. This was the 12th time he had checked it that evening, and his mood was no longer as relaxed as during the previous 11 occasions. Midnight had not yet arrived, so he decided to head back to the restaurant. However, just as he took a step, the air behind him suddenly tore apart. The sound of rushing wind accompanied by an immense force surging forth. "That little beauty of yours," a tall figure cloaked in black, emerged from the void, like a devil reigning over the night. Chu He halted, and indeed, the next moment, a deep voice resonated close to his ear. "She must have intentionally stood you up." Sighing, Chu He said, "I should have anticipated this." The demon Lord Vanro placed a hand on Chu He's shoulder, while the other effortlessly lifted his chin. The shadow he cast was so immense that it completely enveloped Chu He's own, appearing as one under the moonlight. "So, you're on a date with this little beauty to avoid me, are you?" Meanwhile, in the restaurant below, Zhou Yi seemed to sense something, the blade of a steak knife lightly scraping against the plate. "Brother, I have a pressing matter and must leave early." "You truly want tea, let me treat this meal." Zhang Shun responded with action. "Waiter, come here and prepare the bill. We'll pay separately." On Monday, feeling utterly exasperated, I reluctantly pulled out my credit card. "It seems we have become akin to family, yet you still maintain such distance." "Oh, my dear brother, how could you be so?" That repeated address of brother sent a shiver down Zhang Shun's spine. If he were merely a rogue, it would be one thing, just a scoundrel taking advantage of Zhang Ershao's elder brother. However, combined with Zhou Yi's Hollywood-worthy visage and his luxurious attire, one could only conclude that he was somewhat deranged. Zhang Shun could not help but sincerely inquire, "How much would it take for you to part ways with him?" At that moment, the waiter happened to come over to present the bill, and the expression on his face was utterly indescribable upon hearing this question. "Brother," Zhou Yi casually resumed his seat and, with earnestness, asked, "Do you particularly look down upon me? Do you believe that, although I am relatively affluent, I am unworthy of Mr. Chu?" Zhang Shun, in resigned tones, replied, Big brother, can we not air our grievances in public? No, 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 I am quite serious. Are you aware that your brother currently has a boyfriend? Of course I know. What did you say? Zhang Er Shao exclaimed in astonishment. Who has a boyfriend? At that moment, Zhou Yi's expression was ethereal, reminiscent of a sage descended from the clouds to offer guidance to the lost souls of the world. To describe it, one might compare it to the fortune tellers on Xinglong Street who charge 10 yuan for a reading. However, unlike them, who typically utter warnings of impending misfortune, Zhou Yi said, "My dear brother, you may believe I am unworthy of your brother, but once you meet his current boyfriend, you will recognize my merit. Let's not forget, has your home been haunted recently? Have you found yourself frequently feeling sluggish and restless, plagued by nightmares, only to find solace beside your brother?" Zhang Shun replied, "This is all the doing of your brother's current boyfriend. Who else could intrude upon your home and terrify you at your bedside?" Zhou Yi held his forehead and, with a heavy heart, remarked amidst Zhang Shun's astonished gaze, "He harbors a grudge against you from a past life, which is why he relentlessly pursues you in this lifetime, lurking beside Mr. Chu while waiting for the opportunity to harm you. Had it been any later, both you and Mr. Chu might have fallen victim to his sinister grasp. So, are you implying that my brother's boyfriend is a ghost?" Zhang Shun inquired. "That question is best directed at your brother," Zhou Yi replied with a sly smile, rising leisurely. "Brother, should you have inquiries, do not seek those charlatans on Xinglong Street. A relative is right here. I may not excel in everything, but ghost hunting is a state-certified profession. Given our familial ties, I can offer you a generous discount of 5%. Seemingly nonchalant, Zhou Yi glanced upward and added with a smile, "I must take my leave now, brother. Enjoy your meal." With that, he grabbed his keys and swayed towards the exit. Whether it was merely Zhang Shun's imagination, that eccentric figure indeed exuded an air of enigmatic elegance. How did this charlatan know about the haunting in our home? Could he truly be a sage? Zhang Shun pondered in bewilderment when Zhou Yi suddenly recalled something, turning back to say, "Oh, and do remember, there's an extra 2% service charge on the card payment." Zhang Shun remarked, "Farewell to you," just as Zhang Er Shao clenched his teeth. Recalling his brother's recent dubious actions and the cruel mark of a kiss adorning his neck in the upper sky garden, Chu He gazed expressionlessly at the demon lord, pondering. What of it? He stepped back half a pace, locking eyes with Fan Luo. Despite the man's typically pallid complexion and indifferent demeanor, a subtle hint of illness lingered between his brows, and his slender frame paled in comparison to the demon lord. Yet, when he clearly assumed a confrontational stance, his unwavering aura was surprisingly not inferior to that of the demon lord. "Not much," the demon lord observed from his elevated position, scrutinizing him for a moment before continuing. "I merely find it amusing that while you rely on my protection to evade heavenly tribulations, you simultaneously linger by the Buddha's side, leveraging his influence to avoid succumbing entirely to darkness. You seem to overestimate my leniency." "You think too much?" Chu He retorted. "Zhou Hui's sudden appearance in H City concerns me. I prefer he remains oblivious to your current situation." "Oh, is that so?" Chu He countered. "Had I not defected during Zhou Hui's siege on the Hell Path, you would have been sealed away by now. Considering our few years of concealment in H City, what do you reckon our odds are against him?" The demon lord, intrigued, lifted his chin and inquired, "What if you were to join forces with me? It should pose no problem for us to eliminate Zhou Hui, should we collaborate." This time, Chu He fell into a prolonged silence, long enough for the demon lord to assume he had run out of words, until he suddenly wore a peculiar smile. As the saying goes, a night as husband and wife grants 100 days of affection. Since we have shared that night, why would I wish to kill Zhou Hui? Such a trivial remark from someone of Chu He's disposition was utterly delightful. The demon lord could scarcely believe he uttered such words. Once he regained his composure, he laughed heartily. A night as husband and wife grants 100 days of affection. What a charming notion. But tell me, how much gratitude has accumulated between us? When the day comes that Zhou Hui seeks to slay me, will you regale him with the same sentiment? Chu He coolly smirked. If he wishes to kill you, he will undoubtedly take matters into his own hands. It is far more likely I would merely observe. Yet, if he were to request my assistance, I would certainly echo those words back to him. I am indifferent to which of you survives. The demon lord erupted in laughter. Though the demon path suffered considerable losses at Zhou Hui's hands during the Battle of the Hell Path, and had it not been for Chui's defection, the demon lord himself might have been sealed by Zhou Hui. It was undeniable that for a considerable duration, Zhou Hui, representing the heavenly path, and Fan Luo, embodying the demon path, were the pinnacle of existence among all 6 realms. Their opposition symbolized the strife between the heavenly and demon paths, an eternal battle since the mythological era of creation, representing the forces of good and evil. Yet, absurdly, there existed a person now, cloaked in anonymity, who was simultaneously and somewhat reluctantly maintaining an intimate and delicate rapport with both factions. The demon lord grasped Chu Hi's icy chin, compelling him to raise his head. In that moment, there was a fleeting glimmer of something akin to warmth in Van Luo's dark, black eyes, but it vanished swiftly, almost as if it were an illusion. I have heard that you were once on the brink of enlightenment, yet faltered due to Zhou Hui. Van Luo leaned in close and whispered into his ear. But succumbing to darkness is far simpler than attaining Buddhahood. Sometimes it takes but a single thought. Chui remained motionless, merely closing his eyes. He felt his collar being tugged down, and the warm skin of his neck met the air, provoking an unexpected chill that pierced to the bone. Immediately thereafter, the demon lord sank his teeth into the most vulnerable point, his sharp fangs piercing deep into the soft flesh, blood gushing forth from his heart. As the icy breath of the demon surged into his body with an irresistible force, Chu trembled violently, his fingers spasming as they sought to grasp something. Van Luo reached out to hold him, but was quickly shaken off. He seized a nearby rose branch that had climbed the wall, gripping it so tightly that blood soon welled from his cold, pale knuckles. You! Van Luo's narrow eyes narrowed further, as if he wished to speak. But suddenly a casual voice echoed from nearby. Mr. Chu? It was Zhou. Chu's pupils constricted and then widened in an instant. He pushed the demon lord away, only to be caught by Van Luo's swift hand. Mr. Chu? Zhou ambled up from the dining area below, casually tapping on the glass door of the garden. Excuse me, are you in there? Chapter 7. Zhou stood for a moment before the inky black glass door, as if waiting for something, before suddenly pushing it open. Mr. Chu? Oh, there you are. I was wondering where you had gone. Turning around, Zhou found Chu slightly breathless, standing in a corner, his complexion under the moonlight scarcely better than that of white paper, and upon closer inspection, his attire seemed somewhat disheveled. What brings you here? Zhou smiled. How curious. This renowned restaurant in H City. Am I not allowed to come? I must say, their lobster stew is quite excellent, but I was in such a rush earlier that I hardly tasted anything. Chu replied, then please continue to savor it. I shall take my leave. As he attempted to pass by Zhou, his wrist was unexpectedly seized. Mr. Chu? Zhou said with a beaming smile. Your tie is askew. He reached out to adjust Chu's tie, his movements slow and meticulous, even imbued with a hint of tenderness. Had the timing and setting been different, the two standing in such a manner might have appeared as a pair of deeply affectionate lovers. Are you ready? Chu inquired. Zhou took a step back to admire his handiwork, unhurried. He extended his hand once more, meticulously smoothing out Chu's collar, gently easing out every minute wrinkle as though caressing the skin of a young maiden. After a while, he finally looked up and smiled. To meet is a stroke of fate on such a beautiful evening, with the flowers blooming and the moon full. Why not stay and discuss life? Yet, Chu turned and walked away. On Monday, Zhou did not impede him. Instead, he smiled benignly as Chu continued until he was almost out of the garden, when he abruptly halted, only to discover a transparent wall had silently risen before him. Had it not been for the occasional flicker of blue electricity racing across the surface, it would have been entirely overlooked in the darkness. What does this mean, Mr. Zhou? Zhou maintained his composed demeanor, replying, it signifies that no one can simply come or go at their whim in my presence. Chu, far from angered, chuckled. How fortuitous, Mr. Zhou. There is yet to be anyone who can dictate my departure or my stay. Would you care to be the first today? The night breeze seemed to pause momentarily as the air thickened, shimmering with tiny, blade-like ice crystals. The surrounding flora emitted brittle cracks beneath the weight of tension. At this critical juncture, Zhou, he suddenly laughed. "Your words remind me of my ex-wife." His aura relaxed, as if the previous tension had merely been a figment of imagination, and with a playful snap of his fingers, a high table adorned with red wine materialized beside him. He poured a shallow glass of wine into a crystal goblet, as if nothing had transpired moments before. "Mr. Chu, would you care for a glass?" Chu replied coldly. "Your mental faculties seem questionable. Have you sought help?" "Oh, I find myself quite well. Do you have an issue with that?" "Not all," Chu remarked. "I merely pondered why your wife became your ex surprisingly." Zhou, he showed no sign of distress in response to the provocation. Rather, his smile broadened. "You are mistaken. The complexities of my relationship with my ex-wife cannot be elucidated in a mere moment. Allow me to simplify. What do you believe to be the primary reasons for human couples' divorces?" Chu felt a sudden absurdity within, yet after a brief pause, he answered, "Infidelity, infertility, emotional discord." "Zhou," he stated, "the nuances of emotional harmony are subjective. We once had 2 sons, thus infertility can be dismissed. As for infidelity, we have been together for at least 1,000 or 800 years. Even if I were to endure such betrayal, it would seem inconsequential. Would you not indulge in a glass?" Chu shook his head, and with another snap of his fingers, everything but the wine glass in Zhou Yi's hand vanished. "Upon reflection, I believe the primary reason for her departure was the death of our eldest son." Zhou downed the red wine in one gulp, carelessly tossing the goblet into the air, and continued languidly, "She believed it was my fault." Chu could no longer restrain himself. "You ought to convey that to your ex-wife. What purpose does it serve to share it with me?" "Oh, perhaps I have simply been pent up for too long, seeking someone to confide in," Zhou replied leisurely. "After all, the accusation of filicide is profoundly distasteful. Even I find it unsettling. Moreover, I firmly believe that it was he who caused the child's demise. For his excessive indulgence led the child to commit grievous errors, inviting divine retribution." At that, Chu turned to leave, and the transparent wall at the garden entrance suddenly radiated with a brilliant blue light, which he shattered in a fit of rage with a pointed gesture. "On Monday," a harsh voice demanded, "can you walk now?" In an instant, his figure vanished, only to reappear behind Chu, striking at his throat with a swift motion. Chu countered, blocking the attack and delivering a powerful punch that sent his opponent's face askew. However, he quickly found himself on the receiving end of a brutal knee strike to his abdomen from Zhou, a blow so severe that it could have caused the innards of a lesser man to erupt from his mouth. Despite the iron taste of blood surging in his throat, Chu did not falter. He swallowed back the blood forcefully and delivered an elbow strike that staggered Zhou. "Get away," he shouted. Zhou spat out a mouthful of bloodied saliva, his ferocity escalating instantly. "What did you say?" As Chu took a half-step back, Zhou Yi's figure vanished again, reappearing behind him in a flash. In that moment, Chu caught a glimpse of Zhou Yi's shadow shifting dramatically in the moonlight, his pupils dilating and constricting in an instant. This process was all too familiar to him, even after many years of absence. He would never mistake it for anything else. It was a manifestation of his divine form. 6 paths of rebirth, heavenly Tao's first. Zhou summoned his celestial avatar, declaring, "Demon Lord, arise." He forcefully pinned Chu to the ground, his gaze fierce and unyielding. "You escaped death in the hell path. Now face your demise." With a series of thunderous explosions, the surrounding glass shattered into a million pieces. Gasping for breath, Chu surged upward amidst the torrent of falling shards, fleeing towards the exit. Yet, after just a few steps, Zhou seized him by the shoulder, pulling him back with an icy demeanor. "You stay right there." Before he could finish, footsteps echoed behind them, followed by Zhang Shun's terrified shout, "Brother!" Chu's breath caught in his throat as he turned abruptly. In his human form, he felt a sharp pain from a shard of glass grazing his forehead, blood streaming down and obscuring his vision. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw Zhang Shun rushing towards him, shielding him from harm. Unable to contain his frustration, Chu snapped, "Zhang Shun, What are you doing here? But it was too late. Zhou Yi's expression darkened as he seized Zhang Shun, lifting him as though he were a mere shopping bag, ready to hurl him outside. If thrown, he would undoubtedly plummet from the building. However, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. As Zhou Yi grasped Zhang Shun, black smoke erupted from his hand, and he recoiled as if burned, releasing his grip. In a flash, Zhou Yi reverted to his human form, standing there, astonished, gazing at his own hand. His palm was a grotesque mess, and amidst the torn flesh, a fleeting glimpse of a golden swastika-like Buddha seal appeared before vanishing entirely. The bones of the Buddha reincarnated. Zhou Yi murmured, "I truly underestimated you. What are you doing? Brother, are you all right?" Zhang Shun, still shaken, supported Chu He, his expression horrified at the sight of blood. "What the hell? You've been hurt. You fool. Do you want to die? Just wait for me. I won't let you leave H City without consequences." Chu He grasped Zhang Shun firmly, gasping, "Let's go." "But you, what of it?" Chu He retorted angrily. "We leave now." Zhang Shun felt an overwhelming sense of reluctance, compelled to assist his brother as they retreated step by step. Chu He lacked the time to explain. His gaze fixed intently on Zhou Yi, wary of a sudden change of heart that might lead to an impulsive outburst. Yet, Zhou Yi remained composed, as if a calmness had unexpectedly washed over him. He even raised his head and offered a smile to Zhang Shun, saying, "Apologies, dear brother-in-law, for my uncharacteristic behavior. However, your brother's pallor suggests he is on the brink of exhaustion. If you do not act swiftly, the next couple of months could prove dire. Allow him to indulge in his favorite foods, and perhaps yield to his whims." Zhang Shun, taken aback, queried, "What do you mean?" Chu He replied with ire, "He is nothing but a lunatic. Why linger here?" Zhang Heir, still baffled, wished to inquire further, but his brother staggered away, prompting him to hasten after him. Meanwhile, the patrons of the restaurant below ascended in a flurry. As Zhang Shun glanced back, filled with confusion, he beheld Zhou Yi amidst a chaos of shattered glass, displaying his bloodied palm with a chilling smirk. "Your brother already has a boyfriend. The disturbances in your household are his doing, if not resolved. You both may fall victim to him. Your brother's vitality is waning. If no remedy is found, the situation will deteriorate within a couple of months." Zhang Shun, restless in his hospital bed, tossed and turned, his gaze fixated on the stark white ceiling of the private ward. Tropical fish of vivid hues swam in the corner aquarium, casting shimmering reflections upon the darkened walls. His brother had a boyfriend? How was he unaware of this? Ever since Zhang Shun could remember, he had never seen a woman by his brother's side. If it were the Middle Ages, his brother would be a chaste monk. Zhang Heir, handsome and affluent, had attracted many stunning individuals over the years, yet his brother regarded them with the detached fascination of a spectator watching a play through a screen. Zhang Shun had once believed his brother would remain this way indefinitely, either facing a solitary old age or one day encountering a virtuous, exquisitely graceful lady of noble lineage, leading to a relationship steeped in mutual respect and unwavering loyalty, epitomizing the ideal societal partnership. However, he was mistaken. A partner had appeared in his brother's life, seemingly descending like a divine being without warning, and this man appeared to possess a formidable nature. Zhang Shun could not help but sit up, turning to glare at his brother, who lay obliviously on the bed, a sliver of white bandage peeking through his hair. Upon reflection, although his brother's appearance was unremarkable, his complexion was a stark, lifeless pallor, and his demeanor was polite yet unengaging. He was, in truth, a figure of considerable allure. Zhang Shun did not quite understand why, but he often visited the company, where he noticed that from the naive newcomers to the competent female executives, all would surreptitiously observe their esteemed Chu, captivated by his every move and word, even blushing and racing hearts at his icy glance. The thrill of that moment could likely surpass the effect of Zhang Heir's diamond watch and luxury car in courting attention. It is difficult to articulate the elegance and charisma he exuded, a captivating force that transcended mere handsome features and flattering words. Zhang Shun even felt that the Hollywood star-like appearance and physique of Zhou Yi seemed to overshadow his own brother when they stood side by side. Who could possibly have conquered his brother? Zhang Shun had once been impulsive enough to ask directly, but Chu had fallen ill since the very night he returned. In all of Zhang Shun's memories, Chu had never been sick, yet this time it was as if illness had descended upon him like a mountain. Upon returning to the hotel, he developed a high fever nearing 40 degrees Celsius, and despite the doctor's attempts throughout the night, he remained unresponsive. The next day, when Mayor Huang held a meeting with the Japanese investors, Chu was absent, completely unconscious, unable to consume even a drop of water, relying solely on glucose to sustain his physiological functions. Zhang Shun was nearly driven to desperation, almost rushing to the director's office to pound the table. Yet the doctors truly had no solutions. The injury from Zhou's kick had not caused any internal damage, and his palm and forehead bore only superficial wounds. But Chu remained unresponsive, and ultimately, the director could only order continuous monitoring of Chu's heart rate and breathing. Should there be any changes, he would be promptly sent to the ICU for emergency care. Fortunately, the private ward was well equipped, and Zhang Ershao was fully devoted to his brother, providing round-the-clock companionship without feeling burdened. It was already the third day, and Zhang Shun glanced at the flickering LCD calendar on the bedside table, muttering to himself. Perhaps due to the prolonged passage of time, his anxiety only grew. H-City was already sweltering, and these past few nights felt like a steamer. Even the air conditioning was ineffective, leaving Zhang Ershao with a burning sensation in his heart. He dialed an internal phone to summon the night shift nurse to check on his brother and decided to take a walk outside. The hospital corridor was deserted, the fluorescent lights casting a ghastly glow on the walls, hinting at an eerie blue hue. Perhaps due to the corridor's length, the sound of the wind carried a sharp whistle. If this were a horror film, there would be no need for elaborate sets. Just setting up a camera would suffice. Zhang Ershao stood for a moment by the window at the end of the corridor, feeling a chill creep into his heart, and wished to buy a pack of cigarettes from the vending machine downstairs. The private ward was on the 10th floor, and as he entered the elevator, he noticed someone already inside, clad in a green surgical gown, standing motionless in the corner. Zhang Shun, unaware, stepped inside and, upon pressing the button, realized the elevator was ascending and would stop at the top floor. Without much thought, he pressed for the first floor. Ding! The elevator doors slowly opened at the top floor, yet the person behind him remained still. Zhang Shun inadvertently glanced back to find the elevator facing a long corridor, at the end of which was an operating room. At that moment, the red light was extinguished, and the door swung open with a clang as several doctors and nurses rushed out, pushing an emergency cart. To his shock, the patient on that cart was already covered with a white sheet. What the hell? Zhang Shun jumped in surprise, instinctively reaching for the close button. But just as his hand lifted, he heard a doctor exclaim sharply, "Wait a moment. Why the rush, young man?" The nurse chimed in, "Are you in such a hurry to get on the road? Even the unborn don't rush like you." Zhang Shun was unnerved by the doctors and nurses exchanging banter, when suddenly a hand emerged from beneath the white sheet, swiftly flinging it aside, followed by the patient sitting upright. "Wait for me. What the hell?" Zhang Ershao was instantly engulfed in panic, frantically pressing the elevator button without counting how many times he had done so. The elevator doors began to close slowly when a raspy voice suddenly called out, "Wait for me." Zhang Shun turned in astonishment, only to see a figure in a surgical gown lifting its head, its face pale and marred with patches resembling those of a corpse, its eyes fixated on him. "Why are you in such a hurry? Why don't you wait for me?" Zhang Shun felt as though a bucket of icy water had been poured over him. The person before him was unmistakably the patient he had just seen covered with a white sheet on the hospital bed. "Wait for me." The patient stepped forward, suddenly lunging at him with a fierce grasp. "Wait for me to join you on your journey." "I can't believe this." Zhang Shun was nearly paralyzed with fear, reflexively raising his hands to ward off the advancing figure. His elbow accidentally struck the floor button amidst the chaos. "Help! Help! Someone! Brother! No!" The patient, brandishing long, claw-like nails, lunged at Zhang Shun's face. In a surge of adrenaline, he kicked this unknown entity, whether ghost or zombie, forcefully, sending it crashing against the back of the elevator with a resounding thud. The creature, panting and swaying, clambered back to its feet, reeking of decay, and lunged at him again. Ding! The elevator doors opened slowly on the 10th floor. Zhang Shun tumbled out of the elevator, unprepared for the patient to follow him. Its murky gray eyes fixated ahead. Wait for me. Wait for me. I have no intention of waiting for you. In moments of extreme terror, one can experience profound anger, and Zhang Shun, now devoid of fear, felt a surge of rage toward his brother's boyfriend and the prolonged state of Chu-hee. Without a second thought, he punched the advancing zombie, knocking it down, and then furiously stomped on it, exclaiming, "I'll make you wait. I'll make you wait. You won't cross over without my name." The zombie, enraged, clung to Zhang Shun, its decaying face descending toward his neck. Zhang Shun screamed as he desperately pushed against the foul visage, but the strength of the living could not compete with the dead. The zombie's rotten teeth inched closer to his throat. "Where's everyone when I need help? Am I going to die here?" Zhang Shun gritted his teeth, feeling his strength wane. Just as he thought he could hold on no longer, he felt a sudden release, only to see the zombie being lifted in a peculiar manner. With a sickening crack, its head twisted abruptly. "Brother!" Chewie gasped as he seized the zombie's neck from behind and, with a sudden burst of strength, snapped its decayed neck with a sharp crack. The zombie's body fell to the ground with a thud, igniting almost instantaneously into a pile of black ash. Zhang Shun, in a flurry, attempted to rise, but as he exerted himself, darkness enveloped his vision, and the scratch on his face burned fiercely. He raised his hand to touch it, only to realize that one side of his body had lost all sensation. "Brother, what is happening?" Zhang Shun lay on the ground, unable to rise, his voice trembling. "What am I?" Chu-hee, gasping and half-kneeling, supported Zhang Shun, staggering towards the hospital room. Remarkably, he managed to carry the taller Zhang Ershao. But after only a few steps, he completely lost his strength and collapsed to the ground with a thud. Zhang Shun's voice changed pitch. "Help! Someone please!" Yet the entire floor seemed eerily deserted. Not a soul was in sight, only the echo of his desperate cry reverberating through the corridor. "Brother, what is wrong?" Zhang Shun finally realized the gravity of the situation and hurriedly supported what remained of Chu-hee's conscious body. He noticed his brother's face pale, tinged with a ghastly gray, his lips devoid of any color, his unfocused gaze lingering on Zhang Shun's face for a moment before he parted his lips, seemingly wanting to say something. "What did you say, brother?" Zhang Shun leaned closer, but suddenly, Chu-hee turned his head, his cold lips pressing against Zhang Shun's, imparting a breath. In that instant, Zhang Shun was rendered speechless. The tumult around him faded, as if the very earth had split apart, leaving only this kiss in its wake. It eclipsed all sense of impending danger and chaos, transforming everything into a blank canvas. Save for the chill of his brother's soft, trembling lips, Zhang Shun instinctively half-kneeled, grasping Chu-hee's shoulder. A wave of intoxicating warmth surged from their connection, akin to a gentle current in the depths of winter, sending shivers of comfort throughout his being. Alongside this warmth, he felt the numbness in his body dissipate, his pulse stabilizing, limbs regaining strength, even the blood on his face ceased to flow. "Brother!" Zhang Shun's voice, filled with longing, abruptly faltered as he saw his brother tremblingly push him away. The breath they had shared was instantly severed. At that moment, Chu-hee's complexion was far from that of a living being, resembling more the pallor of a corpse. Zhang Shun's heart sank, and he swiftly scooped him up, rushing into the hospital room. "Brother, wake up. Don't slip away. Doctor, where on earth is everyone?" Chu-hee shook his head weakly, grasping Zhang Shun's hand, gently unfolding his palm. Zhang Shun's pupils widened in shock as he beheld a golden swastika imprinted on his palm. "Buddha, the seal of Buddha? I returned the relic to you." Chu-hee clutched Zhang Shun, his gaze vacant and unfocused. Yet his cold fingers gripped like a drowning man's on driftwood. "Can you?" Zhang Shun felt a void in his mind, but his brother's trembling voice still reached his ears, each word distinct. "You. Can you return Mo's life to me?" "Mo? Who is Mo?" Zhang Shun, cradling his unconscious brother, was momentarily lost in thought when suddenly, the urgent ring of a mobile phone broke the silence, startling him. He glanced at his brother's phone screen, which displayed the caller ID, Li Hu. In ordinary circumstances, Zhang Shun would never have answered the call, but in this moment, with all others vanished and the hospital echoing with an eerie silence, he felt as if he had grasped a lifeline. Even though the caller was Zhou Yi, he swiftly picked up the phone. Hello? It was Li Hu's calm voice that emerged. Don't hang up. Listen to me. Someone has cast a spell to harm Chu Zong. The danger is not yet over. Stay close to your brother and do not leave. Zhang Shun retorted angrily. I know. I merely want to step out for a cigarette, and now I've stumbled into this nightmare. What should I do? Close the ward door. Do not open it for anyone, Li Hu instructed. I will be there shortly. Zhang Shun complied, shutting the door behind him, and turned to gaze at his brother, curled upon the hospital bed. His heart felt as though it had been struck with immense force. He understood that it was his desperate call for help that had jolted his brother from his coma. The potential within a human being is truly astounding. A gravely injured mother may awaken at the sound of her child's voice, and a wife might muster the strength to lift the car to save her husband. People can risk their very lives for those they earnestly wish to protect. It is a terrifying power beyond comprehension. In that moment, Zhang Shun recalled Chu He's plea. Please return Mo's life to me, if you can. Who was Mo? A flood of uncertainties washed over him. But he was certain of one thing. If Chu He truly desired it, he would forsake everything to fulfill that wish. Li Hu's words, though resolute, came slowly, and after more than an hour with no updates, Zhang Shun attempted to make an internal call, only to find the signal seemingly severed, leaving him with nothing but the sound of a busy line. He anxiously monitored the door until he believed Li Hu would never arrive. Suddenly, a distant explosion reverberated through the hospital building. Zhang Shun's pupils constricted as the sound drew nearer, followed by a tremendous crash, as if a heavy object had been forcefully hurled against the door. Li Hu, is it you? Don't open the door, came Li Hu's frantic shout from outside. Whatever you do, do not open it. Are you all right? What is happening? I'm fine, he replied. But Li Hu's agonized scream pierced through. Her voice transformed into something almost unrecognizable. Don't open the door. Stay with your brother and do not come out. Zhang Shun had never witnessed a woman suffer such anguish before. Just as he was about to rush out, a deep, chilling male voice echoed from beyond the door, instilling a profound dread within him. 49 demon-sealing nails. Let us see how long you can survive. A sharp sound sliced through the air, followed by Li Hu's altered scream. Feng Si, I know it's you in there. Wake up, damn it. I curse your ancestors. In that instant, a thunderous explosion erupted, and Zhang Shun could no longer contain himself. He dashed forward and yanked the door open. The next moment, a wave of frigid air surged forth, and before he could comprehend the unfolding chaos, an immense force struck him squarely, sending him hurtling backward. With a resounding thud, Zhang Ershao collided with the wall before rising again. In the midst of excruciating pain, he beheld a towering figure clad in a black robe entering the doorway. Gripping the throat of Li Hu, a woman clad in crimson, her attire indistinguishable from the blood that seemingly drenched her. Her long hair cascaded down her back, her feet trembling violently, indicating that her demise was imminent, perhaps within a minute or two. The blood surged to Zhang Shun's head, and seizing a broken chair leg from the ground, he yelled and charged forward. However, the black-robed man raised his crimson eyes to Zhang Shun, instantly freezing him in place with an overwhelming chill that seemed to solidify his very blood, causing the chair leg to clatter to the ground. In that fleeting moment, he recognized this man from a haunting night long ago when Chu He had arrived at his room, the malevolent specter vanishing, only for this man's shadow to materialize in the corner. He had cast a cold glance at Zhang Shun without uttering a word before dissipating into thin air. At that moment, Zhang Shun had suspected he was hallucinating or that the man was a ghost. Yet now, an epiphany struck him. You are. Li Hu's throat emitted a ghastly gurgle as the man tightened his grip, glancing nonchalantly at Zhang Shun. Zhang Shun, in disbelief, exclaimed, You are my brother's boyfriend? The man remained silent. Li Hu's eyes widened. The black-clad figure appeared to have heard something amusing, and in an instant, Zhang Shun witnessed a fleeting smile cross his lips. He then abandoned his intent to kill Li Hu, casually tossing her aside as if she were a mere trifle. Boyfriend, he mused with bemusement. With a thud, Li Hu fell to the ground, disheveled and clutching her throat, coughing violently. Through gritted teeth, she rasped, Demon Lord Fan Luo. Truly, she was indeed a fox that had cultivated its ninth tail. The array she had set up was quite intriguing, but unfortunately, this Na'vi fool had unintentionally disrupted it. The Demon Lord surveyed Zhang Shun with keen interest. Little brother, if you had truly refrained from opening that door, I would not have been able to enter after eliminating this fox. What a pity. Furious, Zhang Shun demanded, Who are you? What do you want? The Demon Lord offered no reply, instead striding towards the bed where Chu-He lay. Li Hu, who had been on the brink of death with her violent coughing, suddenly sprang to her feet with renewed vigor. Let go. You won't escape, she declared. Zhou Hui is already on his way. The Demon Lord replied, And so? You can kill me, but can you also kill Zhou Hui? In a decisive act, the Demon Lord demonstrated his intent by lifting Chu-He effortlessly from the bed and moving towards the exit. Even Zhou Hui, following the scent of the zombie's aura to locate the hiding place of the Onmyoji, would only arrive after discovering that the Japanese individual was merely a decoy, which would take him at least 2 hours. Do you think 2 hours is sufficient for me to transform you from a fox into a fox fur shawl? Li Hu's complexion turned ashen, her gaze fixed on Chu-He as she implored, Are you truly going to stand by and let your lover threaten me? Chu-He lay unconscious in the Demon Lord's grasp, utterly incapable of responding to her query. The Demon Lord chuckled, Just a moment ago, you referred to me as your boyfriend, and now I have become your paramour. Nevertheless, the peculiar dynamic between you two, engaging in mutual ridicule while simultaneously going to such lengths for one another, is indeed a curious relationship. With that, he turned toward Li Hu, and even Zhang Shun could perceive that his remark regarding the fox fur shawl was no jest. From the nine-tailed fox of Yunnan, the Demon Lord spoke slowly. I shall exact vengeance for the past grievances against the Hell Path today, starting with you. With one hand bearing Chu-He and the other reaching toward the coughing Li Hu, he summoned a multitude of ominous red patterns that materialized in the air, followed by a dazzling serpentine current of electricity. Li Hu's eyes widened in shock. This woman was indeed formidable. In the next instant, she was propelled backward, shouting Feng Si. Chu-He remained unresponsive, yet the Demon Lord's figure appeared behind her like a specter, delivering a powerful blow to her back. Li Hu spat forth a mouthful of blood, her body crashing into the immobilized Zhang Shun, who fell heavily, creating a spiderweb of cracks in the hospital wall. As the Demon Lord landed and approached steadily, Li Hu, trembling amidst the swirling dust, attempted to rise, but after 2 failed attempts, she desperately seized Zhang Shun and bit down on the nape where his neck met his skull. Ah! Zhang Shun screamed in agony, feeling as though his flesh was being torn away. What are you doing? Get moving. Li Hu trembled. You cannot let him take your brother. Once your brother succumbs to darkness, the heavenly Tao will be doomed. But Zhang Shun's words faltered as he suddenly felt a surge of mobility, as if Li Hu's bite had indeed struck a vital point. He scrambled to his feet and rushed forward, only to freeze in panic. What do? I don't know anything. Li Hu screamed in exasperation. Are you foolish? Your brother has returned the Buddha's breath to you. He means for you to assist him against the Demon Lord. No sooner had she spoken than Zhang Shun noticed a subtle shift in the Demon Lord's expression, so faint it was nearly imperceptible amidst the swirling ash. Yet he detected it with acute awareness. Without hesitation, as if guided by instinct, he charged forward, one hand blocking the Demon Lord while the other reached for his brother. The events unfolded in a flash, akin to a fast-forwarded film. The moment Zhang Shun's hand made contact with the Demon Lord, a golden swastika emerged from his palm, clashing with the Demon Lord's sinister red patterns, resulting in a series of excruciatingly loud explosions. Simultaneously, the Demon Lord seized Zhang Shun and flung him aside. His body collided with the recently risen Li Hu, knocking her down as though she were a mere plaything. Li Hu muttered, You idiot. In the next heartbeat, the golden Buddha seal triumphed over the demonic markings, causing the Demon Lord's arm to erupt in a shower of flesh. To be fair, such a blow was hardly a mortal wound for a being of the Demon Lord's caliber, akin to an Azura king, but it was undeniably unexpected, leaving even Zhang Shun momentarily stunned. Blood mist erupted like a fountain, instantly staining the demon Lord crimson, as though he had just emerged from the depths of hell. Indeed, it is as expected, murmured the demon Lord Van Ro, his elongated eyes fixed upon Zhang Shun. Truly, you possess the essence of the Buddha. He took a step towards Zhang Shun, seemingly amused, and remarked, "Little ghost, it seems you ought to be regarded as a man." At that moment, Zhang Shun noticed an ethereal door had materialized behind him, shrouded in ominous black mist and surrounded by eerie white bones. As the demon lord approached, the door gradually opened in midair, releasing an agonizing, piercing wail of tormented spirits. Li Hu, blood spilling from his mouth, grasped Zhang Shun's arm. "Run! Run quickly! My brother is still with him." Panic-stricken, Li Hu's eyes blazed red. "If your brother does not act foolishly, he will not perish. Let him face his fate." The demon lord seeks to summon his Azura king manifestation. In that fleeting instant, the demon lord extended his hand into the void, conjuring a blinding bolt of lightning that transformed into a sword, hurtling towards Zhang Shun's back with the force to sear the very retina. At that moment, Chu He opened his eyes, his hand firmly gripping the demon lord's powerful wrist. Looking up, he saw a face as pale as parchment, yet each word he uttered was as chilling as ice. "Who permitted you to lay a hand on my brother?" With a thunderous roar, a tempest erupted, causing Zhang Shun to turn in astonishment. At the center of the maelstrom, with Chu He as its focal point, the wind whipped into a vortex, and his silhouette transformed within the eye of the storm. His white robe billowed, long hair danced like a phoenix soaring through the heavens, sleeves unfurling to reveal his slender arms. In his left hand, he clutched a string of azure Buddhist beads, while his right wielded a long spear, striking down upon the demon lord with the force of a thunderbolt. Boom! The clash of weapons sent Zhang Shun hurtling through the air, colliding with the wall behind him, nearly causing him to spit blood. Struggling to rise, he saw Li Hu beside him, desperately fumbling in his pocket to retrieve a phone, and began recording. "What? You're not filming?" Zhang Shun exclaimed, as Li Hu coughed blood and replied, "Your brother's manifestation is renowned as one of the 10 scenic wonders of the heavenly path. It's a rare sight." With great difficulty, he initiated a post on WeChat. Zhang Shun could only watch in bewilderment as Li Hu opened a group chat, trembling as he typed a few sentences. After a lengthy pause, a notification chimed in response. Zhang Shun caught a glimpse of the screen, though the angle obscured his view. He discerned multiple individuals replying, the glow of the phone casting an eerie light upon Li Hu's face. Li Hu then looked up at Zhang Shun with an unsettling gaze, causing Zhang Heir Xiao to feel a chill run down his spine. Fortunately, after that brief moment, Li Hu turned his attention back to the phone, rasping, "Stop joking around. Feng Si is risking his life ahead. What about Zhou Laoda, who is still en route?" A voice message arrived, but Li Hu, lacking the strength to lift the phone to his ear, activated the speaker. A voice with a Cantonese accent replied, "You must be joking, Hu Lu. I just spoke with Beijing. Zhou Hui has been guarding the Qingkun array at the Great Hall for 3 days now." Zhang Shun watched as Li Hu's face turned ashen, trembling as he asked, "What did you say?" Meanwhile, the clash of swords echoed ominously, producing a chilling cacophony. The demon lord narrowed his slender eyes, an action that rendered him even more frigid and merciless. With a sudden flick of his wrist, he forcefully pushed Chu He back several steps. Zhang Shun exclaimed, "Brother!" He stumbled forward, oblivious to the excruciating pain from his dislocated elbow, but was abruptly halted by his brother's raised hand. Chu He remained turned away from him, his cheek, partially obscured by his hair, was pale to the point of resembling a corpse, and his breathing was rapid and labored, as though he were on the brink of death. The demon lord stared intently at Chu He, each word dripping with disdain. "Your true form is destroyed, your essence depleted, your lifeblood nearly extinguished. And yet you dare to challenge me? Do you truly wish for death?" The demon lord's fury was palpable, and after a prolonged moment of struggling for breath, Chu He managed to straighten up and looked at him wearily, stating, "Then come and kill me." The despondency in his voice was evident even to Zhang Shun. Instinctively, he wanted to protest, but the demon lord turned to him, revealing an unmistakable smirk. Why would I kill you? However, I shall claim the life of this incarnation of Buddha today. Zhang Shun sensed impending doom. In a fraction of a second, he contemplated whether to flee or confront the danger. But then, a torrential surge of lightning descended upon him, arriving in an instant. Everything transpired too swiftly for Zhang Shun to react. He was violently propelled away by an overwhelming force. Just then, someone caught him midair and landed heavily on the ground, pressing his head down to the earth. The next moment, a torrent of flames, akin to a dragon's breath, roared past him, scorching the debris behind him to a charred black in an instant. The tips of his hair were singed, and he realized that a mere millisecond more would have resulted in his head being completely incinerated. He spat out a mouthful of searing, charred blood, feeling immense pain in his ribs, rendering him immobile. Turning his head, he saw that it was Li who had caught him, while his brother had pushed him away. He ultimately bore the brunt of the attack, his back crashing heavily against the wall, the force propelling his slender frame to rebound slightly, followed by a violent spurt of blood. With a thud, He collapsed to the ground, his cheek pressed against the floor, and despite several desperate attempts to rise, he failed each time. The demon lord approached, gazing down at him with an air of superiority. "What a pitiful sight you are," he murmured, seemingly amused, as he bent down to grasp Chuhi's chin. From Zhang Shun's vantage point, the demon lord's robust silhouette obscured his brother's face, revealing only the disheveled white robe and long hair entangled together. The angle tilted slightly upwards, as if the demon lord was forcibly lifting Chuhi by the chin. If Zhang Shun still perceived this man as his brother's lover at this moment, he would be a fool. Yet the manner and angle of the gesture evoked a strange and ambiguous sensation within him. "I know you do not wish for death. Otherwise, you would not have sought me out to borrow my power to evade the heavenly tribulation," the demon lord whispered softly into his ear. "I now present you with two choices. The first is to come with me. While I cannot resurrect Mo-He, I can ensure your survival. As long as you live, all remains possible. The second is to kill your brother." Chuhi's complexion was ashen, devoid of blood, his eyelashes lowered, and he breathed in painful, shallow gasps. The expression that appeared on that perpetually cold face, reminiscent of an ice sculpture, was indeed a rare sight. The demon lord gazed at it appreciatively for a moment before leaning in with a smile and whispering, "I advise you to make a decision swiftly. If I continue to see you panting like this for much longer, you might find yourself in a rather rigid predicament." Chuhi momentarily stiffened, halting his breath. The effort was monumental. He had coughed up blood several times and barely managed to swallow a mouthful of bloody saliva before uttering "I." He was certain he would choose the first option when a languid voice echoed from the entrance. "But I shall choose the third option for him." Chuhi abruptly closed his eyes tightly, while the demon lord paused in surprise before bursting into laughter and turning to inquire, "What is the third option, Zhou?" Zhang Shun, enduring excruciating pain in his ribs, spun around abruptly, simultaneously feeling a sense of relief wash over Li Hu, who nearly collapsed in that instant. Standing at the doorway was a young man clad in a motorcycle jacket, tall and robust, who was removing his sunglasses to reveal a remarkably handsome face adorned with his usual slightly rogue, yet carefree smile. Zhang Shun had always found such a smile irksome. Yet at that moment, it brought an unexpected sense of comfort, rendering that handsome visage infinitely more agreeable. "The third option is that I remain, your brother lives, and you return to the Azura path. Don't think for a moment that just because I am alone today, I cannot eliminate you. I was simply drained of energy by that charming Yin-Yang master earlier, and am not inclined to engage in games with you today." As Zhou Hui spoke, he waved at Zhang Shun with a sincere inquiry. "So, having seen your brother's boyfriend, do you realize that I am still the better choice?" Zhang Shun retorted, "Could you possibly maintain that pretentious demeanor for another 2 minutes?" The demon lord chuckled, effortlessly lifting Chu-He with one hand while the other brandished a bloodied sword, pointing its dripping edge at Zhou Hui mockingly. "Your spouse is commendable in many respects, except for their rather poor taste in men. There are few who can remain unmoved while witnessing their own flesh and blood being punished by divine retribution. You are truly one of a kind among the 6 realms." Zhang Shun could not shake the feeling that Zhou Hui's back had stiffened at that moment. However, Zhou Hui maintained an impeccable faade, exhibiting no signs of distress. His gaze shifting to Chu He. Since he had entered, Chu He had remained utterly still, neither speaking nor moving, his face concealed in the demon lord's embrace, obscuring whatever expression he bore. Yet, the blood congealed on his robe, and the 5 fingertips dripping with blood indicated he had reached his limit. Zhou Hui took a deep breath. The demon lord, Brahma, smiled and declared, "I choose the first option. Would you care to test whether you can stop me?" No sooner had the words left his lips than Zhou Hui stepped forward, and a fierce wind erupted from his side without warning. This wind was not the tightly coiled spiral of the phoenix manifestation earlier. It was wild and unrestrained, collapsing the entire ward within seconds. Zhang Shun, gasping for breath, hastily retreated to the corner with the barely conscious Li Hu, witnessing the ground beneath their feet disintegrate, as Zhou Hui conjured a towering golden form out of thin air, wielding 2 formidable blades, striking towards the demon lord with the force of the heavens. Boom! Half of the hospital building collapsed effortlessly, akin to a row of dominoes falling. Amidst the torrential downpour of bricks, Zhou Hui's Dharma form resembled an ancient celestial beast, opening its gaping maw, large enough to swallow the heavens, as it sought to devour the demon lord. Suddenly, behind the demon lord, the infernal gate loomed, rising 10 zhang high, unleashing countless vengeful souls entwined with a vast sea of blood, surging skyward. Zhang Shun clung tightly to the edge of the broken wall, his pupils dilating in sheer astonishment. This is Zhou Yi. This is the Dharma form of Boss Zhou, Li Hu remarked weakly. You must find it terrifying, so utterly distinct from Feng Si, right? Zhang Shun, at a loss for words, merely nodded. Chu He's Dharma form was entirely human, while the demon lord retained a semblance of humanity. Zhou Hui, though proclaimed the Dharma form of the heavens, was undeniably a fearsome entity from ancient mythology that dominated the cosmos. Its ferocity was such that even thousands of lives before it were but mere flesh upon the vast earth. The Dharma form of the heavens could transform at will, its grandeur surpassing that of any other by 1,000-fold. Li Hu, weary, lamented, "Today, I have suffered greatly at the hands of the demon lord. One day, when I gather my strength, I shall reveal my true form to you, which is..." Wait, what is this? Suddenly, Li Hu rose unsteadily, staggering towards the exposed steel rebar and the broken floor suspended in midair. Zhang Shun turned in astonishment, witnessing Zhou Hui's massive Dharma form freeze in midair as if immobilized, before swiftly reverting to a human form. The tempest subsided, the wails of spirits ceased, and Zhou Hui stood amidst the desolate ground, an expression of indescribable complexity upon his face, his body trembling oddly. Chu He stood opposite him, having retracted his Dharma form, returning to the familiar visage that Zhang Shun recognized, grasping Zhou Hui's blade with one hand. Blood flowed from his arm as if a water pipe had been severed. Yet he remained motionless, his gaze fixed on Zhou Hui, his countenance devoid of any emotion. He stood as a barrier before the demon lord, Fan Luo. Chapter 9. The might of Zhou Hui. Li Hu understood profoundly. Without further discussion, Zhang Shun, Chu He, and himself, who had attained the pinnacle among the monsters, were merely pawns in the hands of the demon lord. Yet, in the face of Zhou Hui at the height of his powers, even a semi-sealed demon lord was but another pawn. At most, the demon lord as pawn might be slightly tougher to contend with, perhaps with more thorns to prick, but the overall balance of power remained unchanged. Reflecting upon the current situation in all the heavens and the earth, aside from the legitimate deities, who could possibly rival Zhou Hui? Yet the sight of Zhou Hui now made him feel as though he had been struck squarely in the face. No, it was as if he had carelessly struck another, only for that seemingly frail individual to transform into a formidable titan, instantly kicking him hundreds of meters away. Fortunately, that moment of male vulnerability evaporated from Zhou Hui within seconds. He even chuckled, addressing Chu He, "Put down the blade. I want to approach. Just lower the blade first, or else the blood will run dry." Li Hu, upon seeing that expression, sensed impending peril. Zhou Hui was not one to let this matter dissipate into obscurity. A more profound, sinister tenacity lurked in the corners of his gaze, sending a chill down the spine. Chu Hui shook his head, gripping the blade without moving, and instructed the demon lord without turning back. Do not concern yourself with me. You should leave at once. Fan Luo's condition was scarcely better than Zhou Hui's, but Zhou Hui was at his peak, while you are half-sealed in the hell path. Do you truly believe yourself as equal? Depart quickly. The demon lord narrowed his eyes, fixated on Zhou Hui, who mirrored the cold intensity of his stare. Meanwhile, Chu Hui found standing a formidable challenge. He lacked even the strength to breathe, his blood loss rapidly diminishing his body temperature, causing his vision to darken. Although his back remained rigidly straight, all present understood that it was merely a matter of seconds. Very well, Fan Luo finally conceded. Yet Zhou Hui could discern the unmistakable reluctance etched upon his features. Do not forget your request of me. The hell gate behind the demon lord swung wide, unleashing a torrent of spirits, chaos reigning as the abyss engulfed him. When the gate closed, the stench of blood and the wails of ghosts vanished as if they had never graced the expanse. On the ground, Chu Hui swayed, the tip of his blade clattering to the earth before he collapsed entirely. Brother. Zhang Shun leapt to his feet and rushed down, while Zhou Hui cast a significant glance at Li Hu. Without a moment's hesitation, Li Hu struck decisively, rendering Zhang Heir Shao unconscious with a resounding thud. This Buddhist relic has lodged itself in my throat for far too long. Zhou Hui half-kneeled, his gaze fixated on Chu Hui's dazed and scattered pupils as he spoke slowly. I do not wish to be disturbed at such a critical moment. Chu Hui could hardly comprehend his words, merely gasping as his unfocused gaze drifted into the void. He remained clad in the white hospital gown from his earlier stay, now marred by splatters of blood. With his palms' veins nearly severed, a small pool of crimson collected beneath him, starkly contrasting his pallid complexion, which appeared hauntingly pale. He had always been composed, reserved, and ascetic. Yet now, he resembled a white bud forcibly stripped of its layers, revealing the innermost core that had never been shown. This brutal, morbidly enchanting sensation ignited a warmth in Zhou Hui's gaze. He shut his eyes momentarily, and upon reopening them, grasped one of Chu Hui's icy hands. Their palms pressed together before he exerted his strength to lift him horizontally. Boss Shou, Li Hu, burdened by the weight of the unconscious Zhang Heir Shao, peered through the half-broken gap of the hospital's floor, asking with a wry smile, what now? Annihilate the Japanese and bring the Earthborn back to Beijing? Zhou Hui turned to him, his silence piercing, as the moonlight streamed through the gaps in the dark clouds, illuminating half of his face, causing Li Hu to shudder involuntarily. His eyes gleamed a crimson hue, identical to that of the demon lord. The Earthborn is not as simple as you presume. Whether Zhou Hui was oblivious to his own transformation or simply indifferent to it, he coldly stated, restore the dimensional space established here. I have matters to attend to. Li Hu opened his mouth, but could not utter a sound. Zhou Hui understood the intent of the nine-tailed fox, yet chose to disregard it. He turned and strode into the depths of the night, casting a downward gaze upon the unconscious Chu Hui in his arms, a cold smile slowly curling at the corners of his lips. Below, it was time to settle the score between us, he whispered, his voice harshly resonating in the darkness. Do not worry. You cannot escape. I shall take my time to count. Zhang Shun, caught between slumber and wakefulness, dreamt many dreams. One of them transported him back to his childhood, around 7 or 8 years of age, lying feverishly in bed, his body burning with heat and his mind clouded. He felt a haunting sense that if he fell asleep, he might never awaken. A figure clad in white robes, with long black hair, sat by his bedside, gently lifting him onto their lap and tenderly stroking his feverish face. The fingers were long and cold, bringing Zhang Shun immense comfort. Though he could not discern the figure's features, he sensed an extraordinary beauty, transcending gender and ineffably gentle, like water that stirred one's heart. Who could this be? Zhang Shun pondered. Unexpectedly, a deep male voice resonated from the corner of the room. I did not anticipate that they could summon you. Group leader Feng Si. I assumed that my subordinates feasting upon a few children's souls would not warrant your direct attention. The Buddha's bones have been with me for millennia. Do you think I would fail to recognize them, Demon Lord? The voice suddenly interrupted. It was remarkably soft. To tamper with the Buddha's bones is tantamount to destroying Buddha. I have come today. Had Zhou Hui come in person, you would not have thought to leave. The Demon Lord fell silent for a moment, finding the situation intriguing. I have heard that over 10,000 years ago, Zhou Hui was merely a demon in a sea of blood, captured and punished in the 33 heavens for his disrespect towards the Buddha, yet was privately released by the compassionate Phoenix King. Considering this, you should have been an entity beyond Zhou Hui's gaze. How is it that you have descended from the 33 heavens? Zhang Shun felt the figure's hand pause slightly. It is none of your concern, Ven Luo, he replied in a measured tone after a prolonged silence. You may leave this time, but should you dare to tamper with the Buddha's bones again, it will not be so simple. Zhang Shun, in a daze, lost track of time until the bright light of day jolted him awake from a multitude of swirling nightmares. He abruptly sat up, realizing he lay in a hospital bed, the sun already high in the sky. What time is it? He turned to glance at the clock on the bedside, only to discover he had unknowingly slept until the afternoon of the following day. For some inexplicable reason, his head throbbed as if in a tug of war, and he sat on the bed for several minutes, struggling to recall how he had ended up in the hospital. As the initial dizziness subsided, memories began to resurface, fragments of last night's bizarre hospital, the zombie-like child, the demon Lord Van Luo, the blood-red nine-tailed fox. Countless strange pieces surged like a flood, overwhelming Zhang Shun. Was it all real, or merely an absurd dream? He surveyed his surroundings. Everything in the hospital appeared normal. With the chirping of birds and fragrant flowers outside, basking in the radiant sunlight, devoid of any signs of the building's collapse or ground sinking from the previous night. Indeed, it must be a dream. Zhang Shun rose from his bed to wash his face, and while drawing water, he inadvertently caught sight of his hand, instantly freezing in place as if struck by lightning. The golden swastika imprint on his palm still glimmered faintly in the bathroom. What the hell? Is this for real? Where's my brother? Zhang Shun bolted to the hospital door, eager to inquire about the situation, when the door was suddenly pushed open from the outside. Zhou Hui stepped in, casting a bewildered glance at him and asking, "You're awake?" Zhang Shun's mind was muddled, and after a moment of struggle, he managed to utter, "Where's my brother?" Zhou Hui regarded him with a half-smile and replied, "If I were you, I would close my mouth and obediently sit over there. You've just danced with death and still lack fear? It's all because your brother protected you too well." Zhang Shun blurted out, "Everything that happened last night was real? Who are you people?" Zhou Hui's expression turned a tad peculiar, but quickly reverted to his usual nonchalant demeanor as he said, "Little brother, I need to take a shower and change clothes. Do you have a shirt I could borrow?" Zhang Shun focused and noticed that Zhou Hui's shirt was wrinkled, with bloodstains on the collar and cuffs. From his recollection, he had not been injured the previous night, leaving him puzzled as to how blood had stained his shirt. He thought little of it. Based on his memories, Zhou Hui, with his mystic demeanor, seemed at least friendlier than the Demon Lord. If his brother were indeed in danger, Zhou Hui's behavior suggested otherwise. He felt a slight wave of relief, cautiously watching as Zhou Hui entered the hospital's adjoining bathroom, only to discover that he was humming a tune while showering, and maddeningly, not a single note was in tune. After a while, Zhou Hui emerged, now clad in Zhang Shun's clothes. The man's physique was noticeably muscular, especially when his hair, still damp, stood defiantly, exuding a fierce aura. Zhang Shun felt an inexplicable hostility rise within him, unaware that it was a primal instinct to feel aversion toward a stronger, older male. He asked, "Can you tell me now?" Zhou Hui remained silent when a knock interrupted them. "Hello, hotel delivery service." Zhou Hui opened the door, handed over some cash, and accepted a plastic bag filled with takeout from the delivery personnel. Then, he casually pulled up a chair and began to eat. Zhang Shun could no longer contain himself. "Hey, are you going to explain or not?" Zhou Hui looked up at him with a curious expression. "I never intended to. Would you like something to eat? Come on, little brother, this meal is on me." Zhang Shun replied weakly, "You At least tell me how my brother is doing. If this is how it feels to be hospitalized, I can't endure another repeat of last night. And what is this on my hand? Why do you all call me Buddha Esbone? Zhou Hui chuckled. Zhang Shun had always found that expression of his particularly irksome, yet he did not delve deeper into the reason why. After all, Zhang Ershao was not one to ponder intricacies or seek the root of matters. As he gazed upon that familiar smile, a sudden epiphany struck him, illuminating the reason behind his reaction. Within that smile lay a profound compassion, emanating from one who had traversed many trials and harbored countless secrets, a sentiment directed towards the naive youth, unafraid of challenges, evoking a mixture of helplessness and pity. Zhang Ershao's mind erupted with clarity. Typically, he would have rushed forward to enlighten this individual on the beauty of the flowers. However, the tumultuous changes of the past few days had imparted lessons beyond mere might and wealth. He closed his eyes, forcefully suppressing his fiery impulses, and when he reopened them, he had swiftly regained his composure. It matters not if you choose to remain silent. I can uncover the truth on my own. But at this juncture, I find myself ensnared, do I not? You are aware of my ignorance, and should I proceed recklessly, I might inadvertently jeopardize your affairs. While my own life may be at stake, you would surely need to expend effort to conceal the aftermath. Might it be more prudent for you to selectively share a fragment of the truth? My thoughts crystallized further, and my tone grew increasingly persuasive. The extent and manner of a disclosure rests entirely with you. You may choose the most advantageous approach for yourself. In exchange, I shall refrain from meddling in matters you wish to keep concealed. What say you? His argument was undeniably logical, albeit somewhat juvenile, yet for someone of Zhang Ershao's age. It was a remarkable display of maturity. Zhou Hui appeared intrigued, lighting a cigarette and taking a deep drag before inquiring, "What is it you wish to know?" Zhang Shun immediately asked, "Where is my brother now, and what is his condition?" "He is in a place of absolute safety and will not perish." Zhang Shun furrowed his brow, clearly unsatisfied with this answer. "Who are you, and what connection do you have with my brother?" "Ah," Zhou Hui replied unhurriedly. "Currently represent the 1st and 6th groups of the Special Office under the Ministry of State Security of the People's Republic of China." Suddenly, the door was flung open with a loud bang, prompting both to turn in unison. They beheld Li Hu standing at the entrance, exuding an intimidating presence as she enunciated. "Zhou Hui." Zhou Hui, perplexed, asked, "What brings this on?" Situ Ingji sent me a screenshot of a video conference, confirming that group leader Zhou Hui has been stationed at the Great Hall, unwaveringly guarding the Qiankuan array, without leaving Beijing for days. Li Hu slammed her phone, displaying the screenshot, and coldly demanded, "Zhou, are you concealing something from me?" Zhou Hui slowly retracted his smile, fixing her with a penetrating gaze before asking, "And what of you and Feng Si? Do you not harbor secrets from me?" "Hu Qing?" Li Hu seemed taken aback by Zhou Hui's retort, her face momentarily contorting with disbelief. Yet, before she could formulate a sharper comeback, Zhang Shun noticed his brother's phone ringing on the nightstand, revealing a call from Mayor Huang. "You two continue your quarrel. Do not pause," Zhang Shun remarked as he moved to answer the call, stepping around the corner to speak while straining to eavesdrop on the unfolding exchange between Zhou Hui and Li Hu. Who would have thought that Mayor Huang's thunderous voice would drown out all other sounds? "Hey Chu, come here quickly. Something serious has happened at the construction site." "Hey, Uncle Huang, my brother is in hospital. If you have something, I don't care what your brother is doing as long as he still has a breath left. Bring him over here." The fear-laden gasps of Mayor Huang were strikingly clear on the other end of the line. They've unearthed something significant at the site. "Only your brother can handle it. Tell him to hurry." Zhang Shun frowned and glanced at Zhou Hui, intending to suggest that he would give it a try. But Zhou Hui suddenly turned around. "What is all the commotion about?" "Mayor Huang wants my brother to come over, and my brother." Zhou Hui impatiently interrupted. "Just ask him how many coffins they've dug up today." Zhou Hui, clad in a leather jacket, sat in the back seat, his long, sturdy legs bouncing restlessly while he continued to smoke in the enclosed car. Zhang Shun could see from the rearview mirror that his expression was utterly unrestrained. Li Hu was squeezed against the car door, rolling his eyes at the scenery outside. Unable to hold back any longer, Zhang Shun inquired, Could you please put out the cigarette while a lady is present? Listen, kid, out of respect for your brother, I'll teach you a couple of things, Zhou Hui said. Firstly, when a man smokes, it typically indicates one of two states. Either he is satisfied or he is not. I am currently in a state of profound dissatisfaction, so you'd best not provoke my temper. Your brother is already in a dire situation. Don't make it worse. Secondly, what makes you think this fellow is a woman? Zhang Shun felt utterly bewildered, but he could sense the driver casting a pleading glance his way, clearly imploring him not to provoke this formidable character. Zhang Shun's lips twitched. How could she not be a woman? And what is the current state of my brother? Right now, he is not doing too well, but he want to die, Zhou Hui replied lazily. If he is under my care, dying is no easy feat. Zhang Shun nearly leapt up to strike him, but was desperately restrained by Li Hu. He is joking. He is really just joking. The car finally came to a halt at the construction site on the outskirts of the city, where yellow caution tape was wound tightly in layers around the area, with police officers stationed everywhere. Mayor Huang squatted outside, smoking a cigarette, his face clouded with worry. Zhang Shun was the first to fling open the car door and leap out, while Li Hu rummaged through the trunk for a suitcase before turning back to scold. Boss, you really are something else. Zhou Hui quipped. I've never been human, you know. Li Hu, don't worry. My temper has improved significantly compared to my younger days. Zhou Hui chuckled, glancing at his watch. We'd best wrap things up here quickly, so I can return home sooner. Otherwise, Feng Si will truly be furious with me if he marinates a bit longer. It won't just be about flavor. He'll completely unravel. At the construction site, everyone was doing their utmost to hide within the sheds. In the center, a large pit lay strewn with various tools, including shovels and crowbars, while an excavator stood nearby, its driver shivering in fear behind the vehicle, evidently having soiled himself. In the middle of the pit, 6 coffins were arranged neatly. Mayor Huang personally rolled up his trousers and descended into the pit, his face a mask of sorrow as he pointed at the coffin. Lamenting, while it is not uncommon for construction sites to unearth ancient coffins, these are undoubtedly modern. One cannot fathom the depravity of whoever committed such an atrocity without offering the deceased the dignity of cremation. Even dismembering them and flushing them away would be more humane. To deliberately choose a coffin for burial. How deranged is that? Zhang Shun turned to see the city's criminal investigation team standing at the edge of the pit. Several officials pacing nervously like soldiers preparing for battle. Li Hu inquired, No one has opened the coffin, right? Mayor Huang replied, It's too late. The construction site manager called the police immediately, and they opened the coffin as soon as they arrived. Had I known, I would never have allowed them to touch it. These unfortunate souls. What are we to do now? Li Hu exchanged a sardonic glance with the captain of the criminal investigation team and asked, Who handled the coffin? The captain, trembling, pointed to a few junior officers behind him. We all touched it. He extended a hand that had turned an alarming shade of blue, nearly in tears as he lamented. What now? Am I poisoned? I have an elderly mother and an 8-year-old child. What will become of my family if I perish? Li Hu struggled to suppress a laugh, his lips twitching before he regained composure. He pulled out his credentials and thrust them into Mayor Huang's arms. Who told you to mishandle crucial evidence? Frankly, my colleague Comrade Zhou and I are agents dispatched by the upper echelons to investigate this egregious serial murder case. We have been searching for these coffins for several days. We intended to arrive upon hearing the news, but your local police force has compromised the scene. Now, what do you propose we do? The captain's initial reaction was disbelief, as if he were being fed nonsense. Did they think him a mere child? However, when Mayor Huang opened the credentials, both men were taken aback. The National Security Department? They exchanged a glance, noting the twitching muscles on each other's faces. Although both were well established in H City, encountering a director from a direct unit of the National Security Department was unprecedented. Mayor Huang scrutinized Li Hu with newfound apprehension, stammering, So, the Comrade Zhou over there. Comrade Zhou is our department head. He has accompanied us to guide the investigation. You may verify this on the intranet. Li Hu stated solemnly. We disguised ourselves as staff from the Provincial Protocol Office to ensure the confidentiality of our operation. Yet you have. Sigh. My dear Huang, I shall refrain from further elaboration. Please have those who touch the coffin tidy themselves and stand over there." The captain nearly broke into tears. "We were conducting an investigation as part of our official duties. We have not violated any regulations." The junior officers behind him nodded in unison, prompting Li Hu to roll his eyes in exasperation. "Do you think you will face disciplinary action? How naive. Do you even grasp what you are dealing with? These are the original formulations of a newly discovered hallucinogenic drug patch. Soon, the drug will be absorbed through your skin, and you shall become addicted." Such a statement was utterly outrageous, causing not only Mayor Huang, but even Zhou Hui, who was squatting by the coffin smoking, to raise an eyebrow in surprise. "Is this really happening?" the captain asked, half convinced. "You should tidy up and stand aside. Do not allow your altered blue skin to touch others, nor should you make contact with any other parts of your body. Consider yourselves fortunate, for we have brought the latest neurotoxic antidote specifically designed to combat criminals. Shortly, each of you will receive an injection, and all will be well." The group of minor city police officers exchanged glances, and, after a few moments, they were persuaded by Comrade Li Hu from a national security department to step back and stand by the edge of the pit, a few young recruits trembling uncontrollably. Li Hu, a fox spirit refined over several millennia, relished the art of deception and took great satisfaction in seeing others genuinely fooled. He beckoned his trusted driver, whom he had brought from Yunnan, and whispered, "Retrieve those vials from the cooler in our vehicle and administer one to each of them." "Yes, the ones bearing my fingerprint." The driver trembled in response. "Isn't that your private stash of that spring? Spring something medicine? You mentioned using it for handsome fellows who refuse to comply. What do you know? Liungria raturta razanfuli. They've already been preempted. We've switched everything to saline solution." Zhou Hui appeared oblivious to the furtive glances of those around him. After finishing his cigarette, he casually discarded the butt underfoot and donned a pair of black leather gloves from his pocket, preparing to lift the coffin lid. The lid weighed at least 200 pounds. Zhang Shun attempted to assist, but was abruptly halted. "Do not touch. It is truly toxic." Zhang Shun inquired, "What about those officers' hands?" "Corpse curse." Li Hu replied, "I will handle it." With a powerful heave, Zhou Hui flexed his shoulder muscles, and with a resounding crash, overturned the coffin lid. Zhang Shun, standing closest, was the first to witness the horrific sight within and nearly retched. Inside lay a half-decayed corpse, its chest punctured with at least a dozen wounds, the pallid flesh interlaced and exuding an indescribable stench. Terrifyingly, the unfortunate soul bore no expression of pain. Instead, he gazed skyward with an eerie grin. His lips stretched almost to his ears, creating a grotesque and chilling arc. The surrounding officers gasped in shock. The head of the criminal investigation team, shivering uncontrollably. "How could this be?" Zhou Hui sighed and approached the next coffin, repeating the process until all were opened. Each corpse had met a brutal end. Some were decapitated, others drowned, and all, without exception, wore bizarre, maniacal smiles as they stared up at the heavens. Save for one whose death was a result of a fall from great height, rendering its features unrecognizable. Zhou Hui removed his black gloves and retrieved a small bronze wine cup from his pocket. The driver hurriedly brought over a leather suitcase. Zhang Shun noted it was a donkey brand, for which Zhou Hui extracted 3 incense sticks and a bottle of liquor. Bowing in respect to the 6 coffins, "I understand that you are innocent victims caught in this tragedy, and it is only natural to harbor resentment. Rest assured, I shall ensure that the true culprit is apprehended and delivered to justice. When the time comes, you may indulge as you please, whether in steaming or savoring a drink. Should you find yourselves without libations below, you can venture to the small courtyard at number 9, Sancha Alley on the road to the Yellow Springs. I have placed several bottles of 15-year-old flying Matai there. Partake of them, and you shall find solace as you transition into your next life." As he spoke, Zhou Hui poured a small cup of liquor into the bronze goblet and poured a portion onto the ground, under the watchful eyes of the crowd. The eerie grins vanished from the faces of several corpses, leaving everyone in stunned silence. Unprepared, Zhang Shun was suddenly yanked by Zhou Hui, who deftly extracted a Swiss Army knife from his keychain and swiftly pierced it into Zhang's middle finger. "What are you doing?" Zhang exclaimed. "I require your blood of innocence to dispel the evil." Zhou Hui squeezed the blood into the bronze goblet, but Zhang recoiled in surprise, baring his teeth. Who told you I was a virgin? Zhou Hui's face registered shock for the first time. How could you be so young and not a virgin? The two exchanged glances, feeling a chill as the wind rustled the leaves, and a flock of crows flew overhead. Li Hu, unable to bear the scene, held his forehead. Humanity is truly depraved, Zhou Hui remarked in astonishment. At your age, I dared only to fantasize about your brother. At most, I would indulge in solitary pleasures. And even then, I was secretive about it. Chapter 10 Zhang Ershao, true to his nature as a childhood king who fought battles with bricks and foul language, would have undoubtedly beaten Zhou Hui today had it not been for Li Hu's desperate attempts to restrain him. How can my brother have such a friend? Zhang Shun pointed furiously at Director Zhou from the National Security Bureau. This man speaks not a word of seriousness. Upon witnessing death, his reaction is utterly inadequate. How could he possibly be compatible with my brother? Li Hu sighed. Boss, your once noble and heroic image has been thoroughly tarnished in the eyes of the children. Can you please be more mindful? Zhou Hui, perplexed, asked, when have I ever been noble and heroic? The group fell silent, but then Zhou Hui suddenly smiled slowly, a grin that provoked a desire to slap him in the face. However, even if I am a fool, you must heed my words. I'm simply that commanding. The atmosphere grew eerily quiet, with no one daring to speak. Each face displayed an indescribable expression. Do not blame me for not teaching you. Zhou Hui seemed pleased, lighting a cigarette and pointing at several coffins. I have encountered these before. They are known as the 7 Laughing Coffins, a profoundly sinister creation. To craft a 7 laughing coffin, one must brutally slay 7 adult men born during specific hours. Then employ a unique method to induce laughter in the corpses before sealing them in a coffin soaked with cinnabar, sulfur, lead, and mercury, and burying it in a place of extreme yin energy. This results in a potent, vengeful spirit, while the corpses serve as sustenance for the entities below. The captain of the criminal police chuckled. Director Zhou, I never expected you leaders from Beijing to be so superstitious. What lies beneath? However, Mayor Huang grew pale with fear and sharply reprimanded the captain. Old Wang, how dare you speak to a leader like that? Zhou Hui chuckled, revealing no intention of prolonging the suspense, perhaps out of disdain for theatrics or genuine urgency. This is a site of yin deficiency, he remarked, a place historically deemed unsuitable for habitation, yet yields peculiar phenomena, the most common being the emergence of Tai Sui. In ancient times, it was said that consuming Tai Sui could grant immortality, but such tales are mere fabrications. Tai Sui, akin to the 7 laughing coffins, serves as sustenance for deeper subterranean entities. The former is naturally occurring, while the latter is artificially crafted. Sometimes Tai Sui, wary of being consumed, will sluggishly traverse the soil, taking decades or even centuries to crawl from one location to another, potentially inching closer to the surface until ultimately unearthed by humans. In contrast, the 7 laughing coffins remain stationary. Though they are an artificial concoction, they ensure a more stable and joyful nourishment for the creatures beneath the earth. Standing in the center of a large depression, Zhou Hui gazed at the soil beneath his feet and remarked with a smile, there exists a gu shang tai below, and the corpses within the 7 laughing coffins serve as its sustenance. The crowd found this notion absurd, but only Zhang Ershao could not contain his curiosity, questioning, sustenance? Yet I see no parts missing from these remains. My dear brother, this consumption is not of the same ilk. For instance, I might consume your brother. Li Hu interjected with exasperation. Zhou Lao Dai. Zhou Hui raised his hands in surrender. This consumption is not of that nature. The Gu Shang Tai, in contrast to the Tian Shang Tai, is a form birthed from the Earth's extreme yin or yang energies, akin to a fetus formed within mountains or land. Typically, it manifests in a curled form, resembling a fetus in a womb, with the rarest examples taking on the shape of an infant, and even more seldom, a large child, which verges on. Mayor Huang could not resist interrupting. A treasure of the world? What are you thinking, old Huang? Zhou Hui chuckled. This is a dire omen, a calamity of the earth, destined to be obliterated by heavenly tribulations. In the 1970s, within the primordial forests of northeast China, there lay a colossal gu shang tai, 10 zhang tall and 5 zhang wide, coiled within a primitive cave, its entire body covered in spines, which attracted heavenly retribution that incinerated entire mountains. Consequently, in 1976, Zhou Hui's words trailed off as he turned to see Mayor Huang, Captain Wang, and all others instinctively retreating a step, attempting to distance themselves from the chasm. Li Hu, however, remained unfazed in the pit, stroking his chin and inquiring, "I wondered what extent this Shang Tai in H City has grown. And what does it mean to feed it with the 7 laughing corpses?" According to the Eastern Sea's Strange Chronicles, it is said that the 7 laughing corpses can induce fetal movement within the Gusheng Tai, leading to a subsidence of the earth's veins, allowing one to excavate the embryo. Zhou Hui replied, "Is it the same as when your child overindulges and burps?" The Gusheng Tai operates on a similar principle. My eldest son, when he was young, would regurgitate milk, deliberately aiming for me. I would get so furious, wishing to hang him up and give him a good thrashing. Is it easy to earn a little milk money these days? He crouched down, patting the soil beneath his feet, revealing a wistful expression. Ah, how I missed that sensation of being covered in regurgitated milk. Everyone, Li Hu quietly explained, in the early years of handling cases, I have seen too much bloodshed and chaos. It has somewhat affected my mind, so please do not take offense. In summary, the criminal is an exceedingly cunning and ruthless individual, steeped in superstition and perhaps somewhat mentally unstable. Zhou Hui clapped his hands and climbed out of the pit, oblivious to the fact that everyone was staring at him. Old Huang, please have the local police secure the scene and arrange for the victim's body to be transported to the morgue for an autopsy. Additionally, conduct a thorough investigation of all individuals within a 10-mile radius who match the aforementioned characteristics and have a criminal record. Captain Wang murmured, "No need for that. I can't help but feel that Director Zhou fits the description quite well." He was promptly silenced by a sharp kick from Mayor Huang. Zhou Hui raised his hand to check his watch. Anyone who has had the opportunity to handle coffins or has experience in woodworking is a major suspect. If they have also made substantial purchases of Chinese medicine recently, there's a high likelihood it is them. We must act swiftly to investigate. We cannot afford to let a 7th corpse appear, or else. What happened then? Mayor Huang was instantly unnerved by the ominous pause. "Let us relocate the city," Zhou Hui smiled. That smile was inexplicably mocking, yet for some reason, Huang felt a chill grip his heart, as if an unending coldness was rising from within. "I have some matters to attend to. If there are any issues, do not seek me out. Contact Li Hu." Zhou Hui waved his hand dismissively, striding away from the crime scene. Captain Wang, anxious, took a few hurried steps after him, but before he could speak, he heard Li Hu sigh behind him. "Do not pursue him. He truly has urgent business." This was Captain Wang's first encounter with such a significant case, leaving him utterly perplexed. What should we do now? Should I send a vehicle to provide close protection for Director Zhou? That would expedite matters, wouldn't it? Li Hu revealed a peculiar smile, tilting his chin in the direction Zhou Hui had departed. Captain Wang turned around and, in an instant, believed his eyes were deceiving him. In the brief moments that passed, Director Zhou had vanished from view, leaving no trace of a shadow. In the darkness, footsteps echoed, gradually approaching. Zhou Hui's handsome visage emerged like a demon at the boundary of the shadows. Chu He lay on the ground, his hands bound by iron chains that extended from the darkness, the rough iron rings staining his wrists with blood, rendering them gaunt and pale. The presence of the chains mattered little. His entire being was in a state of collapse, drenched to the core, desperately gasping for breath, fingers convulsively clutching the earth. As a faintly sweet, enticing scent wafted through the air, it was the fragrance of desire. Zhou Hui's throat tightened involuntarily, though he had prepared himself. The primal instinct of the beast within made it difficult for him to maintain control. In the last 30 seconds, he rasped, stroking the soft, feverishly warm skin of Chu He's neck. "Either you confess everything to me, or I will administer the last dose as well." Meanwhile, at the construction site, Li Hu stepped back several paces, gazing at the unfinished building, murmuring, "How strange." Zhang Shun was closely following her, tirelessly probing into the events of the previous night, and casually inquired, "What is strange?" Li Hu, however, paid him no mind, and turned directly to Mayor Huang, inquiring which entity was responsible for the construction of this residential building. How could such a grave incident occur, with only a site manager showing concern? A company named Tianchi Construction from another province, Mayor Huang muttered, having just concluded a phone call, but that was 10 minutes ago. What? The Heartache Consortium intends to seize the opportunity to acquire this construction site. Merging it with the land they initially intended to invest in to create a larger hotel and entertainment complex. Tianchi Construction seems to have been terrified by the discovery of the coffin and has agreed to sell the entire plot at a remarkably low price. Mayor Huang lowered his voice, conspiratorially asking, "My dear, could this matter be related to the Japanese? I was wondering how our city suddenly attracted foreign investment." Li Hu chuckled and asked, "How old are you, Weasel?" Mayor Huang's pupils dilated, nearly speechless, his face paling as he stared at her. "Do not fret. I am merely inquiring," Li Hu said kindly. "After all, we both belong to the same lineage. 5,000 years ago, we could still be considered family. I shall not hold a grudge against your Weasel clan for frequently stealing our chickens, leaving us only feathers and bones." With that, she flashed a toothy grin, her teeth sharp as blades. "However, if this matter truly involves the Japanese, you would do well to cooperate with our investigation, lest I unleash 1,000 methods to besiege you with misfortune, leaving even the Chu River unable to conceal your disgrace." Mayor Huang was rendered speechless, beads of cold sweat cascading down his plump face. "Mighty, great immortal, I am but a small one. How do you wish for me to cooperate?" Li Hu grasped Mayor Huang's hefty arm, affectionately steering him aside, and whispered a threat. "You should be able to obtain information on Tianchi Construction, correct?" "I require the list of relevant personnel from Tianchi Construction, along with the specific blueprints of this site. I also need all the disorganized approval documents and transfer receipts, and I expect it today. Should you fail to comply, or let word slip to Zhou Hui, your fate will be sealed." Li Hu's eyes glinted with menace as she declared, "I assure you, even if you were to reincarnate 18 times, you would never grow teeth to devour chickens." Mayor Huang's complexion turned ashen as he stammered, I will take care of it immediately." Satisfied, Li Hu released Mayor Huang and, noticing the surrounding police officers preoccupied with their tasks, leisurely strolled for a moment on the construction site before making her way to the entrance of the building. Zhang Shun followed closely behind, eager to speak, but was abruptly interrupted when Li Hu turned around, cheerfully puffing out her chest. "Zhang Heir Xiao." Zhang Shun nearly collided with her, stepping back in surprise. "What? I just want to know where my brother is, and what was that terrifying ghost from last night? This Buddha seal in my hand indicates your innate connection to Buddhism." Zhang Heir Xiao. Li Hu tugged him along, bending slightly to slip into the partially constructed building, saying, "I have a question I wish to clarify. Can you dispel evil and come assist me with an insurance policy?" "Why? I already told you I am no longer a virgin." The one surnamed Zhou ultimately sought Mayor Huang. "Alas, I have no desire for the blood of the innocent. What I truly seek is..." Li Hu, adorned in high heels, ascended the scaffolding, gesturing for the policeman outside to withdraw before leaping onto a patch of earth in the center of the first floor of the building. "I wish to discern the nature of this earth-born fetus," she mused. "How could a place like H-City Harbor, such an inefficient land, and why does Feng Si, with all the vastness of the world, choose to hide here? Do you not find all of this exceedingly peculiar?" Zhang Shun, immediately incensed, retorted, "You all are the ones being peculiar. Since your arrival in my home, it has been haunted. Even my brother has transformed into a Sailor Moon. What more do you desire?" Li Hu hurriedly attempted to placate him. "Hush, you are the reincarnation of a Buddhist relic. Maintain your composure. Speaking of magical girls, do not count. I have always been a remarkably beautiful fox." Zhang Shun felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, unsure whether it was due to his anger or the sway of her D-cup figure. "Come, Zhang Heir Xiao, lend me your Buddhist seal for a moment, lest the earthborn fetus suddenly emerge. Oh, be cautious. My essence is that of a demon, and the seal would be detrimental to me." Li Hu gingerly pressed her palm against Zhang Shun's, her crimson nail polish accentuating the elegance of her hand. The position of their palms touching was inherently intimate. Had the time and place been more suitable, Zhang Shun might have relished the moment, but alas, the tension emanating from Li Hu shattered the atmosphere. He felt a surge of warmth drawn from their joined hands, and moments later, a faint glimmer appeared. Li Hu withdrew her hand, revealing an ethereal golden swastika hovering above her fair palm. "By heavens, what a marvelous object!" she murmured, biting her tongue to draw blood, which she then spat onto the ground. Swiftly, she pressed the replicated Buddhist seal onto the earth, proclaiming, "As the mirror reveals, may the 100 demons be repelled." Zhang Shun felt a deafening buzz in his ears, as though countless gongs had struck simultaneously within his mind, causing him to stagger backward. Li Hu paid him no mind. Beneath her hands, the soil seemed to boil, releasing an abundance of tiny bubbles. Soon after, the ground transformed into a mirror-like surface, reflecting and refracting through the extensive subterranean veins. After countless folds, a murky shadow finally materialized. "What?" Li Hu furrowed her brow. "Why is it so small?" Typically, earthborn fetuses are colossal, some nestled deep within mountains, their wombs capable of filling entire peaks. Yet the fetus beneath her feet appeared human-sized and had already emerged from its womb, its form elongated and eerily reminiscent of an adult. Li Hu's heart skipped a beat. Could it have matured already? No, that is impossible. The oldest recorded earthborn fetus, found in Kunlun Mountain, had taken tens of thousands of years to reach merely 5 or 6 years of age. The mirror continued to reflect, and squinting her eyes, Li Hu finally discerned the precise shape of the fetus within the chaos. Her complexion drained of color in an instant. Zhang Heir Xiao, having painstakingly pulled himself up, rubbed his ears while cursing under his breath. Approaching Li Hu for a casual glance, he too was momentarily taken aback. In the mirror, a figure dimly reflected, a person suspended by their hands, with long hair cascading down, indistinguishable in gender. Yet under such hazy visibility, the mere outline of their profile evoked a breathtaking beauty that was profoundly unsettling. In stark contrast, this individual was covered in blood, their garments inscribed with countless incantations, each stroke steeped in crimson, the sheer density of the markings sending a chill down one's spine. Li Hu staggered back several steps, falling to the ground with a thud. "Are you all right, beautiful?" Zhang Heir Xiao turned to assist her, only to find her gaze bewildered, her expression horrified, her lips trembling slightly. "Oh my," she stammered. It's an acquaintance." The 6 paths refer to the realms of existence. Heaven and humanity are known as the 2 virtuous paths, while Azura, hell, hungry ghosts, and beasts are collectively termed the 4 evil paths. The malevolent spirit you encountered last night is a representative of the current 4 evil paths. On their way back, Zhang Heir Xiao incessantly inquired about the origins of the being, but Li Hu remained tight-lipped, only relenting under pressure to divulge fragments from that evening. "Zhou Hui and I are part of an unnamed unit under the national security, designated only by the number 574, tasked with addressing mysterious incidents within China. For instance, when an area suddenly collapses into a 100-meter deep sinkhole, or when unidentified flying objects are widely sighted at night, or when a vast lake dries up to reveal formidable, prehistoric creatures. Incidents like your family's haunting are trifles we wouldn't even consider, even if they made the front page." Zhang Shun sat in the car, his mouth twitching. "Is this what you call being secret agents? That lunatic Zhou can manage this?" "Do not underestimate Zhou Hui," Li Hu replied. "There are only 6 of us at the leader level, each responsible for a specific region in China. Zhou Hui oversees the Beijing area. Do you have any idea how many crises the capital faces at all times? No wonder everyone refers to him as Boss Zhou." Zhang Shun's mind was a whirlwind, and after a long pause, he finally managed to ask, "What does this have to do with my brother? Don't tell me he's one of your agents as well?" Seeing the bewilderment in his expression, Li Hu felt a twinge of sympathy but opted for honesty. "Your brother was once our team leader, responsible for safeguarding the Northwest, but he later defected." Zhang Shun. The blow was swift, leaving Zhang Heir Xiao in a state of utter disarray. "Why did my brother defect? Did he collude with foreign powers? Are you here to capture him?" Recognizing that Zhang Heir Xiao was a typical wealthy heir accustomed to a carefree life of frivolity and indulgence, Li Hu felt a pang of compassion. Colluding with foreign powers is considered a trivial betrayal for individuals like us. While we serve humanity, our loyalty is finite. If your brother truly defected to America or Japan, he would likely end up merely summoning a few cursed spirits in the Northeast with Japanese Amiji, or unleashing some large-scale mutations in the East China Sea. In 30 to 50 years, nature would have reclaimed it all. It's hardly significant. So, what exactly did he do? Li Hu sighed solemnly and remarked, "He has betrayed us and joined the four evil paths," observing Zhang Heir Xiao's expression. It resembled the shock one might have upon hearing that Li Hu claimed your brother was the Dark Overlord, and that we, the sailor Senshi, were destined to vanquish him. Over a decade ago, Li Hu recounted, Zhou Hui orchestrated a plan against the Demon Lord, who had nearly slain your formidable, ghostly brother, aimed at temporarily sealing the four evil paths. To achieve this, he gathered the elite from all 6 of our groups. After years of arduous investigation and action, we finally confronted the true form of the Demon Lord in a climactic battle. The dangers of that encounter were unimaginable. To prevent unnecessary sacrifices, the 6 group leaders did not bring any members, instead choosing to face the peril themselves. Unfortunately, 4 of them sustained grave injuries along the way, and only Zhou Hui and your brother reached the Demon Lord in the end. Zhang Shun blinked in disbelief, wondering if this was a narrative from an RPG game or a commentary on a dungeon adventure. If Zhou Hui and the Demon Lord were at their peak strength, it would be difficult to ascertain who held the upper hand. At that moment, your brother was indeed the pivotal factor. Alas, this crucial element turned traitor at the most critical juncture. According to Zhou Hui's later account, not only did he refrain from engaging in the battle, but he also seized the chaos to deliver several vicious kicks to Zhou Hui. Zhang Shun mused that this was hardly consistent with his brother's character. Zhou Hui's credibility was remarkably low. Zhou Hui later claimed that despite the emotional pain of betrayal and the physical pain from the kicks, he valiantly persevered, shedding blood and sweat, and with unwavering spirit defeated the Demon Lord. Zhang Shun believed the reality was likely the opposite. Li Hu stated, however, one fact remains unchanged. Your brother suddenly turned against us when the Demon Lord was half-sealed, knocking Zhou Hui unconscious and rescuing the Demon Lord. From that moment on, we completely lost track of him. Zhang Shun recalled the ghostly figure of the Demon Lord he had seen that fateful night and thought to himself, so that was the truth. This person had been in my home all along. But why will my brother do such a thing? He inquired of Li Hu, who shrugged. If you ask me, who should I ask? What your brother thinks is a mystery known only to the heavens. Moreover, once word spread, everyone believed the narrative that your brother fought valiantly against the monster while Zhou Hui merely stood by, leading to your brother's demise. Zhou Hui then hurriedly eliminated the Demon Lord to cover his tracks and concocted a lie to absolve himself. Don't you think this aligns better with Zhou Hui's character? Zhang Shun felt a multitude of complicated thoughts swirling above his head. Yet, his brother had always been with the Zhang family. He had not left since he was 10. Are you suggesting he had been an agent since the age of 7? Li Hu smiled, her crimson lips appearing both alluring and captivating. Yet, for reasons unknown, Zhang Shun felt a pang of nostalgia reminiscent of Zhou Hui. Unlike Zhou Hui, the superiority inherent in adults when faced with children was not well concealed in her demeanor, and even the hint of pity in her tone suggested it. Do you still remember the first time you met your brother? Zhang Shun's initial reaction was one of confusion. How could he not recall? Wasn't it when he was 5 or 6 years old, just returning from abroad, that he learned of his father's remarriage and the subsequent death of that lady? He remembered the day vividly. It was particularly overcast, and after returning home, he lay in bed, utterly unwell. But why was he so gravely ill? What was his brother like at the age of 10? A vague image of a gentle beauty in a white robe, with long hair tied up, flickered in his mind. Yet who was she? His brother should have only been 10 at that time. No, his memories were all jumbled. It must be due to the lack of reflection over the years. But wait, why had he never considered when he first met his brother? Even in moments of daydreaming, one would instinctively recall childhood memories, wouldn't they? Zhang Shun sat in the spacious, comfortable leatherback seat, his face alternating between shades of pale and flushed. Now, he suddenly realized that Shuhei appeared to have seamlessly woven himself into his childhood memories, with no clear indication of when or how he had arrived, as if he had quietly infiltrated his recollections in a slow, subtle manner. A mesmerizing enchantment. Li Hu still wore that disconcerting smile as she remarked, "You possess a profound connection to the Buddha, capable of alleviating your brother's suffering from the demon lord's encroachment, which is why he strives to remain by your side. However, considering the hardships he must have endured over the years, his primordial spirit vanished, his energy depleted, even his true form suppressed, and now captured by Zhou Hui." Upon entering the car, she had instructed her trusted driver, who had come from Yunnan, to drop off the young Master Zhang at the hotel first. The striking black Muzang had now arrived at the hotel entrance. Yet, Zhang Shun was entirely oblivious, his pale countenance frozen in the back seat. "Your brother is in dire straits," Li Hu remarked with an expression tinged with pity. Given Zhou Hui's temperament, he might very well be subjected to torture. Nevertheless, she added, "Do not be too sorrowful. There is no blood relation, and he is only by your side for the sake of utility." At that moment, Zhang Ershao was engulfed in a whirlwind of emotions, and he blurted out, "No. Oh, my brother is not like that." Zhang Shun paused, seemingly at a loss for counterarguments, yet he resolutely shook his head. "My brother is not like that. You do not understand. He has protected me many times. Where is he now? What will Zhou Hui do to him?" Li Hu scrutinized Zhang Shun for a moment before turning to gaze out the car window, saying, "I do not know, but according to our protocols, Zhou Hui will certainly find an absolutely secure location to interrogate him, extracting all necessary information." Her words were laden with implication, and Zhang Shun couldn't help but recall the sight he had just witnessed, the earthborn fetus hanging, along with Li Hu's spontaneous exclamation of familiarity upon seeing it. "Your brother's Dharma manifestation is one of the 10 scenic wonders of heaven, quite rare indeed. Zhou Hui will certainly find a completely secure place to hang him." That earthborn fetus, is it my brother's true form? Zhang Shun felt as if he had been struck by lightning, his voice trembling. "So you were so shocked because you just saw it?" Li Hu fell silent. She gazed out of the window, her reflection casting a partial visage that appeared somewhat inscrutable. Was he buried beneath the ground? How could I possibly extricate him? Zhang Shun felt utterly disoriented. That man's surname Zhou would certainly kill him, wouldn't he? My goodness, that Zhou could undoubtedly carry it out, right? "Driver, drive back to the suburban construction site immediately." The driver wore a resigned expression and remained stationary. Li Hu swiftly turned around and scolded, "There's nothing to worry about. That is not your brother. Stop imagining things." But how could Zhou Hui commit such an act? Do you think he wouldn't face repercussions from above? You young people always let your imaginations run wild. Just then, the car halted directly in front of the hotel entrance. Li Hu promptly gestured for him to leave. "Get out, go back and rest. Your brother will return shortly. I've already spoken too much today. I need to find some handsome fellows to enhance my night. Don't impede my golden nightlife." The more nonchalant she appeared, the more suspicious it became. Zhang Shun, torn with uncertainty, clutched the car door handle, reluctant to depart, and protested. "Then tell me, what on earth is that thing born from the earth? Get lost. I'm living my life just fine. Why should I seek trouble for myself?" Li Hu pushed him away with her hands and pressed him with her ample bosom, forcing Zhang Ershao to retreat outside. Go on, it's late. Are you hoping to mooch a meal? Dream on." Zhang Ershao was unceremoniously shoved out of the car. Before he could pose any further questions, the door slammed shut, and the vehicle swiftly turned and sped away. Zhang Ershao ran a few steps in pursuit, ultimately left helplessly watching the sleek black Bentley merge into the bustling street traffic. In a rearview mirror, he could see his forlorn figure standing at the roadside. The driver averted his gaze, letting out a weary sigh. Team Leader Liu. Isn't this a bit inappropriate? Li Hu was busily retrieving a red nail polish from her small bag, meticulously touching up the tiny chip on her little finger. Without looking up, she assured, "Rest easy. Whoever meets their end is acceptable." She lifted her hand, admiring her flawless nails in the light, her face devoid of any expression. After all, it's a matter of Buddhist relics. The national security delegation was lodged in a government-designated four-star hotel in H City, having reserved an entire floor to maintain the secrecy of their operations. By the time Li Hu returned, dusk had descended. She walked along the corridor, thickly carpeted, her high heels making no sound, akin to a cat's silent tread. As she passed Zhou Hui's door, she paused abruptly, a look of confusion crossing her face. Before retrieving a spare room card to unlock the door, Zhou Hui stood at the bedside, leaning down to inject a syringe into Chu Hi's neck. "Stop!" Li Hu rushed in, taking 2 steps at once. Administering too much could be fatal. Zhou Hui inserted the syringe into Chu Hi's vein, chuckling without lifting his gaze. "What are you thinking?" It was then that Li Hu noticed the liquid within the syringe was a deep crimson. While Chu Hi sat cross-legged on the bed, his hair slightly damp, eyes tightly shut, Zhou Hui concentrated intently, injecting the last drop of liquid before withdrawing the syringe. He muttered, "I am not a phoenix. This vial of my vital essence is nearly a quarter of its total. Where else could I find such a wonderful husband?" Li Hu chuckled from his nostrils, while Chu Hi's drooping eyelashes fluttered slightly. It is difficult to describe the languid aura he exuded, a blend of fervent desire and the warm, relaxed aftermath of a bath, as if a soft glow emanated from beneath his skin. Li Hu, feeling as if his bones had been removed, flopped onto the bed, resting his delicate head upon Zhou Hui's thigh. He glanced at Zhou Hui and, with a playful smile, inquired, "So, who emerged victorious in your tug-of-war?" As Zhou Hui dealt with the used syringe, he asked, "Have you heard the story of Zhang San playing chess?" "What about it?" Li Hu replied, "There was a man named Zhang San who had an immense passion for chess, repeatedly losing yet persistently returning to the board. One day, after a game, his wife asked, 'How did it go today?' Zhang San replied, 'In the first game, I didn't win. In the second, he didn't lose. And in the third, I hoped for a draw, but he wouldn't allow it.' What conclusion can you draw from this story? That Zhang San is truly a terrible player?" Li Hu suggested. "No," Zhou Hui countered. "What I mean to convey is that this incessantly probing wife is quite bothersome. Were I Zhang San, I would have divorced her." "Ha ha, what a pity!" Li Hu exclaimed, clapping his hands in delight. "Fortunately, I'm not your wife, merely your scandalous mistress." Zhou Hui's expression darkened as he shot a fierce glare at both Li Hu and Chu Hi. Unfortunately, Chu Hi remained undisturbed, eyes closed, while Li Hu continued to roll about in laughter, her chestnut curls cascading over the bed. After her laughter subsided, she propped herself up, resting her chin on Chu Hi's knee, and coyly asked, "Hey, gentlemen, what if I did something that might annoy our esteemed couple?" Zhou Hui retorted, "Don't you often engage in annoying antics?" "I mean if," she replied. Before Zhou Hui could respond, Chu Hi, eyes still shut, remained motionless and said, "I would eliminate you." Li Hu burst into laughter again, casting a flirtatious glance at him, and fell silent, supporting her chin. Chapter 11, perhaps due to Li Hu's insinuation. That night, Zhou Hui dreamt of a chaotic array of memories. Having lived to this extent, he was aware of his dreaming state and found it peculiar to recall such distant and secretive past events, which, despite the passage of countless years, remained as vivid as if they had occurred yesterday. This was during the phoenix's birthing of its first offspring, amidst strange celestial phenomena and an unstable cosmos. As the maternal essence was rapidly absorbed by the embryo, many believed the phoenix would not survive this time. Though the phoenix thrived through its rebirth, it did not guarantee eternal existence. Once the soul returned to the boundless void beyond the 33 heavens, it was said to attain eternity, yet in truth, it resembled death in every regard. Zhou Hui knelt before the towering golden Buddha for 7 days and nights, grasping a string of blue prayer beads, unaware of how many thousands of times he had turned them. "Do you take refuge?" the Buddha asked for the first time. Zhou Hui remained silent for a long while before responding, "No." Outside the temple, thunder rumbled and lightning flashed as a torrential downpour descended. Countless bolts of lightning cascading from the heavens, lashing the earthly realm into a desolate wasteland. Hu Qing, holding an oiled paper umbrella, approached the temple entrance along the winding bluestone path from mountains. He resembled a forlorn spirit wandering through the rain-soaked night, his damp visage pale and ghostly as he murmured, "I can no longer endure this." Phoenix spoke, "In the end, one may sacrifice the inner elixir to protect the embryo." Inside the temple, the flickering lights cast a dim glow, half of Zhou Hui's profile obscured in shadow, rendering his features indistinct. The Buddha inquired once more, "Do you wish to take refuge?" An eternity seemed to pass before Hu Qing, believing he had fallen into a deep slumber or perhaps rooted himself to the ground. Heard him suddenly utter in a hoarse voice, "No." On the 10th day, the heavens and earth were turned upside down, fierce winds howled, and relentless rain poured, as if from the fabled icy hell. Demons and spirits danced wildly across the vast world. Glaciers collapsed, seawater surged, and the land trembled, scorched by blood and fire. Zhou Hui trembled, his nails digging fiercely into the Buddhist beads, cracking the azure glass until it was riddled with fissures. For the third time, the Buddha asked, "Do you wish to take refuge?" The sharp shards embedded deeply into his palm, blood seeping through the fine cracks and reflecting a mesmerizing, eerie light beneath the flickering candlelight. He wished to utter his willingness to take refuge, but the weight of those few words felt as if the very heavens were collapsing, bending his spine, threatening to shatter every bone within him. He tightly closed his eyes, trembling as he opened his mouth, only to suddenly hear a voice from outside the temple. "It has been born. The Phoenix chick has arrived. The peacock descends, wisdom and brightness abound, merits fulfilled. The Dharma is fully realized. Maha Mayura, born and grounded, like the golden sun upon the snow-capped mountains, sealing the peacock king." At that moment, Zhou Hui felt an immense burden lift, as if he had shed 1,000-pound weight, exhaling deeply and completely. Yet that breath could never be inhaled again. Karmic obstruction. Too late. The Buddha's voice thundered like a clap of thunder from the distant 33 heavens. "Your obsession blinds you. You cannot be taught. You have lost your final opportunity. You shall bear the blade and axe, descend into hell, and suffer eternally without the chance for rebirth or redemption." Zhou Hui looked up to see the fierce gaze of the Vajra, the Buddha's countenance solemn, as if it might collapse at any moment to devour him. He staggered back, breathless, feeling as though he were drenched in icy water, cold sweat pouring down. Just then, Hu Qing rushed in from outside the temple, her voice sharp and nearly unrecognizable. Zhou Hui, come quickly, look at the newborn's eyes." Zhou Hui pivoted sharply, noticing the nine-tailed fox's ashen complexion, her expression filled with an indescribable terror. "What is it?" he inquired. "The newborn has opened its eyes." Hu Qing trembled, and in its pupils reflects the death of the phoenix. The Buddhist beads clattered to the ground, the threads severed, and azure glass beads scattered everywhere. Zhou Hui suddenly opened his eyes wide. Outside the window, an unexpected downpour began, the raindrops pattering against the hotel glass, filling the air with an almost imperceptible scent of dampness and brine. Chewy was reaching across to grab his phone from the bedside table, but upon noticing, Zhou Hui silently turned back. A smile spread across Zhou Hui's face as he rolled over, pressing his weight onto Chewy, one hand instinctively exploring downwards. "I can hardly believe you haven't learned your lesson yet. How many times must you suffer before you become wiser?" In the dim warmth of the room, the recently quelled passion began to simmer once more, the atmosphere thickening in the hazy night, inducing a sense of lethargy. Chewy let out a muffled moan, his hand instinctively gripping the sheets, only to have Zhou Hui seize his fingers during a brief moment of movement, pressing them into his palm. "I just wanted to make a call." "There's no signal," Zhou Hui replied between heavy breaths, fervently kissing him. "In this realm, we are the same. Do you think you can escape? It's not that simple, let me tell you." The bare skin pressed together, generating an intoxicating heat that was hard to resist. For a fleeting moment, He felt as if the night were an unfathomable abyss, capable of drowning him entirely. He strained to tilt his head back, gasping for air, yet the grip on his throat grew tighter. Just as he was on the brink of asphyxiation, a blurred light flickered in his mind, bursting forth like a kaleidoscope of color, sending tremors throughout his body, leaving his limbs weak and his insides convulsing. He released a breathless gasp, one that he himself did not hear, filled with pain and a surge of exhilaration. Zhou Hui, too, was panting heavily, gradually finding his calm, leaning down to share a brief kiss. Exhausted, Chu He lay still, unwilling to move. Zhou Hui lay beside him, the darkness revealing glimmers of sweat on his toned, bare torso, his voice a hoarse murmur laced with satisfaction. "Who do you wish to call?" "Zhang Shun. Is your brother not yet grown? Does he become frantic at the thought of you spending a night away?" Chu He remained silent for a moment before suddenly asking, "Did you dream just now?" "No." Zhou Hui immediately denied, then paused before adding, "Hu Qing has already informed your brother, saying you'll return tomorrow." "What? Can you not wait a single night? Your brotherly bond is truly touching." Chu He fell silent for a moment, contemplating. "I am merely curious. If there is no particular reason, why did you bring me into this realm to spend the night? For pleasure? Can't I act without reason? You are not that kind of person. Nearly everything you do, if not 100%, at least 99%, is driven by a motive." Zhou Hui shifted to a more comfortable position beside him, casually remarking, "It seems you truly do not understand me." Chu He furrowed his brow, then rubbed his forehead with his middle finger, appearing somewhat puzzled. His demeanor evoked in Zhou Hui distant memories, fragments of a bygone era that were both quaint and heartwarming, prompting a subtle smile to grace his lips. Just as he contemplated a playful tease, shadows from a dream, obscure and somber, suddenly descended upon him, akin to malevolent demons lurking behind the serene beauty of life, revealing their grotesque smiles. Zhou Hui fell into a sudden silence. "You know, I had my reasons for confining you all night, though it seems the rationale is lost on you. I suppose it's merely a divergence in our thought processes." After a pause, he smirked, mischievously brushing his fingers under Chu He's chin. This gesture, while frivolous and even somewhat lewd, paired with his strikingly handsome visage, exuded an irresistible masculine allure. "Do not fret, my dear. It was merely for one night. Your husband knows how to keep things tantalizingly restrained, does he not?" Chu He gazed at him with an expressionless countenance. "Oui blanc, revealing à cela grand." Meanwhile, in the suburban development area, at a construction site, Zhang Shun parked his Ferrari by the roadside and stepped out, sheltering himself with an umbrella. The wilderness lay flattened by the torrential rain, the distant plains undulating without a single glimmer of light, resembling a monstrous entity revealing its vast, dark fangs on the horizon. The police tape marking the scene of the discovered bodies still clung to the barbed wire, rendered tattered by the downpour. Zhang Shun inhaled deeply, silently steeling himself, as he ducked beneath the tape and entered. The sight, previously unfrightening during daylight, now loomed ominously before him. The pit where 6 coffins had been unearthed just hours earlier, sending chills down his spine. For a fleeting moment, he nearly turned to flee, but the memory of Zhou Hui's seemingly indifferent yet ruthlessly cunning demeanor, coupled with Li Hu's ambiguous hints, compelled him to stand his ground. "What is to be done?" he murmured under his breath, glancing at the golden Buddha seal in his palm. It seemed that the woman named Li had merely pressed it into the ground during the day, reciting a few incantations, causing reflections akin to the immersive experience of an IMAX 3D film. What were those incantations again? Even if entry was impossible, surely shouting a few phrases or offering a drink would suffice. If all else failed, he could always call the police. Zhang Shun mused aloud, just as he intended to press his palm into the damp earth of the pit, when a sudden flash of light in the distance caught his attention, followed closely by the bright beams of headlights approaching. "Someone is coming," Zhang Shun gasped, quickly scanning his surroundings. After a brief hesitation, he dashed into the construction building, swiftly concealing himself among a cluster of scaffolding. However, he miscalculated. The vehicle approaching was not a police car, but rather a large Jeep Grand Cherokee. As it neared the site, the headlights were extinguished, halting directly in front of the construction building. Moments later, several individuals emerged from the vehicle, engaging in hushed conversation. Zhang Shun's heart skipped a beat. Those were Japanese. They were the investors who had acquired this construction site. As Mayor Huang had mentioned earlier in the day, what business could they possibly have here at such a late hour? Could the murder truly be connected to them? Zhang Shun's heart raced like a drum. unable to resist the urge to sneak a glance. He saw several Japanese men laboriously unloading a long cloth bag from a vehicle and tossing it on the ground, followed by the extraction of an enormous wooden coffin. The moment Zhang Shun recognized the object, his legs turned to jelly. It was indeed a coffin. Another figure emerged from the car, a youth clad in a white robe, his movements and expression stiff as he slowly descended and positioned himself before the bag and the coffin. Upon seeing the scene clearly, Zhang Shun nearly lost control. A gun was pressed against the back of the boy's head, wielded by a middle-aged man in a gray suit, while others formed a circle around them, observing intently. Was this a murder scene? Had I stumbled into a murder scene? Zhang Shun trembled as if caught in a fever, contemplating whether to stealthily slip away or feign unconsciousness by collapsing to the ground, when a man in the gray suit spoke in Chinese. "Do it now. Don't force me to act." The youth trembled, and after a long pause, hoarsely replied, "But I no longer wish to kill. You may kill me instead." Upon uttering his final word, he suddenly became serene, standing there with eyes closed. The man in the gray suit, taken aback by the boy's response, was seized by rage. He struck the boy down with the butt of his gun, then kicked him several times. The boy curled up in pain but clenched his teeth in silence, only emitting a brief cry when pushed to his limits. The man, exasperated, shouted, "Do you think you're the only one who can do this, Yan Lanyu? You lot, unwrap that bag." Two subordinates immediately complied, and as the bag was removed, Zhang Shun was horrified to discover a person within. The individual appeared to be unconscious, unresponsive to the chaos surrounding them. The man in the gray suit spat in disdain and approached the figure, while Yan Lanyu lay on the ground, presumably aware of the impending doom, shaking his head as he gasped in distress. Zhang Shun, however, remained oblivious to the brutality of the world. The sheltered rich heir had not comprehended such savagery existed. Instinctively, he widened his eyes as the man in the gray suit raised his gun, the shot resounding with a deafening crack. Blood erupted from the head of the person in the bag, and they slumped lifelessly. A murder had occurred. Zhang Shun trembled as if struck by lightning, retreating in a panic, only to collide with a steel frame with a resounding clang. In that instant, he felt his blood freeze, and then several individuals turned sharply, shouting, "Who is there?" Zhang Shun stood frozen for a moment before turning to flee. It proved that even a desperate rich heir could not outrun a trained wolf. He had barely taken a few steps when he was seized from behind and thrown to the ground. A flurry of punches rained down upon him, forcing him to protect his head and cry out. Soon, the agony rendered him voiceless, leaving only the intermittent sounds of his pleas as fists continued to rain upon his face. For a few fleeting seconds, he genuinely believed he might be beaten to death. He had never imagined that being pinned down and brutally struck could be so terrifying and despairing. In retrospect, he felt even less courageous than the youth named Yan Lanyu, who had resolutely gritted his teeth without begging for mercy. Suddenly, a commanding voice called out, and the fists gradually ceased their assault. Zhang Shun, utterly disheveled, gasped for breath as the excruciating pain slowly penetrated through the numbness, returning to his reflexes. Before him stood a man in a gray suit, gun in hand, his face clouded with foreboding. Not far off, the young boy shouted, "Do not kill him. I will assist you in creating the seventh laughing corpse." Zhang Shun fixated on the firearm, his mind blank. It was a profound emptiness. So much so that thoughts of his impending doom and the notion of meeting his brother in the afterlife failed to surface. The command came, "Bind him." Zhang Shun felt as though an entire century had passed, though it was merely a handful of seconds before he heard the gray-suited man's voice again. "Bring him over. If the corpse creation fails, we will use him to meet our quota." His subordinates swiftly retrieved ropes from the Cherokee, binding Zhang Shun tightly and presenting him before the man in gray and the boy. The young lad had managed to rise, half kneeling beside the man's lifeless body, his gaze fixed on Zhang Shun as he queried, "Who are you, and what are you doing here?" Zhang Shun trembled uncontrollably, acutely aware of his disgrace, yet powerless to quell it. Despair washed over him as he lamented his own naivety, realizing he lacked the maturity and composure exhibited by his brother in critical moments. "I was just passing by, just a casual observer. Please, do not kill me," Yan Lanyu offered a brief, melancholic smile, his expression laced with sorrow. "You would do well to close your eyes." "Close my eyes? Why? Are you truly going to kill me to complete the eighth corpse? Damn it. Will I too lie in the coffin, grinning in such a ghastly manner?" Zhang Shun's mind erupted with a torrent of thoughts as he heard the boy say, "The process that follows may be somewhat grotesque. I intend to extract this man's entrails and take measures to alter his face. It would be prudent for you to keep your eyes shut." Zhang Shun, dumbfounded by the boy's seriousness, swiftly turned away and tightly shut his eyes. The rustling sounds behind him were soon accompanied by a thick, metallic scent of blood. A wet substance fell to the ground with a splat, and as he recognized what it was, a wave of goosebumps enveloped him. Unbeknownst to him, he was trembling so violently that he could scarcely stand, while a few Japanese men emitted unmistakable chuckles. After an indeterminate passage of time, Yan Lanyu hoarsely instructed, "Place him inside." A few men stepped forward, lifting the corpse and depositing it into the coffin. Zhang Shun mustered all his courage to crack his eyes open a mere slit, resolving that if he survived this night, he would forever remember the visage of this unfortunate soul, perhaps even offering him some tribute during future festivals. As soon as he opened his eyes, he was struck with terror. There lay a corpse, stripped bare, its mouth grotesquely stretched to the ears, posed in an eerie cross-legged position. One hand clutched a small knife pressed against its chest, while the other was raised, finger pointed straight ahead. Zhang Shun was utterly horrified, yet the Japanese men showed no hesitation as they placed the body into a coffin, closed the lid, and began using a specialized tool to excavate a large pit for 6 coffins in the daylight. They worked with great speed and vigor, seemingly dismissing Zhang Shun, not out of any adherence to the Geneva Conventions regarding the treatment of prisoners of war, but rather out of a desire to spare themselves the effort. The soil at the bottom of the pit was loose, and soon they had unearthed a square hole measuring 7 feet on each side, into which they lowered the coffin. Yan Lanyu sighed and sat down on the ground, instructing Zhang Shun to step back. He quickly retreated a few paces, observing as she produced an object from her neck, resembling a sharp, grayish-white pendant. Using the pointed end, she pierced her middle finger and began to draw symbols on the ground with her blood, murmuring a chant as she did so. All the Japanese men stepped back, yet the man in the gray suit advanced, pressing the barrel of his gun against her head. "Is this truly necessary, Master Akita?" Yan Lanyu asked without turning, a hint of mockery in her tone. The man replied coldly, "Your cunning nature is suspect. Who knows if you might deliberately misplace something, leading us all to our doom." Yan Lanyu appeared to dismiss his words entirely, but from Zhang Shun's vantage point, he caught a fleeting glimpse of her discreetly erasing a segment of the symbols, only to redraw several strokes. As the symbols multiplied and grew denser, the surrounding wilderness gradually descended into darkness. In this tense atmosphere, Zhang Shun became acutely aware. The rain, which had already been thinning, ceased altogether. The wind picked up, swirling fiercely as dark clouds piled upon one another, obscuring the pale, ghastly moon. The entire expanse transformed into an inky blackness, the beam of a flashlight a mere blur, even just a few steps away. Yan Lanyu continued her drawing, her and Akita's faces seemingly emanating an eerie glow, rendering them frightfully spectral. A shiver coursed through Zhang Shun, and soon he heard a long, mournful wail emanating from deep within the wilderness, drawing nearer from all directions. The Japanese men stirred restlessly, glancing around, yet saw nothing. In the darkness, it felt as though countless phantoms were gliding through the air, trailing their sorrowful cries above their heads, even whispering chilling lamentations near their ears. This surreal and terrifying atmosphere resembled a live performance from a Hollywood horror film. The Japanese men, clutching flashlights that had turned an eerie green, trembled in fear, while Zhang Shun, gripped by a profound dread, suddenly found a strange calmness in his resignation, reflecting that there was nothing to fear from ghosts. After all, his grandfather had encountered spirits and battled demons. These Japanese men were far more terrifying than any specter, weren't they? How could this be happening? Akita, unable to ignore the foul, cold wind that howled against his ear, shouted at Yan Lanyu, "What have you done?" "It is quite normal," Yin Lanyu remarked softly as she continued to draw. The 7 laughing corpses attract countless wandering souls from all directions, and an overwhelming number of spirits can cause the earth to convulse in extreme agony, ultimately leading to the collapse of the earth's veins. Before she could finish her sentence, a sudden, resounding boom reverberated, and everyone felt the ground tremble beneath their feet. "It's the Earth's embryo," Akiyama exclaimed in shock, followed by a surge of joy. "The Earth's embryo has awakened." Yin Lanyu, too preoccupied to respond, had expended too much energy on the talisman. Once more, she pierced her finger with the peculiar grayish-white pendant, drawing blood to complete the final strokes of her incantation. Abruptly, she sprang back several paces. The earth shuddered violently, emitting a deafening crack. Amidst the gasps of astonishment, everyone fell. Zhang Shun, caught off guard, stumbled and fell clumsily, losing a bloodied tooth in the process. He scrambled to his feet, barely having time to curse before witnessing the ground beneath him fracture. Cracks spread ominously with a chilling hiss, rapidly extending into the depths below, forming an unfathomable black void within mere seconds, while numerous fissures snaked outward in all directions. From the gaping chasm, a corner of the coffin that had been buried underground was revealed, suddenly vibrating with a clatter. Zhang Shun instinctively sensed something within was tugging at it, and the coffin jolted slightly as it became ensnared in the earth. In an instant, with a swift motion, it was yanked down into the abyss. Zhang Shun felt a chill run down his spine and seized the opportunity to flee. Just then, Akiyama bellowed, "Catch him! Let him be the first to descend." Several Japanese men lunged forward, swiftly overpowering him. Despite Zhang Shun's frantic struggles, he was bound and dragged toward the chasm, fear escaping his lips as he cried, "If only go down there. There's something below. The coffin has been taken." Akiyama wore a mocking smile as he commanded his subordinates. "See how deep it is." The men secured bricks to a rope and cast them into the void. As the earth continued to tremble, the steep crevice posed challenges. But eventually, the bricks struck the ground. They pulled the rope back to measure, discovering that the depth exceeded 20 meters. Akiyama pointed at Zhang Shun and declared, "You, go down first." More than 20 meters. Sliding down the rope could be fatal, not to mention the strange entity within. Zhang Shun vehemently shook his head, shouting, "No, don't make me go down. If I die, my family will never forgive you. I have money. Tell me how much you want." "Money," Akiyama scoffed, "is the least valuable thing to people like us. Send him down." Without hesitation, his men began to shove Zhang Shun toward the fissure. As Zhang Shun struggled and screamed, amidst the chaos, he was struck several times. Though the Japanese were well-trained security personnel, Zhang Shun was fighting for his life, and, for a moment, he managed to resist being pushed over the edge. Akiyama grew increasingly impatient after several minutes, suddenly brandishing his gun and barking, "Will you descend? Or must I throw your corpse down to explore the depths?" Terrified, Zhang Shun cried out, his legs trembling, as he was forcefully pushed, nearly tumbling into the chasm. "Release him!" At that moment, Yin Lanyu rose and stepped forward, firmly restraining several of Zhang Shun's assailants. With a calm and authoritative tone, she declared, "I shall be the first to descend." The subordinates hesitated, halting their actions, and exchanged questioning glances with Xiang Tian. Xiang Tian's expression was peculiar. He scrutinized Yin Lanyu from head to toe before slowly murmuring, "You truly remain as compassionate as ever. Very well, since you're destined to go down. It matters not if you do so earlier to scout the way." Yin Lanyu responded with a cold laugh, but said nothing further. She removed her outer hunting attire, revealing a fitted outfit beneath, her youthful frame lean and agile. After her subordinates secured a climbing rope around her waist, she carefully descended the steep earthen slope. Upon reaching the cave's entrance, she turned to Zhang Shun and said, "Stay close behind me. Do not be afraid." He appeared quite young, no more than 17 or 18, perhaps even merely 15 or 16. At such an age, most children would still be attending high school. Yet his eyes bore the weight of experiences that many adults had never endured. In that fleeting moment, an inexplicable sensation struck Zhang Shun's heart with intensity. He suddenly realized that this had always been the case. Whenever danger arose, he was invariably shielded by others. Chu-hee, Zhou-hui, and even the woman named Li-hu. Now, he found himself protected by this mere child. He was always the one in need of protection, always a helpless witness to others suffering before his very eyes. Zhang Shun opened his mouth, but could not utter a sound. After a moment, he nodded gravely. Without a backward glance, Yin Lanyu leaped into the abyss, while Zhang Shun was roughly pushed by the Japanese and stumbled in after her. As he descended, his forehead struck the cave wall sharply. Before he could register the pain, he suddenly felt weightless, plunging at least 2 or 3 meters in a vertical fall. With a resounding thud, he landed heavily on a protruding rock, grimacing in pain. When he heard Xiang Tian called down from above, "How is it down there?" Yin Lanyu, ahead of him, responded without turning, "Extend the rope further." She then turned and made a shushing gesture, retrieving a dagger from her lower back and pressing it into Zhang Shun's embrace. "You!" Yin Lanyu interrupted him, speaking swiftly and softly, her Mandarin fluent and uncharacteristic of a Japanese person. "Listen, I will lead these individuals into a dead end. If you find an opportunity, flee swiftly." "And you?" The youth's face broke into a faint, serene smile. "I intend to eliminate them all." In that moment, Zhang Shun was at a loss for words. Those few seconds weighed heavily upon him. After a brief pause, he swallowed hard and resolutely declared, "I will stay and assist you." Yin Lanyu shook her head with a smile, pointing to the grayish-white, segmented pendant hanging from her chest. "If you have the chance after my demise, take this pendant. It will ensure your safe passage out of this cave. Once you're outside, please inform Zhou-hui, who is with you during the day of my death, and ask him to relay the message to a man named you in national security. This fragment is what they have been searching for all along." The cave was shrouded in darkness, yet Zhang Shun sensed tears gradually welling in the corners of the young boy's eyes, although he could hear no sound. "I cannot flee alone," Zhang Shun gasped, struggling against the notion. "You are still so young. I cannot. Who is this person surnamed you? Can he come to rescue you? Or will you come with me?" "And we?" Yin Lanyu interjected. "He is someone I saved 2 years ago. I relinquished my chance at freedom to save his life, and he promised to return to rescue me after 2 years, but he has broken that promise." The boy paused, visibly distressed, and quietly said, "Please tell him that Yin Lanyu has perished. This is the last gift I can offer him." Chapter 12. He tightened his bathrobe and stood before the large glass mirror in the bathroom, exhaling a sigh. Zhou-hui, yawning and swaying slightly, ambled over, planting a kiss on his neck before bending down to brush his teeth. With his bare torso, the firm lines of his muscles emanated a striking beauty under the light, as his abdominal muscles and the alluring V-line extended perfectly into the low-rise underwear. His hair stood stylishly, and his nose was pronounced to the point of reflecting light. His visage was so handsome that even a photograph taken in the morning, with sleep crust in his eyes, could serve as a cover for a fashion magazine. Chewie glanced at his own pale and weary reflection, marked by illness, and then at Zhou-hui, suddenly struck by a peculiar sensation. "What is wrong?" Zhou-hui asked, still drowsy. Chewie initially hesitated before pouring himself a cup of warm water. After sipping half of it, he thoughtfully remarked, "I was just considering, if someone were to see us like this, they might assume I've spent a fortune to keep you." Zhou-hui chuckled, "Darling, anyone would think it's you who is being kept by me, the domineering CEO." After saying this, he seemed to revel in his own audacity, playfully shaking his head at the mirror, which was now smeared with toothpaste foam. Chewie felt as if he had entered a zoo, realizing he should not test the thickness of Zhou-hui's skin. How could he be so reckless with his words? He sighed and pointed outside, saying, "The time has come. You must dispel the barrier." Zhou-hui, unfazed, replied, "It's not even dawn yet." Indeed, in H City during summer, dawn should break around this hour, yet the window remained enveloped in darkness, with layers of heavy clouds obscuring the sky, devoid of any moonlight, resembling the depths of night. Chewie crossed his arms, leaning against the glass table, and narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing Zhou-hui from above. Just then, as Zhou-hui spat out mouthwash and turned his head, he caught sight of Chewie-esque gaze and burst into laughter. "Darling, that expression of yours is simply exhilarating." Do you remember when you descended as the Phoenix King, traversing the blood sea to save countless souls? It was that very look. Chu-hee, puzzled, inquired, were you there at that time? Why weren't you saved? Zhou-hui washed his face and, with closed eyes, groped for a towel, finally chuckling, I was busy. Well, doing something else. Chu-hee. Zhou-hui hummed a little tune and called for room service, instructing them to leave it at the door, without entering. Who knows how long the doorbell continued to ring, not just ringing, but persistently echoing, causing Zhou-hui, who was preening himself with hair gel, to grow anxious. He strode over, opened the door, and inquired, didn't I tell you? Oh, Li-hu. Li-hu stood at the entrance, one hand pushing a food cart and the other abruptly tossing a document into Zhou-hui's face, coldly stating, Tianchi Construction is your enterprise. Zhou-hui hurriedly caught the document, glancing down to see it clearly marked with Zhou-yi, a construction plan approval report. Instantly, his spirits lifted, and he beamed. Hello, dear. Would you care for some breakfast? Don't mind moving the cart. I'll put this meal on my tab. Cheers. With that, he reached to close the door. Li-hu forcefully braced against the doorframe, exclaiming, You scoundrel, you deliberately sold that land to the Japanese. That building is certainly not a residential complex. It's clearly what is it? Both Li-hu and Zhou-hui abruptly fell silent, raising their eyes to see Chu-hee standing in the living room, barefoot in a white bathrobe, holding a glass of water, with one eyebrow slightly raised. Their expressions stiffened simultaneously, and in a flash of insight, Li-hu's face clearly displayed his concern. Something was amiss with the land project. What should they do? Zhou-hui's expression, however, was rather nonchalant. I don't know. Who told you to bring this matter to my wife? Well, the Japanese. Chu-hee inquired with intrigue. If you don't clarify, I might think the two of you have been sleeping together, and that Li-hu has a little one on the way. Both shuddered at the implication, but Zhou-hui reacted swiftly, earnestly declaring, My dear wife, you must see. To me, this fox represents my sister-in-law. No, even more so. We were merely discussing how I started a construction company during the 2 years you were away. Today, let us head to the bank, and I'll hand over my private funds to you suddenly. A resounding thunderclap broke through Zhou-hui's speech, lightning illuminating the sky outside. Zhou-hui exclaimed, Is it really necessary for the heavens to strike just for a little hidden stash? Chu-hee's lips twitched slightly as he dashed to the window. At that moment, another roar of thunder cascaded, like a massive dragon descending from the sky, carving a dazzling arc across the heavens, before striking heavily towards the outskirts of the city. Boom! Just then, Li-hu's phone rang, the sudden piercing sound startling everyone. The screen displayed the name of Mayor Huang. As Li-hu reached to answer, Chu-hee snatched it away, responding, Hello? Chu, is that you? Where on earth have you been these past few days? Mayor Huang's voice boomed over the storm, his furious shouts audible despite the tumult. Get to the construction site in the suburbs. There's been an incident. The land project has collapsed into a sinkhole. Land project? Hurry over. We are organizing a rescue. Mayor Huang's voice was sharp. Also, your red car is parked at the edge of the sinkhole. Your brother might be trapped beneath. Meanwhile, 40 meters underground, Zhang Shun could not recall how many times he had fallen. He collapsed onto the ground, his knees striking the sharp stone surface with considerable force, blood streaming down his shins, yet the sensation of pain had been utterly numbed through repeated falls. Behind him, the Japanese men cursed and threatened to strike. But Yin Lanyu intervened, pulling him up and coldly admonishing him in Japanese, Be more careful. The crevice widened as they descended. Initially, one had to hold their breath and turn sideways to enter, but soon it became feasible for one to stride through with arms outstretched. Nevertheless, the ruggedness of the path and the sharp, bizarre rocks on either side were indescribable. Not only Zhang Shun, but even the several Japanese subordinates behind him stumbled frequently, with one sustaining a gash on his forehead from a protruding stone during a turn, blood streaming down his face. Akiyama had long since shed his gray suit jacket and, panting heavily, inquired, How much farther? They encountered another bend, obscured by a collapse of rubble. Yin Lanyu drew a short knife from his lower back, forcefully prying away several larger stones, barely clearing a passage 2 feet square. At last, the youth coughed amidst the swirling dust and ash, hastily crouching to enter. Zhang Shun was the second to follow, having no choice but to join him. Upon looking up at the interior space, he was momentarily dumbstruck. This was not a natural cavern formed by collapse. The walls and floor bore clear signs of human craftsmanship. Several Japanese men ignited cold flames, revealing that the surrounding stone walls were intricately engraved with a multitude of patterns. Due to years of seepage, some had decayed, emanating an indescribable odor. Alarmingly, these patterns stretched along the stone walls into the distance. As a few of them activated their wolf-eye flashlights, they could vaguely discern that this cavern was as large as a football field. "Look," one Japanese man suddenly exclaimed. "There are engravings on the ground, too." Zhang Shun was unable to comprehend Japanese, but seeing everyone lower their heads, he followed suit, gazing down to find that the stone floor indeed bore identical patterns to those on the walls. Zhang Ershao, being a master's graduate from a prestigious foreign university, had a keen eye from his extensive experiments, gradually discerning that these patterns were all repetitive segments of text, intertwined like some bizarre, twisted design. Master Lanyu, one of the Japanese subordinates, who held a certain reverence for Yen Lanyu, respectfully inquired, "What kind of talisman is this, and what does it prohibit?" Yen Lanyu, holding the flashlight, fixed his gaze upon the ground, and after a long moment, slowly articulated a peculiar and obscure sequence of syllables, stating, "This is a great sealing spell. A segment of Sanskrit." Sanskrit? Yes, these characters are all repetitive, conveying a single message. He took a deep breath, and for reasons unknown, Zhang Shun felt as if he had smiled. Yet that smile was profoundly strange. This place harbors something that has suffered divine retribution. There are a total of 99,999,999 great sealing spells here, all repeating that one sentence. Zhang Shun observed his expression, shivering involuntarily. Not only he, but the other Japanese men also felt a chill run down their spines. The one who had inquired earlier exclaimed in alarm, "But this place is so vast, with all the stone walls and the ground inscribed with this phrase. Who could have done this?" Moreover, the question arises as to why this place is sealed, suggesting that it harbors something malevolent, impervious to the might of even 9 million powerful prohibitive spells. Yen Lanyu paused, casting a glance around before speaking. As for who inscribed this, it must have been those who originally constructed this place. Inscribing scriptures is not a task for just anyone, especially not for those high monks capable of wielding such formidable prohibitive spells, of whom there are likely only a handful in existence. Thus, the multitude of spells densely etched within this cavern must have been engraved painstakingly by a single individual, stroke by stroke. Everyone stood in stunned silence, a few quickly retrieving their phones to document the scene for archival purposes. Aiton, wielding a flashlight, turned in a circle, his mind perhaps unsettled by the overwhelming sight of the countless runes, and loudly inquired, "What about the thing inside? The earthborn entity?" Yen Lanyu revealed that peculiar smile once more, responding, "Above your head." Aiton instinctively raised the flashlight, and everyone instinctively recoiled a few steps. There, suspended in the vastness of the cave's ceiling, lay a coffin, the very one they had just interred, inexplicably dragged to the depths and now ajar. The corpse sat upright upon the coffin lid, a knife plunged into its chest with one hand, and the other pointing eastward. Even Zhang Shun, accustomed to the supernatural, found the sight of a corpse perched above him, sword-like finger directed towards the east, profoundly chilling. His mind buzzed, goosebumps prickled his skin, yet his gaze involuntarily followed the corpse's finger in that direction. There, he beheld a figure suspended in the air. It was the person he had seen in the reflection of Li Hu. Approximately 3 to 4 meters above the ground, their hands bound, head bowed, long hair cascading down. Clad in a robe of indeterminate age, possibly decayed, the garment was densely inscribed with blood-stained runes, identical to the powerful prohibitive spells etched upon the stone walls and ground. With trepidation, they illuminated the figure with their flashlight, initially silent, until a Japanese individual broke the quiet with an awe-filled exclamation, "Truly, it is breathtaking." Indeed, the visage of this person possessed a captivating beauty that transcended gender, a beauty so striking that even in such a grim and terrifying subterranean realm, it could momentarily dispel all fear. Zhang Shun had experienced this soul-stirring sensation in the reflection. Now, confronted with it face to face, he grasped the depth of its impact. However, as he gazed longer, a different feeling began to surface within him. This individual was not his brother. Yes, he increasingly recognized that this person could not possibly be his brother, for from this face, he gradually discerned something else, an aura of malevolence. Zhang Shun thought he might have misjudged, blinking forcefully, yet the indescribable wickedness and chill emanating from that visage only grew clearer. Zhang Ershao's limited command of the language rendered him incapable of articulating the bizarre sensation that enveloped him. The visage before him, undeniably beautiful. One could assert that it was a divine creation of unparalleled craftsmanship, exuded an unsettling malevolence from the very corners of its brows and eyes, seeping ominously from every pore. Zhang Shun had encountered promotional images of villainous characters in online games, some with blood-red eyes and fearsome expressions that were indeed frightening. Yet, none could compare to the chilling, malevolent aura that pierced directly into one's soul. He had only once felt a similar dread emanating from the face of the demon lord, Fan Luo. Instinctively, he took a half-step back. Why was this not an embryo? At that moment, a Japanese man also discerned something amiss, but unlike Zhang Shun, he seemed oblivious to the palpable evil emanating from the earthborn fetus. The Qing people's records clearly state that earthborn fetuses are always in the form of embryos. Only a few that have emerged from the womb are considered rare treasures. Why is this one an adult? Another subordinate countered. Earthborn fetuses are inherently rare. Their exact nature is difficult to ascertain. Perhaps this one has simply matured. While the group continued to debate, Zhang Shun was drenched in cold sweat. He fixated on the sinister and ferocious countenance, internally pleading that they must not lower this earthborn fetus. Let it remain bound by the incantations of 9 million curses. That face was simply too terrifying. The possibility of an earthborn fetus reaching adulthood lingered in the air as several Japanese individuals engaged in animated discussion. Suddenly, Yin Lan Yu, who had been silent until now, broke the silence. Upon speaking, all disputes ceased, and the room fell silent as everyone turned their attention to him. It seemed that although the man named Ida might chastise him, the ordinary Japanese subordinates held the onmyoji in profound reverence, revealing no emotions other than respect. Earthborn fetuses gestate for millennia within the dragon veins beneath mountains and glacial caps, unable to be born due to their reliance solely on the natural energies of feng shui for sustenance, devoid of the nurturing essence of human presence. In the last century, earthborn fetuses discovered in regions such as Xinjiang and northeast China often resembled infants. Among them was a female infant, hidden deep within a cave, standing nearly 3 meters tall. With complete features and fine hair, her visage remarkably lifelike. Local lore claimed that one could hear the cries of an infant in the dead of night, attributed to the thin population in the area providing the necessary nourishment. Are you suggesting that the densely populated H city allows the earthborn fetus to grow more rapidly? Ida questioned incredulously. Yin Lan Yu, however, maintained a composed demeanor. It is indeed a possibility. Ida hesitated, but Yin Lan Yu pressed on. If we are to extract it, we must act swiftly. Time is of the essence. Everyone was taken aback as he shone his flashlight around the stone cavern. The walls, which had previously been severely soaked by underground water, now appeared entirely drenched, with water cascading down the carved patterns. A torrential downpour had commenced above, and the subterranean waters were poised to surge back. The young onmyoji paused momentarily before adding, "Moreover, our descent was quite noisy. We likely attracted attention, and those drawn to us may have already arrived." His subordinates were struck with alarm, and several whispered urgently. Mr. Ida appeared somewhat hesitant. Typically, those who are cunning and ruthless proceed with caution. However, with the descent already made, retreat was no longer an option. To speak of anything else without the earthborn fetus, they would certainly be unable to depart H City under Zhou Hui's watchful gaze. Lower the earthborn fetus, Ida instructed, gesturing towards Yin Lanyu and signaling two subordinates. Construct a ladder for him. The two subordinates showed no dissent, moving to the feet of the suspended earthborn fetus, while Yin Lanyu agilely climbed onto their shoulders. Meanwhile, several others set up a contraption akin to a pulley on the ground, evidently premeditated for hoisting the earthborn fetus down. They had clearly misjudged its size. It seemed a mere stretcher would suffice for the task. Ida's gaze fixated on Yin Lanyu, who stood beside the earthborn fetus, his face nearly touching its ear. With a reverse motion, he drew a short knife from his waist, measuring the means to sever the seal binding it. An inexplicable sense of foreboding suddenly seized Ida's heart. Experienced and ruthless, his position in the esoteric sect was hard-earned. Such unsettling premonitions were rare for him. Yet whenever they surfaced, they heralded significant calamities, often resulting in the demise of half the individuals present. Ida's eyelids twitched uncontrollably, and he instinctively inhaled sharply. Wait. All eyes turned towards him, and he abruptly faced Yin Lanyu. Do not proceed. Hold on. Yin Lanyu stared at him, a peculiar smile gracing his lips. It's too late. With that, he raised the knife, and with a resounding thud, the earthborn fetus crashed heavily to the ground. In that instant, Ida felt a chill envelop his entire being. The cave fell into an eerie silence, each person acutely aware of their own heartbeat. Yet, after a span of several seconds, even a full minute, nothing transpired. Ida, Sir Subordinate inquired tremulously. Are you all right? You only then did Ida realize his tongue felt numb. He swallowed hard, his voice emerging hoarse. I'm fine. Everyone exchanged glances, and one individual hesitantly opened their mouth to speak, only to be silenced by a warning glance from their companion. During this moment of tension, the sound of gurgling underground water grew increasingly pronounced. A few brave souls approached the fallen earthborn fetus, observing that it seemed devoid of danger, and turned to manipulate the pulley. Just then, someone stood upright, puzzled. Did you hear something? No, what did you hear? The group fell silent, the only sound being the seepage of underground water. Yet, mere seconds later, another voice exclaimed in alarm. Laughter, it's laughter. Someone is laughing. Zhang Shun, standing closest to the source, felt a chill race down his spine, followed by a faint, eerie laughter echoing from the back of his head. There really is someone laughing. What does that sound? As the crowd grew increasingly agitated, suddenly one of the subordinates collapsed to the ground. Pointing at the entity with a countenance akin to one who had seen a ghost, trembling as he exclaimed, It is the Earthborn. It is laughing. In an instant, everyone turned to look, only to witness the Earthborn shifting slightly, and moments later, it sat upright with a deliberate slowness. Zhang Shun, upon glimpsing its resplendent visage, felt his mind buzz with disbelief. It laughed heartily, the corners of its mouth stretching almost to its ears, a sight hauntingly reminiscent of the 7 laughing corpses. It seemed to utter something, and in the next moment, it seized the fallen Japanese man who was unable to rise, and with lightning speed, savagely tore a chunk of flesh from his neck. The sound of tearing flesh echoed, causing a collective pallor to wash over the onlookers, while the victim's carotid artery erupted in a spray of blood, punctuated by his desperate cries for help. Without a moment's hesitation, Xiang Tian raised his firearm and fired. The bullets struck the Earthborn, but in the next heartbeat, they ricocheted back with a cacophony of shell casings. The Earthborn appeared oblivious to the bullets, swallowing the morsel of flesh whole before bending down to tear off another large piece, chewing it with a sickening audibility before swallowing it whole. The scene was grotesquely bloody, causing Zhang Shun's stomach to lurch violently. Several timid Japanese men retched, while a greater number brandished daggers and knives, charging forward. Do not approach. Xiang Tian sauted in vain. Watching helplessly as the Earthborn showed no reaction to the cold steel being thrust at it, casually discarding the lifeless subordinate and then rising to capture another individual, swiftly snapping his throat with a sickening crunch. Fall back. Xiang Tian cried in exasperation. That is not the Earthborn. It is the ultimate malevolence of heaven and earth. His subordinates hesitated for a brief moment, realizing that their 2 captured companions were beyond rescue, before bolting for the exit. However, the chaotic melee lasted but a few seconds before the Earthborn's form flickered, suddenly blocking the stone doorway. It continued to smile, the expression now more normalized, yet still infused with an alluring beauty and a malevolent aura that was distinctly disconcerting. Everyone retreated nervously, while Xiang Tian's hand trembled on his firearm, teetering on the verge of misfire. What? What is this creature? The Earthborn turned its gaze upon him, suddenly brushing its bloodied hair behind its ear and leaning in ominously, murmuring something incomprehensible. Its voice, raspy from years of silence, rendered its utterance nearly unintelligible. Yet soon, it repeated itself, this time more clearly, and the assembled crowd was astonished to hear it articulate a complete thought. Do you wish to know? It could speak human language. The crowd was momentarily stunned, the situation growing increasingly surreal. You have fed me too many toxic substances. The Earthborn's voice, still hoarse from long silence, hinted at a peculiar delight as it enunciated each word slowly. Do you not understand yet? You are sent down by my father. Before anyone could react, it moved its head, the cervical vertebrae cracking audibly. After all these years, I finally received proper nourishment. Meanwhile, on the ground, the black moose emitted a hissing sound as it halted at the construction site entrance. The torrential rain had swept the yellow-black caution tape all over the place, and the police, bundled in thick raincoats, appeared soaked to the bone. Mayor Huang was vociferously berating several leaders from the municipal police department. Upon seeing the vehicle's arrival, he immediately pushed aside his secretary and others, disregarding the umbrella, and dashed through the downpour like a whip of water. Zhu, Zenedo Zhu. Zhou Hui cheerfully alighted from the vehicle, shielding himself from Mayor Huang's fervor, and inquired warmly, "What seems to be the issue, old Huang?" Zhou Hui was still clad in his exceptionally expensive leather jacket, elegantly removing his sunglasses, his amiable gaze causing Mayor Huang to shiver as he stammered. I was looking for General Chu. Chu emerged from the other side of the vehicle, his expression as cold as ice, asking, "Where's my brother?" Yet Zhou Hui ignored him, firmly admonishing Mayor Huang. "Look at you, such a large weasel, and yet you only know how to call out for General Chu. Regardless of the situation, how shameful is that? Do you truly believe General Chu is your mother? What did I say before I left? When the seventh corpse appears, you must evacuate the city. Have my words fallen on deaf ears? If you want General Chu to be your mother, at least you should call me father." Chu He forcefully pulled Mayor Huang closer, demanding, "Have you organized the personnel to go down? Did you find Zhang Shun?" Before Mayor Huang could respond, Zhou Hui again seized Chu He, adopting an exceedingly assertive stance. "Your brother is but a 3-year-old child. If he is lost, do you not know how to feed him?" Chu He's countenance revealed a struggle to contain himself, and even Mayor Huang, witnessing this, felt that the typically inscrutable General Chu was now at the brink of unbearable frustration. "You deliberately lured the followers of the esoteric sect down there," he hissed through gritted teeth. "You are fully aware of Maha's condition, yet you dare to feed him blood food. Are you seeking to attract more heavenly retribution upon him?" Zhou Hui responded with a dismissive roll of his eyes. "Oh, now you know everything. Yet just moments ago you pretended to innocently ask me what was below? What a farce." They exchanged glances, and Chu He, uncertain whether it was cold or overwhelming anger, felt his hands trembling subtly in his pockets. Zhou Hui hummed a tune, exuding an air of a rogue who had already claimed his territory, leaving Chu He with no recourse. Li Hu watched from the side, sighing as he changed into flat shoes, murmuring, "What a preserved act." Mayor Huang, flustered and at a loss, glanced back and forth between the two, suddenly sensing a peculiar atmosphere had enveloped them. It was evident that during their last encounter, tensions had run high, with one probing and the other defensive, every utterance laden with hidden implications. Yet now, an odd sense of direct confrontation had unexpectedly arisen between them. This phenomenon only manifests between those who share an intimate bond, characterized by mutual antagonism, while simultaneously excluding all others, creating an impenetrable barrier that prevents any intrusion. "Excuse me for the interruption." Mayor Huang timidly raised his hand and inquired, "Has the underground birth occurred? Can we organize a rescue team to descend?" Zhou Hui and Chu He turned their gazes towards him simultaneously. Poor Mayor Huang's lips quivered, nearly frozen in distress, when he heard Chu He quietly declare, "I will go down as well." Without an umbrella, he boldly strode towards the enormous fissure in the ground. Zhou Hui rolled his eyes in exasperation, playfully grasping Mayor Huang's plump shoulder. "Old Huang, prepare yourself. I shall also descend to rescue those in need. Why are you looking at me like that?" The rogue sighed, elegantly shrugged, and replied, "Allow me to introduce you to what stirs below. It is called Mo. My wayward son who has already met his demise. Did you think I would venture down there for noble reasons? Do you truly believe I am of such lofty moral standing?" Chapter 13 in City H. Torrential rain poured relentlessly, fierce winds swept through, and the sky was charged with an ominous display of thunder. The meteorological station issued 3 consecutive red weather alerts, with broadcasts and television screens throughout the streets incessantly repeating, "Citizens, please remain indoors and avoid going outside. Refrain from aerial or outdoor activities." The populace of City H was gripped by anxiety, as the municipal secretariat placed over a dozen calls, nearly beseeching Mayor Huang, stationed at the front line, to return to the city committee. However, Mayor Huang angrily pushed away the secretary attempting to drape a raincoat over him, exclaiming, "I must go down." Chu He, gripping the muddy edge of the pit, was about to step into the chasm when he, for once, expressed rare anger. "What do you intend to do down there? Do you understand how perilous it is?" Just then, a thunderous bolt of lightning struck a tree in the wilderness several dozen meters away. The deafening crack echoed as the tree splintered, and the flames were instantaneously extinguished by the torrential rain, sending plumes of thick smoke into the air. Silence enveloped the group, as several members of the criminal investigation team began to retreat in fear. Mayor Huang roared, "This is my city. Even in my diminished state, I can still be of assistance down there." He turned to Captain Wang of the criminal police, bellowing, "Everyone must hold the line and not retreat. Should anything emerge from below, shoot on sight. Any intruders will be detained immediately." His chubby face, drenched in rain, bore an unusually stern expression, compelling everyone to respond in unison. Chui attempted to intervene, but Zhou Hui restrained him. "Let him go down. That Huang fellow is a nuisance. It would be amusing if he were struck by lightning. Perhaps he could even lend a hand down there." Chu cast a stoic glance his way before leaping into the fissure. Zhou Hui dismissed Captain Wang's offer to secure him with a safety rope, following suit into the abyss. Shortly thereafter, Li Hu descended as well, landing on a protruding rock about 5 to 6 meters from the ground, immediately transforming into his true form, a snow-white fox with 9 bushy tails. "It is quite surprising to see your concern for the children," the 9-tailed fox teased, flicking its tail. "You even take the time to improve their meals, feeding them snacks and such. The Japanese are inherently treacherous. I merely go with the flow. But how could this lead to such a catastrophe? Your Maha dares to consume anything, and apart from the last incident, there has never been such commotion." Zhou Hui cast a glance at him, causing a sudden chill to wash over the 9-tailed fox. "It is the relic of a Buddha," he stated. "When the relic inexplicably arrived here, it compelled Maha to shed blood before the Buddha, and divine retribution soon followed." He paused, gazing down at the 9-tailed fox from his elevated position. "By the way, what was that ridiculous thing you claimed to have done last time?" The 9-tailed fox stealthily took a step back. To its surprise, Zhou Hui did nothing at all. He didn't even vent his frustration by stepping on it. He merely looked up with a strange smile before turning to leave. "Is he really letting me go so easily? Surely not." The 9-tailed fox pondered anxiously for a few seconds, instinctively looking up. It soon understood why Zhou Hui had walked away so abruptly. A hefty figure, weighing over 300 pounds, slipped and fell from above, crashing down with the force of a collapsing mountain, instantly turning the 9-tailed fox into a mere meat patty. 40 meters underground, in a stone cavern, Akiyama shouted hoarsely, "Get out! It cannot escape this cave. Run!" The cold flames had long been extinguished, and the wolf-eyed flashlight lay scattered on the ground, with several of its light sources extinguished by stray bullet casings. The few remaining lights barely illuminated a small portion of the space. In the chaos, the exit, barely large enough for a single person to crouch through, was completely obscured, leaving only a gruesome sight of blood, severed limbs, and scattered flesh covering the intricate stone patterns. The monster seized the blade that had grazed its neck, effortlessly grabbing the Japanese man, its claws ripping through flesh and spilling innards onto the ground. It showed no disgust, greedily drinking a mouthful of blood and rasping. The flavor is truly delightful. The remaining Japanese men were driven to madness, trembling as they scrambled towards the stone wall, desperately searching for the exit by memory. However, the exit was small, and visibility was severely compromised. In such disorder, how could they possibly find it? Akiyama finally felt the sharp edge of broken stones, and as he reached out, his heart soared with joy here. Quickly move these stones. But before he could finish, a cold hand grasped him from behind, and an eerie face appeared before him. Ah, get away, get away. Akiyama's heart sank, and in his struggle, he inadvertently grabbed hold of his subordinate. Resolutely, he yanked his companion towards the creature. The being, taken by surprise, did not refuse the unexpected offering, tearing into the flesh with relish, savoring each bite amidst the screams and wails. Seizing the opportunity, Akiyama broke free, using all his strength to crawl towards the exit, disregarding everything else as he clenched his teeth and began to remove the sharp stones blocking the way. At that moment, a fierce punch struck him, sending Ida sprawling to the ground. He scrambled up, roaring, "Yen Lanyu!" The young Onmyoji gasped for breath, his body smeared with blood. After being seized by the earthborn creature, inexplicably, he had not been consumed, but was flung away instead. The injuries he sustained were a result of rolling upon the jagged bones and stones scattered on the ground. "Yen Lanyu, I knew you intended for us to perish down here." Ida lunged to shoot at him, but in the chaos, the gun misfired, the bullet narrowly grazing the young man's cheek with a resounding bang. Yen Lanyu remained unfazed, gritting his teeth as he pinned Ida firmly to the ground. Turning to Zhang Shun and commanding, "You must leave." Zhang Shun bellowed back, "Shut up. I will not abandon you." With that, he frantically clawed at the debris blocking their escape. The shards of stone were as sharp as knives, and his 10 fingers were soon drenched in blood, perhaps even losing several nails. Yet, in the throes of desperation, he felt none of it, even managing to lift massive rocks that would ordinarily be beyond his capacity, hurling them aside. Meanwhile, Ida's ferocity surged as he flipped over and pressed down on Yen Lanyu, grappling with the chain pendant around his neck. He gripped fiercely, causing Yen Lanyu's face to flush purple from asphyxiation. Yet, with determination, Yen Lanyu refused to relent. In a sudden burst of strength, he managed to overpower the larger Ida, seizing his own pendant and tossing it to Zhang Shun, exclaiming, "Take it! Hurry!" Zhang Shun barely dodged the pendant as it nearly struck him, quickly grasping it in his hand. With all his might, he moved aside the last massive stone, barely clearing a narrow passageway through which one could squeeze. He immediately turned to assist Yen Lanyu. However, at that moment, the earthborn creature, having consumed Ida's previous subordinate, now approached them, dragging the mangled corpse behind it. Under normal circumstances, Zhang Shun might have been paralyzed with fear, instinctively retreating. But in this instant, an inexplicable all-or-nothing force erupted from within him, causing him to forget his terror. With a fierce roar, he charged at the creature, pushing it aside with all his strength. "Why are you still here?" Yen Lanyu shouted. "Forget about me, run." Zhang Shun retorted angrily. "Stop your incessant chatter. I am a man. I cannot let a child take the lead." Cursing, he shoved Ida aside and seized Yen Lanyu, racing towards the newly cleared opening. But this was merely the final struggle of a cornered beast. The creature was too close, nearly pressing against their backs, its outstretched hand capable of blocking them both. Yet, as they dashed past the creature, they encountered no resistance. Yen Lanyu glanced back to see the creature staggering away, staring incredulously at its arm and shoulder, where Zhang Shun had pushed it. It bore injuries, as if scorched by fire, the flesh torn and oozing silvery blood. "Strange," it murmured softly. Yen Lanyu had no time for contemplation and hastily shoved Zhang Shun towards the opening. However, in the next instant, an irresistible force seized the back of their necks, flinging them back into the abyss. With a thud, both individuals fell onto the slick, blood-soaked ground. Just as they were about to rise, they found themselves confronted by the imposing figure of Di Shengtai, who stood above them. Raising a hand to tuck her blood-soaked hair behind her ear, she fixed her gaze upon Zhang Shan, a faint smile curving her lips. "Ah, so it is you," she mused. "I wondered how you could inflict such harm upon me. Other than my mother's true fire, it appears you are the only one capable." Her eyes narrowed, and with a tilted head, she smiled. If one could overlook her blood-stained teeth, it was indeed a charmingly mischievous grin. However, Zhang Shun felt a chill run down his spine, and he leaped to grab Yin Lanyu, rushing toward the exit, nearly slipping on the ground slick with gore. Surprisingly, Di Shengtai did not impede their escape, merely watching them with shifting eyes as they fled. Xiang Tian, panting heavily, reached the cave's mouth before them. "Di!" he spat, his eyes blazing with fury as he drew a gun from his pocket and aimed it at Zhang Shun, pulling the trigger. Yet, the chamber clicked empty, the gun malfunctioning at the worst possible moment. Zhang Shun barely had time to relish his narrow escape before he charged at Xiang Tian. In that moment, he vastly miscalculated his own combat prowess against an opponent like Xiang Tian. Even with a surge of adrenaline, he was no match for the seasoned fighter. As soon as they made contact, Xiang Tian swung the butt of the gun with ferocity, causing Zhang Shun to stagger back, blood streaming from his head. Xiang Tian clung to the stone wall, leaping to reach the exit, but Yin Lanyu would not allow him to escape. He seized Xiang Tian by the shoulder, forcefully yanking him backward while pushing Zhang Shun toward the exit. Though slender, Yin Lanyu exhibited remarkable strength, propelling Zhang Shun halfway out of the cave. "Run," he urged. "You can't handle this. If we linger any longer, you won't escape either." Zhang Shun scrambled out, reaching back to pull him along, but Yin Lanyu stepped back, shaking his head. Enraged, Zhang Shun shouted, "Damn you! I have betrayed the sect. Even if I escape, I won't live long." Yin Lanyu replied sharply, illuminated by a nearby shattered wolf-eye flashlight, revealing his tear-streaked face. "Run. Don't look back, just run." Zhang Shun cursed vehemently, desperately stretching his body back into the cave to grab him. Just then, Xiang Tian, who had been lying on the ground, surged up with a frenzied intensity, tackling Yin Lanyu and gripping his throat tightly. Yin Lanyu, undeterred, retaliated with an elbow strike to Xiang Tian's nose, the sound of cracking bone echoing painfully, causing Xiang Tian to howl in agony as blood gushed from his injury. Di Shengtai approached leisurely, yet Yin Lanyu stood his ground, taking a deep breath as he stared at Xiang Tian. "The person I was waiting for will not come," he gasped, his voice imbued with a calm resignation. "Today, you shall accompany me to death." Zhang Shun cried out in protest, attempting to crawl back into the cave to pull him away. But Yin Lanyu turned to him with a smile, then swiftly drew a pencil-like device from the sheath at his waist, igniting it with a lighter and tossing it towards the cave entrance. Zhang Shun's pupils dilated. It was a detonator. He intended to collapse the entrance. Zhang Shun erupted with a hoarse roar. At that moment, his blood surged to his head, and the world around him turned crimson, a scalding liquid spilling from his eyes. The youth declared, "Farewell, stranger." In the next heartbeat, Zhang Shun felt an irresistible hand push him aside, and then a figure, ghostly and ethereal, slipped through the cave entrance, landing deftly and stepping directly onto the fuse. As Zhang Shun recognized the silhouette, he was struck with overwhelming shock, his mind blank. "Zhou Hui." Zhou Hui placed a hand on Yin Lanyu's shoulder, smiling as he said, "Little beauty, life is precious. Do not rush towards death. Deputy Director, you has ordered us to ensure your return to Beijing." Yin Lanyu stared at Zhou Hui, rendered speechless. If Zhou Hui had the leisure, he would certainly tease her, but at this moment, he merely patted her shoulder and gently pushed her back, just in time for the incoming Chu-He to catch her. Emohi tilted his head, observing Zhou Hui, then glanced at Chu-He. When his gaze met the former, his expression remained unchanged. However, upon seeing the latter, his eyes subtly shifted before he turned away, revealing a sharp, blood-stained grin, exclaiming, "Ah, today's gathering is quite complete." Zhou Hui, with warmth, addressed his son, Come now. Be a good boy and heed your father's words. Hang yourself up and don't come down. In 10 or 8 years, when your father remembers, he'll send someone down to feed you, all right? Mayor Huang, panting heavily as he was dragged through the cave entrance by the nine-tailed fox, nearly lost his footing upon hearing these words, quickly grasping Chu He and whispering, "Is this monster truly the son of Zhou?" Chu He replied, "I told you, those with the surname Zhou are rather peculiar. Even their offspring are abnormal. Just look at all this flesh lying about. Oh my, this is truly human flesh." Mayor Huang was immediately paralyzed with fear. Eats people. This creature devours humans. What kind of monster is this? Father, Emohi rasped with a mocking laugh. Is it because you know you cannot stop me alone, that you brought mother along as a meat shield? Mayor Huang blinked his small eyes, following the creature's gaze, desperately hoping that when he mentioned mother, he was referring to the nine-tailed fox. However, after 3 repetitions, he despaired to discover that the creature was indeed looking at Chu He. Father, mother, this cannibalistic monster's mother. Mayor Huang's legs weakened, and he was propped up by the stumbling nine-tailed fox behind him, who sternly warned, "No more falling, fatty. If you fall again, I'll break your teeth. Do you hear me?" Chewie closed his eyes, seemingly unwilling to witness the bloody remnants strewn about. Yet, even if he averted his gaze or suppressed his thoughts, the nauseating stench perpetually reminded him of the horrors that had transpired here. He waved his hand, signaling them not to involve him in the negotiations. Nevertheless, he remained fixated on his mother, his expression brimming with provocation, ready to speak when Zhou Hui interrupted. "Wait, where did you say you wanted to go, son?" He replied coldly, "You've sealed me here for so many years. The human realm has become utterly tiresome. Do you think I should visit the Sea of Blood?" The Blood Sea, also referred to as the 8,000 Zhang Blood Lotus Pool, is teeming with lowly and malevolent creatures. It is said that those who commit great evils will plummet into this abyss after death, only to be torn apart by the demons during the day, while their mangled limbs and entrails miraculously reassemble at night, subjecting them to an endless cycle of torment, suffered anew by the demons at dawn, perpetually and inexorably. Upon hearing this, Zhou Hui chuckled heartily and sincerely remarked, "My son, should you desire to feast in the Blood Sea, you are gravely mistaken. Trust me, what awaits you there is nothing but spoiled flesh, far inferior to the soy sauce stir-fried vegetables I prepare. How about we strike a bargain? You can return home and dangle for today, and in consideration of your obedience, I shan't discipline you in front of your mother." Emohi's narrow eyes suddenly fixed on Zhou Hui. Initially, he was intent on provoking Chu He, showing little inclination to engage with his father. However, upon hearing Zhou Hui's words, his expression began to shift. If he had previously approached his gruesome deeds with a sense of mockery and casualness, now his demeanor revealed true coldness and ferocity. "Father," he declared, "should I choose to step over you and leave this place today, you will not be able to stop me." No sooner had he spoken than his bloodied figure vanished from sight, reappearing directly behind Zhou Hui, striking downward with a powerful, diagonal blow. In a flash, Zhou Hui pivoted, raising his arm. From his sleeve sprang forth 2 gleaming daggers, meeting his son's hand in a fierce clash. If he did not retreat, this strike would have severed his hand entirely. Yet, in the next instant, he abruptly halted, forming a seal with his hands in midair and unleashing a torrent of golden flames towards Zhou Hui's face. "Peacock golden fire," the nine-tailed fox remarked, frowning. "Feng Si, your eldest son is quite resolute in his desire to slay his father." Chui closed his eyes in silence. As anticipated, Zhou Hui did not endure the assault, retreating swiftly the moment the golden flames erupted. He pursued him like an arrow, the flames he exhaled coalescing into a magnificent fire dragon that set the stone cavern crackling with sound, causing numerous stone pillars to fracture and collapse with a resounding crash. "My child, having hung you for so many years, have your skills waned?" Zhou Hui called out while fleeing. "When you neglected your studies and endured your father's beatings, your mother often intervened. Now, do you understand the value of discipline?" He remained silent, suddenly expanding in size, rushing into the golden flames. When he emerged from the inferno, he wielded a lengthy blade that descended upon Zhou Hui with overwhelming force. The speed was astonishing, so swift that even all present would struggle to keep pace. Zhou Hui instinctively raised his hand in defense, resulting in a deep gash that exposed bone from his palm to his arm. Zhou Hui, both astonished and impressed, exclaimed, "Oh!" Mo's strikingly beautiful visage was marked by a chilling malevolence, and in a flash, another torrent of golden fire erupted forth. He disappeared once more, reappearing directly in Zhou Hui's path as he sought to evade the flames, delivering a lethal strike aimed at his head. In the fraction of a second, Chu He materialized behind him, seizing the blade. Mo turned his head, recognizing Chu He, and instinctively attempted to withdraw the knife, but it was already too late. Chu He firmly pressed his palm against the blade, crimson liquid swiftly seeping from his hand, which was then evaporated by the golden flames, transforming into a peculiar mist of blood. Wherever the blood mist drifted, the blade melted, and molten iron dripped down in a rhythmic cadence. Mo's expression shifted slightly as he inquired, "Are you also going to obstruct me, mother? You cannot leave." Chu He fixed his gaze upon him, his expression impassive. "There's a reason why Zhou Hui sealed you here. The moment you step outside, you will summon heavenly thunder. Even if you miraculously survive, the ground you tread will turn into scorched earth for miles around." Moreover, Mo, filled with rage, interrupted, "Do you know what it feels like to be trapped here? Do you have any idea how desperately I long to escape?" Chu He remained silent for a moment before reaching out to gently caress his eldest son's cheek. "You cannot go out," he stated. "I have my reasons." Mo let out a piercing roar, and in the next instant, he brushed past Chu He, striking him in the back of the head. Chu He had anticipated this, yet as a mortal, he could not evade entirely. He gritted his teeth and bore the blow, propelled by the force into the air. Simultaneously, Mo lunged towards the cave entrance, but suddenly, a flash of white light appeared before him. It was the nine-tailed fox, which leaped into the air at the moment Mo attacked Chu He, blocking him mid-flight. In the next breath, the nine-tailed fox transformed into human form, and with its silver-white tails, it struck Mo back several paces without hesitation. Mo tilted his head to avoid the lash and retaliated by unleashing a magnificent golden fire dragon that enveloped the nine-tailed fox. Had that attack been successful, even with an additional 3,000 years of cultivation, Hu Qing would have been reduced to ashes. Fortunately, in the blink of an eye, Mayor Huang transformed with a cry, morphing into a plump weasel that leapt up and clamped onto the nine-tailed fox's neck, using its solid weight to crash down to the ground, narrowly missing the golden flames. This moment was fraught with peril. Had there been spectators, they surely would have gasped in awe. However, the weasel was not satisfied. With a surprising burst of energy, it darted forward, directly confronting Mo and let out a resounding flatulence. Mo recoiled instinctively, retreating over 10 meters as a noxious yellow-green gas wafted from the release, causing him to distance himself further from the cave entrance. Mo found himself repeatedly thwarted, and by a creature as lowly as the weasel no less. His anger flared, and he narrowed his eyes, his long, thick lashes casting shadowy arcs beside his nose. His complexion was pale, blood staining his dark locks, and the myriad of blood-soaked curses on his attire created a strikingly beautiful, yet hauntingly eerie visage. He raised his chin to assess the distance to the cave entrance, and with a flick of his wrist, he summoned another long knife out of thin air, identical to the one that had melted, merely switching from his right hand to his left. With a decisive motion, it reflected a chilling glimmer in the air. The weasel, panting and seeking refuge behind a stone, whispered to the nine-tailed fox, "How is this monster so formidable? No matter what we do, we cannot vanquish it." The nine-tailed fox displayed a twisted smile. "Have you heard of the peacock Great Ming King?" Mayor Huang interjected. "What?" "The peacock is the fledgling of the phoenix, born with the dignity of a true divine manifestation, deserving of worship from anyone who lays eyes upon it. Goodness, it devoured half of a person and just discarded them here." The nine-tailed fox suddenly shrieked, its fiery tail blazing several meters away, before disgustedly covering its nose. "That fool, Zhou Lauda, has even left his true form in the capital, thinking he can manage his son with just a clone? Just wait, this time it's over. The weasel's voice trembled with despair. What will happen if it escapes? A torrential storm of thunderbolts would pursue him relentlessly, striking until either death or escape ensues. What about H-City? The weasel asked in desperation. The nine-tailed fox patted its shoulder sympathetically, saying, perhaps you should consider becoming mayor of another city. Meanwhile, Mo, neglecting any trouble with the weasel, surged towards the exit like a wraith. Yet within a heartbeat, he felt a chill against his back and looked down to see a blade protruding from his chest. Mo, remarkably formidable, broke free from the torrent of blood mist and turned, his hands erupting with a scorching platinum fire as he roared, Zhou Hui, Zhou Hui, Zhou Hui, feeling quite vexed. Retorted, at least call me father. With that, he ceased to hold back against this offspring and summoned the manifestation of the Tao, crossing his daggers to block the fire dragon. Then lunged forward, delivering a resounding kick to his son's chest. Mo fell to the ground, and before he could rise, Zhou Hui struck down with his blade, forcing him to roll and narrowly evade. Yet, Zhou Hui's experience in both solo and military engagements far surpassed that of his progeny. Swiftly, he positioned his blade horizontally, sweeping low to pierce Mo's flank with a fierce upward thrust. Had Mo not reacted quickly, he would have been cleaved in two. As he rolled to his feet, preparing to counterattack, Mo suddenly caught sight of Zhou Hui's manifestation enveloped in a black mist that swiftly encroached upon him. Mo's brow furrowed. He understood the potency of this mist and recognized the difficulty in resisting his father's Tao manifestation, prompting him to retreat hastily. However, this retreat left his back vulnerable to Chuhi. While Chuhi possessed the power to overpower him, he understood that a phoenix never struck its fledglings with undue severity. In an instant, Zhou Hui discerned his intentions, and fury ignited within him, directing his ire at his son. You know how the phoenix treats you. Yet how do you repay it? Mo's retreat faltered momentarily. It was a fraction of a second, imperceptible to the naked eye. Even with a camera, it might not be decipherable. Yet, Zhou Hui seized that fleeting moment, lunging forward to grasp his son by the collar, the tip of his blade, suffused with endless black mist, silently poised against Mo's heart. Every time I attempt to end your existence, Feng Si intervenes, insisting on reasoning with you. Amidst the tumultuous currents of air, Zhou Hui's visage is chillingly grim, bearing an uncanny resemblance to a Mo He. Indeed, half of the demonic lineage pulsates within him, imparting a legacy of madness and cruelty to Mo He. Had I acted sooner, I would not have found myself in this predicament, Zhou Hui coldly asserts, hoping that it is not too late to eliminate you now. With a swift thrust of his blade, Mo He gasps and unexpectedly grasps the edge of the knife, only to witness a surge of crimson erupting from his left chest, where his heart lies. You have long harbored the desire to kill me, have you not? He laughs, though the malevolence is palpable in his smile. From the moment you realized I was destined to usurp your place. Uri, poised to express something, suddenly stiffens, his voice trapped within. His grip loosens, and the dagger clatters to the ground, as he presses his hand firmly against his temple. In the next instant, he curses in agony. C2 Ingji, you wretched cur. Immediately afterward, he spews a copious amount of blood. Chapter 14 Beijing, Great Hall. The elevator on the fourth floor chimed, and a tall, refined young man emerged, clad in a DG shirt and matching trousers, adorned with gold-rimmed glasses. His hands tucked into his pockets, he navigated the corridor with ease, arriving at the door of an office, where a young man in a black suit stood guard, weapon at the ready. Upon seeing him, the guard smiled broadly. Team Leader C2, here to see our boss? Is he still inside? He has been in there for a week. Do you have something urgent? C2 Ingji waved dismissively, indicating there was no need for concern, and pushed the door open, stating, I'll just grab something and be right out. Zhou Hui's office, albeit situated in an unusual location, bore no distinction from a typical government office of seasoned officials, furnished with mahogany and adorned with landscape paintings, the floor covered in thick gray carpeting. Unusually at that moment, a multitude of strings crisscrossed throughout the office, each bearing small, glistening red beads that glided gracefully along their lengths. Despite the web-like tangle of threads, the hundreds of red beads moved with the precision of celestial bodies in their orbits, never intersecting. Zhou Hui sat motionless at the center of this intricate web, his back turned to see Tuesday. "Oh, why is it so quiet in here? The second-in-command mentioned you were holed up in the office, indulging in beer, fried chicken, and football." C2 Ingji crouched beneath the strings, casually patting Zhou Hui's shoulder, saying, "Boss, quickly write me a talisman of safety. I'll return to Guangdong this afternoon. A few wealthy old men in Hong Kong are pleading with me, crying and begging to purchase one." "What on earth happened to you?" Zhou Hui's head hung limply to one side, revealing a gruesome gash on his arm, deep enough to expose bone, with blood dripping steadily to the floor, forming a small pool. "Good heavens! Boss, have you slashed your wrist?" C2 Ingji abruptly adjusted Zhou Hui's head, only to discover several half-foot-long silver needles embedded in his scalp, one of which silently slipped from his temple as he moved. C2 Ingji's lips twitched as he cautiously examined the silver needle in his grasp, hesitantly calling out, "Boss? Leader Zhou?" No response. "Team Leader Zhou? Boss Zhou? Zhou the fool." Still, there was silence. He felt dizzy. At this moment, C2 Ingji could ascertain the gravity of the situation. He glanced again at the silver needle, his expression contorting for a moment before he resolved to reinsert it. However, the original puncture mark was exceedingly fine, and his sewing skills were lacking. After searching for quite some time, he could not locate the original position. As he was experimenting with the needle, the tip was suddenly drawn by the flesh, naturally sliding into the skin of the temple. C2 Ingji exhaled in relief and, satisfied, stepped back 2 paces, intending to summon a few individuals for assistance, only to suddenly observe Zhou Hui's mouth opening wide, and with a splutter, he expelled a mouthful of blood. C2 Ingji exclaimed, "What on earth is happening?" He pulled out his phone, opened the WeChat group, and rapidly typed a message. "Our boss has attempted suicide by wrist cutting. I just reinserted a soul-anchoring needle into his head, and now he's vomiting blood. What's going on? Urgent." Waiting for replies. In the depths of H City, within a stone cavern, Zhou Hui coughed up blood, the short knife clattering to the ground as he staggered back a few steps. A notification chimed on his phone. The nine-tailed fox, reaching for beneath its fluffy tail, retrieved the device and, upon reading the WeChat message, erupted in fury. "You inserted it wrong, you fool. Old 3. Can't you even insert properly? If you can't, then don't. At your age, not knowing how to do this is quite shameful. How was I to know it would be so easy to insert? It just went right in. Is that my fault? What should I do now? Take him to the hospital?" The nine-tailed fox retorted angrily. "The boss has split his essence here in H City. His elder brother is about to commit patricide. You're finished. Prepare for Feng Si to skin you alive upon your return." On the other end of the phone, there was an eerie silence for a moment, followed by C2 Ingji's polite response. "To Mother Jew, I am from Guangdong, and I do not comprehend the dialect of the gang. Goodbye." Hound 3 has exited the WeChat group. The nine-tailed fox angrily threw his phone. "What are you pretending to be, you Guangdong person? When did you become human?" Zhou Hui collapsed to the ground, darkness clouding his vision, and for a fleeting moment, he even lost sensation in his body. In his daze, he saw Mo, he gritting his teeth, clutching his bloodied chest, approaching with a sword. Yet in the next instant, he was seized by Chu He's powerful hand and flung towards a nine-tailed fox. The nine-tailed fox leaped into the air, catching Zhou Hui, landing steadily as he called out, "Feng Si, be careful." Mo He, evidently unconcerned with Chu He, leapt past him, intent on rushing towards Zhou Hui. However, in the brief moment they brushed past each other, Chu He pressed his palm against Mo He's chest, causing him to shudder in pain and retreat. Upon glancing at his wound, he gasped, "Is this the true fire of the Ming King?" Chu He shook his head in silence, picking up the short knife that Zhou Hui had dropped, and with a fierce motion, flames surged along the blade, extending over 3 feet in length. He declared, "You cannot go out, at least not now. Is it because my departure would summon heavenly thunder? This is indeed one reason, yet I cannot disclose the rationale at this moment." Chu He remarked, "If you venture outside, you will comprehend my reasoning, but by then it shall be too late. Moi took a deep breath, firmly gripping his long sword, standing tall as he gazed at Chu-Hi. It was a rather peculiar tableau. If one overlooked the innate malevolence etched upon Mo's visage, his sword-wielding stance was reminiscent of the phoenix from Heir. Before him stood Chu-Hi, calm and unassuming in demeanor, exuding an air of composure that echoed the majestic phoenix king of the 33 heavens from days gone by. Has no one ever informed you? Mo, he coldly articulated, that your demeanor, possessing full control, yet uttering not a single word, is particularly irksome? Chu-Hi subtly raised an eyebrow, sensing the nuance. But in the next instant, Mo, he surged forth, his sword cleaving the air as if to rend the very fabric of the universe. Bring Zhou-Hui outside. Seal the cave's apex. Chu-Hi commanded, his voice resonating as his blade met resistance. Order the individuals above to withdraw. Without hesitation, the nine-tailed fox beckoned the weasel and others to flee. Zhang Shun, wishing to linger, was unceremoniously overturned by the nine-tailed fox who barked, "Youngster, cease your dawdling. Ascend swiftly." Zhang Shun retorted in frustration, "I still don't grasp what on earth is happening." The nine-tailed fox hissed fiercely in his ear, "Life is fraught with hardships. Some matters are better left unexamined." The path outside was a treacherous fissure wrought by seismic rifts, rendered exceedingly slick and muddy due to the influx of subterranean waters. The group was unable to traverse side by side, with the nine-tailed fox and weasel taking the lead, while Zhou-Hui, gritting his teeth, forged ahead. This man was undeniably formidable. Having endured the searing flames of the peacock's golden fire for the better part of the day, and subsequently suffering the betrayal of a distant ally, he was drenched in a mixture of cold sweat and blood. Yet he continued to carve a path for the main party while swiftly inscribing powerful sealing incantations upon the stone walls as a puppet-like doppelganger. A truly impressive feat, hey? "Boss," the nine-tailed fox queried mid-flight, "did you carve those 90 million incantations in the cave?" Zhou-Hui, panting heavily, replied, "Needless to say, who else could it be?" "Hey, boss, how long did it take you to carve them?" "Over 100 years." "Boss, do you genuinely care for your eldest, or do you secretly wish for his demise?" Zhou-Hui seized the nine-tailed fox by the scruff, exclaiming, "I have no idea. If you have time to chat, why don't you clear the path?" The nine-tailed fox hastily retreated, and at that moment, a thunderous crash reverberated from the cave's entrance behind them. Suddenly, Chu-Hi erupted forth from the cascade of rubble and earth. Mo followed closely behind, enveloped in a radiant red net that, upon closer inspection, was woven from countless flowing Sanskrit incantations. In that fleeting moment of being ensnared by the net, Chu-Hi twisted midair, his foot finding purchase on the stone wall, and, like a shadow gliding along the eaves, he charged back, plunging his blade cleanly through Mo's chest. Blood gushed forth, spilling from Mo's lips. Yet in the next heartbeat, his hand breached the incantation net, seizing Chu-Hi's wrist with fierce resolve. His sharp nails, akin to razor blades, instantaneously pierced through Chu-Hi's wrist artery, causing the vessel to rupture entirely, and blood gushed forth, rapidly vaporizing under the surrounding searing heat. In an instant, just as the blood of the phoenix had melted the sword into molten iron, the Sanskrit curse net was also seared through layer by layer. Chu-Hi's pupils constricted. He wished to retract his hand, but it was already too late. The curse net cracked and expanded violently, and in the next moment, Mo broke free, bursting forth amidst the cataclysmic explosions of 90 million layers of grand sealing spells. Chu-Hi shouted sternly, "Zhou-Hui." In that fleeting fraction of a second, their coordination was exquisite. Zhou-Hui soared into the air, turned mid-flight, and manifested his Dharma form, letting out a roar that sent Mo crashing back into the void. The entire stone surface shattered into a mosaic of cracks. Yet Mo seemed oblivious to the excruciating pain, not even pausing for a moment. Propelled like a cannonball by the force of gravity. Upon closer inspection, his soaring figure rained blood like a downpour, but at that moment, no one could match the speed of the true form of the Peacock King. He darted through Zhou-Hui's grasp like a tempest, and in the blink of an eye, he was upon the crowd. The nine-tailed fox erupted with a sharp cry. Get back. If time had come to a halt, it would have been a scene of utter chaos, akin to boiling mud. Moa's expression was frigid, his sword held before him, his robes and long hair swirling like a magnificent white bird in flight, his body and face marred by intricate streaks of blood. Li Hu, with his 9 massive snowy white tails fully extended, pressed down like a weighty guardian, shielding everyone beneath him. Entangled in the torn Sanskrit curse net, Chu He, in a final desperate moment, grasped a string of blue Buddhist beads from the void and exerted every ounce of strength to throw them to Zhou Hui. Without a glance back, Zhou Hui caught them midair, transforming them into a pure blue longbow, knocking an arrow and aiming at Mo's back. It was at that very moment that the unexpected occurred. As Mo's sword passed, a weasel suddenly raised its head and extended its claws, exerting all its might to grasp his robe sleeve. For a being of Mo's caliber, this tug was negligible, likely imperceptible under normal circumstances. Yet at that moment, he was already at the end of his strength, struggling to maintain balance, stumbling and exposing his unguarded back. Mo abruptly flung his sleeve, sending the weasel hurtling through the air. The next moment, the long arrow, shimmering with light, struck. With a resounding thud, it pinned Mo against the stone wall. The nine-tailed fox turned sharply, its tone altered. Hey, fatty. Before anyone could react, Chu He gritted his teeth and forcefully tore apart the curse net, ensnaring his wrist. Charging forward, the weasel was crushed amidst the sharp debris, its corpulent body convulsing a few times, a large pool of blood slowly oozing from the back of its head. It gasped for breath, the sound raspy and unpleasant, reminiscent of a wheezing bellows. Chu He trembled as he lifted the weasel, cradling it on his knee, vigorously wiping away the torrents of blood flowing from its mouth. Yet blood still surged from its lips, nostrils, and even its ears. Chu Zong, it stammered. Did I do well enough? In an instant, Chu He seemed to be transported back to that day when the rotund yellow weasel, after being ridiculed by the Japanese, could only retreat in shame. Sitting on the desolate construction site, it sorrowfully inquired, Have I not done well enough? You have done admirably, came the response. Then why is it that no one treats me as a person? Perhaps because you have not yet reached the pinnacle of excellence. Strive a little harder, just a bit more. Chu He closed his eyes, gasping for breath, yet tears swiftly drenched his entire face. You have indeed done well. He trembled, his voice quivering, sounding remarkably hoarse and peculiar. Those who mock you, those lofty beings, are in truth far beneath you. They are only worthy of gazing up at you from a very lowly place. This yellow weasel, who had lived a life of caution and fear, seemed to muster its final strength to reveal a smile, yet ultimately faltered. Its face froze in a somewhat absurd expression, as if attempting to part its lips, but was instead marred by blood and tears, smeared with dirt and dust, rendering it both ludicrous and pitiable. Chu He bent down and gently placed the weasel on the ground. His shoulders and entire body began to tremble violently with each labored breath. The tremors intensified, becoming exceedingly fierce within moments. The veins in his hand, gripping the stone wall, bulged, and his nails transformed from a pale hue to a horrifying blood red. Montak, he enunciated slowly, the voice seemingly emanating from between his teeth, unlike his usual tone, instead imbued with an eerie chill. Something appeared to be writhing beneath his clothing, and then the golden red phoenix tattoo emerged from his collar, alive as it traversed down his arm, extending to one side of his face. In the next moment, the form of the Phoenix King materialized, and a sea of flames erupted in the void, blossoming like a lotus, igniting the surrounding rocks in a resounding explosion. The nine-tailed fox, sensing the disturbance, attempted to advance, but was swiftly yanked back by Zhou Hui. That is not the typical manifestation of a phoenix. That is the embodiment of the teaching wheel, the Vajra Sattva, a manifestation of the ancient phoenix of great malevolence, never before seen in millennia. Chapter 15. The Ancient Phoenix, the Manifestation of Great Malevolence. Zhou Hui pulled everyone behind him, speaking softly, When the opportunity arises, slip away without looking back, and take the yellow weasel with you. The nine-tailed fox, lowering its voice, asked, Isn't it said that the phoenix lacks a wrathful form? The phoenix king does not, but the ancient divine beasts do. His current strength is too feeble. This malevolent form cannot be sustained for long. Yet it is formidable when unleashed. Do not let yourselves be caught in the turmoil. The nine-tailed fox glanced at the weasel, seemingly reluctant as a fellow creature. Zhou Hui urged, "Let us not linger on questions. We must move swiftly." Chui turned and approached Mo He, who was pinned to the wall. His visage no longer resembled his usual self. A phoenix tattoo pierced through one side of his body, its feathers cascading onto his cheek, emanating an unusual golden-red glow that contrasted starkly with his cold, pallid complexion, rendering him particularly eerie. His eyes, as black and frigid as some inorganic substance, fixated on Mo with an unsettling emptiness. Mo parted his lips, but no sound escaped. He tightly shut his eyes, and in the next moment, the cerulean arrow that had pierced his abdomen was extracted, its tip dragging a trail of blood and flesh onto the ground. Immediately after, a vice-like grip seized his throat, hurling him away with tremendous force. Mo He's body hurtled through the jagged tunnels and rocks like a cannonball, crashing violently into a web of 9 million Sanskrit mantras. At that very instant, Chu He's figure vanished from sight. Just as Mo rebounded from the impact, Chu He reappeared before him with blinding speed, seizing him once more and tossing him back into the stone cavern. With a resounding crash, the surrounding tunnels collapsed, showering the area around the cavern with heaps of dirt and rubble. Mo lay amidst towering shards of rock, gasping intermittently. Through his blood-obscured vision, he perceived Chu He advancing step by step, enveloped in colossal azure flames that crackled with such ferocity that even the walls and ground of the cavern groaned under the heat. The moment the weasel demon breathed its last, he sensed the gravity of the situation. Taking a life beneath Chu He's watchful gaze was a far graver matter than casually consuming a few delicacies gifted by his father. He understood that his mother and Chu He were both individuals harboring an abundance of secrets. Having lived for eons, Chu He had cultivated his own set of principles, possessing judgments of light and darkness, nobility and baseness, that diverged significantly from those of ordinary mortals. For instance, he never regarded Zhou Hui, the blood sea demon, as inherently ignoble, nor did he find fault in Zhou Hui's refusal to embrace Buddhism or Taoism, when he himself had committed a grievous sin deserving of divine retribution. He had reacted with immediate shock and sorrow, yet had not allowed anger or confusion to surface within himself. However, certain matters transcended such comparisons. In his eyes, some things held a significance that was fundamentally different. Mo struggled to rise, gritting his teeth as he retreated. The moment his feet touched the ground, he shuddered. The earth beneath him was astonishingly hot, the massive stones rendered exceedingly brittle by the heat, cracking under his weight. With both swords lost, he had nothing to defend himself against Chu He, who was now approaching with an unrelenting gaze. The overwhelming pressure emanating from him was unimaginable, and as Mo took a few steps back, his back pressed against the wall, instinct compelled him to halt. "Mother," he rasped. Chu He approached him silently, raising his hand to deliver a slap. That strike descended upon him like the Buddha's hand from the heavens, and in that moment, Mo believed he had been sent flying. A buzzing filled his head, and warm liquid surged from his ears, nostrils, and even eye sockets, followed swiftly by the chilling sensation of losing blood. He felt as though he had lingered in a state of unconsciousness for an entire century, whereas in reality, only mere seconds had elapsed. He did not soar forth, yet his entire being was irrevocably ensnared within the stone wall. His vision was obscured by blood, rendering him oblivious to the grandeur of the hall around him. The stone walls, columns, and the ground, all that was in sight, were fractured. Deep fissures radiated from his center, crawling across the stone walls with a terrifying creak, even penetrating the entrance and extending into the tunnels beyond. Fortunately, he could not see clearly, otherwise, he would have lacked the courage to struggle. "Are you going to kill me, Mother?" Mo gasped, blood streaming down his face in countless rivulets. His voice intermittently distorted. "Then come and kill me. Is it not said that those who defy the heavenly mandate shall be punished?" With a fierce glare, Chu-He seized him by the throat, forcibly extracting him from the stone wall, a cascade of tiny stone fragments tumbling down. I should not have sent you to the heavenly realm, Chu-He stated, observing him. Your transformation is my fault. He raised his hand and struck once more, this time delivering a blow that sent Moa's head snapping back, the back of his skull crashing violently against the wall, causing a substantial portion of the cavern to crumble into dust amidst a dreadful collapse. Mo, bloodied and battered, felt as if he had already succumbed to death. The sensation of dying appeared to be merely this. His spirit ascended, almost indifferent, gazing down at his broken body, drifting slowly toward the vast void beyond the 33 heavens. Countless fragments of memories, seemingly aglow, floated from the river of time, like myriad butterflies spiraling down, gently descending with their wings. He had been nurtured in the heavenly mandate. From a young age, he practiced before the Buddha, clad in a snow-white robe amidst boundless lotus fields, day in and day out, resonating with the morning bell and evening drum, reciting scriptures for 3,000 years. He could not comprehend why he had been sent to the 33 heavens until one day he inquired of the Buddha, only to learn that his father was still within the 8,000 jong sea of blood, while the Phoenix King extended his hand to liberate countless demonic souls. He was the only demon who could not be saved. Well, my mother, Mo hast. The Buddha remained silent for a long while before responding. The Phoenix cannot teach you. He had lost faith in the heavenly mandate. He no longer believed. Mo opened his eyes, his pupils nearly dissolved by blood, every bone in his body shattering, and in that instant, he could not fathom why he was still alive. If you yourself doubt, why force me to believe? Mo longed to ask, but blood bubbled forth from his lips, his voice muffled as if submerged beneath deep waters. He knew he must appear wretched, yet at that moment, for reasons unknown, he felt no concern. For a fleeting instant, he even contemplated surrendering to this fate, to die in his mother's embrace. Laden with all his unresolved questions and uncertainties, he recalled many years prior, when he had so fervently whispered a wish in the Phoenix's ear, saying, I wish to become a person like you. I wish to believe in what you hold dear. What had been the Phoenix's reaction at that time? He did not smile as he usually would, pinching his face and placing a gentle kiss upon his brow. Instead, he stood motionless, staring intently, his gaze imbued with a profound and complex essence, and upon closer inspection, there seemed to linger a hint of sorrow. Do not do this, Mo. You will transform into a monstrosity, struck down by the heavens and reduced to ashes. Struck down by the heavens, reduced to ashes. The moment he truly committed an egregious sin deserving of divine retribution was when the Phoenix was ravaged by celestial wrath. Its magnificent form emerging from the boundless storm of thunder, feathers and tail plumes cascading like torrential rain, wings and flesh consumed by the flames of heaven, even its bones creaking under the inferno's embrace. The Phoenix sacrificed its very essence to shield him, preserving the last flicker of his life. A sense of absurdity and farce engulfed Moa's heart, and he suddenly yearned to inquire of Chu-He, do you regret it now? You entrusted a faith you could not uphold to future generations. Do you now feel remorse? The child you barely salvaged through utter sacrifice, now transformed into an evil entity that even you dread. Do you regret it? In a distant past, you forsook the chance to attain enlightenment and fell from the 33 heavens, uniting with a creature of the blood sea. Do you finally regret it? Mo gasped, raising his bloodstained hand as if to reach for Chu-He. Yet, for the third time, Chu-He raised his hand and struck down upon him. Slap! Chu-He's hand was seized midair. He lifted his gaze, only to find the golden-red phoenix tattoo on his face and body had vanished, restoring his usual impassive and cold demeanor, the reflection in his pupils revealing another's face. Vamro, he rasped, enunciating each syllable with effort. The demon Lord Vamro descended from the air, grasping his hand, and remarked with a smile, since it's merely an ordinary slap now, it hardly matters whether you strike or not. Chu-He regarded the demon lord with a hint of surprise, yet almost instantly regained his composure. Are you a blood-sucking bat, able to scent blood from afar? The inquiry was decidedly brusque, reflecting his extreme displeasure. Under normal circumstances, the demon lord might have retorted, but at this moment, He merely maintained his suspended position, surveying Chu-He from head to toe, and asked, "Have your wounds from last time healed?" Chu-He replied, "If idle chatter is your intent, you might as well seek out Zhou-Hui. You should not be far from here. I shall discipline the child without your intervention." If one were to observe closely, they would notice his grip on Moa's hand tightening momentarily. Yet the demon lord countered by pressing down on Moa's shoulder, smiling at Chu-He as he remarked, "I find it quite remarkable how you can elevate one to intimidate another. Is this a skill bestowed by your beauty? TSK, do not regard me so. I did not say you could not employ this additional talent. Speaking of which, should you wish to remarry, I would consider your 2 children as my own. A stepfather lending a small hand is hardly a burden, is it?" Chu-He frowned. "What do you intend to do?" The demon lord caressed his cheek, and in a flash, seized Mo and soared into the sky. The demon lord Vanro is the only being within the 6 realms capable of traversing freely. Should he ensnare one in the void, tracking his movements would become exceedingly difficult. Without pausing for breath, Chu-He seized Mo, bellowing, "Zhou-Hui." The massive stones piled at the cave's exit collapsed with a thunderous roar. In the next instant, a pure azure arrow sliced through the air, narrowly missing Moa's head. And with the demon lord tilting back, it struck with a resounding thud against the rock, embedding itself deeply in the surface. The demon lord remarked, "Brother Peacock, your father truly seems indifferent to your well-being." With that, he extended his hand, dark energy coalescing within his palm, roaring forth like a dragon. This tempestuous current, once unleashed, formed a forbidden character that crashed down upon the exit, generating violent tremors that effectively sealed Zhou-Hui outside. Simultaneously, Chu-He lunged forward, aiming a palm strike at the demon lord's throat, only to be thwarted in a flash. The demon lord chuckled, "Your spirit is commendable, but alas." Before he could finish, Chu-He grasped the demon lord's blocking arm, using it as leverage to leap into the air and deliver a powerful kick, sending the demon lord crashing against the stone wall. The execution of this maneuver was impeccably swift, a quintessential example of an attack. Had the demon lord retained the ferocity he had exhibited moments prior, he would surely have coughed up his lungs by now. The demon lord coughed twice, his voice resonating with a dullness as if it emanated from deep within his chest. Nevertheless, he maintained his grip on the peacock while pressing a hand against his chest, laughing. "Indeed, I cannot afford to show any leniency towards you." Chu-He interjected sternly, "What do you truly intend, Vanro? Our child wishes to traverse the Blood Sea. Did you not hear?" He continued, "One should not be so rigid." Vanro coughed again, turning to Mo with a smile. "Your father seems rather unreliable. At the very least, I have taken it upon myself to shield you from the heavenly tribulations. Surely, that merits you calling me father." Chu-He closed his eyes, forcibly stifling a deep breath. He understood the precariousness of their situation, akin to a mantis stalking a cicada while a yellow bird lurked behind. He and Zhou-Hui were at a significant disadvantage, making it nearly impossible to thwart Vanro. The demon lord possessed the rare ability to negate heavenly tribulations, a feat seldom seen across the 9 heavens and 10 realms. Heavenly tribulations and divine retribution are 2 distinct phenomena. The former occurs inevitably, regardless of one's profound cultivation or high status. Unless one is a bona fide deity, one will face such trials several times throughout an almost infinite existence. In contrast, divine retribution descends upon those who commit grave offenses, and not just anyone is subject to it. For instance, the mortal realm has not witnessed divine retribution in ages, as their transgressions, however severe, do not reach the threshold required in the eyes of the divine. Heavenly tribulations serve as trials, while divine retribution is relentless and unforgiving, the latter's intensity surpassing the former by many magnitudes. Additionally, divine retribution possesses an elusive characteristic. It tends to avoid the most malevolent and sin-ridden demon lords among the 4 evil paths. The demon lord is one such entity. Chu-He took several steps back, perhaps due to his extreme fatigue, leaning against the rock to catch his breath before retorting with a hint of mockery. "You merely seek to threaten me." The demon lord laughed heartily, seemingly amused by the peculiar family before him. Turning to Mo, he remarked, "I previously thought you, dear brother, a pitiable figure, forsaken by both father and mother after becoming the Mingwan. However, I retract that sentiment. At least your biological mother still cares for you, acknowledging your value as leverage. Should I not oblige him accordingly? Do as you wish, Mo replied, his voice hoarse as if gravel were lodged in his throat. The wounds from being pinned by the pure azure arrow to the rock wall showing no signs of healing, blood staining him thoroughly. But once Zhou Hui enters, using me as a hostage will be futile. Spare the banter. If you intend to leave, do so swiftly. The demon lord praised. It appears you possess a keen understanding of your father's behavioral patterns. Well done. With a dismissive wave, he turned away, as if the void itself were being gnawed by invisible fangs. The air split with a sharp hissing sound, giving birth to jagged black holes that expanded to a terrifying width in mere seconds. An overwhelming suction emanated from the black hole, causing even Chu He to stagger back a few steps, desperately grasping a boulder to steady himself. In that fleeting moment, he contemplated making one final stand, his expression shifting. Yet, as the pull intensified, the rock pile blocking the exit began to shift, and stones half his height rained down upon him like hail. The only action he could take was to cling tightly to a slab that offered some cover, shouting, Mo. Moa gazed deeply into his eyes as Chu He rasped, if you have any regrets. Just then, a thunderous roar reverberated through the air. Under the immense pull, Zhou Hui violently shattered the demon lord's seal. However, the moment he entered, he was nearly swept away, erupting in a furious curse. Damn your ancestors. Why are you always here to thwart me? Fan Luo made a provocative gesture towards Zhou Hui, seizing Mo and retreating into the black hole in the next instant. Almost simultaneously, the black hole contorted violently, stretching and splitting the rocky ceiling above them as if struck by lightning, collapsing the already precarious structure of the cave. Amidst a deluge of earth and debris, they surged to the surface. As they burst forth, a cacophony of thunder erupted, with numerous lightning rods throughout each city simultaneously detonating. Subsequently, a tempest of lightning halted abruptly above Fan Luo's head, and the demon lord transformed into a colossal avian creature from ancient myth, unfurling wings that obscured the sky, with a single flap propelling him directly into the thick black clouds. Chu He struck the stone slab with his fist, and Zhou Hui lunged at him, gripping his shoulder and urging, hurry, this place is about to collapse. They navigated through the massive hail-like debris, witnessing countless stones inscribed with powerful sealing spells plummeting from the ceiling, shattering upon impact into dust. Zhou Hui shielded Chu He's head as they stumbled through the rugged passageway, with a nine-tailed fox awaited at a bend near the ground, deftly using its tails to propel them upward. With a resounding thud, they landed simultaneously in the muddy rain-soaked ground, unable to move for several seconds, feeling as though their bones had shattered, each breath igniting a searing pain in their chests. The nine-tailed fox leaped forth from a vast chasm in the ground and instantly transformed into a human figure, stealthily approaching them. Zhou Hui lay sprawled on the ground, his limbs outstretched, weakly murmuring, Fox, every time you spread your tails wide, I feel as though I might glimpse your backside. Li Hu, oblivious to the unfolding events, abruptly silenced Zhou Hui's voice with a loud thud. Chu He struggled to rise from the ground, feeling dizzy, his vision darkening, and a bitter, metallic taste in his mouth, a sign that it was likely filled with blood. He painfully swallowed, leading to a fit of hoarse coughing. Clutching his throat, he gazed around. The construction site was surrounded by warning tape, with a throng of police officers blocking access, and numerous journalists clamored to capture images, attempting to breach the police barricades. The torrential rain had begun to ease and eventually ceased, yet thick, ominous clouds still loomed in the sky. Such clouds were destined to linger over H City for at least a fortnight, during which daylight would necessitate the use of lights indoors, and streets devoid of lamplight would be indistinguishable from night. Chu He shakily stood up. Yen Lanyu leaned against a tree, coughing incessantly. He was undoubtedly injured internally, each cough resulting in a spurt of blood. Zhang Shun sat on the ground, sipping water, recovering more swiftly than the others. Upon seeing Chu He attempted to approach, limping slightly but otherwise unscathed. Brother, Chewie gestured for him to remain silent and walked towards the edge of the building, to a shallow pit struck by lightning. There lay a weasel, motionless, its fur stained with congealed blood. Chewie knelt beside it, cradling the weasel in his arms. For an extended period, he remained still, before finally extending a trembling hand to meticulously groom the blood-soaked fur. He repeated this mechanical action, as if seeking to restore the weasel to its former lively, sleek appearance. Zhang Shun observed his silhouette, a gaunt figure that evoked a sense of fragility, so thin that each lift of his arm revealed the pronounced movement of his shoulder blades beneath his clothing. His head hung low, the tips of his hair, stained with blood and mud, brushed against his ear and neck, the protruding nape of his neck starkly noticeable against the drooping line of his throat. He appeared as if he could fracture at any moment, yet most of the time, he possessed an unwavering resilience. Zhou Hui stumbled over, offering a smile as he passed Zhang Shun without uttering a word, before kneeling beside Chu He. "Do not be sorrowful," Zhou Hui said. Chu He remained silent, eventually responding in a hushed tone, "It is easy to say." Zhou Hui patted his shoulder, seemingly on the verge of saying something, but ultimately refrained. Chu He continued to caress the weasel, finally cleansing the last remnants of blood and dirt from its fur. He gazed down at the lifeless body, staring without blinking for what felt like an eternity, before softly murmuring, "I do not have many friends. One lies here now." Zhou Hui tilted his head to look at him, remarking, "You are truly peculiar. The first time I beheld a being descending from the 33 heavens, it was none other than a luminous monarch who regarded the demons as companions. I had thought that among the realms, only the hungry ghosts could be deemed more contemptible than lowly creatures like the weasel." Zhou Hui appeared amused, reiterating, "You are truly peculiar." Chu He, however, offered no reply, seemingly oblivious to Zhou Hui's words. He slowly buried his face in the frigid fur of the weasel, and after a moment, his shoulders began to tremble slightly. His grip on the creature was so fierce that his fingers spasmed, the knuckles turning an ashen hue. No one respects it. It is merely a weasel. Even ordinary Taoists, even the most mundane Taoists instill fear in it. Why do you make such a fuss, trembling with fear, cowering from ordinary Taoists? Why, at that moment, did you not fear Mohi? Why did you reach out to him? Why did you not withdraw? You don't understand." Chu He coughed, each sound resonating as if it were a direct tremor from his chest, his voice hoarse and intermittent. "You don't comprehend how timid it is, how hard it strives." Zhou Hui turned his head away, concealing his expression from view. The weasel's tail twitched. Chu He remained unaware, but soon the creature's legs began to kick, followed by another spasm. "Chu Zong," after several more minutes, the weasel's muffled voice finally emerged from above. "You're pressing on my lungs." Chu He shot his gaze upward, his expression momentarily indescribable. The weasel looked up at him with a cautious, eager expression, its lips bubbling with blood as it spoke. I am truly moved, Chu Zong. Do you really consider me a friend?" Gurgle. "So, you are indeed the celestial monarch, which means that by your acknowledgement, I, too, may ascend to immortality?" Gurgle. "My wounds ache terribly." Gurgle. Zhou Hui's entire body convulsed in a strange manner, and finally, unable to contain his laughter any longer, he burst forth. A phoenix, if transformed into an ancient divine beast, would find its tears a rare healing elixir. The weasel, still clinging to life, is nearly drenched by your tears. Ha ha ha. I merely brought it here for urgent treatment. Ha ha ha. Ha 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 ha. Chu He seemed struck by lightning, standing motionless like a stone statue. The blank expression caused the weasel to feel a twinge of guilt, and it cautiously waved its claw in front of him. Chu Zong, Chu Phoenix, Your Highness the Monarch, are you all right?" In a sudden outburst, Chu He lunged forward, seizing the weasel and slamming it to the ground, delivering a barrage of strikes. Help, help, ah. The weasel screamed at the top of its lungs, while Zhou Hui pounded the ground with his hands, laughing so hard he nearly lost his breath. Chu He, deaf to it all, gripped the weasel's fur, lifting it as if he intended to deliver a blow akin to the one he had just given him. But as his hand rose menacingly, he ultimately restrained himself, throwing the creature on his Zhou Hui's head instead. Both the weasel and Zhou Hui let out a simultaneous cry of anguish, tumbling to the ground in a disheveled heap. Zhou Hui could not contain his laughter, reaching out in a playful attempt to topple Chu He, who, after a few coughs and clutching his chest, staggered to his feet without glancing back, limping away. The weasel lay on the ground, gurgling blood as if a faucet had been installed in its throat. Is President Chu all right? Should we go apologize? Zhou Hui dismissed the concern, exclaiming, "It's nothing, nothing at all. Ha, pay him no mind. The baby is feeling quite down. Oh, how heavy his heart is." The group was swiftly taken to the hospital, and thanks to Zhou Hui's assistance, the weasel finally transformed back into Mayor Huang amidst the rush of reporters. His head smeared with blood and his condition precarious, captured by countless cameras that would undoubtedly dominate the front pages of all H-City newspapers the following day. Mayor Huang, filled with worry, was reassured by Zhou Hui that they had specialized methods to handle the situation. Indeed, the next day, as Mayor Huang lay in his hospital bed, bandaged and with his leg elevated while perusing the newspapers, the headlines reported a group of Japanese spies who had infiltrated under the guise of investment opportunities to gather intelligence. Upon being discovered, they had taken Mayor Huang hostage, retreating into the underground of H-City, prompting a rapid response from provincial police to surround them. Mayor Huang actively cooperated, outsmarting the kidnappers, ultimately leading to the capture of the spies and his own successful rescue. The thunder and torrential rain, however, were barely mentioned, with the meteorological department merely urging citizens to limit outdoor activities and ensure safety regarding water and electricity usage. Little did anyone know that upon arriving at the hospital, Mayor Huang's first action was not to receive an emergency blood transfusion, but rather to demand a bath, insisting on using a basin, and even wanted to store the used water in the refrigerator for safekeeping. Zhou Hui, filled with curiosity, sought to trade a talisman for the reason behind this peculiar behavior, yet was met with refusal, reminiscent of his previous attempt to sell a talisman to young Master Zhang, which had ended poorly. Ultimately, through some coercion, he extracted the truth from the reluctant Mayor Huang. Remnants of phoenix tears might still linger on him, a rare celestial treasure that must be preserved. Who knows what unforeseen events might arise in the future? Everyone found this reasoning to be profoundly logical, leaving them speechless. However, considering the ancient phoenix was a singular entity and its tears were a millennium rarity, the shelf life was uncertain. Perhaps exposure to air could render them ineffective. The encounter with the genuine Peacock King in H-City had caused a significant stir, especially with the two group leaders tied together in a predicament, particularly when the long-missing Feng Si was discovered, creating quite a commotion within the national security apparatus. The following day, officials from Beijing arrived, making multiple visits to the hospital in H-City before finally escorting Yan Lanyu and Xiang Tian away. Surprisingly, Xiang Tian was not dead, which astonished everyone. It was reported that a specialized team from national security had discovered him while clearing a hidden underground cavern, found in a concealed crevice, barely clinging to life due to blood loss. After emergency care, he was placed on a flight to Beijing under charges of espionage, with his future depending on the internal interests of national security. As for Yan Lanyu, reports from Beijing indicated that she had sustained serious injuries upon landing in the capital. She collapsed, having lost her psychological support, startling the escorting agents who promptly rushed her to the ICU. Perhaps it is due to the shared experience of life and death that emotions inevitably deepen. Zhang Shun inquired several times about the boy's condition, yet received no definitive answers. Zhou Hui merely informed him that this youth was one of the special individuals the National Security Agency needed to retrieve from overseas, but due to intricate political reasons, the rescue operation in Japan could not be executed, and the matter has lingered until now. As for Zhang Shun himself, as a wealthy heir incapable of bearing burdens or lifting weights, he miraculously emerged from a life-threatening ordeal with only minor injuries. Apart from severely bruised hands from moving stones and a partially knocked-out front tooth, he was soon declared fit for discharge by the doctors. On the day of his release, the sight was rather dismal for young Master Zhang. While other patients were greeted by their parents, siblings, or spouses and children, not a trace of his elder brother was to be found. The usual entourage of admirers and sycophants who flocked to him for his wealth had vanished. At the hospital entrance, only the old steward accompanied by 2 servants awaited him, observing the gentleman in the adjacent bed enjoying bone soup prepared by his wife. Directing his son to peel oranges and slice apples, Zhang Shun felt a pang of bitterness and sadness in his heart. The old steward seized the opportunity to counsel him. Therefore, you ought to consider marrying a good woman soon, to bear children and carry on the Zhang family lineage. Zhang Shun internally dismissed this notion, pondering that should he father a child akin to Mo, the offspring might very well be the one wielding a knife against him in the night. The steward continued his chatter, prompting young Master Zhang to interrupt. "Where is my brother? Why hasn't he come to see me upon my discharge?" The steward replied, "The eldest master has not returned home for quite some time. Is he not on a business trip? Ah, young master, please do not let trivial matters cloud your judgment about the eldest. After all these years of calling him brother, he has treated you quite well." Zhang Shun felt a slight chill in his heart and quickly found an excuse to dismiss the steward, retreating to a secluded spot to call his brother. When he had first been hospitalized, his mind was in disarray. Each time he closed his eyes at night, he doubted the authenticity of his harrowing experience underground. The relics of the Buddha, the Phoenix, and the King of Peacocks all felt like convoluted dreams conjured by excessive gaming. Perhaps due to this escapist mentality, he deliberately avoided seeking out Chu He, who likewise had not reached out to him. Now, calculating the time, he realized it had been over a week since he last saw his brother. To his dismay, upon dialing, the call was abruptly disconnected. After 2 more attempts met with the same fate, Zhang Shun, feeling like a forsaken young girl, clenched his teeth in silent tears. Drawing upon the resilience he had honed while laboring with bricks, he persisted, making 7 or 8 calls before finally hearing Chu He's voice, slightly hoarse yet remarkably composed. "Hello, Zhang Shun." Furious, young Master Zhang retorted, "Where are you? What is the matter? I'm being discharged today, and you're not here. Others have their families waiting for them. Where are you?" On the other end, Chu He remained silent for a considerable time. Only the static of the telecommunications signal could be heard. Eventually, he sighed and said, "Ah Shun, I need to leave for a while. I plan to return the position of company president to you." Zhang Ershao found himself utterly bewildered, standing in the hospital corridor, unable to comprehend the situation for a considerable time. Just as he regained his senses, he scarcely had the chance to speak before his brother uttered, "Let's leave it at that for now. We'll be in touch," and then abruptly ended the call. Zhang Ershao stood there, devoid of any joy that one might expect from a sudden windfall of wealth. Instead engulfed by the confusion and seething anger akin to a young girl betrayed by a heartless lover, receiving monetary compensation for her lost affections. In the ensuing week, he was indeed unable to reach Chu He. His brother was absent from the company and home. His identification remained, yet his phone went unanswered. Just as he had once drifted into Zhang Ershao's life without a care in the world, this individual had once again vanished from his existence, unencumbered and free. While organizing his home, Zhang Shun stumbled upon an old photo album. As he opened it, he was met with a picture of himself and Chu He from their youth. In that fleeting moment, he felt a disconcerting realization. The person he had called brother for over a decade seemed to be nothing more than a fleeting dream, a mere illusion. Zhang Ershao experienced a sense of disorientation reminiscent of the abrupt transition from the intense pressure of final exams to a state of idleness, feeling as though his mental equilibrium had been irrevocably disturbed. This state persisted until 2 weeks later when he returned to the hospital for a follow-up, serendipitously encountering Mayor Huang and Li Hu in the corridor. Mayor Huang was still clad in a patient gown, a bandage wrapped around his head, leisurely strolling down the hallway, while Li Hu in high heels stood with her arms crossed. Upon seeing Zhang Ershao, she momentarily froze before promptly turning to leave. Zhang Shun barely had time to greet Mayor Huang, swiftly stepping in front of Li Hu. "Stop." The sharpness of his voice drew the attention of several doctors and nurses, who turned their heads in curiosity. Li Hu, with a resigned expression, halted her steps. "It's been a while. Zhang Ershao, I suddenly need to use the restroom." Yet, Zhang Shun remained steadfastly blocking her path. In that instant, A flurry of thoughts raced through his mind regarding how to initiate the conversation and efficiently extract information from this woman. He conjured several ideas, only to dismiss them swiftly. These astute individuals could easily deflect his inquiries, much like his previous confrontation with Zhou Hui. Having matured beyond the naive, wealthy youth he once was, Zhang Shun quickly regained his composure and focused intently on Li Hu's eyes, stating, "I have a question for you." Li Hu glanced around, attempting to formulate a response. But Zhang Shun did not afford her the opportunity. He bluntly inquired, "You deceived me, leading me into a trap, intending for He to kill me, didn't you?" Li Hu froze, and Zhang Shun could almost perceive the cold sweat forming at her temples. He understood that at this moment, maintaining an assertive presence was crucial. He silently reinforced his resolve, his gaze fixed firmly on Li Hu, as if willing his intensity to penetrate her very thoughts. However, Li Hu was not easily intimidated. After a brief moment of panic, she regained her composure and innocently replied, "Were you saying? I don't understand. You are well aware that the cave harbors Mo. Yet you deliberately misled me into believing it was Chuha, enticing me to venture forth alone to rescue it. Had I not encountered that group of Japanese men along the way, I would surely have fallen prey to your family's Peacock King." Zhang Shun retorted, "Do not presume that I would hesitate to strike you simply because you masquerade as a woman. Do you think I am oblivious? If you were not a cunning vixen, I would have already shared your surname." Li Hu staggered back in astonishment, suddenly exclaiming, "If we are to part, then let it be. What do you mean by relentless entanglements?" Zhang Shun froze. Countless gazes pierced through the corridor, onlookers exhibiting a myriad of expressions. Li Hu, shaking her head in anguish, retreated further. "Are you still a man? After a few meals, you pursue me for cash. I'll transfer the money to your bank account when I return. I truly have no cash on me today. It's merely a matter of cash. Please, just let me be." With that, Li Hu turned on her heel and fled. Zhang Shun instinctively gave chase, but after merely 2 steps, he was seized by several young male doctors, their demeanor fierce. The leader growled, "Mate, that is not fair play. Are you even a man?" Zhang Shun replied, "How much does she owe you? I'll repay her." One of the male doctors contemptuously tossed a handful of cash, scoffing, "What a disgrace." With the agility of one who narrowly escaped the jaws of the Peacock King, Zhang Shun swiftly broke through the crowd, pursuing Li Hu while passionately proclaiming, "Darling, I still love you. Please don't abandon me for that man. Is he not merely wealthier than I? You carry my child within you." Li Hu stumbled and fell down the stairs. Half an hour later, she sat in a tea house on the ground floor of the hospital, an adhesive bandage adorning her forehead, exclaiming in exasperation, "Zhang Er Shao, you truly lack compassion." She wore a low-cut red dress, her voluminous waves cascading alluringly above her pristine décolletage, compelling passers-by to steal glances. Previously, Zhang Shun would have been mesmerized sitting before such beauty, yet now he felt utterly indifferent, his expression devoid of emotion as he stated, "There is something I have yet to disclose to you. In the tunnel, I also glimpsed your posterior. Liungria esa furetwisha." And she took a sip of ice water to regain her composure. "Speak," Zhang Shun coldly demanded. "What does Buddha bone truly signify? Why do you and your ilk wish to eliminate me? Do not tell me it is because you're a demon and I am a Buddha that you must preemptively strike me to seize dominion over the world. You're a civil servant. Surely you do not subscribe to such supernatural tales." Li Hu, both amused and exasperated, sighed, "You misunderstand. It is not you I wish to eliminate, it is Mo." Zhang Shun raised an eyebrow, his expression clearly skeptical. "You are mistaken on one point. You are Buddha bone, which differs from the true Buddha. If you were indeed a true Buddha, those demons would not dare to pursue you, even if the relic of the Buddha is sufficient to contend with Mo. If it were not for the encounter with the Japanese, your first instinct upon seeing Mo in the stone cave would undoubtedly be to set him down. Throughout this process, your hands would inadvertently graze his form, the intensity of which might well incinerate him." Li Hu took another sip of ice water, while Zhang Shun gazed at her in disbelief. "I thought you were allied with that surname Zhou. Why do you wish to harm his son? Furthermore, what do you mean by saying I will be touching him? Please refrain from expressing it in such a distasteful manner." At that moment, A server happened to pass by, and Li Hu's expression shifted dramatically as she pressed her hand against her abdomen, exclaiming, "I'm already carrying your child, and you dare to be so fierce with me?" Instantly, the surrounding gazes converged upon them, laden with censure. Zhang Ershao's lips twitched as he turned back, repeatedly clarifying, "I did not scold her. Pregnant individuals are sensitive. I truly did not scold her." Li Hu made a playful grimace, proudly shaking her tall glass. Zhang Shun, observing her demeanor, felt an overwhelming frustration, silently lamenting how he constantly suffered at the hands of this woman, fearing that if this continued, he would develop a psychological aversion to women. Li Hu, perceiving Zhang Ershao's constrained expression, found it amusing and chuckled. Many harbor the desire to eliminate Mo. My intention neither adds nor subtracts from that multitude. Speaking candidly, do you possess any understanding of religion? The peacock is inherently fearsome, capable of consuming individuals from 40 to 50 miles away. Such is the inherent nature of the peacock king. For him, devouring people is akin to snacking on potato chips. But I heard that peacock refers to my brother as mother. Your brother is indeed his mother, Li Hu replied with ease. Your brother was born alongside Zhou Hui's peacock. It is entirely reasonable for him to call her mother. Zhang Shun felt as though his worldview, already shattered in the underground, had been dismantled yet again. In a state of shock, he began to perceive that his principles were as defenseless as a young girl caught in a storm, helplessly lying down to be overrun. The tale of Zhou Hui and your brother is akin to a tale of a lowly individual rising to the pinnacle of life, employing various means to successfully marry a wealthy beauty, only to find, 3 years later, that they have 2 children in a blissful family. Alas, the lowly individual, aware of his lack of education, pays a high price to send the children to an elite boarding school, only for the institution to fail in proper instruction, resulting in the offspring becoming societal misfits. Li Hu laughed. As for your role in this narrative, it is exceptionally intricate, not easily elucidated in mere words. Nor is it within the purview of someone of my standing to articulate. Perhaps you should inquire with your brother. Zhang Shun stared at her, dumbfounded, before exclaiming in frustration, "But my brother has vanished." Li Hu displayed an expression of indifference. "Isn't he the one you all have taken away? I have always believed that you possess some means to coerce him." Li Hu responded with curiosity. "How could you think that someone like Feng Si could be coerced? It would be more plausible for him to coerce others. Your brother is quite formidable." I recall the time I tried to take compromising photographs of him to compel him to spend a night with me, only to be met with a fierce retaliation that left a small notch missing from my 6 tail. Zhang Shun gazed at her ample bosom, his mind ablaze with tumultuous thoughts. He had never felt as strongly as he did now about his brother being a true man, a genuine embodiment of masculinity. It had been some time since I last saw Feng Si, but I recall hearing that he intended to entrust the company to you. Li Hu blinked, playfully yet pointedly addressing Mr. Zhang. From now on, Mr. Zhang will be a true tycoon, young, handsome, and wealthy. Even if you sold the company, you'd have enough to lounge on a mountain of gold for the rest of your life. If I were you, I'd simply find a little island in the Maldives or nestle in the snowy peaks of Hokkaido, living a blissful life. Why delve into the trivial matters of the peacock family? Zhang Shun remained silent for a long while, gazing at the ice cubes swirling in his cup. Li Hu assumed he had no further questions and waved for the waiter to bring the bill. To her surprise, Zhang Shun softly interjected, "But he is my brother. I cannot simply disregard him." Li Hu cast him a curious glance and asked, "Your brother? Your biological brother? Same mother?" In this day and age, even sharing a father seems insufficient. Only those born of the same mother can truly be considered family. She turned to the waiter, saying, "Split the bill. This cake is on me," as she dismissed any change as a tip. The waiter regarded Zhang Ershao with a look of disdain. Zhang Shun remarked, "I've noticed you harbor quite a bit of hostility towards me, but you need not concern yourself with whether I languish on a mountain of gold waiting for death or pursue the peacock family's affairs and ultimately face dire consequences. That is a choice I have made. Just inform me of any possible whereabouts of Chu He, and I will seek him out myself." Li Hu smiled quietly, gathering her small bag in preparation to depart. Zhang Shun observed that her bag was an expensive brand, seemingly a limited edition. If she were indeed a cunning vixen, such a feminine accessory would not be her usual choice, suggesting her considerable wealth. Speaking of wealth, Zhou Hui was also affluent. His brother had previously garnered substantial economic benefits through dealings with the Zhang family. It appeared that these leaders possessed various means of making money, allowing them to thrive in this society. Your brother is in Beijing. Li Hu stood up, smiling as she said, but you cannot go to Beijing. Trust me, if Zhou Hui does not wish for you to go, the National Security Agency possesses numerous methods to ensure you remain in H City. As she turned towards the tea house entrance, her phone chimed with a message. Li Hu opened WeChat, and her face displayed an expression of disbelief. She returned to the table, looking down at Zhang Ershao, and declared, "This afternoon, you are coming with me to Beijing. Pack your things quickly." Zhang Shun gazed at her with incredulity, eventually asking with confusion, "How do you manage to so boldly demand others accompany you in such a manner?" Yet, Li Hu neither smiled nor displayed anger. She merely sighed. "Yan Lanyu is no longer well," she stated. "You may go see him off." That afternoon, Zhang Shun boarded a small private plane, flying directly from H City to Beijing, and by the time dinner arrived, he was already standing at the capital's airport. Throughout the journey, Zhang Shun was engulfed in an indescribable turmoil of emotions. Why had Yan Lanyu suddenly fallen ill? Strictly speaking, he and Yan Lanyu had only met once, and that encounter lasted merely a few fleeting hours. Yet, they had traversed the precipice of life and death together, forging a bond amidst the direst of circumstances. Had it not been for Yan Lanyu's timely intervention, he might have perished, and had he not valiantly held on to Yan Lanyu, perhaps Zhou Hui would have arrived too late, resulting in a catastrophic explosion. How many individuals, despite years of familiarity, have never faced such harrowing separations? Their inaugural meeting had unfolded at the very gates of the underworld. Perhaps influenced by this profound sentiment, Zhang Shun remained largely silent throughout the journey. Li Hu, engrossed in his WeChat conversations, paid him no mind. Upon arriving at the capital airport, they stepped outside to behold a black Mulsanne parked nonchalantly by the roadside, its opulence brazenly adorned with a military plate. As the window slid down, Zhou Hui's extraordinarily handsome face emerged, transforming the very atmosphere, complemented by a pair of Cartier sunglasses. "Ah, little brother-in-law," he exclaimed. Zhang Shun's wistful mood was instantly shattered. "Who is your little brother-in-law?" Zhou Hui chuckled, graciously opening the car door for them. "Beautiful souls. Shall we head to Beijing?" Zhang Shun found himself yearning to see his brother inside the car, but to his dismay, it was only Zhou Hui at the wheel. The back seat was cluttered with a black suit jacket, a tie, a tablet, and a piece of paper the size of a child's hand, upon which ink had been haphazardly scribbled in indecipherable lines. Li Hu inquired, "Shall we eat first or head to the hospital?" "Hospital? You think you have such good fortune?" Zhou Hui revved the engine, not bothering to look back. "I'll take my sister-in-law to the hospital first, then we'll return to the office for a meeting. The third brother is already waiting." Li Hu appeared displeased, continuing to engage with his phone. Zhang Shun gazed out the window at the receding streets and buildings, finally unable to restrain his curiosity. "Is my brother with you now? And how did Yan Lanyu suddenly fall ill? Little brother-in-law, are you still a child, crying out for your parents in an unfamiliar place? Your nephew ceased such behavior after turning 5. Zhou Hui, one hand on the steering wheel and the other lighting a cigarette, remarked, "Beijing is vast, filled with countless delights. Tomorrow night, if you have time, I'll take you to Tianshang Renjian to find a couple of companions for your brother. You needn't thank me too profusely." Zhang Shun's lips twitched in irritation as he turned his face away, feigning sudden interest in the piece of yellow paper beside him. "Hey, don't touch that," Zhou Hui instantly cautioned, as if he had eyes in the back of his head. "It's worth a great deal. Selling it could provide your brother with a bridal gift. These days, weddings in Beijing are increasingly expensive. Gifts, banquets, car fleets, new homes, everything comes at a price." He then turned back to Zhang Shun with a playful, bashful glance. Zhang Shun felt as if he had been struck by lightning. You could save quite a bit by visiting Tianshang Renjian a few less times. He immediately sensed the absurdity of his own words. While it was clear that his brother had become a flower, adorning a fool's errand. The thought of Zhou Hui indulging in such frivolities stirred a bizarre sense of indignation within him. Yan Lanyu's hospital was situated in a private nursing home, located on the outskirts of the city. It took nearly 2 hours from the airport to reach the destination. According to Zhou Hui, this is a stronghold for their special operations. Many team members who suffer from inexplicable injuries while executing sensitive missions are sent here. It is said, in terms of surgical expertise, that this place is no less than the Concord Hospital. 2 teams of plainclothes young men guard the entrance. Their stance is reminiscent of soldiers. Once inside, aside from the fewer number of people, it is not unlike an ordinary military hospital-esque lobby, complete with emergency services and registration. Zhou Hui led him through the lobby to the elevator, pressed the button for the 10th floor, and remarked in the elevator, "I have urgent matters to attend to, so I won't accompany you." The innermost part of the 10th floor houses the urgent care unit, where the delicate young beauty lies. And the deputy director should also be present. Zhang Shun inquired, "What exactly is going on with Yan Lanyu? When we left H City, his injuries weren't so severe that he could deteriorate in just a few days. The cycle of life and death is a natural part of human existence. May the Buddha grant you peace of mind." As the elevator doors chimed open, Zhou Hui patted his shoulder and said, "Go on, my brother. Let us meet again tomorrow night, come what may." Zhang Shun took a couple steps out of the elevator, then suddenly turned back and shouted in anger, "Are you out of your mind, sending my brother to a brothel?" Zhou Hui hastily pressed the closed door button, managing to shut the doors before Zhang Shun could lunge at him. Zhang Shun, enraged to the point of laughter, thought to himself that regardless of how many children he had, he must find a way to separate them. Indeed, as the internet suggests, a handsome and wealthy man is certain to be unfaithful. Such a man must be avoided at all costs. This sanatorium may not be as large as public hospitals, yet it boasts an exceptional environment and facilities. He followed the winding corridor downward, and at the end he found several special care rooms, one of which bore the name Yan. Zhang Shun knocked on the door, and a voice from within called, "Come in." He opened the door to find a severely pale and emaciated youth lying on the hospital bed, his eyes tightly shut and a breathing mask covering his face. With raven black hair contrasting sharply against the pristine white pillow. Although obscured by angles and bedding, it was unmistakably Yan Lanyu, who had become grotesquely thin in just a few short weeks. If Zhang Shun had harbored any doubts about Li Hu's exaggerations on his journey here, the moment he laid eyes on Yan Lanyu, he was certain that the young man was indeed in dire straits. Any observer could see that even if there was still a breath within him, it was but a flickering candle in the wind, merely lingering on the brink of existence. By the bedside sat a man, his back turned toward the door. As Zhang Shun entered, the man turned to stand, saying, "Zhang Shun?" Zhang Shun instinctively replied, "You are." The man was relatively young, certainly not the stern and rigid government official in his 40s or 50s that Zhang Shun had envisioned. He appeared to be in his early 30s, embodying the typical visage of a northern man, standing over 6 feet tall, with an average build yet remarkably muscular. As he approached and shook Zhang Shun's hand, it became evident that his movements betrayed a training that exuded a sense of discipline and agility. "My surname is Yu, and I am Yu Jingzhong." He introduced himself. "You may call me Deputy Yu." Chapter 18. Zhang Shun was suddenly filled with solemnity, reflecting that he had finally encountered the man who had made the petite beauty weep in the wind, longing for him for more than 2 years. Internally, he raged against the figure of Yu, who he had imagined striking down countless times, yet outwardly he maintained a courteous demeanor, extending his hand in greeting. "Hello, pleased to meet you." Yu Jingzhong displayed a sorrowful smile, gesturing toward the hospital bed. After arriving in the capital, they had only met once, and before he could utter a word, he had succumbed to unconsciousness, never to awaken again. The authorities had arranged for specialists to examine him, declaring that his soul had suffered severe damage, likely a result of being subjected to dark rituals in Japan, causing irreversible harm. The mere act of sustaining life seemed only to prolong his suffering. Yan Lanyu lay upon the hospital bed, and from Zhang Shun's vantage point, he could only discern his gaunt profile, lost to the world. "I have heard that when he was in H City, he risked his life to save you, so I thought you might wish to see him one last time. He likely recognizes no one else in China." and I do not want him to depart this world alone. Yu Jingzhong sighed. Zhang Shun nodded in understanding. It's all right. I, too, wish to see him. Approaching the bedside, he gazed at the youth whose eyes were tightly shut beneath the ventilator, an eerily familiar scene that suddenly recalled memories of his father's illness, where day by day he drifted into a coma before ultimately passing away. A wave of sorrow washed over Zhang Shun, akin to the bitter taste of lemon juice, leaving him feeling profoundly unsettled. I heard he waited for you in Japan. Yu Jingzhong seemed taken aback that Zhang Shun was aware of this. Pausing momentarily before responding, is that so? I have longed to bring him back, but life is fraught with disappointments. He stepped closer, gently running his fingers through Yanlan Yu's hair. For reasons unknown, Zhang Shun experienced an odd sensation. He fixated on Yanlan Yu's face, feeling that in an instant, a subtle shift in expression had occurred. Yet, it was so fleeting and delicate that it defied description. Zhang Shun stood there, momentarily unsure if he had imagined it. Upon closer inspection, nothing had changed. Yanlan Yu remained in a state of hazy repose. Yu Jingzhong bent down to kiss the center of his forehead, then pressed his hands tightly over his eyes, as though struggling to contain his emotions, inhaling deeply. I am truly at a loss as to how to cope with his absence. He is so young. When we first met, he was even younger than he is now. I never returned to seek him out, believing we had ample time ahead. Zhang Shun sensed something was amiss, but could not articulate what felt wrong. Stumbling over his words, I apologize, but who are you? Yu Jingzhong nodded in acknowledgement. Zhang Shun mused to himself that the age gap between them was rather significant, and, as a humble civil servant, he hardly felt worthy of such a delicate beauty. One might question the propriety of such an age disparity. However, upon reflection, if Yanlan Yu harbored genuine affection for that man, there was little to be done about it. He had nearly sacrificed his life to return to China, perhaps driven solely by this devotion. This thought filled him with profound melancholy. Zhang Ershao, being youthful, found himself inexplicably warmed by the notion. Could love truly possess such formidable power, capable of prompting a young soul to relinquish his life so readily? It was said that his brother and Zhou Hui had already sired 2 children, yet they had never exhibited such profound emotions toward one another. Furthermore, during the time spent in H City, Yanlan Yu had not displayed such depth of feeling either. Aside from insisting that the pendant be given to someone surnamed Yu, he had not uttered a single declaration of love. With his thoughts spiraling, Zhang Shun increasingly felt a sense of unease. He noticed that Yanlan Yu was no longer adorned with the pendant, and casually inquired, Did he give you the pendant? Yu Fu replied, Indeed, we took the pendant. Zhang Shun nodded in silence, only to hear Yu Jingzhong clear his throat and say, Young brother. There is a matter I wish to ask of you, concerning Lan Yu. Zhang Shun immediately straightened. Please, do not hesitate to speak. I shall assist in any way I can. Yu Jingzhong tugged at the corners of his mouth, though it hardly resembled a smile. It is this. Zhou Hui informed me that you possess a rare affinity with the Buddha, a natural connection that is particularly profound. Such individuals often exhibit extraordinary traits. For instance, a high monk may bestow blessings with a touch or dispel ailments with a breath. There are records of the 5th master healing a devout follower on the brink of death with his own tears, allowing the follower to live to a venerable age of over 100. Zhang Shun felt as though struck by lightning, pondering whether the 5th master could indeed be his brother. My heavens! Brother, have you ever been a monk? I believe you might also possess similar, extraordinary traits. Yu Jingzhong, noticing Zhang Shun's peculiar expression, assumed he was skeptical and quickly clarified, I am not placing all my hopes upon you. Merely, we have exhausted every other method, and this is a last resort. May I see your hand? Zhang Shun opened his palm, and Yu Jingzhong examined the resplendent golden swastika seal, exclaiming, It is said that the leader of the 5th group is a living Buddha, yet it has not been mentioned that one is born with a Buddha seal. How remarkable! Zhang Shun's lips twitched slightly, unable to suppress his curiosity. Are you suggesting I wash Yanlan Yu with my tears? But I cannot produce that many tears. Yu Fu queried why wash. Zhang Shun replied. The two exchanged bewildered glances for a moment, until Yu Jingzhong cleared his throat and said, "You have misunderstood. I merely wish to borrow a bit of your blood." Zhang Shun felt an air of strangeness enveloping the situation, yet the straightforwardness of Yu Jingzhong, mentioning how Yin Lanyu had risked his life to save him, softened the request. It was a plea rooted in emotion, merely seeking a bit of blood without demanding a life in return. Thus, even if he wished to decline, the words failed to escape his lips. He contemplated the idea that saving a life is more meritorious than erecting a 7-story pagoda, and with no further hesitation, he accompanied Yu Jingzhong to donate blood. The physician responsible for drawing blood seemed to have been forewarned, as he did not utter a single unnecessary word and proceeded directly with the procedure. Uncommonly, the Buddhist seal on his palm glimmered brightly, even illuminating through his clenched fingers. After the blood was drawn, Zhang Shun felt somewhat faint. Yu Jingzhong patted him on the shoulder, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you so much, young brother. If this proves useful, I will certainly inform you immediately." Zhang Shun hurriedly replied, "No need to mention it. It's nothing at all." They exited the blood testing room and stood at the elevator. Yu Jingzhong inquired if they should call a driver to take Zhang Shun back, recalling that Zhou Hui had mentioned a driver would be waiting for him. Zhang Shun quickly declined, feeling that Yu Jingzhong might be returning to the monitoring room of Yin Lanyu. Such elite agents are not easily accessible, and the next opportunity to meet might be far off. Thus, he hesitated but ultimately decided to seize the moment. Excuse me." Yu Jingzhong perceptively glanced at Zhang Shun. "Do you have something to discuss?" After a moment's consideration, Zhang Shun hesitantly inquired, "You must know someone named Feng Si, right? He is my brother, and I've heard he had some troubles in the past. I mean no ill intent, but he suddenly left all his money to me and came to Beijing alone. I'm a bit worried and just want to confirm that he is still alive." Yu Jingzhong chuckled. "Do you think the organization would provide him with capsules?" Zhang Shun clearly did not grasp the humor, staring back at him in confusion. "What I mean is, Feng Si's troubles were not significant. The organization has long since ceased to pursue him." Yu Jingzhong smiled. He did return to Beijing a few weeks ago, but he left again shortly after. The leaders of these groups are quite lax. They come and go freely without anyone to keep track of them. I only heard from Zhou Hui that they had a quarrel, and then Feng Si went to Hell's Path to seek someone named Fan Luo. To find the Demon Lord? Zhang Shun's heart raced, involuntarily asking, "What did Zhou Hui and my brother argue about?" Yu Jingzhong hesitated to respond. Zhang Shun's emotions surged, a multitude of ominous speculations bouncing in his mind, and he immediately began to press Yu Jingzhong for answers. Seeing that Zhang Shun was resolute in his pursuit of information, Yu Jingzhong had no choice but to pull him aside and whisper, "You shouldn't inquire about everything with Zhou Hui." It was well known in the Bureau that he had a past connection with the leader of the 6th group, the Nine-Tailed Fox, which Feng Si caught him in the act of, leading to a furious departure. Zhang Shun's pupils dilated in shock. "I did not wish to disclose this to you, but the Bureau has undergone significant changes recently, and the rivalries among the leaders have intensified. Many individuals who were once trustworthy are no longer so." Yu Jingzhong patted Zhang Shun's shoulder, advising, "For now, try not to disclose the blood draw to anyone, lest those with covetous intentions towards the Buddha's relic take action, which will be difficult to manage. You should return home now." Zhang Shun's mind was a whirlwind of thoughts, and he scarcely remembered how he bid farewell to Yu Jingzhong. Stumbling through the crowd as he exited the hospital, he strolled along the street as the first lights of evening flickered on. The air was still warm, and couples casually passing by held cups of milk tea or ice cream cones, their flirtatious banter enveloped in the breeze, which made Zhang Ershao long to cover his ears. Had Zhou Hui and Li Hu ever walked hand in hand on the bustling streets of Beijing? It was no wonder his brother chose to distance himself from Zhou Hui. It was no surprise that he had never paid them any mind during their time in H City. The mere thought of having once trusted these two as friends filled Zhang Shun with regret, wishing he could turn back time and slap himself twice for his naivety. The buzzing in his ears intensified as he aimlessly wandered, oblivious to the silver Lexus that had gradually followed him. It wasn't until several honks pierced the air that he abruptly turned around, only to see a young driver leaning out of the window. "Zhang Ershao, what you lost and thought about? Zhou Laoda sent me to pick you up." The young man, in his 20s, donned a black shirt and jeans, exuding a sense of competence. Zhang Shun recognized him as Xiao Lu, the driver of Zhou Hui's Bentley in H City. However, upon seeing someone dispatched by Zhou Hui, he felt an overwhelming aversion and shook his head, replying, "No need. Just tell me where the hotel is, and I'll take a taxi myself." "Oh no, that won't do. You're registered with us. We can't let you wander the streets," Xiao Lu said with a conspiratorial wink. "Besides, our boss didn't book you a hotel. He want me to take you to a nice place. You'll see." Zhang Shun, reluctant to make things difficult for someone below him, opened the car door and asked, "Where to?" 20 minutes later, he found himself standing at the entrance of a private room in the establishment known as Heaven and Earth, his temples throbbing with agitation. "They actually came here." The hostess knocked lightly on the door and sweetly announced, "Zhang Ershao has arrived." After stepping aside, she deliberately brushed against Zhang Shun's arm, leaving a trail of fragrance in her wake. Though he was accustomed to indulging in such lavish environments, he now felt a surge of anger boiling within him. How dare Zhou Hui bring my brother here? If I don't make you understand the true cost of this evening, you'll never grasp why the flowers bloom so red. With a forceful shove, he flung the door open. Inside, the room was dimly lit, with swirling colorful lights casting a mesmerizing glow. The mingling scents of alcohol, smoke, and various unknown aromas assaulted his senses. A group of individuals lounged haphazardly on the sofa, and Zhou Hui occupied the center, clearly intoxicated, one hand clutching a cigarette while he pounded on a gilded guest book. "I arranged for that girl, Xiao Shi, days ago. You tell me there's no one here? If there's no one, why are you even open for business? If tonight goes south, none of you will have it easy. Go, fetch your manager." A few young men dressed like students huddled on the sofa, trembling in fear, while a woman in her 30s, still possessing an air of charm, likely the manager, stood before Zhou Hui, repeatedly apologizing. "I'm so sorry, truly sorry. Tonight, a distinguished guest requested Xiao Shi exclusively. However, we have several other top talents here. I'll call them all in for you. Aha Ming, Xiao. They are quite popular too, no less than Xiao Shi. What distinguished guest? Who dares to ruin my plans?" The head waiter undoubtedly cannot divulge the identities of the patrons. As he found himself in a predicament, a nearby, inebriated individual chuckled. "Old Joe's temper is still as explosive as ever. I know exactly which audacious fool has dared to tread on the toes of a formidable figure today. It's the grandson of that Tang family from the military commission. He returned from studying abroad with a head full of ABCs, and I've never liked him." Zhou Hui, uncertain whether he was genuinely intoxicated or merely using alcohol as an excuse, rose to confront the grandson of the Tang family. However, a group of young nobles rushed forward, desperately trying to restrain him. "Why does brother Zhou only want Xiao Shi? Can't we have a chance?" Perhaps it was a regulation that prevented them from causing a scene, as they too would face repercussions if the guests stirred up trouble. A few girls dressed in high school uniforms trembled as they clung to Zhou Hui, weeping. "Do you truly find us so unworthy? Brother Zhou, just have a bit of compassion for us." The effort they exerted was monumental, their tears flowing like delicate blossoms in the rain, which might have even caused someone like Zhang Ershao to relent. Unfortunately, Zhou Hui was not Zhang Ershao. His compassion was merely a fade. He kicked a small boy who was grasping his thigh back on the sofa and exclaimed, "What is all this wailing about? Is this not a dreadful omen? I'm merely going to grab a drink with that fellow Tang. Do you think I'm a funeral?" The little boy turned pale with fright, bowing repeatedly in apology, while several young girls hurried over to plead on his behalf. Noticing the escalating situation, some guests approached to offer words of comfort, creating quite a lively scene. The head waiter, sensing the gravity of the situation, quickly retreated to a corner and communicated something via the intercom to the front desk. Shortly thereafter, a loud knock echoed at the door, and a heavily made-up young lady peeked in, nervously informing the head waiter. The patrons in the Tang private room wished to bring Xiao Shi over. Should we summon a couple of security guards to stand by? This implied a fear of a potential altercation between the two groups of affluent patrons, which would undoubtedly escalate into chaos. If any young heir were to sustain a scratch, those present would surely pay a price. Even the seasoned head waiter was momentarily taken aback. Just as he was about to speak, The young lady at the door was pushed aside, and several individuals burst in, dragging a girl in a white dress along with them. The leader, clad in a floral shirt, carried a bottle of liquor and approached Zhou Hui eagerly. Zhang Shun, pushed to the side to observe, speculated whether the next scene would involve the floral shirt fellow smashing the bottle over Zhou Hui's face. But instead, he halted before Zhou Hui, grinning broadly as if greeting a beloved uncle. Brother Zhou? Zhang Shun thought to himself. What direction is this plot taking? Apologies, Brother Zhou. I truly had no idea you had chosen this girl tonight. It's my subordinates who lack competence. Without a moment's hesitation, the Tang heir snatched an intact wine glass from the table, deftly uncapped the bottle, and poured half a glass of golden liquid. Here, Brother Zhou, please don't hold it against me. I raise a toast to you. Zhang Shun thought, refund the ticket. Damn it, refund the ticket. Recently, Loudon has been quite the charmer. Zhou Hui cast a sidelong glance at him, half smiling and half amused, saying, it's not that brothers lack reason. I had already reserved this young lady a couple of days ago. Yet here I am, only to find out that someone else has swooped in. Can you believe that I've been upstaged, even in courting a girl? Laughter erupted from those around them. Tan's face alternated between shades of red and green, and he joined in the laughter, turning to a subordinate beside him and scolding, Zhou Ge fancies that girl. What are you still standing there for? The subordinate promptly approached and brought over the young lady in the white dress. Zhang Shun regarded her with the peculiar mindset of a younger brother-in-law, scrutinizing her closely. The young ladies in such high-end nightclubs do not attract attention through exposure or overt seduction. Rather, this girl exuded a certain elegance. Clad in white, with long black hair and a pure, delicate beauty, she possessed an air of gentle vulnerability, reminiscent of a refined beauty from the water towns of Jiangnan. If movie stars could score a perfect 10, this girl would undoubtedly earn an 8 or 9. Zhang Shun had never seen his brother's true face, but he had encountered Mo He. Though Mo, he was a monstrous figure, a parasital maniac, he at least inherited his mother's features. And this girl could at most be a mere fraction, 1/20th, of Mo He's appeal. At that moment, Zhang Shun genuinely thought it quite absurd that Zhou Hui would go to such lengths for this girl in a nightclub. What he failed to notice was that Zhou Hui's lips twitched slightly, betraying a hint of helpless frustration, quickly followed by a cough as he covered his mouth. Lao Dan, this is where you have erred. What if you frightened the girl by bringing her here? Tan was over there drinking and laughing, while some nearby were jesting, teasing that Zhou Ge was finally showing some appreciation for delicate beauty. Others, having had a few too many, insisted on passing the wine bottle to the girl, urging her to toast Zhou Hui. True to her background in such a venue, despite the lingering fear on her face, she quickly smiled sweetly and poured a full glass, presenting it with both hands, saying, Zhou Ge seems quite irritable today. Perhaps you could drink this to ease your temper? Zhou Hui graciously raised the glass and downed it in one go, eliciting a round of applause from those around. By this time, many had settled down to drink, and some had pulled over the young ladies from the private rooms to tease and chat. Zhou Hui invited the girl named Xiao Shi to sit beside him and turned to Tan, asking, You seem quite carefree lately. Has your esteemed father come to visit? Tan replied with a wry smile, No, I've just met a few people through business and thought I'd come by to strengthen some connections. Oui, je could. Seemingly casually inquiring, Oh, what sort of people warrant your personal attendance? Just as Tan was about to respond, there was a knock on the door to the private room. Several people turned to look, and Tan exclaimed, Chao Zong. Apologies for the delay. I was just having a drink with a few friends. Are you still serving drinks over there? Zhang Shun instinctively turned back and was momentarily taken aback. Standing at the door was Chu, dressed in a black suit jacket and white shirt, without a tie, the collar slightly loosened, looking exceptionally lean and casual. He averted his gaze from the person surnamed Tan, directing his attention towards Zhou Hui, a slight smirk gracing his lips. He invited me. In that moment, Zhou Hui remained silent, his eyes fixed on Chu He, lingering on the delicate collarbone exposed beneath his shirt for an extended period. After a considerable pause, he suddenly snapped back to reality and inquired, What are you doing here? The individual surnamed Tan appeared utterly bewildered by this unexpected turn of events, standing there in a daze. Zhou Hui's companions also fell silent, their jovial chatter and laughter gradually diminishing. Chu strode forward with purpose, one hand tucked in his pocket while the other seized Zhou Hui by the collar, yanking him up with surprising strength despite his slender frame. The force was so great that Zhou Hui was pulled from behind the sofa, toppling over the coffee table, scattering fruit platters and wine bottles in a cacophony of shattering glass. Countless bottles of cognac crashed to the ground, splintering into shards. With a swift motion, Chu withdrew his hand from his pocket and delivered a powerful punch to Zhou Hui's strikingly handsome face, exclaiming, after disappearing for a moment, "You come back to flirt with girls. Do you think you can get away with it?" The punch landed with incredible ferocity, causing Zhou Hui to stumble backward onto the coffee table, remnants of alcohol splattering all over him. Those around them gasped in shock and stood up in alarm. Zhou Hui shook his head vigorously to regain his composure, inhaling sharply before leaping up to grasp Chu. "Damn it. Are you serious? I knew you wanted to hit me for ages, didn't I?" "Indeed, I do," Chu retaliated, delivering a swift kick that sent Zhou Hui sprawling away. "If you can't accept it, then hold it in." Zhou Hui tragically crashed back on his sofa, his head striking the wall with a thud, nearly causing him to spit out blood. Nearby, a girl in a white dress, Xiao Shi, jumped up and bolted for the door, accompanied by a chorus of startled exclamations from several young gentlemen. As Chu stepped over the coffee table, preparing to continue his assault, the individual surnamed Tan rushed forward to intervene. "Brother Zhou, what is wrong? Chu, what are you doing?" Someone stopped them. At that moment, everyone snapped back to attention, those who had been frozen in shock quickly converging, calling out in confusion while attempting to separate the two men. However, Zhou Hui, now enraged, pushed the person surnamed Tan aside and shouted, "You're in this place too? Aren't you? How dare you speak to me like that?" He then lunged at Chu He, and the momentum caused both of them to tumble to the ground, ignoring the shards of glass littering the floor. Zhou Hui reached for Chu He's neck, but Chu deftly caught his wrist and leveraged the force to flip Zhou Hui over. Judging by their physical appearances, no one would have anticipated Chu He's remarkable fighting prowess. Fearing a serious altercation, several onlookers hastily called out for the manager and staff. "Get security. Call security. I dare anyone to go." Zhou Hui roared in a fit of fury. "Don't move. Feng Si, you bastard. I'm going to settle this today." "Feng Si? The team leader? How could it be him?" Someone gasped in disbelief. "Wait, wasn't he had said that Feng Si is a rare beauty? What do we do now?" "Oh, please don't fight. Let's talk this out." Several individuals, initially eager to intervene, hesitated upon realizing the domestic discord at play. Only Mr. Tan, genuinely concerned that his invited guest might severely harm Zhou Hui, contemplated stepping in. However, Zhang Shun, witnessing his elder brother gaining the upper hand, slyly tripped Mr. Tan, who fell with a crash among the shattered remnants of liquor bottles, exclaiming in pain. Seizing the opportunity, Zhou Hui grasped Chu He and attempted to exit, amidst the startled cries of the surrounding ladies, as they engaged in a tumultuous scuffle, tumbling into the corridor designated for service staff to deliver dishes. In the ensuing chaos, a loud thud resonated, followed by Zhou Hui's furious outburst. "Damn it! Are you deliberately trying to ruin me?" In the corridor, after his tirade, Zhou Hui forcefully maneuvered, reversing the tide of the confrontation. He pressed Chu He's throat against the wall, simultaneously reaching into his collar with indignation, exclaiming, "You're really intent on striking me, aren't you? You wanted to hit me for a long time, haven't you?" Chu countered, "No, you are overthinking it." Zhou Hui gestured towards his own groin, lamenting, "This debacle will surely spread throughout the entire National Security Department by tomorrow. Was my performance as a fool for an entire night not sufficient? Once you've incapacitated me, what will you do with yourself? It's utterly foolish." Calmly, Chu He insisted, "You are imagining things. Remove your hand." Zhou Hui swiftly turned him around, forcing his face against the wall. Although Chu He wore a fitted outfit, Zhou Hui's strength prevailed as he forcefully loosened Chu He's belt, with one elbow pinning him at the nape. He cruelly slipped his hand into the curve of his waist, brazenly probing with 2 fingers. Chu He emitted a muffled groan, a sound laced with evident pain. Yet beneath the agony lay a suppressed thrill. "Someone will come. Let go." They'll kill you, he gasped. Zhou Hui, unrelenting, whispered menacingly in his ear, before you die. You can witness how I take you, and how you plead with me to hurry, even while in tears. Unfortunately, I didn't record it last time. You are just a scoundrel who forgets those you bedded. After so many days apart, our reunion becomes a reality. In the adjacent room, Mr. Tim was engaged in dubious activities. Chu-He braced himself against the wall, one hand firmly gripping Zhou Hui's wrist. Yet the fingers stirring within him showed no sign of abating. The sound of approaching footsteps echoed from the staircase. Let go! Chu-He gasped, his voice hoarse with anger. We haven't even discussed the main issue yet. You are the villain who leaves you only knowing how to weep. Zhou Hui proudly completed his thought, finally exercising mercy by withdrawing his hand. Look at you, so thoroughly drenched, and you still speak of serious matters. Chu-He forcefully pried his hand away, trembling as he hastily composed himself, fastening the buttons of his torn shirt one by one. The place you mentioned. I visited it over the past couple of days and found nothing. While struggling to fasten his belt, he rasped, What you suspect is likely untrue. Observe more carefully. Zhou Hui gently rubbed his chin, murmuring that it never hurts to be cautious. You continue to monitor. I shall inquire further with that unfortunate fellow. To be honest, I suspect he is on the verge of madness from staying here for too long. As he spoke, he massaged his fingers and jested. Ex-wife, you truly are quite eager, aren't you? Chu-He, without hesitation, delivered a sharp slap, causing Zhou Hui to stagger backward. At that moment, footsteps echoed from the far end of the corridor, drawing closer as the occupants of the private room could no longer contain their curiosity. The first to arrive was Zhang Shun. As the second young master of the Zhang family rushed forward, he simultaneously shielded the anxious Tan from proceeding too hastily, exclaiming, Brother. Upon seeing him, Chu-Hi's expression shifted slightly. What are you doing here? Zhang Shun felt a surge of inexplicable anger. Yet before he could voice his questions, Zhou Hui, while rubbing his face, scolded exactly. It's one thing for a child to waste time at an internet CAF playing Dota, but to emulate adults by frequenting nightclubs is simply irresponsible. Get out of here now. Chu-Hi coldly interjected. What I mean is, why is he in Beijing? I've already reprimanded that foolish Hu Qing, Zhou Hui retorted. But you must understand, my sister-in-law is merely a Navi girl, lacking in education and thoughtfulness. If she misbehaves again, I shall ensure she is dealt with severely. In that instant, Zhang Shun felt an urge to strike Zhou Hui. When his brother had attacked Zhou Hui earlier, he regretted not seizing a bottle and ending this madness once and for all. Chu-Hi closed his eyes and took a deep breath, regaining his composure by the time he opened them again. Just then, Tan and several others dashed over. Chu-Hi quickly scanned Zhang Shun and warned, You must leave Beijing at once. This is not a place for you. After smoothing his sleeves, he strode toward the stairs, his gaze unwaveringly fixed ahead, deliberately ignoring Zhou Hui. Zhang Shun, filled with anger and confusion, felt his frustration boil over. Stop, he blurted out, turning back. Chu-Hi's frosty expression caused Zhang Shun to hesitate instinctively. I cannot explain myself to you right now. Chu-Hi interrupted swiftly. If you cannot leave, then stay close to Zhou Hui during this time. Cannot leave? Why not? And why should I stick with this lunatic? Are you all toying with me? Zhang Shun felt a surge of frustration, akin to a bomb with a lit fuse smothered in his hands. He had no time to voice his thoughts as he watched his brother turn away expressionlessly after finishing his statement. Everyone instinctively parted to make way for him. Yet Chu-Hi paid them no mind, descending the stairs without glancing back under the scrutiny of many eyes. Zhou Hui was assisted back to the private room, where he hurriedly tended to his wounds and drank water. Following such a commotion, the young elite lost interest in continuing their festivities. Those unfamiliar departed one by one with various excuses, while acquaintances lingered a bit longer, encouraging Zhou Hui to adopt a more carefree attitude, reminding him that everyone has their struggles behind the facade of a glamorous life. You'll get used to it, they reassured him. No one dared to offer further advice. The 6 groups under the Special Department of the National Security were rather ominous, and Feng Si was not a soft persimmon to be easily squeezed. Too much counsel could result in an unexpected slap at the bedside later that night. Zhou Hui, with a gloomy countenance, pressed an ice towel against his face in silence, his handsome features shadowed by eyes that gleamed like those of a wolf. His friends, sensing the tension, hastily summoned the girl in the white dress, Xiao Shi, to serve tea and water, instructing her to attend to brother Zhou properly before they all excused themselves. Zhou Hui did not insist on their stay, maintaining a composed expression as he said, "I truly apologize this time. It has dampened everyone's spirits. I shall host again next time to make amends." Everyone reassured him, expressing understanding, suggesting they first extinguish the fire that had flared up in the courtyard. Once the room was cleared, only Zhou Hui, Zhang Shun, and Xiao Shi remained. As soon as the door was shut, Zhou Hui leaped from the sofa, discarding the ice towel onto the floor with abandon. "Let us go. Time is of the essence. I can no longer contain myself." Zhang Shun, bewildered, was pulled along by Zhou Hui, with Xiao Shi following closely. Upon descending, they spotted a silver Lexus waiting by the roadside. Zhou Hui promptly shoved Zhang Shun into the car before taking his own seat, instructing, "To the old place, quickly." Without a word, the driver, Xiao Lu, started the engine. Zhang Shun, noticing Xiao Shi's presence, was suddenly perplexed. "Where are we going?" "Just finding a hotel. I'll return home tomorrow." Zhou Hui casually replied, "Dear brother, your sibling has entrusted you to me. Henceforth, wherever I am, that shall be your home." The driver chuckled softly, but upon catching sight of Zhang Erxiao's expression in the rearview mirror, he quickly composed himself, feigning ignorance. The Lexus smoothly navigated to an inconspicuous hotel outside Jiangwomen. Zhou Hui exited the vehicle, dragging Zhang Shun along, with Xiao Shi closely trailing. Without attending to check-in procedures, they took the elevator straight to the designated floor, where Zhou Hui retrieved a room card from his pocket. Zhang Shun, astonished, exclaimed, "What are you two doing? I don't want to share a room with you." "Too late," Zhou Hui replied. He opened the door to reveal a well-appointed double suite. Xiao Shi stepped in first, perching herself on the bed, while Zhou Hui forcefully ushered the struggling Zhang Shun inside, closing the door behind him. Zhang Shun gazed at the large bed with an indescribable expression, then glanced at the composed Xiao Shi, and finally at Zhou Hui, who was removing his outer coat. "What is going on?" he stammered. "What do you intend to do?" Zhou Hui hung his coat on a rack, rolled up his sleeves to reveal his robust forearms, and turned to Zhang Shun with a serious demeanor. "Dear brother," he asked earnestly, "have you heard of the term 3 strikes? Chapter 20 within Zhang Shun's heart. A tempest of emotions surged like a cacophony of thunder, leaving him momentarily at a loss for how to respond as he stared blankly at Zhou Hui. Zhou Hui, with a piercing gaze, advanced a step closer, impatience evident in his tone. "I'm asking you a question. Do you know what senpai means?" Zhang Shun stammered, I know. It refers to 3 people sleeping together." The room fell into an oppressive silence, with Zhou Hui towering over Zhang Shun, scrutinizing him intently. After a prolonged moment, Zhou Hui suddenly broke into a disarmingly warm smile. "That's good to know. I'm just checking on your knowledge regarding physiological hygiene. As for your thoughts, you're mistaken. Today we are not engaging in senpai." Zhang Shun nearly stumbled backward from the force of Zhou Hui's shoulder pat. And once he regained his composure, rage flared within him, prompting him to lunge forward to deliver a fierce punch. Unfortunately, the young lady, Xiao Shi, hurriedly intervened, exclaiming in desperation, "Don't resort to violence, young Master Zhang. This is just how Boss Zhou is. You have to get used to it." At that moment, her voice unexpectedly deepened into a masculine tone, startling Zhang Shun. "What is wrong with you? Can't you tell?" Xiao Shi blinked at him. "We even shared cigarettes in H City. Have you forgotten, after just a few days?" Zhou Hui, initially poised to take action, seemed to be waiting for Zhang Shun to make the first move, but with Xiao Shi blocking his way, he could only sigh, "Boring humans. Fang Pian is one of my subordinates, the very agent who escorted the lovely Yin to the capital from H City. You even gifted him 2 packs of Zhonghua cigarettes to inquire about her well-being, remember?" Fang Tian. Zhang Shun's expression crumbled in disbelief. "You are Fang Pian? How did you become a woman?" Xiao Shi, exasperated, pinched the bridge of her nose. "It's a long story. This woman was initially my romantic partner, but she was bribed to assassinate me." Fortunately, Boss Zhou arrived just in time and bound my soul to her body. For the time being, I have been impersonating her while working in the realm of the living, secretly exchanging intelligence with Boss Zhou. Alas, I even accompanied group leader Feng today. But I am not a true woman. Zhang Shun recalled the capable agent from H-City and then looked at the pitiful figure of the girl in the white dress before him, her face displaying only a single expression of despair. I initially wished for death. I didn't even know how to use the restroom. Gradually, however, I acclimated. After all, it's merely temporary, and one must embrace their profession, treating it as an experience of life. Xiaoxi elegantly gestured with her fingers. I'm performing quite well now. Just yesterday, people fought over who would have the honor of drinking with me. Such a fulfilling sense of accomplishment. Zhang Shun was left speechless, reflecting on how just a month ago she had been a rough and unrefined man, smoking and cursing. What on earth had transpired in this month? He inadvertently glanced at Zhou Hui, noticing that even he seemed somewhat taken aback, perhaps not anticipating such a remarkable transformation in his subordinate's demeanor. Why would someone want to kill you? Zhang Shun asked, stammering. When did this happen? After you left H-City? Xiaoxi sighed, retrieving a pack of cigarettes from the bedside table, lighting one of the Zhonghua cigarettes, and finally regaining a semblance of her original self. This is a lengthy story. After discussing with old Zhou, I suspect that the assassin was sent by Deputy Director Yu. Zhang Shun's mind was muddled, filled with questions, and he could only glance at Zhou Hui. Zhou Hui approached and sat on the bed, thoughtfully stroking his chin. The scene before them, an inebriated man who had shed his coat and a woman who seemed to have stepped out from a celestial realm, both smoking and seated on the large bed of the inn, strikingly resembled a negotiation before an illicit transaction. For a fleeting moment, Zhang Shun even entertained the illusion that Zhou Hui might pull out a stack of cash from his pocket, proclaiming 2,000. No further bids. However, Zhou Hui pondered, why would Yu Jingzhong want to kill you? Although Deputy Yu and I may not be the closest of allies, we have never resorted to backstabbing. Could it be that during your escort of Yin Lanyu to the capital, you took liberties with that enchanting beauty? If that were the case, the logic seems quite coherent. Xiaoxi, feeling frustrated, interjected, that lovely maiden can manipulate corpses to commit murder, you know? It is only he who forced himself upon me. A valid point. Zhou Hui conceded after a moment's reflection. Did you make any mistakes along the way? Xiaoxi shook his head. When was the last time you saw Deputy Yu? He casually flicked the ash from his cigarette onto the table, removed his high heels, and scratched his foot through his stockings. This action revealed his rugged nature, and Zhou Hui, catching sight of it, felt a surge of relief, thinking that this subordinate still had potential. The day Yin Lanyu arrived in the capital, Deputy Yu personally came to the airport to greet us. Xiaoxi paused, furrowing his brow. At that time, Yin Lanyu was already in poor health, but her spirit was high. She was quite pleased to hear that Deputy Yu had come personally. When we met him at the airport, I had never seen him so animated. He rushed over to Yin Lanyu, exclaiming, "Yuvi finally returned. I have waited for you for so long." He then expressed his gratitude to us and insisted on treating us to a meal. Old Yu was quite exhilarated, wasn't he? Oui, inquired. We all laughed. You know how Deputy Yu is with us. I even made a joke, saying that Deputy Yu, an old man in love, was like a dilapidated house on fire, unable to wait for a single moment. What was old Yu's reaction? Zhou Hui asked. He laughed, clearly unfazed, and even took Yan Lanyu's hand. Xiaoxi expressed his frustration. Surely he wouldn't go so far as to kill me over a mere joke. Everyone knows about those 2 sentimental lines he penned after returning from Japan. You often tease him about an old bull yearning for tender grass. So what is wrong with me saying a couple of lines? A glimmer of insight flashed in Zhou Hui's eyes. Wait, you just mentioned Deputy Yu. An old bull yearning for tender grass? Xiaoxi, confused, responded, what? No, I meant the previous line. Deputy Yu. He wrote sentimental poetry. Xiaoxi continued. Wasn't Yin Lanyu the beauty who saved Deputy Yu in Japan? After he returned, he penned that sentimental poem, Once You Have Seen the Vast Ocean. No other waters can compare, and even tucked it away in his diary. Last time, the leader of the Fox 6 group stealthily shared the incident in the cafeteria, and we all erupted in laughter. However, Zhou Hui remained unamused, his eyes gleaming ominously. What was Yin Lanyu's reaction at that time? He inquired. Huh? When you jest like that, what was Yin Lanyu's response? Xiao Shi blinked in confusion, seemingly racking her brain until the cigarette burned her fingers, prompting an exclamation. There wasn't much of a reaction, was there? He seemed rather unhappy. Perhaps he's just a bit sensitive. Zhou Hui remained silent, motionless for a while before leisurely taking a drag from his cigarette. Zhang Shun and Xiao Shi observed him, and after several minutes, he finally muttered, I understand what transpired. What happened? Xiao Shi asked, bewildered, but Zhou Hui interrupted. Did Yin Lanyu say anything afterwards? Did he seek you out privately? I don't know if he looked for anyone else. We just got on the vehicle. It seemed he didn't say much. When we were loading our luggage, I stood behind him, and he asked for your contact information. He sought me out? Yes. He expressed gratitude for your rescue from the Japanese and wanted to know when you would return to Beijing to thank you in person. Xiao, she waved her hand. I can't just give my contact information to anyone. If I said no, then that was that. This was our last encounter. Later, I heard he collapsed due to his failing health and never awakened again. Zhou Hui abruptly extinguished his cigarette and stood up, startling Xiao Shi. Boss, what's wrong? Zhou Hui's gaze lowered, his expression grave. In that instant, all traces of frivolity faded from his demeanor, revealing a fierce and somber countenance akin to jagged rocks emerging from the receding tide. He wasn't merely seeking to express gratitude. He discerned a crucial matter and intended to convey this information to me at the last moment. Yet unfortunately, he failed. Xiao Shi, alarmed, stood up, boss. Zhou Hui gestured for silence, signaling that this was not the time for conversation. Who else was with you at that moment? The deputy leader of Team 5, Yang Jinping, and team member Banya. We escorted Yin Lanyu off the plane together. We parted ways at the airport. They must have reported back to Team 5's leader after completing their mission. I see. Zhou Hui interjected. You should return to the nightclub. Zhang Shun and I have matters to attend to. Xiao Shi questioned, where are you going? Zhang Shun asked, am I included in this? Your brother entrusted you to me. Seeing you is akin to seeing Feng Si. How could I bear to let you leave? Feng Pian can take a taxi back himself, and just say that today Shunzi couldn't perform. So the duration was brief, and he didn't call you to stay overnight. Zhang Shun retorted angrily, what are you saying? Hey! Xiao Shi, without a hint of hesitation, nimbly sprang up to begin packing her belongings. Zhou Hui dragged Zhang Shun out the door, hastening towards the elevator with hurried steps. While pulling out his phone, he made a brief call. Hello, Xiao Lu. Please check where the deputy leader of Group 5, Yang Jinping, resides. We are heading there immediately. What on earth is happening? Zhang Shun stumbled into the elevator, urgently inquiring, what have you discovered? Yin Lanyu. Huh? The reaction of Yin Lanyu seemed off. Zhou Hui paused before retorting, if you were that beautiful girl, shedding tears in the wind and lamenting under the moon for a man for 2 years, risking your life for him, and finally got to meet him just before your demise, only to hear someone joke that the man you've been waiting for loves you like an old house engulfed in flames, what would your reaction be? Zhang Shun stammered. I don't know. I only like young girls. I'm not fond of men. You do well to remember that for a lifetime. Only liking young girls. Zhou Hui rolled his eyes. If it were me, I would be overjoyed, absolutely not displeased. Yin Lanyu's reaction indicates there is a perilous issue embedded in that jest. What issue? The beautiful girl was engulfed in significant suspicion, but her oversight had revealed her unease to the adversary, perhaps as a means to conceal the truth, or perhaps due to premeditated malice towards Yin Lanyu. After departing from the airport, she was swiftly targeted for assassination. With a chime, the elevator doors opened. Zhou Hui strode out with purpose, heading toward the silver Lexus parked at the hotel entrance. Zhang Shun followed closely behind, unable to suppress his speculation. What could be problematic about a jest? Does he not admire you, Jingzhong? Has he found you, Jingzhong, lacking in charm, leading him to seek solace elsewhere at the last moment? Fool! Zhou Hui retorted angrily. I've borne 2 children with your brother. My heart belongs solely to him. Zhang Shun was momentarily taken aback by the reprimand. As he saw Zhou Hui enter the car, he hurriedly followed, eager to inquire further, only to hear Zhou Hui instruct the driver. Xiao Lu, take us to Yang Jinping's house, immediately. We must arrive within half an hour. Of course, but why such urgency? He lives in the East City. After all, Zhou Hui replied, if we delay, he may not survive the night. Both Xiao Lu and Zhang Shun's expressions shifted drastically, yet Zhou Hui, with a somber countenance, gazed out the window, disregarding their questioning looks. In under half an hour, Xiao Lu parked the car in front of Yang Jinpingqiuo's residence. Situated in a relatively new neighborhood in the East City, the duplex was quite luxurious, and properties in this area rarely fell below several million. Zhou Hui slipped 2 boxes of Zhonghua cigarettes to the security guard, successfully gaining entry into the complex. His strides were particularly long and swift, while Zhang Shun trailed behind, panting and asking, why say he will not survive the night? Is it because Yu Jingzhong might also send assassins to silence him? Yan Lanyu's peculiar reaction was not only noted by Fang Pianer, but also by the other 2 agents from Group 5. As the deputy leader, Yang Jinpingqiuo possessed a different perspective than ordinary members, and he might have already sensed the anomalies. However, due to Yu Jingzhong's stature and the vast, intricate power behind him, Yang Jinpingqiuo refrained from disclosing his suspicions to anyone. Yet, that power would not let him escape unscathed. Zhou Hui continued. They were aware of the oversight they had made, and the most effective way to conceal such a blunder was to silence everyone present. It was preferable to wrongfully eliminate 1,000 than to allow even a single witness to escape. Even someone as straightforward as Fang Pianer had not evaded their grasp. The deputy leader, Yang Jinpingqiuo, was undoubtedly on the assassins list as well. What about the team member named Banya? Zhang Shun inquired. He was dispatched by Lao Wu on official business a couple of days ago. It is too late to rescue him. The doomed have already met their fate. The community's landscaping was exquisite, with lush trees and verdant grass creating a picturesque scene during the day. However, at night, the surroundings turned ominously dim, instilling a sense of dread. They arrived at the entrance of Yang Jinpingqiuo's residence, but their calls on the intercom went unanswered. Zhou Hui forcefully kicked open the sturdy, ornate iron door and stepped inside, pressing the button for the 23rd floor in the elevator. This was Zhang Shun's first experience with such a midnight intrusion, and he felt a surge of trepidation. Is it just the 2 of us? Shouldn't we inform group leader Wu and summon Hu as well? What if security calls the police and we end up accused of attempted murder? Are you aware of where the enemy's oversight lies? Zhou Hui suddenly asked. Zhang Shun shook his head in confusion. Zhou Hui chuckled, a sardonic and somewhat helpless smile gracing his lips. Many believe that Yu Jingzhong was saved by Yan Lanyu in Japan due to a romantic entanglement. He spoke slowly, but that is not the case. Yu Jingzhong once drunkenly confided in me that there was nothing between him and that little beauty. The 2 lines of sentimental poetry were merely personal musings, never shared with Yan Lanyu. Thus, one can imagine the shock that enveloped Yan Lanyu upon witnessing Yu Jingzhong's demeanor at the airport and the reactions of those around them. Zhou Hui paused meaningfully, continuing, this revelation left him profoundly astonished, much like I am now. He immediately realized the intricate depths behind this matter, yet found himself unsure of who to trust, who among them wore the mask of deceit. Zhang Shun, observing his expression, suddenly grasped the terrifying implications behind that final statement. Cold sweat trickled down his brow. In his doubt toward everyone, he had placed his last vestige of trust in me. Yet regrettably, the information had been severed before it could be conveyed. Zhou Hui remarked, fortunately, I still have at least 2 individuals I can trust. One is you, and the other is your brother. As the elevator doors opened, Zhou Hui strode confidently to Yang Jinpingqiuo's door. He knocked twice with no response, then forcefully kicked the door open with a resounding crash. The solid wooden door slammed against the wall and rebounded, which Zhou Hui swiftly caught. Zhang Shun peered over his shoulder, his face draining of color. Before them hung Yang Jinpingqiuo's lifeless body, suspended in midair beneath the chandelier, exuding a foul stench. His neck had been grotesquely broken, contorted at an unnatural angle, his tongue protruding grotesquely, and his murky, bluish-gray eyes stared unblinkingly at them. Zhou Hui entered the living room, closed the door behind him, and retrieved his phone, locating his wife in the contacts before pressing the call button. 3 seconds later, the call connected, and Chu Hie's voice emerged. Hello? My dear, the matters we speculated about have now been essentially confirmed. Hurry back and cease your surveillance. Your man is currently in a bit of trouble. The situation with the fifth group, S. Yongjin Pinkyo, has turned into a curse, and he must be exorcised within 30 minutes, or else. Chui interrupted him. I am in a bit of trouble myself. Are you aware that the entire fifth group has collectively betrayed us? What? Chui relayed the address of an internal military hospital, stating, I'm here now, in the intensive care unit. Once you've dealt with the curse, rush over. Otherwise, prepare to find a stepmother for the child. Zhou Hui immediately panicked. What's going on? Where are you going? What has happened? Chui sighed, saying the traitorous fifth group is right before my eyes. He hung up the phone and gently placed it back into his pocket. He raised his head, only to find that everyone in the ICU monitoring hall was clad in Tibetan robes, each person regarding him with varying expressions. The foremost man, in his 40s, obviously bore the features of an ethnic minority, wielding dual blades bound by iron chains, his demeanor marked by the unique weariness, cunning, and ferocity characteristic of mountain folk. His gaze fixed intently on Chu-He, and only when the call concluded did he chuckle darkly. Leader Feng of the fourth group. Do you truly believe you can endure until Boss Zhou arrives? With the brothers of the fifth group united against you, how many minutes do you think you can survive? Chui chuckled softly. Comrade Banya, you underestimate me far too much. Underestimating? Do not take it to heart. Everyone knows you have a notable background, or else you wouldn't hold the position of leader of the fourth group. Nevertheless, your severe injuries are common knowledge. Even if you were an expert, our deputy leader Yongjin Pinkyo is no less capable. Yet he too has been turned into a curse by the brothers. Banya twirled his blades, the edges gleaming ominously. Leader Feng, we have no grievances or enmity, but our opposing stances are to blame. You just had to appear here tonight. 60 members of the fifth group are present, and today we are here to take your life. With a swift sound, all present drew their weapons, and led by Banya, they charged forward amidst a palpable atmosphere of lethal intent. Countless cold glimmers of blades reflected in the depths of Chu-He's pupils, yet he did not retreat. He did not even make a move to evade. He closed his eyes and sighed almost soundlessly. In the next instant, a tempest erupted from beneath his feet, a vortex spiraling upward like an ancient divine beast unleashing a cataclysmic roar, sending everyone flying. Boom! Cries filled the air as they fell, the ground trembling violently, and the manifestation of the Phoenix King appeared. Chui stepped forward, revealing half of his silhouette amidst the swirling smoke. His long hair cascaded, his white robe billowed, and the glass-like Buddhist beads fell from the air, which he grasped in his hand, transforming them instantly into a pure azure headband. He casually tied his flowing hair back with his headband, pointing at the surrounding crowd. You all think far too little of me. He chuckled. Go, summon your living Buddha leader to meet me. Chapter 21. Meanwhile, in the East City, Zhou Hui ended the call and seized Zhang Shun, thrusting him before the cursed corpse. Quickly, perform the rite of liberation. Now, Zhang Shun opened his eyes and found himself face to face with the murky, ashen gaze of the cursed corpse, instantly terrified. I don't know how to do it. Can I recite scriptures? You are a Buddhist relic, and yet you cannot even liberate a hanged ghost. Recite the Diamond Sutra. Try to memorize it twice. Zhang Shun wanted to retort that he was born this way and had never attended a crash course in Buddhist studies. The Diamond Sutra. How did they recite it on television? Namo Amitabha, Om Mani Padme Hum. Suddenly, the cursed corpse opened its mouth, revealing a decayed jaw, and expelled a foul breath towards Zhang Shun. Initially caught off guard, he soon felt a sharp pain on his face, shrieking as he tumbled to the ground. It moved. Before him, the cursed corpse's stiff, putrid hand slowly rose, freeing itself from the noose, and fell to the ground with a thud, splashing a few drops of putrid water. It then staggered upright and began to lurch towards Zhang Shun. Zhou Hui. Zhang Shun stumbled over the sofa, pushing the genuine leather couch forcefully against the corpse. The body staggered momentarily, and seizing the opportunity, Zhang Shun turned to see Zhou Hui had already retreated to the doorway, hastily rummaging through the corner of the living room. What the hell are you looking for? The corpse is moving. Do not disturb me. I am searching for the key to dealing with the cursed corpse. Zhou Hui responded without looking back. In the next moment, he finally uncovered what he needed from the cabinet, expressing relief. Thank goodness, I knew it. Keeping the router in the bedroom is detrimental to health. Upon seeing this, Zhang Shun erupted in anger. Is the key to dealing with the cursed corpse restarting the router? Zhou Hui flipped the router to find the password and swiftly retrieved his phone to connect to the internet, sneering, "Foolish humans, I cannot be bothered to explain. This month's data plan is exhausted. Mobile services are truly a scam." Zhang Shun grabbed a chair to shield himself from the cursed corpse, but its strength was immense. With a dangerous creak, the chair's leg buckled, forcing Zhang Shun to retreat several steps before crashing into a cluttered cabinet in the corner. Seizing the moment, the cursed corpse discarded the chair and lunged at him. Desperately, Zhang Shun jumped to Zhou Hui's side, peering over only to find him engrossed in browsing the internet. He lost his composure. At a time like this, you're still shopping for black donkey hooves on Taobao? This neighborhood makes deliveries quite difficult, Zhou Hui replied. Actually, I'm using our Tiandao Intranet's universal search engine. By the way, I am one of the shareholders of this search engine company. Ah, here it is. He clicked on the search results and accessed a sub-entry on the Tiandao Jihu website. What emergency measures are available when encountering a cursed corpse? Zhou Hui read aloud. The true danger of a cursed corpse does not lie in its immense strength or its craving for human flesh. These are easily remedied. Their real peril resides in their capacity for curses and summoning. Zhang Shun was pinned to the ground, summoning every ounce of strength to barely resist the gaping maw of the cursed corpse that threatened to engulf his neck. He stammered, "It's easily resolved. Just come over and handle it. Don't panic." Zhou Hui continued to recite. The essence of curses and summoning lies in the cursed corpse, serving as a conduit to attract vengeful spirits and malevolent ghosts within a 100-mile radius, unleashing indiscriminate slaughter upon surrounding humanity. Thus, throughout the annals of human warfare, cursed corpses have been utilized as instruments of nether warfare, playing a pivotal role in ancient battles and the Asian front of World War II. A cacophony of mournful wails echoed through the corridor as the ghosts dragged their heavy footsteps, howling as they trod upon each floor of the building. Zhou Hui remarked in astonishment. This respondent speaks with remarkable accuracy. Zhang Shun, witnessing the cursed corpse's dripping black fangs draw ever closer, exerted every last bit of his strength to keep its neck at bay. His voice reduced to silence as he mentally cursed Zhou Hui's ancestors. The most effective way to confront a cursed corpse is to perform a rite of exorcism before the transformation occurs. It is recommended that His Highness the Phoenix King, renowned for being the foremost authority on exorcism in the celestial realm for many consecutive years, be consulted for his profound expertise, a truly economical and environmentally friendly solution for the cursed corpse. However, if the transformation occurs suddenly and contact with the Phoenix King is impossible, the following emergency measures may be attempted. Firstly, feed the cursed corpse copious amounts of meat. It will mindlessly consume until it perishes from overindulgence. Zhou Hui glanced back at Zhang Shun, muttering to himself, it doesn't seem like there's enough to satisfy it. Zhang Shun, filled with genuine frustration, retorted, "You, mother." Secondly, one could swiftly flee, allowing the vengeful spirits summoned by the cursed corpse to slaughter the nearby humans. Thereafter, the cursed corpse would eventually decay, posing no threat in 3 to 5 years. Zhou Hui opened the door to peek into the corridor, then promptly shut it again, his expression revealing a reluctance to witness the scene. Forget it, in 3 to 5 years, this place will become a dead city. Zhang Shun grimaced as he noticed the cursed corpse's fangs were merely inches from his throat, black blood dripping down his neck. Zhou Hui seized the cursed corpse's hair, forcing it to raise its head, while continuing to read from his phone. Thirdly, if there is a consecrated Buddhist seal at hand, it must be a true Buddhist seal. The figurines consecrated on a May mountain can be used to cover the cursed corpse's 3 fires, 5 platforms, and 7 orifices, supplemented with the Peacock King mantra for immediate effect. Zhou Hui paused, exclaiming in frustration, "I can't recite that little brat's mantra." Zhang Shun shouted in desperation, "I have the Buddhist seal. Please just act quickly." Zhou Hui grasped Zhang Shun's hand, pressing his palm against the rotting face of the cursed corpse, and in an instant, Zhang Shun erupted into a cacophony of screams filled with disgust, terror, and sheer exhaustion. The next moment, the living room door burst open. Shadows of vengeful spirits poured in, surging toward Zhang Shun amidst the roar of the cursed corpse. The Buddhist seal in Zhang Shun's palm radiated golden light, piercing through the cursed corpse's head and enveloping all the spirits in a magnificent aura of enlightenment. Zhang Shun's screams abruptly ceased. In the next moment, the light retracted with a swish, and with a thud, the headless body of the cursed corpse collapsed heavily to the ground. The living room was immaculate, and the corridor devoid of any spectral shadows, as if the earlier chaos had merely been a figment of the imagination. Zhang Shun, still trembling from the shock, sat up, noticing Zhou Hui nodding in satisfaction as he liked an answer on Jihu. Indeed, he remarked, Tian Dao Jihu holds great promise. The initial venture capital was not in vain. Zhang Shun glanced at his bloodied palms, a twitch at the corner of his mouth revealing his disbelief. I never realized I was so formidable. May I have the pleasure of giving you a thrashing? If you do that, you'll be too late to save your brother. Aren't you fond of playing the game where the little tadpole searches for its sibling? Zhang Shun fell silent. Zhou Hui continued, although I am uncertain of the ultimate motive behind this situation, it is evident that your brother must have uncovered some clue in the hospital, which led to him being ensnared by the fifth group. Their members are not particularly fearsome, yet the fifth group has a formidable leader. If he were to betray us, it would indeed pose a significant dilemma. As Zhou Hui approached the door, he suddenly recalled something, turning back to inspect the corpse. After a moment, he exclaimed, "Ah?" Zhang Shun inquired, "What is it?" "This is not the work of Yangjin Pingguo." Zhou Hui furrowed his brow. The deputy leader sustained an injury years ago, leaving a scar on his chest, which is absent from this corpse. Indeed, the tattered garment of the corpse revealed a decaying chest. It was evident that there were no conspicuous scars to be found. Zhang Shun recoiled from the foul stench, questioning, what does this mean? Is the corpse a scapegoat? Is the deputy leader aligned with the rebellious members? Zhou Hui stared blankly at the corpse, muttering, no wonder. I should have realized it sooner. Realize what? Yangjin Pingguo can alter his appearance, Zhou Hui explained. He transformed the corpse to resemble himself, leading anyone who encounters it to believe he has perished. With intimate knowledge of the organization as secrets and a deceased identity as a cover, he could seamlessly assume the roles of other internal members without raising any suspicion. It's no wonder that no one has questioned Yu Jingzhong's actions until now. Zhang Shun hesitated. But, are you so certain that what I saw was a false you? Fang Piener claimed that Yangjin Pingguo disembarked the plane with him in Beijing. This impersonation scheme must have been in motion long before. They exploited my opportunity to exit the capital, substituting Yangjin Pingguo for Yu Jingzhong, then disguised another individual as Yangjin Pingguo in H City. This way, even if anyone noticed subtle discrepancies in Yu Jingzhong's behavior, they would never suspect an impersonation. Once back in Beijing, the counterfeit Yangjin Pingguo would serve no purpose, and naturally, the fewer who knew of this, the better. Thus, the fifth group eliminated the imposter, crafting a corpse to be placed here, leading everyone to believe that the deputy leader had perished. Zhou Hui paused before stating, upon returning to Beijing, I discovered that Yu Jingzhong had dispatched someone to assassinate Fang Piener, which made me realize something was amiss with him. I conferred with your brother to discreetly investigate, as a precautionary measure. To elucidate the sudden departure of your brother, I reluctantly adorned myself with the proverbial green hat, asserting that he had quarreled with me and sought solace with the Brahmin. Alas, my head has become an expanse of verdant grasslands. How shall I face the world henceforth? Zhang Shun still harbored futile hopes of resistance. Wait, is it truly so effortless for your national security to impersonate someone, even if one bears a resemblance? The intricate background of Yu Jingzhong cannot possibly remain concealed. Zhou Hui countered with a question of his own. Do you know why I place my trust in you? Is it not because I find you reliable? Zhang Shun was rendered speechless. Nonsense, you na-ve child. If you were dependable, even a sow could ascend a tree. Zhou Hui, with a particularly cruel demeanor, remarked, "It is precisely because someone of Yu Jingzhong's stature can be so easily replaced that it indicates the profound depths of this matter. There must be a formidable force, wielding immense power, orchestrating the entire affair. Who knows how many have already been dragged into this mire? And you, as an outsider with a clean background and limited intelligence, more importantly, devoid of any value for collusion, are thus deemed trustworthy. Do you comprehend?" Despite the staggering blow Zhang Shun had received, he did not retort nor retaliate against Zhou Hui. Instead, he stood there, dazed, his lips quivering, his complexion ashen. Zhou Hui, he stammered, "What do these people intend after circling around in such a convoluted manner?" Zhou Hui, growing impatient, replied, "How should I know? I'm still pondering that myself. What is wrong with you?" Zhang Shun glanced at him, trembling as he rolled up his sleeve to reveal a bandage on his arm. That fake false Yu Jingzhong stated today that he would save Yin Lan Yu and drew a vial of my blood. The room fell into a profound silence as Zhou Hui fixed his gaze upon the arm of the second young master, as if it had transformed into a delectable dish. "Little brother," he eventually spoke with deep emotion, "were it not for the regard I hold for your brother, I would have already sought to extricate your entrails from your throat." At the military committee's internal hospital, in the ICU monitoring hall, Chu He stepped forth, the wind howling fiercely, as he brought his silver spear down heavily upon the ground, exclaiming, "Where is the 5th Group's divine commander?" This cry, sharp as a blade cutting through the wind, stirred a cacophony of reverberations. Several members of the group, barely managing to rise, felt their ears burst with blood, collapsing to the ground in agony. Ultimately, it is indeed the legendary leader of the Phoenix 4th Group. Is this the fabled embodiment of the heavenly law? Bagana, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, leaned weakly against a collapsed centrifuge, coughing up blood-stained spittle as he spoke. Yet, even if you were to eliminate us all today, it would be futile. The 5th Group has long since why? Chui interrupted. Bagana was momentarily taken aback. Then, amidst his bloody coughs, erupted in laughter. "Why? How could you possibly grasp our why? Why can someone like Zhou, who plays with the world at his whim, represent the supreme, heavenly way? Why can you, who are tainted by the mundane and lack any inclination towards enlightenment, live for centuries and attract countless followers? Slaughter, debauchery, deceit, indulgence, since you have chosen to indulge in these sordid pleasures of the mortal realm. How can you still lay claim to the exalted status of divine law and the promise of eternal life? This world is manifestly unjust, and thus it is imperative that someone rises to amend it. How dare you question why this is so?" Chui fell silent for a moment and remarked, "But how can you ascertain that? Your esoteric yellow sect truly embodies the essence of Buddhism." Banya, brandishing his blade against the ground, leapt up with fervor, proclaiming in fury, "We sincerely venerate the threefold secret of the Buddhas and Bodhisattvas, adhering to the supreme yoga teachings as our creed, and we do not acknowledge your authority. Everything you possess is derived from demons, and such debts must inevitably be repaid. What is erroneous in that?" Chui let out a barely perceptible sigh and murmured, "Another one who has succumbed to the false promises of divine law. Do you not wish to meet our leader? You still cling to that hypocritical doctrine of nonviolence," to which Banya pointed his blade at Chu He's back, sneeringly inquiring, "If you were to face the divine envoy, would you still retain such confidence?" Turning around, Chu He beheld a youth clad in a dark blue robe, standing quietly at the entrance of the monitoring hall, nearly blending into the shadowy backdrop. He wielded a Vajra pestle, embodying the 3 aspects of the Buddha, the serene, the wrathful, and the scolding, adorned with a myriad of vibrant gemstones that shimmered with a dazzling and enigmatic radiance. "Divine envoy," Chu He squinted, "have you become embroiled in this affair as well?" The expression of the divine envoy was stony, and in the next instant he soared into the air, appearing before Chu He like a specter, and with lightning speed swung his staff towards Chu He's neck. Chu He swiftly retreated, raising his spear to block the strike. With a thunderous crash that nearly ruptured eardrums, the pestle collided with the spear, sending sparks flying. The length of a typical Vajra pestle varies from 5 to 8 fingers, extending to 20. But the divine envoy's pestle was further connected to a staff, nearly equaling the length of the phoenix spear. Unlike the light and sharp spear, the pestle bore considerable weight, and wielding it produced a formidable force, conjuring a terrifying whirlwind that cornered Chu-He within mere strikes. As Chu-He dodged the oncoming gust, a sharp sound sliced through the air, the pestle narrowly missing his hair as it struck the wall, carving a deep gash over 2 meters long. Furious, Chu-He shouted, "Fifth!" He retaliated with a thrust of his spear, sending the divine envoy staggering backward, then charged forward, the spearhead aimed at the youth's throat. Yet, beneath the cold glimmer, the divine envoy showed no inclination to evade, the spear's tip reflecting his dazed expression. Chu-He's pupils widened in disbelief. "You have turned your leader into a puppet." In the next moment, the divine envoy grasped the spear's tip, unflinching, disregarding the flames igniting in his palm, and struck Chu-He backward with his pestle. With a resounding crash, Chu-He collided with the wall and rebounded in a flash. He swept his spear horizontally, clanging. The sound reverberated through the ground, instantly blocking the divine envoy's staff. Though the divine envoy had previously disarmed an opponent barehanded, one half of his arm was charred, yet his expression remained unchanged, as if he felt no pain whatsoever. As Chu-He gasped and furrowed his brow, he could hear Banya's intermittent cold laughter resonating from a distance behind him. Since we dare to undertake such actions, it is evident that we possess formidable backing. The heavens are unjust. Naturally, we shall seek those who can grant us fairness. According to your words, the leader of the divine assembly, and we are not aligned in our paths, which is precisely his ultimate fate. The notion of seeking fairness raised a flicker of doubt in Chu-He's mind. In an instant, he exerted force upon his wrist, compelling the divine envoy to retreat several steps. He swiftly unleashed a horizontal strike that struck the envoy's chest, sending him sprawling backward, blood erupting from his mouth and nose. Yet in the very next moment, the divine envoy staggered to his feet, his ribcage oddly caved in, and with a resounding thud, he slammed the demon-subduing staff to the ground. Recognizing that his opponent was under some form of control, Chu-He refrained from delivering a lethal blow. However, the divine envoy showed no restraint. As the staff struck the ground, a black wind erupted from its center, instantly engulfing the surrounding space. The vicious wind blades sliced through the air like 100 bolts of lightning, leaving numerous gashes upon Chu-He's body in the blink of an eye. Chu-He deftly retreated, only to find his garments torn at the collar, cuffs, and waist, with blood streaming down to create long, crimson trails upon the ground. He leaned against the wall, catching his breath, when the divine envoy struck the ground once more. As the wind blades descended from all directions, the envoy soared through the air. His dark blue robe billowed in the wind, resembling a silent, ominous predator, as the heavy, demon-subduing staff came crashing down before him. Furious, Chu-He seized a spear, its silver body igniting with azure flames, the intense heat causing the wall behind him to crack and splinter. A dazzling fan of light arced through the air, striking the divine envoy with tremendous force. Boom! This strike was originally aimed at the envoy's arm. Even if it landed, it would merely sever a limb, posing no mortal danger. Yet, at the critical moment, the divine envoy recoiled, inadvertently presenting his shoulder, which resulted in a sharp crack as the bone shattered. The sound of the fracture was alarmingly crisp, sending shivers down one's spine, yet he appeared impervious to pain. Reaching out to grasp the spear engulfed in flames, Chu-He exclaimed, "Old 5, let go." No sooner had he spoken than a deafening roar erupted, scorching his entire arm. Meanwhile, Banya hastily produced a small package from his garments and hurled it toward them. Catch. The divine envoy reached out to seize it. Chu-He focused intently, his expression shifting as he realized it was a small pouch of blood. The envoy bit into the blood bag, spraying its contents onto the demon-subduing staff. With a sizzling sound, arcs of electricity spiraled up the staff, transforming it into a dragon clad in lightning, culminating in a dazzling white light at the apex of the Trinity staff. Chu-He gasped in astonishment. Buddha's blood. In that critical moment, he attempted to withdraw, But the phoenix spear remained firmly gripped by the envoy's charred hand. Acting swiftly, he released the spear, yet it was all too late. The demon-subduing staff swept through the air, crashing into Chu He's side, propelling him like a cannonball. Boom! The Chu River pierced through the entire wall without a moment's hesitation, soaring forth and demolishing 2 or 3 more walls before ultimately collapsing into the rubble with a thunderous crash. For several seconds, he found himself almost immobilized, his ears ringing with a deafening buzz that rendered him unable to hear anything. His vision was exceedingly blurred, blood trickling down from his forehead to gather at his chin, soaking the tattered white collar of his attire. Truly, the renowned beauty of Chief Feng Si was evident. In his haze, he perceived Banya approaching, coldly remarking, "In such a disheveled state, one can still evoke such sentiments. What a pity." Chu River forcefully closed his eyes, and after several seconds, he opened them again, his unfocused gaze finally managing to settle on the smoke-laden ceiling. Such precious Buddha's blood was originally intended for the ultimate purpose. Yet now he could only expend half of it. Banya paused momentarily before continuing, "But it matters not. Soon there will be more Buddha's blood to assist us in achieving our final goal." He crouched down, sneering, "In such a momentous occasion, what thoughts cross your mind?" Chu River swallowed the blood rising in his throat and rasped, "I was just pondering. Our Zhang Shun truly exemplifies the archetype of a brother who undermines his kin. I should have foreseen this." From Banya's expression, it was clear he did not comprehend the significance of these words, yet it was no longer of consequence. With a derisive laugh, he stepped back, and soon the sound of footsteps approached. There he beheld Shunwan Tianxi, clutching the demon-subduing rod, advancing step by step. Half of his body was charred, black blood oozing from his eyes, and his ribcage was caved in. Upon nearing, he assumed a grotesque stance, raising the golden rod high above his head to strike at Chu River. In the next moment, Chu River raised his hand, drawing forth a hair tie. His long hair cascaded down instantly, and as the tie transformed into a magnificent azure longbow, he nocked an arrow and aimed, rasping, awakened Tianxi. With that, the arrow shot forth like a comet, sending Shunwan Tianxi hurtling through the air with a resounding crash against the ceiling. The floor trembled violently, and Chu River coughed up a mouthful of blood, teetering on the brink of unconsciousness as the longbow slipped from his grasp and fell to the ground. Amidst the chaos of his mind, long-buried memories surged forth, engulfing his consciousness like a tidal wave. He recalled the last time he wielded this longbow, millennia ago, amidst the battlefield of gods and demons, standing atop the city walls, aiming at a swiftly approaching demon warrior. Yet, all 11 consecutive arrows he unleashed were deftly evaded by the opponent. As the final arrow remained nocked, that figure approached, their bloodied hand grasping the arrowhead like a vice. He had yet to draw his sword when the individual knelt gracefully, their countenance strikingly handsome, eyes glinting with a chilling light. "Please do not move. I'm not here to fight, but to propose." "Zhou Hui," Chu River thought hazily, "if you don't return soon, you truly will need to find a stepmother for the child." Chapter 22 in the subterranean 4th level of the Military Commission Hospital. The ward was ablaze with light, an array of expensive and advanced medical devices encircling the hospital bed. All indicators signified that the life signs of the frail figure lying there were perilously low. This was an elderly man with hair as white as snow, his eyes firmly shut and pronounced bags beneath them. His visage hung down like the parched bark of a tree, exuding an unsettling aura. Where his hair dyed black, clad in formal attire, and exhibiting a more vibrant demeanor, many across the nation would undoubtedly recognize the face that frequently graced the evening news. Yet now he lay there, a pitiful specter of impending death. Yu Jingzhong stood grimly by the bedside when a physician resembling the attending doctor approached, removing his mask and shaking his head. The prognosis was exceedingly grim. The hasty evacuation from the ICU above had inflicted significant harm on the patient's condition. Yu Jingzhong could not suppress his frustration. Was it not said that Feng Si had ventured to the underworld to seek the demon Lord Fan Luo? Why then had he suddenly materialized in the hospital, directly locating the ICU? The attending physician dared not respond, but from the corner of the ward, a hoarse and dissonant voice emerged. That was an illusion conjured by Zhou Hui, deputy leader Yang Jin. Since the discord with our demon lord regarding the Peacock King Mo, Leader Feng Si has not set foot in the four evil paths. Zhou Hui's announcement of Leader Feng Si's departure was merely a ruse to divert your attention. Turning his gaze, Yu Jingzhong beheld four unusually elongated figures cloaked in thick gray robes, their faces obscured by oversized hoods. Each figure clutched a pure gold bell, the size of a lantern, while their hands, visible beneath the sleeves, bore a wrinkled, grayish-white texture. The speaker among them seemed to smile slightly, stating, "The demon lord was quite astonished upon receiving this news. However, after searching the 9 heavens and 10 earths of the 4 evil paths, no trace of the phoenix has been found. What a pity! Our esteemed demon lord has long wished to formally wed Leader Feng Si." Yang Jin Pinkyuo's lips twitched dryly, an odd expression manifesting through the mask that covered his face. The 5th group cannot withstand Feng Si. You have laboriously subdued Shun Wantian, turning him into a puppet, yet now even this trump card is lost. It is said that Leader Feng Si is a severely wounded patient who has not recovered for centuries. It seems that even a starving camel is larger than a horse. What are we to do? The gray-clad figure replied calmly, "There is no need for haste." No sooner had the words left his lips than the elderly man on the bed erupted into a fit of asthma, his body nearly curling up, blood gushing from beneath the breathing mask. The ward was immediately thrown into chaos as the chief physician and several others rushed in to administer aid, all devices simultaneously illuminating and emitting piercing alarms. "Buddha's blood! Bring the Buddha's blood!" The director screamed hoarsely, seizing a blood bag from a rushing doctor's hands, extracting the mixture containing a hint of golden blood, and injecting into the elderly man's carotid artery. After several tense seconds, the man's labored breathing began to ease noticeably. Moments later, he gradually fell silent, his vital signs returning to a certain degree, and the instruments ceased their piercing alarms. "This is the last vial of Buddha's blood." The chief physician wiped the sweat from his brow, despairing. Half of it has already been taken upstairs to deal with Leader Feng Si. This meager amount is insufficient. Far from enough. Yang Jin Pinkyuo clenched his teeth and retorted, "Didn't they say that the relic brought back by Yu Jingzhong's young lover from Japan possesses divine properties? Does it not have the power to prolong life?" Just as the man in gray was about to respond, the door to the sick room was knocked twice before swinging open. A subordinate hurriedly entered, leaning close to Yang Jin Pinkyuo's ear and whispering urgently, "Deputy Leader, it's bad. Leader Feng Si has seized everyone's souls, and the 5th group has been annihilated." Yang Jin Pinkyuo's expression shifted dramatically. "What did you say?" The room fell into a heavy silence, the tension in the air palpable enough to shatter. In this suffocating atmosphere, the man in gray suddenly let out a cold laugh. "It matters not. The Phoenix King will be entrusted to us." The 4 men in gray simultaneously turned and strode toward the doorway. In the dim light, one could see their figures emanating an almost imperceptible vapor, resembling a faint veil of black smoke. As they passed, the ground was marked by damp, dark footprints, which quickly dried in the open air, leaving behind only a thin layer of gritty gray particles. "How confident are you?" Yang Jin Pinkyuo called after them. "It is merely a body at the end of its strength. There is nothing to fear." The gray-clad men did not look back, and soon vanished into the shadows of the hospital basement corridor. "Even if we were to offer the Phoenix King to the Lord of Demons, it should pose no difficulty," they added, as the gray figures departed. The lingering scent of decay in the sick room seemed to dissipate slightly. Yang Jin Pinkyuo took a deep breath, glancing back at the anxious doctor and the elderly man on the hospital bed, whose life was fading. The incessant beeping of the medical instruments gnawed at his nerves. Habitually, he reached for a cigarette, but paused midway. He turned and instructed his subordinate, "Bring Yanlan Yu to me." The subordinate nodded and departed, returning moments later with a wheelchair. The unconscious Yanlan Yu was placed in the chair, his head tilted, strands of hair falling into his eyes, his complexion an eerie pallor. Yang Jin Pinkyuo regarded him coldly, commanding, "Wake him." One subordinate pressed down on a pressure point on Yanlan Yu's head, exerting force. However, this method, usually effective even on the dead, proved futile this time. After a few more firm presses, Yen Lanyu finally convulsed slightly, slowly opening his eyes. Yang Jin Pinkyo looked down at him, asking, "Are you awake?" Yen Lanyu leaned against the back of the chair, gasping for breath due to the intense pain, eventually managing to cough up blood from his trachea, barely restoring his breath. Who are you?" he stammered. "I am Yu Jingzhong," Yang Jin Pinkyo replied with a smile, inquiring, "Why do you ask?" "You are not. Who are you? Where is Yu Jingzhong?" The smile faded from Yang Jin Pinkyo's face. He gazed at Yen Lanyu's haggard face and, after a moment's hesitation, inquired, "How is it that no one recognized me? Even Zhou Hui only expressed confusion. Yet you, upon our first encounter, sensed something amiss. How did I expose myself? Or is it true that feelings shared once can never be concealed? Can you discern the genuine article at a mere glance?" The corners of Yen Lanyu's cracked, bloodless lips curled slightly, a hint of cunning glimmering within his smile. "No, there has been no intimacy," he replied. "There is nothing between us. Do not use me to insult Yu Jingzhou." Yang Jinping realized where he had erred. He could not help but strike the wall with force. That indeed was a singular yet profoundly fatal mistake. So it was that rascal Yu Jingzhou, he muttered through clenched teeth, his gaze inadvertently catching the faintly triumphant smile on the boy's face. This youth, who appeared on the brink of collapse, had endured torment for days, yet retained such spirit, managing to maintain the upper hand in their verbal sparring. It indicated that he had shed all fear. He feared nothing. A person like Yen Lanyu, when he embraced death with indifference, truly possessed no vulnerabilities. Yang Jinping understood that the situation could not persist in this manner. He needed to reclaim control. "Let's negotiate," he proposed, taking a breath. "Do you know why everyone behaves as if Yu Jingzhong and you can revisit old dreams?" "Because Yu Jingzhong presents himself in such a manner," he continued without awaiting Yen Lanyu's response. "His demeanor leads many to believe there is indeed some shared history. When Yu Jingzhong infiltrated the Japanese esoteric sect and failed his mission, he and his companions were captured, and it was you who secretly set him free, thereby saving their lives. If our intelligence is correct, you grew up in the esoteric sect as the sect leader's protege, did you not? It is exceedingly illogical for someone like you to risk your life to let him go. If Yu Jingzhong cannot concoct an alternative explanation, he is utterly incapable of justifying this matter." Yen Lanyu closed his eyes, signaling his desire to shut out the conversation. Yet Yang Jinping pressed on, his voice calm yet tinged with cruelty. "In truth, Yu Jingzhong ought to devise another excuse. I cannot fathom why he specifically chose this one. Logically, this rationale does not confer him much pride. Thus I surmise it is a reflection of his subconscious. Perhaps he genuinely harbors such hopes." The boy shifted slightly, turning his head away. Tears began to seep from his tightly closed eyelids, cascading silently down his pale, weary cheeks. "Let us strike a bargain. My demands are modest. You are still quite young. This final matter shall serve as a small recompense for me." Yang Jinping gestured towards the hospital bed. "This individual is our leader. We must spare no effort to sustain his life, ensuring a seamless transition of power for our faction. Eitani said you are among the most gifted of the new generation in Japanese Amidst. Can you discern any means to assist? If you could do something, I will allow you to see Jingzhong one last time. Yes, he is not dead yet." Yen Lanyu's body seemed to tremble slightly as he opened his eyes. In the dim light, his eyelids were delicate, with the tips slightly raised, revealing a gentle curve, and tears flowed like a splash of crimson ink in a painting. Yang Jinping gazed at him, momentarily captivated, a fleeting sense of compassion washing over him. Yet he quickly reconsidered, realizing that anyone who sought to extinguish such a life would find it exceedingly difficult. His soul has already dispersed. Yen Lanyu murmured softly, "There is nothing more that can be done. I am powerless." Yang Jinping furrowed his brow and inquired, "Is there truly no other way? That fragment you possess, it can only exorcise evil and quell demons. It cannot determine life or death, especially since it is merely a shard. To save his life, unless tears flow from a phoenix in the presence of a true deity or blood spills from a Buddha in the compassionate Lotus Sea, It is nearly an impossible feat. As Yan Lanyu finished speaking, he began to cough again, this time more violently than before, his entire body bending as crimson blood splattered from his nose and throat, dotting his palms with flecks of crimson foam. Yang Jinpingchuo grasped his shoulder and recognized the gravity of the situation. This youth had reached the end of his strength. After a moment's hesitation, Yang Jinpingchuo beckoned his subordinates and spoke in a somber tone. "Take him to the watchroom. Allow him one last glimpse of Jingzhou." His subordinates nodded, asking, "And what about you?" Yang Jinpingchuo pondered for a moment, murmuring to himself, "The compassionate blood that willingly flows from the Lotus Sea. Bring me another human skin mask from my cabinet," he suddenly commanded, the one depicting the form of the recently created leader of the Phoenix Four. His subordinate nodded affirmatively and began to push Yan Lanyu's wheelchair out the door. The corridor outside the hospital room was dimly lit, likely to avoid drawing attention, with many corners shrouded in darkness. The temperature on the fourth underground level was exceedingly low, causing Yan Lanyu to shiver in a daze. One of the subordinates, feeling a pang of sympathy, contemplated for a moment before removing his coat and draping it over him. "You are so strikingly beautiful. If you wished, you could lead a splendid life. Why would you choose to hang yourself from this tree and throw away your life?" The subordinate muttered, shaking his head with a sigh. Stopping before a heavy iron door at the end of the corridor, "We have arrived." Originally a passage to the distribution room, it was now entirely sealed off with iron bars, the darkness within rendering it nearly impossible to see anything, the air thick with the scent of dust. Yan Lanyu pressed his palm against his heart, forcing himself to remain alert, fixating intently on the subordinate's hand as he entered the code, not missing even the slightest movement of his elbow. Moments later, the code confirmed, and the iron door creaked open. The subordinate turned and pushed Yan Lanyu into the watchroom, saying, "Here we are." In the shadows against the wall, a figure was half reclining, half sitting on the ground, though the face was obscured by darkness. Yan Lanyu instantly recognized the silhouette, identical to the one etched in his memory. Tears cascaded down his cheeks, yet not a sound escaped his lips. It felt as though a bitter lump obstructed his throat, rendering him unable to even sob. The subordinate appeared to be deeply moved, wishing to articulate something, but ultimately refrained, merely shaking his head and uttering, "I'm sorry, Deputy Yu. We are simply following orders." "Well, you may continue your conversation. I shall not intrude." With that, he turned and exited the observation room, securing the iron door behind him with a definitive click of the combination lock. On the ground, Yu Jingzhong stirred slightly. It was only after the figure of the subordinate vanished at the corridor's end that he let out a long, heavy sigh, murmuring, "Little brother, I am truly sorry." Yan Lanyu had awaited this very statement for an eternity. From the moment 2 years prior, when he was in Japan and stealthily liberated this foreign agent of fleeting acquaintance on a snowy night, he had clung to the ethereal promise made, tirelessly honing his most fragile and delicate hopes over the intervening years. This relentless cycle of hope and despair had ultimately eroded all belief within him through the interminable darkness of countless days and nights. He had been waiting for this phrase, the singular, final hope in his brief life that he was unwilling to relinquish. However, upon finally hearing it, he felt neither overwhelming excitement nor the deluge of tears, nor did he experience the familiar, poignant ache that he had replayed in his mind countless times. Yan Lanyu inhaled deeply, the air igniting a sharp pain within his lungs, rendering his voice hoarse. It's all right." Yu Jingzhong moved a fraction closer, and it was only then that Yan Lanyu, illuminated by the faintest light, noticed the blood covering him, most of which had already congealed. It was unclear how he had come to be in such a state. Aware of Yan Lanyu's gaze, Yu Jingzhong did not elaborate on his wounds, but instead reached out to check Yan Lanyu's pulse and temperature behind his ear, stating, "You must receive treatment immediately. The situation cannot be delayed any longer." "Why are you here? Do they intend to kill you as well?" Yan Lanyu remained silent. Listening intently, Yu Jingzhong continued, "I possess information for you, details they have tortured me for a long time to extract. After you hear it, you can relay bits and pieces back to them. But exercise caution. You must hold on until Zhou Hui discovers everything and arrives to rescue you." Zhou Hui is the commander of the first group established under our Special Operations Division. If you encounter him, you will certainly survive. Tell him this is my final command. Ensure you live. It's futile. Yan Lanyu murmured softly. Do not exert yourself. It is in vain. Yu Jingzhong grasped the armrest of his wheelchair, as if he had more to say, but Yan Lanyu's gentle yet firm voice interrupted. I am an Onmyoji. I know my own circumstances. Do not strain yourself. Let us keep my words to a minimum. First, tell me the reason behind all this. How did it come to pass? Why are they masquerading as you? They lingered in silence for a few seconds, before Yu Jingzhong exhaled deeply, resignedly stating, a faction within the military commission, opposed to us, has a powerful figure on the brink of death. Yan Lanyu listened attentively. However, the opposing forces were unprepared for the transfer. Once a powerful figure passed away, their entire structure faced the peril of collapse. To prolong that individual's life, they needed to utilize the resources from our special department. Thus, I became their formidable obstacle. A month ago, upon learning of your arrival in H City, I sought to seize the opportunity to bring you here, secretly dispatching Zhou Hui for this purpose. Little did I know, the adversary exploited Zhou Hui's absence from Beijing, taking advantage of the situation to ally with the so-called Four Evil Paths, subduing the unwilling fifth group leader, Shun Wantian, inciting the deputy leader, Yang Jinpingguo, to instigate a rebellion within the entire group, while impersonating me and detaining me here. Yu Jingzhong did not waste time explaining how a deputy leader could sway the entire group, while the leader himself lacked any charisma. They had refrained from killing me. As I possessed vital intelligence, they desperately sought. Without such information, Yang Jinpingguo could not maintain his guise without revealing his true identity. He paused and said, however, once their plan succeeds and that esteemed figure is revived, our special department will face utter suppression, all 6 groups will crumble, and, at that point, my death would be inconsequential, for no one would doubt Yang Jinpingguo's authenticity. Yu Jingzhong sighed, stating thus, my hopes of survival are exceedingly slim. It all hinges on how long I can delay. I initially intended to hold on for a while longer, but now that I see you, it matters little. Fortune has not entirely abandoned me. Before my impending demise, I have been granted one last opportunity. Yan Lanyu gasped, offering a faint smile. I, too, feel fortunate. He softly remarked, I now believe it is indeed worthwhile. He grasped the armrest of his wheelchair and slowly, with great effort, managed to stand. At the moment his feet touched the ground, he stumbled slightly, prompting Yu Jingzhong to rush forward to support him, exclaiming, What are you doing? Yan Lanyu waved him off, signaling him not to inquire further, then freed himself from the support, unsteadily making his way to the iron gate. Standing was already a considerable challenge for him. Viewed from the side, his once delicate cheek, reminiscent of a youthful maiden, appeared even more pitifully gaunt. Yet within that frail body resided a formidable, desperate courage, transforming into an unwavering strength that upheld his spine, enabling him to stand resolutely. He fixed his gaze on the iron bars, swallowed hard, and in the next moment he twisted his shoulder joint free, his body seemingly shrinking, half of him slithering through the narrow gap between the iron bars. Yu Jingzhong stared in astonishment. Bone contraction. Yan Lanyu found his chest caught in the iron bars, gasping in excruciating pain, almost unable to endure the heart-wrenching agony for several seconds. But soon after, he lifted his intact hand to his shoulder and with a sharp crack, dislocated it as well. Amid the horrific sounds of bone grinding and scraping, he gradually forced himself out through the iron gate. With a thud, Yan Lanyu fell to the ground, and Yu Jingzhong rushed over, gripping the iron gate tightly, his fingers trembling violently from the strain. Yan Lanyu gasped for breath, gesturing for Yu Jingzhong to remain silent. He then clumsily rose to his feet, gritting his teeth as he slammed his shoulder against the wall with a sharp crack, realigning it with practiced ease. It was evident that he had grown accustomed to this dislocation and subsequent reassembly. With determination, he lifted his elbow and moved it a few times, sensing the gradual return of feeling to his fingers. He approached the keypad, inputting the code digit by digit, and moments later, the iron door clicked open. Yu Jingzhong dashed forward, catching the falling Yan Lanyu, trembling as he slowly knelt on the ground. He felt a searing warmth in his eyes, each breath accompanied by a burning, acrid sensation. Yet the body he cradled was chillingly cold, the rigid bones pressing against his hands, as though an inexorable frost seeped forth from the marrow, swiftly devouring the last remnants of the boy's feeble life. "No, it doesn't hurt," Yin Lanyu murmured, his voice a haze. Don't cry, don't cry." He seemed to want to reach out, but his hand quickly fell limply, grasped tightly by Yu Jingzhong. This seasoned agent, who had navigated the treacherous waters of espionage for over a decade, trembled all over, pressing his face against the boy's neck, his mind a void filled with despair. Yin Lanyu's consciousness was fading. He felt an overwhelming chill, as if his entire being was fragmented and exposed to the icy winds. He wished to ask Yu Jingzhong to hold him tighter, but even the closest embrace now felt distant, as if he could no longer perceive it. "Quick, go," he uttered, his gaze unfocused and fragmented. "Quick, you go." Yu Jingzhong, gasping heavily, lifted his head to survey the dim, secluded corridor below. After a brief moment, he gritted his teeth, hoisting the boy onto his shoulder, and unsteadily stepped forward. Chapter 23. In the same hospital building, on the ICU monitoring floor, Chu-He propped himself up with a longbow, heavily sinking to the ground, and wiped his hand across his waist. His waist, already constricted, was now drenched in blood, making the golden phoenix pattern stand out starkly against the crimson stains. He took several deep breaths, feeling an intense pain where he had been struck by the demon-slaying staff, certain that his internal organs had sustained damage. Everyone from the fifth group had lost their souls, lying like vegetative patients in various corners of the floor. Shen Wantian Si lay nearby, barely conscious, and Chu-He spent 5 seconds praying that he was not dead. He then yanked out the pure azure long arrow embedded in Shun's abdomen, blood gushing forth as the arrowhead was freed. This long arrow was crafted from phoenix bone, comprising 12 arrows, each meticulously extracted from the original phoenix. During the tumultuous battles between gods and demons in earlier years, Zhou Hui had severed 11 of them, and the last arrow, which had not been loosed, was captured in mid-air, allowing it to be preserved until now. Chu-He had contemplated reforging the pure azure arrow from phoenix bone, yet the agony of extracting bones had proved unbearable, preventing him from taking action. Later, upon learning of this, Zhou Hui, in an effort to win his favor, hunted several elite demons in the Blood Sea, extracting 11 bones to present to him. Strictly speaking, their relationship had not yet reached a stage where gift was an appropriate term. Offering would be more fitting. Chu-He reforged the pure azure arrow with these 11 demon bones, although its hardness remained significantly inferior to that of phoenix bone. Lacking the purifying and calming magic for souls, it had served him well until this day. Reflecting on it now, from the moment he began employing demon bones as weapons, he had already strayed from the constraints of the heavenly path. Yet, why had he accepted Zhou Hui's gift at that time? Was it because the sight of that man stumbling toward him with demon bones was pitiable? Or was it the foolishly earnest expression he bore while offering them? Chu-He exhaled deeply, driving the long arrow into the ground as he rose. At that moment, a gentle chime echoed from outside the hall. He paused, followed by a cascade of ringing that flowed like a gentle stream, dancing in the wind. The sound was profoundly soothing, akin to wind chimes singing on the grass, birds soaring in the sunlight, filling his heart with joy and relaxation. He wished to turn and look, yet his entire body felt so comfortably languid that he found himself kneeling involuntarily. Then, suddenly, the sunlight vanished, dark clouds rolled in, lightning cleaved the sky, and torrential rain poured down. The chimes were swept along by icy whips of water and fierce winds, and as Chu-He struggled to rise, he was relentlessly pushed back by an overwhelming pressure. In a daze, he felt as though he was the only being left in the world, endlessly battered by the downpour, blood splattering everywhere. Gasping for breath, Chu-He suddenly realized the nature of this illusion, the Golden Bell illusion. Grasping the pure azure phoenix bone arrow he had just pulled from Shen Wantian, he gritted his teeth and plunged it into his palm. In an instant, his palm was pierced, and amidst the excruciating pain, his mind became clear. The illusion receded like a receding tide, revealing the ICU hall's disarray once more. He suddenly turned around and saw, indeed, 4 gray figures standing behind him. Having seen these individuals beside the demon lord, he could recognize them without a glance and immediately comprehended why the divine, complete celestial was so thoroughly reduced to a puppet. They were the 4 demon elders, each a figure of legendary status akin to the Azura king, wielding golden bells that conjured demonic illusions capable of ensnaring even deities and Buddhas in their chimes. Encountering them, the divine, complete celestial must have undergone a fierce battle, yet soon succumbed to exhaustion and capture, the entire ordeal leaving him no time to call for aid. Had he not been pierced by the phoenix bone, he would have either perished in his puppet state or succumbed to a mental breakdown. The best outcome would have seen him lost in illusions for eternity, leaving Zhou Hui no choice but to confine him to a mental asylum. Chu He was consumed with rage and abruptly exerted his strength to retreat. However, his adversaries were swifter. All 4 hurled heavy golden bells, each the size of lanterns, which clanged in the air, transforming into an overwhelming net that enveloped him. "You shall accompany us, Your Highness the Phoenix Illuminated King," intoned the foremost elder in a grave voice. "We will escort you back to the path of hell. Our involvement in the human realm is solely for this purpose." As Chu He crashed to the ground, the golden net enveloped him entirely, swiftly becoming formless and tightening against his body. The gray-clad figures discerned that he had been reduced to a mere shadow of his former self, stripped of combat prowess, and thus approached him without trepidation. Pressing against his wrists, "The demon lord awaits you in the sea of blood." With a fierce grip, Chu He seized both of them, staggering to his feet and retorting, "If the Brahma wishes to see me, let him come himself. Who do you think you are?" As he spoke, he extended his hand into the void, summoning a spear that lay amidst the rubble, which he grasped and, in a fluid motion, swung it to send the 2 gray figures flying. The Azura king held a position of immense power within the 4 evil paths, and it was likely that they had never encountered such insolence. The 2 remaining figures lunged at him, ominously stating, "Your Highness, the demon lord desires your return." But he never stipulated that you must return unscathed. While your true self is still present, you are indeed worthy of caution, but can you still stand strong now? Chu He felt blood trickling from his ears, rendering him unable to fully comprehend their words. But then, the next move from the gray figures was to extend their hands, launching a fierce grasp towards him. In tandem with this action, the golden net that had deeply ensnared him suddenly constricted. Chu He emitted a soundless cry of agony, the excruciating pain threatening to drive him mad. In an instant, he lashed out with the spear in a violent arc, cleaving the nearest gray figure from shoulder to upper arm in a single stroke. As the bell rang from deep within, amidst the erupted mist of blood, Chu He's consciousness abruptly shifted. It felt as though he had transitioned from reality into an illusion, where the chaotic hospital building and the menacing gray Azuras were no longer present. He did not even feel pain. The blood that gushed forth from the spear's strike appeared on the canvas of existence as strange red ink, dissipating in clusters to reveal an expanse of ethereal white light. "Am I dead?" Chu He stood in the open space, gazing upwards as the vast and distant long wind howled through the sky. "Your Highness," a cautious voice called from behind. "What brings you here?" Chu He turned around, his gaze still somewhat unfocused, gradually sharpening as he recognized the towering, resplendent Buddhist hall of the 33 heavens behind him. On the steps of the hall stood a small novice monk, his features clear and respectful as he regarded Chu He. He instinctively inquired, "Where is Zhou Hui?" "What Zhou Hui?" The novice looked at him in confusion and replied, "Your Highness, you just emerged from the hall after kneeling in prayer and stood here. Have you attained some enlightenment?" "No, not at all," Chu He replied, shaking his head in bewilderment. He turned back, raising his hand to examine it, feeling as though he had just faced an urgent situation. Yet, the moment he thought about it, his mind began to swirl. Suddenly, a beastly roar erupted from the rear of the hall. Due to the distance, its clarity was lost, but it was unmistakably piercing and sorrowful. After several seconds of continuous howling, there came a thunderous clang, a metallic crash that shook the ground beneath him. "What is that sound?" The novice monk seemed even more perplexed. "Do you not know, Your Highness? The Buddha, drenched in the sea of blood to save all beings, has commanded the demons to bow before the lotus seat. Yet one lowly creature refuses to kneel. For its disrespect towards the Buddha, it has been captured and brought to the 33 heavens, where its heart will be extracted and bones refined to intimidate the demon kind." The novice smiled again, adding, "This creature is unruly. Even after enduring severe punishment, it still resists yielding to the heavenly way. It has been struggling for the past few days." The sound you heard just now was likely it desperately thrashing against the bell. Another dull thud resonated, causing the entire hall to hum gently with the vibrations. The Phoenix King furrowed his brow and asked, "What manner of creature is it?" The novice lowered his head, seemingly filled with trepidation. I do not know." In the next moment, he felt the fabric of his robe flutter in a gentle breeze and looked up to see the Phoenix King brushing past him, heading towards the rear hall. His long hair cascaded down over his pristine robe, and as he walked, the sleeves seemed to exude a subtle fragrance of lotus. His figure was slender and elongated, casting a shadow that danced upon the golden bricks of the hall, captivating to behold. The novice monk involuntarily held his breath. The rear hall was shrouded in swirling incense, at its center resting a colossal Vajra bell, from which the sounds of tumult and roars emanated. This bell struck once every 4 hours, tolling 99 times, each strike resonating with the divine wrath of the heavens, obliterating all within its confines into dust. Since ancient times, any monk committing grave sins would be suppressed beneath the Vajra bell. When it tolled, even the strongest would find their bones shattered, meeting a death of sheer resonance. The Phoenix King lifted the bell's canopy. Beneath the Vajra bell lay a layer of iron bars, resembling a giant cage overturned on the ground, within which lay a monstrous creature towering over 9 feet. Its appearance bore resemblance to both a lion and a tiger, marred by numerous festering wounds. Its forepaws, exposed to the chilling air, revealed stark white bones from desperate struggles, while its mane was matted with a stench of decaying flesh and blood. Perhaps due to the agony it endured, it had gnawed upon itself, leaving its fangs encrusted with dark, congealed remnants of flesh, presenting a visage both fearsome and wretched. Yet, its pair of green beastly eyes were strikingly ominous, fixated upon the Phoenix King, emitting a low growl of defiance. The Phoenix King regarded it intently and inquired, "Why do you not kneel?" The creature responded with a furious roar, lunging violently against the iron cage. In that moment, its fangs were mere inches away from the Phoenix's delicate lashes, yet the Phoenix King remained steadfast, reiterating, "Why do you not kneel?" The creature glared fiercely, exhaling for a moment before finally rasping, "Why should I kneel to you?" The Phoenix replied, "I do not require it." "Why did you not kneel before the Buddha in the sea of blood?" A man and a beast locked eyes across the iron bars, and after a prolonged silence, the creature gradually retreated, its bloodied hind legs crouching halfway to the ground, proclaiming proudly, "I do not believe in the way of heaven, so why should I kneel? Should you not believe, you shall perish, your soul scattered and never to be reborn." "Do you still refuse to believe?" the Phoenix King stated. The creature replied defiantly, "I do not believe." The Phoenix King regarded it quietly, and after a moment, extended his hand, causing the massive cage to collapse into ruins. The creature sprang to its feet in disbelief, taking a few tentative steps, but then halted at the edge of the cage, as if suspecting a hidden treachery within. The Phoenix King, however, offered no further explanation, turning to exit the hall, saying, "You may go." "Why?" The creature could not contain its sharp inquiry. "Why do you let me go?" Without turning back, the Phoenix King left the hall, his pristine robes flowing gracefully, each step seemingly unfurling boundless lotus blossoms. The 9-tiered jade staircase before him descended into an abyss, and beyond, the temple-esque grandeur stretched endlessly, vanishing into the ethereal clouds above. "There is no reason." His voice wafted through the wind. "Go." The creature stood in a daze, watching his retreating figure until the Phoenix King had ventured far, at which point it summoned its strength and leaped over the threshold, racing downward. In its frantic flight, flesh and blood splattered from its body, cascading down the jade steps. Yet it seemed utterly oblivious. It soared like a black comet, and as the phoenix turned, extending a hand to block its path, the creature, with lightning speed, broke through the invisible barrier, plunging directly before the Phoenix King. Wait! In the hospital, for golden bells rang out simultaneously, and Chu-He, in excruciating pain, covered his ears. Yet to no avail. In a daze, the world before him froze on the final image, the creature descending from the sky, its fangs glinting menacingly, and like an arrow at his throat. Chu-He's pupils constricted as he frantically grasped the pure azure arrow, channeling all his strength to thrust it forward. With a sickening sound, blood erupted before him, revealing Zhou Hui, gritting his teeth as he clutched the azure arrow, straining to prevent his right rib from being impaled. He held on to Chu-He's wrist, his grip gentle enough to avoid harming the bone, yet firmly positioned at the critical point, gradually extracting the long arrow. Blood mingling with flesh. With a clouded consciousness, Chu-He staggered forward, only to be struck at the nape of his neck and rendered unconscious. He was swiftly cradled in the arms of his assailant. It had been years since someone had embraced him so intimately. Zhou Hui, while pressing against his ribs, inhaled sharply and turned to glare at the four gray-clad Azuras, coldly stating, "In light of this, I shall grant you a swift death today." The four exchanged glances beneath their hoods, clearly reluctant to confront Zhou Hui directly, and began to retreat hastily. However, in that very moment, Zhou Hui vanished from sight, only to reappear behind the fastest retreating Azura. His expression was devoid of emotion, as though the Grim Reaper had descended upon the earth. One arm held Chu-He, while the other wielded a blade with lethal intent. In a flash of silvery light, the Azura was cleaved in two. The severed half of its body, drenched in black ichor, soared into the air before crashing to the ground, for which an eruption of snake-like entrails surged forth, igniting upon contact with the air and producing a cacophony of hissing cries. Basho! The remaining three were struck with terror. One Azura, grasping a golden bell, exclaimed, "We merely sought to escort the Phoenix King. Are you intent on a fight to the death?" No sooner had the words left his mouth than he felt a chilling sensation at his neck. In an instant, he found himself airborne. Yet his peripheral vision betrayed the fact that his body remained on the ground. The next moment, his head struck the wall with a resounding thud, rolling lifelessly to the floor. After landing, his mouth opened and closed twice, but no sound emerged. The other two, utterly shocked by Zhou Hui's ruthless nature, stood dumbfounded. Regaining their senses, they frantically rang the bell. The heavy, enchanted golden bell emitted a series of resonant chimes, sending unseen, lethal sound waves surging through every inch of the hall. Any other individual would have crumbled under such pressure, yet Zhou Hui remained unfazed, not even twitching an eyebrow. "You think to use demonic methods against me?" he said coolly. "You seem to have mistaken your opponent." As he stepped forward, his bones expanded and contorted silently, transforming into a colossal beast reminiscent of both lion and tiger, its sleek, black fur gleaming, towering to such heights that its shoulders nearly grazed the ceiling. Its eyes glimmered with a venomous green light akin to that of a serpent. In the days of my courtship with the Phoenix King, I lavished all my efforts in pursuit, even standing vigil outside the 33 heavens, fearful of straying even a step. Yet now, you seek to summon the phoenix at will, believing you can place a green hat upon me? It loomed menacingly over the two gray-clad Azuras, revealing its terrifying fangs. Truly, you are the epitome of foolishness. It seems I too was a fool to regard him as a rival. As the gray-clad Azura turned to flee, they barely managed to take 2 steps before the black beast descended from the air, striking down the slower one and tearing away its scalp along with its skull. The corpse trembled as it fell, black ichor splattering everywhere, brain matter oozing from its orifices. The last Azura, recognizing the futility of survival, roared in desperation and lunged forward, but was immediately met with a thunderous roar from a beast, which forcefully pinned him to the ground. The immense and heavy claws pressed firmly into the reinforced concrete floor, leaving behind a fissure spanning over 10 meters. The Azura howled in agony and struggled, yet found himself ensnared by an overwhelming malevolence. Earlier, One of his arms had been severed by Chu He, and now black blood gushed forth, splattering the walls and floor with horrific pools of crimson. Zhou Hui narrowed his beastly eyes, a fierce expression adorning the visage of the beast. "Return and inform your demon lord," it hissed, a chilling breath escaping from its fangs. "Convey that my confrontation with him is merely a matter of fulfilling my obligations to the celestial path. Should he wish to avoid true demise, he must steer clear of the Phoenix King. Go now, relay my exact words." Zhou Hui released his claws, and the gray-clad Azura staggered to his feet, too terrified to glance back, and sprinted towards the corridor's end, leaping through the shattered glass window. In midair, a colossal gate to the underworld materialized, gradually opening a narrow chasm amidst the wails of the damned. Countless skeletal hands clawed eagerly at the opening, but as the gray-clad Azura plunged into the abyss, the gate thunderously slammed shut, vanishing into the void with a hauntingly distant wail. The monstrous creature fixed its gaze upon the spot where the Azura had vanished before gently lowering Chu He to the ground, sniffing at the nape of his neck. Chu He lay with his eyes tightly shut, oblivious to the world. Even in his unconscious state, he appeared to be in pain, his brow slightly furrowed, his breath shallow and cool, his body exuding an unusual softness in the dim light. The beast raised its paw, giving him a barely perceptible nudge, yet received no response. Suddenly, it recalled the first time it had encountered the Phoenix King. At that moment, the Phoenix's stature had been exalted, akin to a beautiful and noble flower blooming high in the clouds, while it had remained lowly and wretched, its ferocity unquenched. Despite its resentment, it had no choice but to prostrate itself in the dust, accepting the other's pity and charity. Now, however, the tides had turned. Millennia had allowed it to transcend the boundaries of gods and demons, becoming an extraordinarily powerful and fearsome entity within the six paths, causing even the highest celestial path to yield time and again. It could now effortlessly reach for the unattainable lotus in the clouds, devour, torment, and pluck it from its perch, unimpeded by any force. It had secured for itself the power to act as it pleased. Perhaps due to the uncontrollable nature of being a demon, Zhou Hui felt a long-lost warmth surging through its veins, blood racing and colliding against its vessels. Tensing its muscles involuntarily, its breathing grew heavy, momentarily forgetting the dire circumstances and timing, as it lowered its head, urgently inhaling the scent of Chu He's neck, shoulders, and chest. The metallic tang of blood stirred a profound agitation within it, but more than that, an instinctual, uncontainable desire and thrill surged forth. Zhou Hui let out a low growl, circling restlessly around Chu He, pawing at his face and neck. Under the persistent nudging, Chu He emitted faint, barely audible moans, each one an intangible encouragement that sent Zhou Hui into a fervor. The beast pressed its massive, fur-covered head against him, rubbing insistently, then leaned down to pin him beneath the thick pelt of its chest, releasing a deep, menacing snarl as its pupils narrowed into predatory slits. Chewie parted his lips slightly, but made no sound, his expression flickering with subdued pain. Mine! The thoughts surged through Zhou Hui like wildfire, primal instincts igniting in his veins, scorching and exhilarating. Every nerve trembled with raw possession. Mine, completely, utterly mine. The certainty of dominance, of absolute sovereignty over this territory, over him, sent Zhou Hui into a frenzy. Years of separation and desolation now erupted into something far more volatile, like pouring pure alcohol onto an open flame, or dousing searing oil with icy water. His mind burned with it. He dragged his tongue, rough and barbed, along Chu He's throat and chest, relentless in his hunger, leaving no inch untouched. The torment forced Chu He to curl inward with a choked gasp, his body shuddering as he instinctively raised a hand to resist, only for the larger creature to pin him down ruthlessly, forcing his body into an exposed, vulnerable sprawl. Ah! Chu He writhed, the agony of that merciless tongue unbearable. His voice fractured. And no, Zhou Hui, the demon beast stilled, looming over him. Chu He's eyes fluttered open, his breath hitching from the pain. The moment he tried to turn, blood-flecked foam choked his throat. He collapsed in a coughing, each convulsion violent and wet, his disheveled hair clinging to his pallid face, robes in disarray. From Zhou Hui's vantage, the trembling curve of his bare back and shoulders was excruciatingly visible. The beast's restraint snapped. A guttural snarl tore from its fangs, its massive tail thrashing against the ground in frustration. It ached to take him, to force itself into the most tender, hidden depths of his body, to wring screams and ragged gasps from his throat until his voice shattered, to fill him so thoroughly that nothing else remained. But with every wet, broken cough, all it could do was rake its claws against the earth, leaving searing gouges in the stone, smoke curling from the marks. Zhou Hui finally managed to stifle the coughing, exhaustion dragging at his limbs as he turned. One glance at the beast's expression had him scrambling back in alarm. With a furious roar, Zhou Hui lunged, crushing him beneath its weight, burying him in the dense fur of its chest as it squeezed, once, twice, over and over, as if trying to fuse them together. Only after a dozen such punishing embraces did it relent, though its gaze remained locked on Zhou Hui's disheveled form. Robes torn, hair tangled, like a starving predator denied its most coveted feast. "Let me go." Zhou Hui trembled, though his voice was eerily calm. "Zhou Hui, release me first," the beast snarled. The roar reverberated through the hall, shaking it for several moments. It reluctantly took a step back, pausing for a few seconds before retreating another half-step, its foreleg muscles tense like rock, a prelude to an impending attack, as if it might suddenly change its mind and pounce. Zhou Hui lost the last vestige of color from his lips, yet wore an unusually calm expression, fixating intently on its bizarre and fierce green slit eyes. Finally, as it withdrew 3 or 4 meters, its hind paw touched the ground, and its bones gradually shifted and shrank, reverting to human form. Exhausted, Zhou Hui leaned against the wall, letting out a sigh of relief. Don't let a snake bite you once and live in fear of the well rope for 10 years. Zhou Hui lamented while squatting on the ground, licking his fingers, an unconscious gesture reminiscent of a beast grooming itself before a hunt. "I didn't plan to do anything. Look how obedient I am." "What were you planning to do just now?" Zhou Hui inquired. Zhou Hui rolled his eyes and replied, "Oh, I was just testing if my fur was still soft." Then leaned in, asking ingratiatingly, "Is it soft?" Zhou Hui, expressionless, pushed away the handsome face before him, struggling to support himself against the wall in an attempt to stand. However, the spot where the demon-slaying staff had struck him throbbed with pain, and with a forceful effort, he felt as if an electric shock coursed through him, causing him to plop back down. The direct assault of the blood of the Buddha was no trivial matter. Had it been someone else, their entire abdominal cavity might have turned to a mass of red bean paste by now. Zhou Hui, dressed in black, concealed a puncture wound beneath his right rib, casually applying pressure to stem the bleeding, saying, "Don't move, I'll handle this." He rummaged through his jacket pocket and pulled out a bottle of throat lozenges, extracting a pill the size of a fingernail. After letting it dissolve in his mouth, he spat the saliva into his palm, rubbed it together, and began to massage the area of Zhou Hui's injury. This elixir was merely a temporary remedy, yet it effectively alleviated the pain. After a few minutes of kneading, Zhou Hui exhaled a long sigh of relief, saying, "That should suffice." "Where did you get this?" Zhou Hui replied, "I'm not one of your mortal types. Being a demon, I naturally have to procure some local specialties from the underworld." Zhou Hui mused internally that he seemed to adapt rather well to the underworld's peculiarities. Perhaps his expression inadvertently revealed this thought, prompting Zhou Hui to reassure him. "When you marry a chicken, you follow the chicken. When you marry a dog, you follow the dog." It's always good for a person to adapt to their environment. Zhou Hui twitched the corner of his mouth and asked, "What about you? Those weak Azuras could have been easily crushed by a single hand, yet you were there, tormented by a few demon bells. I genuinely feel sorry for you. You've never seen the world." Zhou Hui leaned in with a mischievous smile and whispered, "If you like them so much, I can bring you a few next time. I guarantee you'll like them even more." With an impassive expression, Zhou Hui replied, "No thanks. Keep them for yourself. I can lend you a helping hand if you need it." "You don't understand." Zhou Hui started, but Zhou Hui quickly interrupted him. "How do we deal with the cursed corpses?" "Oh," Zhou Hui said, looking somewhat dejected, There's an answer on Tiandao Jihu that says the Buddha seal can purify cursed corpses. So I borrowed my little uncle's palm for that. To be honest, my little uncle is rather timid. It was just a close dance with the cursed corpse, after all. The cries echoed as if he were searching for someone who had betrayed him, eliciting a pang of sympathy. Zhou Hui succinctly recounted the discovery that the corpse was not that of Yang Jinpingchuo, stating that it was evident old Yu had indeed been impersonated. Damn it. I had a feeling there was something off about Yu Jingzhong lately. He appeared as if he had taken some wrong medication. One cannot label someone as peculiar simply because they are reluctant to introduce you to a girl for a blind date. Chu He sighed, suddenly reminded of something else. Where is Zhang Shun? Zhou Hui was momentarily taken aback, though the expression passed fleetingly. Chu He's keen perception detected the anomaly. Did you not arrive with Zhang Shun from East City? Where is he? Zhou Hui stared intently at him, and after a while suddenly clutched his right side, exclaiming in pain, it hurts terribly. Zhou Hui's face turned pale, cold sweat pouring down. His expression so genuine that even Xiao Yunfat would concede defeat. Chu He, without a hint of doubt, rushed to support him, helping him to sit slowly on the ground. As he unfastened Zhou Hui's clothing to inspect, he discovered a gaping arrow wound, bloodied and jagged beneath his ribcage. The hasty removal of the arrow had torn flesh, leaving a gruesome sight. Chu He instantly realized it was his doing and exclaimed in anger, "Why didn't you say something sooner?" Zhou Hui clutched his hand, gasping, urging, "Hurry, check if the arrowhead is damaged." "What about your head? Has it been damaged?" Chu He swiftly rummaged through his pocket for a throat lozenge, only to find the bottle empty. The last pill had been used on himself. With no other option, he tore a strip of fabric from his own clothing to bandage Zhou Hui, but inexplicably, the wound that had nearly stopped bleeding began to seep again at the slightest touch. After just 2 wraps, the fabric was thoroughly soaked. "Oui, Ponting Davidi," grasped Chu He's hand, saying, "My dear, don't worry about me. There is something extremely important I must tell you." "What nonsense are you spouting? Do you have any medication left?" Chu He forcefully pulled away from Zhou Hui and sprang to his feet, searching through the chaotic ICU hall. He managed to find half a box of analgesics and an unopened syringe from the medicine cabinet. He intended to search for a hemostatic powder, but all the hospital beds and expensive medical equipment had been destroyed by falling debris, medications scattered across the floor and in the pitch darkness. He could barely see the shards of shattered glass. Zhou Hui wearily leaned against the wall, groaning, "My dear, I have tough bones. Hurry and check for any damage to the arrowhead." Chu He shouted in frustration, "Don't move. Wrap the bandage tighter. It's fine, don't worry about me. There is something very urgent." Suddenly, a voice broke through the tension from nearby. "Can you help me? If you let me go, I'll be a goner." Zhou Hui and Chu He turned simultaneously to see Shan Wantianzi lying on the floor, his neck twisting like a zombie as he gazed at them with a haunting stare. Is it truly appropriate to flirt in front of monk? And Zhou Laoda, I have a feeling your understanding of the bell's purpose differs from mine. I am already quite apprehensive about such things. Please don't let me be left with a psychological scar. Zhou Hui, clutching the bandage, momentarily forgot about the blood flowing from him. When did you wake up? From a moment one is bitten by a snake. One fears even the ropes of a well for a decade. My once pure thoughts have been utterly corrupted by the 2 of you, Comrade Zhou Runwei. Shin Wanianzi's expression was profoundly numb. He raised his relatively intact right arm to shield his eyes. However, that was the only part of his body he could still move. His abdomen had been pierced, his left arm charred and grotesquely mangled, exuding the nauseating scent of cooked protein with the slightest movement. Thankfully, the burns had stopped short of his heart. Otherwise, he would have succumbed long ago. Chu He had previously assisted him in bandaging and treating his wounds, administering a shot of adrenaline, and inquired, "How did the entire 5th group betray us? When did you become a puppet?" I have always held differing beliefs from their sect. The Huangjiao doctrine is exceedingly radical, and Yangjin Pinkyuo is their spiritual leader. It's far too complicated to explain. Shenwan Tianci gasped in pain, speaking in broken phrases. Even without this incident, Yangjin Pinkyuo has always plotted my demise. He disguised himself as Vice Yu and summoned me to this hospital, deceiving me into believing that vengeful spirits were at work, urging me to perform a ritual. The moment I arrived, I encountered those gray-robed Azuras wielding the celestial demon bell, and I had no capacity for resistance. He recoiled in pain, burying his head in Chu-He's embrace, gasping for breath before weakly asking, "What about? Young Jinping Zhuo? What has that fool done to the real Vice-Yu?" Chu-He shook his head in ignorance, and they both turned to look at Zhou Hui. Zhou's face was ashen, cold sweat trickling down as he weakly shook his head while clutching his wound. His condition appeared to be no better than Shen Wantianxi's, curled up in a dark corner, resembling a wounded beast licking its own wounds. "I meant to tell you earlier." He paused, speaking in a low voice. "I brought Zhang Shun from Dongsheng here, but encountered the impostor Yang Jin Pinkyo downstairs. In my haste to find you, I believed the power of the Buddha's bones would suffice against the vice group leader, so I left Zhang Shun behind." He coughed painfully twice and added, Zhang Shun agreed as well. A sudden twitch flickered at Chu-He's temple. Zhou Hui immediately clutched his right rib and collapsed to the ground, curling his body like a shrimp, burying his face in his knees. Why does my wound hurt so much?" "Go on," Shen Wantianxi said sympathetically to Chu-He. "Leave 2 vials of adrenaline. I can manage myself." Chu-He nodded. "Remember to call Zhou Hui over later." He then grasped a silver object, forcing himself to his feet and stepping over the scattered instruments and broken bricks as he exited the ICU monitoring hall. Only after his figure vanished through the door did Zhou Hui scramble up, hastily tearing off the bandages and sighing, "Damn it. In my excitement, I completely forgot about my brother-in-law. I didn't even think of him until he asked." Shen Wantianxi remained motionless, lying back with his gaze fixed skyward. "It's only natural. You left your comrades behind, so they have naturally perished. I have yet to hold you accountable for the betrayal of the entire group. So quickly be quiet and rest." Zhou Hui kicked him aside and bent down to retrieve the pure blue bone arrow that had fallen among the stones, still stained with blood. As he remarked, the arrow was indeed marred, likely scraping against his ribs upon entry into his body, with a noticeable fragment chipped from the sharp tip. Zhou Hui ran his fingers along the long arrow, sighing, "I knew it. It's merely an arrow. Must you be so petty?" The divine envoy maintained the position he had been thrown into earlier, using a medical case as a pillow, which provided him with a modicum of comfort. "I have heard that this is the bone of the blood sea demon you once hunted. Is it from the 9-headed infant? If so, I still have a few in Tibet. Tomorrow, I shall send you a couple of ribs." Zhou Hui chuckled softly and walked in the direction that Chu-He had just departed. For reasons unbeknownst to him, the divine envoy found that smile to be rather peculiar, though he could not pinpoint what was amiss in the dim light. He observed Zhou Hui's black shirt sleeves rolled up to the elbows, revealing muscular arms. One hand was tucked into his pocket while the other casually gripped the azure arrow, rhythmically tapping his back as if in a massage. "It is not from the 9 infants," he stated. "This is my own bone." Chapter 25. Zhang Shun roared, "My bones are about to break." He raised his hand to shield his head, only to see a stone slab plummeting from above, crashing down onto his arm and shattering into fragments, lime scattering across the ground. Zhang Ershao staggered back a few steps, his back hitting the wall as the shadow above the corridor leapt down, striking him with an elbow, causing blood to spurt from his mouth and nose. Truly, the Buddha's bones, he seemed unscathed. Under the dim light of the corridor, the shadow revealed a face strikingly similar to Chu-He's, even offering a smirk by the way. "It's one thing for Zhou Hui to recognize me as an imposter, but how did you figure it out?" Zhang Shun forcefully pushed him away and bolted down the corridor. "I want to tell you. Would I disclose it, so you can deceive me again next time?" Half an hour earlier, Zhou Hui and Zhang Shun had arrived at the hospital. Before the car had even come to a halt, a figure had plummeted from the building above, thudding onto the hood with a resounding crash. Zhang Shun gasped, "Brother." Zhang Ershao leapt from the car, only to find Chu-He rolling onto the ground, struggling to rise but collapsing again. Zhang Shun immediately helped him up, noticing blood smeared across half his face. As he coughed up blood, trembling and pointing weakly upwards, Zhang Shun glanced up, spotting flickering flames on a certain floor of the hospital building, with white flashes of lightning hurling stones and debris out of the windows every few seconds. He exclaimed in astonishment, "What is that? The divine office has betrayed us. Chui gasped. The entire fifth group has been wiped out. All turned traitor. Zhou Hui got out of the car, but did not approach, standing pensively in place. Don't say a word. What do we do now? How do we handle this? Zhang Shun felt his brother's body was chillingly cold, his hands trembling in fear. Where are you injured? Zhou, come over and help. Only then did Zhou Hui stride over, checking Chu He's temperature behind his ear. He must be taken to the hospital immediately. There could be internal injuries. How could the fifth group have betrayed us? Damn, I knew we should have brought so many followers of Huangjiao here. That fool Yu Jingzhong didn't realize he was stirring trouble. Zhang Shun gritted his teeth, supporting Chu He, and made his way toward the hospital building. The power supply system appeared to have been mostly destroyed. The backup power in the hall could only support the emergency lights, and the elevator was completely inoperable, the door warped by some external force into a terrifying shape. Let us take the stairs, Chu He said haltingly, blood pouring forth as he spoke. Don't worry about the fifth group for now. Yu Jingzhong is locked in the underground fourth level. No, brother, you're losing too much blood, and your temperature is too low. We need to get you a transfusion first. Zhou Hui walked ahead in silence, while behind him, Chu He murmured, the fourth level has a blood bank and special monitoring room. Let's head there first, though the blood bank has been destroyed. When they evacuated urgently, they blew it up, blocking the passage to Yu Jingzhong. Zhang Shun anxiously inquired, what should we do? The corridor's main lights were out. Only the emergency lights flickered, plunging many areas into darkness. Zhang Shun, supporting his brother, stumbled unsteadily. Zhou Hui, at the forefront, pulled out his phone for illumination, not turning back as he said, just draw some blood from the brother-in-law for your brother. Zhang Shun opened his mouth, ready to respond, when at that moment, Chu He coughed twice, covering his mouth, and weakly said, a little blood will suffice. Your blood is Buddhist, just a drop will do. Upon hearing this, Zhang Shun hesitated. His pause was particularly pronounced in the darkness, and after a moment, a voice tinged with uncertainty arose. But our blood types are different. Isn't that a problem? Chu He shook his head. Your blood doesn't require such precision. Besides, the blood collection room is equipped with specialized apparatus. The impersonator Yu Jingzhong extracted Buddhist blood using this very equipment. Zhang Shun's expression suddenly shifted, and he asked, who are you? Chu He, taken aback, replied, I am your brother. No. Zhang Shun abruptly shoved Chu He away. Who are you? Chu He stumbled back a step. What's wrong? I am your brother. No, you aren't. Zhou Hui. Zhou Hui, unperturbed, turned around, and at that moment, a peculiar reflection from the barrier wall flashed before him. A heavy and intangible barrier swiftly spanned from the hallway to the fire door, trapping both Chu He and Zhang Shun inside. What do you mean I'm your brother? Where did you misunderstand? You are not. My brother doesn't speak like that. Zhang Shun's tone grew increasingly assertive. You're the one impersonating Yu Jingzhong, aren't you? What do you want with my blood? Chu He gazed intently at his brother, and after a long pause, he suddenly burst into laughter. The laughter, accompanied by the shaking of his shoulders, grew louder, and eventually his voice transformed entirely, taking on a distinctly different persona that made Chu He's face appear especially eerie. Remarkable. How did you figure it out? Did Zhou Hui give you a hint? I provided him with no hints. Yangjin Pinkyuo interjected calmly. You have only seen Feng C's face while he was in hiding in H City, yet you are entirely oblivious to his character, making it inevitable for you to reveal some flaw. Just as he finished speaking, the ground beneath them trembled violently, the vibrations originating from above. Dust and debris cascaded down upon everyone, and faintly, the sounds of catastrophic collisions and explosions echoed from the upper floors. Zhou Hui glanced upward and remarked, I initially thought you had captured Feng Si, intending to lure you into leading us to him. It seems that is no longer necessary. Brother-in-law, dispelling the barrier requires time. How about I go up to rescue your brother now? Can you hold on for a moment? Go quickly. Zhang Shun instantly rolled up his sleeves, revealing the Buddhist seal, glaring fiercely at Yangjin Pinkyuo. I knew something was off. After all this, you truly are an imposter. Leave this to me. Yangjin Pinkyuo chuckled. Don't be so hot-headed, young Master Zhang. Whether you can handle me is still up for debate. With that, he suddenly drew 2 short daggers from his sleeves and lunged forward. Fortunately, Zhang Shun instinctively dodged, and the next second, the blade grazed his nose before embedding itself into the wall. Had he been a moment slower, it would have severed his entire nose. Zhou Hui dashed upstairs, shouting, "He wouldn't dare to kill you. Moreover, he cannot withstand the Buddha's seal. Remember, just burn him with your palm." Zhang Shun shouted, "Hurry and save my brother." He lowered his head just in time to narrowly dodge the dagger, feeling a chill as a lock of hair drifted down. The hairstyle that Zhang Heir Shao had spent 2,000 yuan on was split into a neat part, igniting his fury. He thought to himself, "Do you really think you can treat me like this without consequence?" With a surge of strength, he seized the dagger thrust towards him by Yang Jinpingguo, flipping him onto the wall in a bid to wrestle away the two short daggers. Despite Yang Jinpingguo's resilience, he was no match for the cursed corpse. The head of the cursed corpse had been turned to ashes by the Buddha's seal, and Yang Jinpingguo was in a dire predicament. As he struggled, he felt the searing heat of the Buddha's seal sear his face and arms, the golden flames instantly desiccating his flesh, leaving his skin charred black. In agony, Yang Jinpingguo let out a furious roar, wildly hacking with the dagger. Zhang Shun, caught off guard, felt a sudden chill in his abdomen and thought, "Oh no." He immediately retreated with lightning speed. However, behind him was the staircase, and the narrow corridor made it difficult to maneuver. As he stepped back, he stumbled and fell down the stairs, rolling and crashing to the next level. Zhang Shun felt as if his bones might shatter, and when he touched his abdomen, he found his hand drenched in warm blood. Thankfully, he did not touch his intestines. It seemed he had not been pierced. Dazed, he attempted to rise, only to see Yang Jinpingguo forcibly wrench a stone slab from the crumbling wall above him, preparing to smash it down upon him. Zhang Shun had no time to evade. He scrambled up and shielded his head with his arms, feeling the slab collide with him forcefully, nearly causing him to spew blood from his throat. "Damn it! Do you think I'm some sort of blood cow?" Yang Jinpingguo leapt down, delivering a powerful elbow strike that caused Zhang Shun to spit blood from his mouth and nose. This was far more brutal than when Zhang Heir Shao led a group of delinquents to wreak havoc at school. The intensity was on an entirely different level and nearly left him dazed. Yet, Zhang Heir Shao was no ordinary character. Having smashed bricks at gaming halls since the age of 8 and vandalized his brother's car in his teens, he had a fierceness about him. With a furious roar, he lunged to jab Yang Jinpingguo in the eyes. Even if he missed, a quick strike from the palm of the Buddha seal would incapacitate him. In a moment of desperation, Yang Jinpingguo had no choice but to retreat, allowing Zhang Shun an opportunity to dart past him and recklessly flee down the stairs. "How did you recognize me?" Yang Jinpingguo demanded. Could it be? His ability to disguise himself was impeccable, evidenced by his rise to the position of vice team leader over the years without ever failing consecutively. If Yin Lan Yu, the languid beauty, could detect a flaw due to her lack of intimacy with him, what of this clueless rich heir? Had he somehow been intimate with his brother? Zhang Shun shouted defiantly, "I won't tell you. You think I'll let you deceive me again if I do?" Just as he finished speaking, he stepped into empty space and, screaming in despair, rolled down the stairs once more. Halfway down, Yang Jinpingguo leapt down to block him, swiftly lifting him up by his throat and slamming his head against the wall repeatedly. After 5 or 6 brutal impacts, blood poured from Zhang Shun's mouth as he finally flipped Yang Jinpingguo over, standing over him ominously and demanding, "Will you talk?" Zhang Shun spat out a mouthful of blood, while Yang Jinpingguo wiped his face and coldly remarked, "I advise you to comply. If I were in your position, I would strive to buy time for rescue." However, the hope of Zhou Hui returning was exceedingly slim. Both he and the nine-tailed fox held a disdain for Buddhist relics. Thus, the likelihood of intentionally discarding you as mere cannon fodder was considerably higher. Zhang Shun spat again. "Do you really think I would believe that?" Yang Jinpingguo retorted. "Belief is irrelevant. However, out of pity for your plight, I shall grant you an opportunity to delay." He coldly smirked and reiterated, "How on earth did you recognize me?" My disguise could not possibly reveal any flaws. Unable to restrain himself, Zhang Shun erupted with curses. "The flaws are glaringly obvious. If it were my brother, when Zhou Hui asked me to draw blood, he would either tell me to shut up or outright command me to do so. He would never utter something vague, like just a little bit. Such imprecise phrasing is utterly foreign to him. Yang Jin Pingguo pondered for a moment, only to hear Zhang Shun continue. Moreover, if I posed a foolish question, he would dismiss it entirely. If I asked him what to do if our blood types differed, he would certainly ignore me. Mo saying, just do as I say. Yet you patiently explained to me about Buddhist blood and equipment? Yang Jinping Zhuo remarqued, how many years of mental torment did you endure at your brother's hands? Zhang Shun vehemently denied. It's not as you say. As he spoke, he grasped Yang Jin Pingguo's foot, which was pressed against his chest, and twisted it fiercely. This maneuver, learned from television, was often employed by protagonists to dramatically break the necks of villains, leaving them to writhe in agony on the ground. However, Zhang Shun was not the protagonist. Yang Jin Pingguo stumbled unexpectedly, causing Zhang Shun to nearly expel his insides. As they tumbled down the corridor, Zhang Shun pressed down on Yang Jin Pingguo, desperately aiming to choke him. In the midst of this struggle, the golden light of Buddhist relics almost burst forth from his palm. Yang Jin Pingguo, scorched and with bulging eyes, grasped Zhang Shun's fingers tightly, resulting in a resounding crack as he broke his thumb. With a pained cry, Zhang Shun released his grip, allowing Yang Jin Pingguo to flip over and draw a knife, poised to sever his carotid artery. This was a profoundly reckless action, for a cut to the carotid artery would result in uncontrollable bleeding. Rather than extracting Buddhist blood to prolong the life of a superior, Yang Jin Pingguo himself might succumb to the flames of Buddhist blood instantaneously. Fortunately, in that moment of agony, Zhang Shun, in a fit of rage, grasped the blade firmly, his palm instantly sliced open with a swastika-shaped imprint. Yang Jin Pingguo instinctively withdrew the knife, causing Zhang Shun to howl in pain, amidst the chaos pressing his hand against Yang Jin Pingguo's gaping mouth. It was a serendipitous struggle, yet a more astonishing event unfolded. Zhang Shun's split palm was suddenly flooded with a warm current, as if something warm and moist surged eagerly from the Buddhist relic into his palm, coursing through his veins and spreading throughout his chest, rapidly saturating his entire being. Meanwhile, Yang Jin Pingguo lay motionless on the ground, his limbs rigid, his eyes filled with disbelief. Unexpectedly, Yang Jinping's throat emitted a series of clucking sounds, and Zhang Shun suddenly realized the impropriety of the situation, swiftly retracting his hand. However, the next scene nearly drove him mad. He witnessed Yang Jinping's face rapidly collapse, his entire body resembling a deflated balloon, transforming into a desiccated skeleton within mere seconds. The skeletal figure produced creaking sounds as it desperately extended its pallid hand. Zhang Shun stared in horror as the claw-like appendage reached towards him, and in an instant, darkness enveloped him, his mind blank, releasing a piercing scream that shattered the silence, frantically crawling away. The skeleton struggled to rise, but soon its hand, bones, and rib cage shattered, a heap of bones and skin collapsing to the ground, motionless. Zhang Shun, At that moment, Chu-He rushed down the stairs, leaping over the skeleton sprawled in the corridor, exclaiming, "What is going on? Be quiet." Zhang Shun, in a frenzy, kicked and screamed, Don't come closer. I didn't do it. Please stay away." Chu-He grasped his brother's chin, compelling him to lift his gaze, peeling back his eyelids to lock eyes with him. Chu-He, gravely injured, could no longer maintain his formidable presence and had reverted to an ordinary state. His complexion was pale and unremarkable at first glance, yet his eyes shone with a calm brilliance, exuding an indescribable power that captivated the soul. Zhang Shun gasped for breath, his vision blurring, but gradually his dilated pupils focused, tremblingly reaching out to embrace his elder brother. Chu-He allowed the embrace, intending to inquire about the situation, when suddenly his entire body convulsed. "Brother?" Zhang Shun watched in shock as Chu-He collapsed, startled. "Brother, what's wrong?" "Oh no." A surge of power radiated from the point of contact between his palm and Chu-He, this time even more intense and torrential. If the previous warmth resembled a gentle stream, this was nothing short of tsunami. In that fleeting moment, Zhang Shun was momentarily stunned by the overwhelming force, and then he noticed his brother staring intently at him, as if wanting to convey something but unable to articulate it. "Brother?" Zhang Shun stammered, his gaze suddenly falling upon the scattered bones of Yang Jinping nearby. In a flash of realization, he forcefully pushed his brother aside and stood up. Chu He, without uttering a word, collapsed directly. In the next instant, Zhou Hui leaped down from the upper floor, catching Chu He and swiftly checking his pulse. I don't understand anything. What is happening?" Zhang Shun stood frozen, chilled to the bone, glancing between his brother and his own trembling hands. Quaking, "Could it be that I harmed my brother? No, it's impossible. How could this be?" Zhou Hui retaliated with a punch, striking Zhang Shun down to the ground with a loud thud. Zhang Shun, as head collided violently with the wall, momentarily rendering him dazed. After a while, he regained his senses from the excruciating pain, only to see Zhou Hui holding Chu He looming over him in the darkness. "If it weren't for you," he coldly remarked, his voice laced with an oppressive fury. "If it weren't for you, none of this would have come to pass." Zhang Shun opened his mouth in vain, attempting to articulate something, yet no words emerged. Zhou Hui gently stroked Chu He's hair before turning and striding out. On the 4th underground level, a guard stood at the entrance of the intensive care unit, seemingly alerted by some commotion, and glanced up the corridor. The lighting system had been entirely destroyed, leaving only the faint green glow of emergency exit signs illuminating the hallway. The ground trembled intermittently, the distant echoes of explosions from an unknown battlefield. The guard tightened his grip on the gun, his vigilance heightened as he scanned his surroundings. In that fleeting moment, a shadow silently appeared behind him, delivering a swift blow to the back of his head. Had the force been fully applied, it would have surely shattered his neck. The guard fell without uttering a sound. In an instant, the shadow caught him as he collapsed, dragging him to the corner and seizing his firearm, all completed within mere seconds without a whisper of noise. As the shadow turned, the dim light of the emergency lamp revealed a face marred by blood. Yu Jingzhou. Yin Lanyu lay unconscious, curled up in the corner, his chest showing no signs of life. Yu Jingzhou pressed his ear to the boy's chest, and after a moment, he confirmed the faintest heartbeat. He exhaled a near-silent sigh of relief, hoisting the boy onto his shoulder with one arm, while gripping the gun with the other. The sound of a bullet being chambered echoing softly. Yu Jingzhou was not particularly striking in appearance. He sported a conventional crew cut, his features unremarkable, tall and robust, yet not overtly muscular. Dressed in a factory worker's uniform, he would resemble any laborer. Pushing a cleaning cart, he would blend seamlessly with the custodians traversing the office building. However, when he stood silently with a gun in hand, the inherent valor, competence, and ferocity typical of northern men rendered him intimidating, evoking a chilling sensation deep within the hearts of those who beheld him. Positioned at the entrance of the ward, Yu Jingzhou did not release Yin Lanyu. He understood that if he survived this day, the boy would too. But should he falter, both would perish. For even the most concealed hiding place would not save Yin Lanyu. Drawing a breath, he kicked open the ward door. With a thunderous crash, the door slammed against the wall and rebounded, prompting 4 guards within the room to leap towards the entrance. Simultaneously, Yu Jingzhou squeezed the trigger, bang. One fell, then bang. A second followed. The 3rd guard reacted swiftly, firing at the door as it rebounded, the shell casing scattering as Yu Jingzhou kicked the door aside. In the next heartbeat, gunfire erupted, the guard collapsing with a bullet to the forehead, blood spraying high. The final guard, in a frenzy, unleashed a barrage of bullets, but amidst the chaos, Yu Jingzhou had already slipped into the corridor. Upon realizing the target had vanished, the guard hesitated, cautiously advancing with his weapon aimed at the doorway. However, a hand suddenly emerged from the doorframe, a specialized wristwatch clearly displaying the scene within the ward and the silhouette of the guard. In the next instant, Yu Jingzhou darted forth, pulling the trigger. With a resounding crack, the guard fell, blood erupting from his chest as he hit the ground. The corridor lay enveloped in a profound silence, as if the fierce battle, marked by the whizzing of bullets, had never transpired. Even the blood gushing from the guard's wounds emitted no sound. Yu Jingzhou stepped over the lifeless bodies and approached the hospital bed, where, surrounded by various medical apparatus, an elderly man opened his cloudy eyes. You. The old man seemed to struggle to articulate something, but after a lengthy pause, only that one word escaped his lips. It's time to end this. Yu Jingzhong gazed intently at him, his expression unwavering. Even with the aid of divine forces, no one could defy the inevitability of life and death. Your era has concluded. Leave hope for those who still live. The old man, trembling, reached out his hand, seemingly coming to a realization, his throat emitting garbled sounds. Yet, Yu Jingzhong merely watched him, shook his head, and pressed the red button to deactivate the heart monitor. In an instant, the old man's body convulsed, and he struggled to open his mouth, his face contorting in agony. At that moment, he resembled a serpent deprived of its spine, terrifyingly exerting itself twice before collapsing back onto the bed, breathless. His wide-open eyes stared vacantly into the abyss, the pupils swiftly dilating and veiled by a film of white. Yu Jingzhong heavily shut his eyes. Moments later, he reopened them, the fleeting weakness and hesitation vanishing without a trace. He retrieved his phone and captured several photographs of the deceased elder on the bed, then pushed the body aside, placing Yan Lanyu upon it, swiftly activating the respiratory machine and monitoring device. The central monitor beside the bed displayed vital signs, including a faint heartbeat, while the dangerously low blood pressure gradually stabilized with treatment. Yu Jingzhong stepped back, feeling utterly drained, and exhaled a long, deep sigh of relief. Thank goodness, he murmured. You are still alive. He set the photo of the deceased elder as an attachment, not bothering to meticulously select recipients, and sent it out en masse. He could envision the tumult this message would incite at that very moment. How many would revel in celebration through the night? How many would turn their backs in betrayal? How many hesitant souls would find resolution? And how much upheaval and reorganization would ensue among the submerged forces? None of this concerned him. He didn't even care about the multitude of individuals gnashing their teeth in hatred, wishing him dead. He simply lifted his gaze to the pale, yet serene visage of the youth. Thank goodness, he reiterated, you are still alive. Yu Jingzhong sank to the ground, extracting a blood-soaked cigarette from the pocket of a nearby corpse, lighting it, and inhaling deeply. Amidst the curling white smoke, he raised a trembling hand to wipe the corner of his eye. Chapter 26. A week later, at the special care facility, Zhou Hui took a sip of the soup and remarked, "This won't do. It's laden with monosodium glutamate. Such treatment is detrimental to the patients. Besides, the young lady's injuries are internal. It's not as if she has just given birth and is unable to nurse. Why are you adding so many crucian carp and large bones?" Yu Jingzhong, eager to learn, inquired, "I ordered this from a military hotel. What do you suggest instead?" Zhou Hui was a person who relished the role of a teacher. Unlike Chu He, who meticulously calculated everything yet never shared his thoughts, Zhou Hui had a broad range of interests. If you touched upon a topic that piqued his curiosity, he readily unveiled his most cherished insights. To comfort the patients, nourishing their blood and vital energy is paramount. The essence of the soup lies not in its taste, but in its nutritional value. Adding excessive flavor enhancers is ultimately futile. If you have the means, you could casually purchase a couple of 500-year-old ginseng roots. I know a few ginseng merchants from Changbai Mountain, and while the prices may vary, the quality is assured. If funds are tight, however, you can use black-bone chicken and black fish, simmering them slowly at home until the bones and flesh meld into the broth, adding bamboo shoots and goji berries and reducing it to a small bowl, served daily to the patient, would also be highly beneficial. Zhou Hui lifted the thermos he was holding and said, "Behold, this is black-bone chicken stewed with 500-year-old ginseng. A piece the size of a fingernail suffices. Furthermore, the key to a good broth lies in the cooking time. Do not resort to an induction cooker or pressure cooker to cut corners. The nutritional value obtained from 20 minutes of electric heat cannot compare to that achieved from simmering on low heat for 2 days." Yu Jingzhong nodded in understanding. The two ascended the steps of the facility, traversing the bustling lobby towards the elevator. Zhou Hui continued to impart his wisdom. Do not underestimate this task. It requires little effort, merely attentive supervision of the fire. Consider this. What does the young lady see in you? As a modest civil servant, can you afford to buy her a home in the city center or lavish cars? Can you offer her extravagant shopping trips To Europe 3 times a year? Do not cast such glances at me. You've been suspended, and not only are your finances lacking, but your prospects are also dwindling. If you do not invest some thought into retaining her, what will you do? Moreover, you should fervently hope that the young lady is unaware of the adage. Never seek someone who treats you well for any ulterior motive. Otherwise, even if you deliver 100 bowls of soup daily, you may find yourself on the receiving end of betrayal. Yu Jingzhong felt an overwhelming sense of frustration. I assure you, I harbor no inappropriate intentions towards Yan Lanyu. Your mindset is commendable, Zhou Hui exclaimed, slapping his thigh in satisfaction and understanding. To be honest, as a brother, I ought to support you, but I cannot in good conscience speak falsely. Reflect on what you possess. Those meager savings aside, you've barely secured a deputy position and are now under scrutiny. As for your age, it could be said to bring wisdom, but truthfully, your vigor pales in comparison to that of the young. Engaging in intimacy several times a night is no longer guaranteed. Alas, I feel sorry for the young lady. Even if she had chosen our disaster-prone cousin, despite his lack of intellect, at least he is a young, handsome, and charismatic wealthy man. Instead, she opts for a middle-aged man like you, devoid of wealth, charm, and romantic fulfillment. Zhou Hui, Yu Jingzhong exclaimed in anger. Yan Lanyu has nothing to do with me. Do not speak ill of her. The elevator doors chimed open, and Zhou Hui forcefully draped his arm over Yu Jingzhong's shoulders as they exited, wearing a mischievous grin. I understand. You two share nothing, truly nothing. You didn't weep and smoke by her bedside, nor did she break her own hands to save you. Nothing. You two share a pure and noble friendship, my brother, I get it. Yu Jingzhong struggled to break free, but Zhou Hui held on tightly as they playfully tussled down the corridor, greeting doctors and nurses along the way. The young nurses blushed upon seeing Zhou Hui, their cheeks tinted with shyness. In high spirits, Zhou Hui greeted the lovely nurses while asking Yu Jingzhong, "So, are you really going to be dismissed?" The mention of this made Yu Jingzhong reach for a cigarette, but upon noticing the bold red prohibition signs against smoking in the hospital corridor, he reluctantly restrained himself. In a moment of anger, I ended up killing that old man. His faction wants me dead, and being suspended from my position is perhaps a way of protecting me. When will you be reinstated? Zhou Hui inquired. I do not know, Yu Jingzhong replied. Zhou Hui looked at him with a mix of affection and concern. How about joining me in my work? Last time, the South Korean delegation offered me a ministerial position with a monthly salary equivalent to 800,000 RMB. Why not come aboard? I would still serve as your aide, what do you say? Yu Jingzhong, feeling disheartened, responded, I want to go. Oh, you, Zhou Hui exclaimed, shaking his head. You neither know how to adapt nor how to make money. Who would want you as a partner? I was going to sell you half a ginseng root at a bargain price, but how will you ever afford it now? Without hesitation, Yu Jingzhong rummaged through Zhou Hui's pocket, demanding, where's the ginseng? Hand it over. Zhou Hui covered his pocket and shouted playfully, Lao Si, come out. You is going to assault your man. Come protect me. In a nearby hospital room, Chu He set down his book and rubbed his forehead, thinking to himself, please let him have his way. You two are truly a match. With one hand shielding his groin and the other clutching a thermos, Zhou Hui soon lost ground. As Yu Jingzhong adeptly extracted a half-root of translucent, pristine ginseng from his pocket and hurriedly tucked it away before turning to flee. Zhou Hui pretended to chase him for a couple of steps, but Yu Jingzhong quickly darted toward the intensive care unit, only to hear Zhou Hui's voice booming behind him. 10,000 a year. I'll give you a discount. 9,800. Use a card, and I'll charge an extra 2% fee. Yu Jingzhong stumbled momentarily, then sped away, disappearing from sight. An impoverished civil servant, unable to find a wife even through matchmaking, Zhou Hui lamented, shaking his head as he entered Chu He's hospital room, casually asking, Darling, what are you up to? As Chu He put away his book, Zhou Hui leaped forward, disregarding any resistance to seize it. He. I knew you were sneaking a peek at those Riska books when no one was watching, longing for your husband, right? An entire night of passion is far better than that useless Brahmin. Isn't it? Hurry, let me see. I need your insights. Flipping through the tattered, yellowed volume. Uri questionned, embrassing a corpse? I've heard of corpses, but what is embracing a corpse? Chu snatched the book back and stowed it in the drawer, responding calmly, "What did you sell to Yu Jingzhou?" Chu, clad in a thin nightgown, sat in an armchair beside the bed. His eyes slightly squinted as he gazed at Zhou Hui. For someone of his age, his skin and physique were remarkably well preserved. The lines of his shoulders, back, and waist were slender and upright, with a toned arm peeking from beneath his sleeves. His calves, long and straight, seemed to rival those of a runway model. Half a ginseng was given to him. The moment Zhou Hui's gaze fell upon Chu He, his attention shifted entirely, unabashedly surveying him from top to bottom, nearly spilling the soup while serving. "My dear," he said earnestly, "why not maintain this state and casually live for a few hundred years? I find it quite agreeable." Chu raised an eyebrow subtly, offering no comment as he took a sip of the soup. "When your true form was intact, your constant divine manifestations were honestly quite pressuring for me," Zhou Hui declared, plopping down onto the hospital bed, his robust legs splayed apart without a care. "Let us not even mention that Brahmin, who is always eyeing other people as wives and sons. Every time we went out, everyone only noticed you, ignoring me. Right in front of me, he dared to come over and fawn. Is the main wife dead? And that king of the three realms?" Cough, cough, cough. Chu suddenly choked on the soup, interrupting Zhou Hui. "Oh, now we can't mention that, you hypocritical scoundrel." Chu coughed repeatedly, slamming the bowl onto the table, perplexed. "What is this flavor? What did you put in it?" Zhou Hui, with a blend of teasing and unabashed scrutiny, leisurely replied, "The ginseng you planted." A twitch appeared at Chu's temple. "Strictly speaking, it's not entirely yours. After all, I have been watering it all these years. I originally intended to save it for that fool Jingzhong when his mortal body met its end." Zhou Hui scratched his chin, reflecting, "But when he killed the old man, I went down to find him and saw him squatting by the beautiful girl as hospital bed, smoking. He exhaled clouds of smoke and said to me, 'Zhou Hui, when my time comes, don't prolong my life. Just let me go peacefully with the cycle of life and death. Look at how he acts.' When I got home, I pulled out the ginseng and sliced it for soup." Chu tactfully remarked, "I still believe it's my ginseng." Zhou Hui immediately countered, "What you believe isn't necessarily the truth. For instance, many years ago, you thought I was just your fling. Do you still think so?" Chu silently mused that he didn't believe Zhou Hui's status could have elevated from a mere fling to something greater in a time shorter than that of the ginseng-esque growth, but wisely refrained from voicing this thought, instead conceding, "All right." Zhou Hui instantly beamed with pride, eager to continue his discourse on flings, savings, and the ownership of ginseng. He was interrupted by a cautious knock at the door, followed by Zhang Shun's tentative voice, "Brother, are you in there?" Zhou Hui's expression darkened immediately. Chu gestured for him to open the door, yet Zhou Hui hesitated for an extended moment without moving. It was only after Zhang Shun knocked several more times and finally inquired, "Zhou, are you there? You're inside, right?" Betty responded with annoyance, "Yes." "What do you want?" "Is the little tadpole looking for your brother to nurse?" Zhang Shun meekly corrected, "Frogs are oviparous, they do not breastfeed." The corners of Chu's mouth quirked up suspiciously before he regained his impassive demeanor. Zhou Hui then shook his head, approached the door, tore off an ink talisman affixed to the door panel, and opened the door. Zhang Shun poked his head in, first glancing at Zhou Hui, then casting a furtive look at Chu He. "Brother, I came to see you." Ever since the turmoil began, Zhou Hui regarded Zhang Shun with a critical eye. Although Zhang Shun felt a bit wronged, he was aware of his own shortcomings, tiptoeing around like a chastised child, often visiting the neighboring ward of Yanlanyu, instead of frequently checking on Chu He. Zhou Hui could hardly bear to see Zhang Shun's timid demeanor. It would have been better if he had barged in like a bandit, at most to be thrown out to be fed to the dogs and reincarnated to suffer the same fate 18 more times. But the sight of Zhang Shun, with his feigned humility seeking his brother's pity, was particularly irksome, especially since it was a game he had abandoned years ago, now being resurrected by this cunning little rascal. Just as Zhou Hui was about to unleash a barrage of sarcasm, he heard Chu He's voice, laced with admonition, "Zhou Hui. Oh, so now you feel pity, huh? That little rascal had a splendid time the other day, yet he didn't spare a thought for you." "Ui!" Chu interjected sharply. Zhou Hui rolled his eyes, ready to deliver another retort, when he noticed Zhang Shun extending his right hand. The palm, swathed in bandages, was meticulously wrapped, leaving no skin visible from the base of the fingers to the arm. Realizing the futility of continuing, Zhou Hui coldly huffed, "Come in." Zhang Shun, shoulders hunched like a child caught in wrongdoing, tiptoed into the ward, placing the fruit basket he hastily purchased downstairs on the bedside table. Though he had brought nothing for his brother, the thought of visiting the hospital made him uneasy, prompting a quick trip to the hospital's small shop for the most expensive fruit basket, hoping that in case of an awkward silence, he could resort to the universally effective skill of peeling apples. "You two chat for a while," Zhou Hui said, adjusting his sleeves and peering down at Zhang Shun with an air of authority. "Your brother is unwell. Don't disturb him for too long. Be perceptive when it's time to leave." He waved the ink talisman in front of Chu He. "I placed this outside the door. Don't wander off. And don't think I've forgotten." With a click, the door closed, and Zhang Shun couldn't help but ask, "What was that?" Chu He tilted his chin upward. Following his gesture, Zhang Shun's heart sank as he noticed the walls adorned with a dozen identical yellow paper talismans, swirling with elaborate characters. Even the headboard and ceiling were not spared, creating a ghastly atmosphere reminiscent of a haunted house. "Confinement talismans," Chu He explained, "to prevent me from escaping unnoticed. Ever since returning from H-City to Beijing, I have been under strict watch." He restrained the furious Zhang Ershao, who was about to tear the talisman, saying, "Our affairs are beyond your meddling, and the power of this talisman is exceedingly formidable. You cannot withstand it." "But he cannot confine you," Zhang Shun exclaimed incredulously. "Our matters are not yours to intervene," his brother replied with an expression as serene as a calm sea, devoid of any emotion, as if he were merely stating an indisputable fact. Faced with such an unassailable demeanor, Zhang Shun found himself at a loss and slumped back into his seat, despondently uttering, "I knew you would offer me no explanation." Chu He shifted slightly in his armchair, his long, icy fingers interlaced upon his lap, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on Zhang Shun's right hand, which was ensnared in a chaotic array of bandages. "What happened?" he inquired. At first glance, the bandages appeared unremarkable. Yet within the convoluted wrappings, a faint, aged stain of blood was discernible. Just moments prior, Zhou Hui had overlooked it, but before Chu He, it was as if a parent could instantly detect a child's ailment at its slightest onset. Nothing could remain concealed. Zhang Shun recalled how his brother had always unreservedly supported him, patiently tending to his needs as he grew, and he felt a lump form in his throat. "I cut off the Buddha's seal," he murmured, his voice thick with emotion. "The skin on my palm wasn't properly removed, and just a few days ago I had to go to the emergency room for treatment." In that instant, he anticipated that Chu He would erupt in anger, would perhaps rise and strike him. However, his brother did not react in such a manner. He maintained his posture, gazing intently at Zhang Shun, and asked why. Zhang Shun drew a deep breath, his chest rising and falling with agitation. He remained motionless, fixated on his hand, as if he were entranced by the bandages that seemed to bloom with flowers. After a prolonged silence, he swallowed hard and quietly asked, "Brother, did Mo's transformation have anything to do with me?" Chapter 27. Chu He gazed at Zhang Shun, remaining silent for a prolonged moment. Zhang Shun had always felt that his brother's gaze possessed a certain oppressive quality, as if an immense boulder were pressing down on his spine, compelling him to bow and submit. Yet at this moment, Zhang Shun was unwilling to yield. He straightened his back and met his brother's eyes, striving to appear calm and resolute, despite the cold sweat that had thoroughly soaked his shirt. "What did Zhou Hui say to you?" Chu He suddenly inquired after a lengthy pause. Zhang Shun hesitated briefly before shaking his head, stating, "Zhou said nothing to me." This fleeting moment of uncertainty had inadvertently provided an answer. Chu He supported his forehead with his hand and let out a nearly silent sigh. Zhou Hui's personality was somewhat obsessive, a trait that had become markedly pronounced after being inherited by Mo He. Therefore, regardless of what Zhou Hui might have said, there was no need for Zhang Shun to take it to heart. Mo He had become this way due to his inherent nature, and it was not anyone's fault. "Brother, do you still perceive me as a 3-year-old?" Zhang Shun leaned forward abruptly, nearly encroaching upon Chu He. What on earth has transpired? Why did you suddenly come to the Zhang family? Why have you always treated me so well? I am an adult now. I can bear any answer. However, Chu He shook his head. You believe you can handle it, because you remain unaware of what the answer truly entails. Only a child boasts about having grown up. Have you ever encountered an adult who felt the need to declare their age? Though his demeanor was calm, it was unmistakable that Zhang Shun understood his brother well. Once Chu He had made up his mind about something, it was not entirely impossible to change it. Yet doing so would indeed be exceedingly difficult. With Zhang Ershao's influence, persuading his brother was akin to a child demanding candy from an adult. No matter how loudly he yelled, his brother would remain indifferent. To alter his brother's resolve, one would need to present sufficient persuasion. If there was nothing compelling enough to sway him, then at the very least, one must identify his brother's vulnerabilities. 2 months prior, Zhang Shun believed his brother lacked any weaknesses. This man, devoid of desires, possessed meticulous reasoning and absolute composure, with an extraordinary capacity for psychological endurance. At times, Zhang Ershao maliciously speculated whether his brother had truly become so detached as to attain such mastery. Yet he felt certain that even if his brother were to realize his state, there would be no sign of panic. Perhaps merely a raised eyebrow would be the extent of his emotional display. However, the situation was different now. Zhang Shun shifted his posture, his eyes narrowing slightly beneath his pronounced brow, intently contemplating his brother. So much had transpired over the past 2 months that, even if his brother sought to conceal the truth, Li Hu and Zhou Hui, those 2 bumbling companions, had inadvertently revealed a considerable number of fragments, sufficient for him to piece together a vague outline. The current dilemma was merely how to identify a more precise and incisive point within this indistinct and imprecise sketch, a point that even his omnipotent and calculating brother could not obscure. Brother, Zhang Shun spoke slowly, each word turning over in his mind before being uttered. If you left Zhou Hui for the sake of the Demon Lord Fan Luo, and could no longer endure the Demon Lord's presence, coming to the Zhang family to seek me out, using my Buddhist relic to resist the corruption of demonic power, then is your kindness towards me rooted in a sense of guilt? For a fleeting moment, he almost believed he had succeeded. There was indeed a subtle shift in Chu He's expression. Zhang Shun's initial reaction was one of bewilderment and exhilaration to witness his brother, who was as steadfast as an iceberg, display such an expression was profoundly satisfying. However, it was soon overshadowed by a tidal wave of guilt that engulfed him. Zhang Shun endeavored to conceal any emotion, striving to maintain an inscrutable facade. Yet, he soon realized that his brother did not exhibit signs of distress. On the contrary, he began to laugh. Zhou Hui remarked that at times, he bore a striking resemblance to his younger self, to which Chu He chuckled, seemingly amused. Indeed, even this unorthodox psychological manipulation is remarkably similar. Zhang Shun replied, I do have matters to attend to with the Demon Lord, but the specifics are something I haven't disclosed even to Zhou Hui, let alone to you. As for the guilt, Chu He laughed once more, stating, without me, your Zhang family's company would have long since gone bankrupt. Could you still frivolously spend hundreds of thousands on courting women? Why should I feel guilt? Zhang Shun felt a sudden embarrassment, covering his face with his hand and slumping in his chair. However, he felt somewhat reassured. Losing face in front of his elder brother was not the gravest of humiliations. Sometimes, the bonds between individuals are predestined, with every cause yielding an effect. There is no need for confusion. Chu He remarked, in my view, no one commits absolute wrongs. Even in Mo He, I can comprehend the reasons for his current state. If I were to attribute it, it would be to the jealousy deeply rooted in his heart and the malevolence inherent in his nature. Zhang Shun, taken aback, inquired, jealousy? He couldn't help but recall the stunning, exquisitely crafted visage of the Peacock King. Born to greatness, residing in the heavenly realms, what could provoke jealousy? He is envious of Zhou Hui, envious of you, even envious of his own younger brother. He is merely a reflection of Zhou Hui as a demonic entity. Yet Zhou Hui suppresses the wicked aspects of his soul, while he unabashedly distorts and magnifies his nature. As for you, You are nothing more than a catalyst for him. Zhang Shun listened, stunned, and after a long pause asked, What exactly did he do? Swallowed the Buddha. Chu he paused before continuing. Driven by jealousy towards you, he ascended to the heavenly realms, challenging the multitude of deities. When the Buddha's wrath descended, he opened his mouth and consumed the Buddha's form. The hospital room fell into a profound silence, so still that the sound of their heartbeats echoed. Even the gentle breeze rustling through the treetops outside felt distant and indistinct. After a lengthy silence, Zhang Shun finally asked, What have I done? Chu he rubbed his forehead and sighed. You have done nothing. You are merely a fragment of the Buddha extracted from his true form, a bone that was entrusted to my care long before you met Zhou Hui. Outside Yin Lanyu's hospital room, Zhou Hui leaned against the wall, straining to listen, when suddenly the door opened behind him and the disaster-stricken uncle stumbled out. Zhou! Zhou! Zhou Hui immediately hushed him, gesturing for him to come closer to listen. Zhang Ershao, perplexed, leaned in to catch the words emanating from within. Do not take it to heart. I was merely asking a question. I certainly wish for you to remain in China. Yet the organization will undoubtedly dispatch individuals to thoroughly investigate your background and motives. If I were privy to the reasons, I could endeavor to mediate. Yan Lanyu's gentle voice interrupted him. Vice you. Mr. Zhou and young Master Zhang are eavesdropping outside. In a flash, Zhou Hui swiftly dragged Zhang Shun and made a hasty retreat. The next moment, the ward door swung open, and Yu Jingzhong, in a fit of exasperation, yelled, Zhou Hui, take your little brother-in-law somewhere cooler. Be cautious. The organization might record a demerit against you. You're already suspended. What demerit? Zhou Hui shouted back. Immediately retracting his neck to narrowly avoid the ashtray Yu Jingzhong hurled at him, darting into the corridor's corner. Zhang Shun stumbled in, barely steadying himself before receiving a slap to the head. Zhou Hui, with an expression of exasperation, scolded him. What were you shouting for? What do you think the beautiful one would listen to? If you hadn't interrupted, old you would have confessed by now. Zhang Ershao's head swayed slightly from a slap. Yet in an unusual manner, he refrained from retorting and stood there silently, his spirit seemingly diminished. Zhou Hui, sensing something amiss, pressed, What did your brother say to you? The instant Zhang Ershao displayed any abnormality, his brother immediately inquired if Zhou Hui had said something, while Zhou Hui, in turn, sought to know if his brother had spoken. In a certain sense, their thought processes were somewhat synchronized. However, the dazed Zhang Shun failed to recognize this, remaining mute. Zhou Hui could not bear to see him in such a state and approached, feigning a kick. What did your brother tell you? Spill it, or I'll ask him myself. And no, nothing, Zhang Shun finally reacted, hastily retreating to evade Zhou Hui's swift kick. Really, it's nothing. I merely mentioned that Mo has become like this due to swallowing Buddha. That was foolish of him. Why did he have to go swallow Buddha? Zhou Hui, with impatience, inquired. And what else? You didn't inadvertently poke at your brother's sore spot, did you, disaster nephew? Zhang Shun quickly shook his head in denial, hesitating before murmuring, Zhou Gu. The address nearly startled Zhou Hui into a state of alarm, compelling him to steady himself against the wall. Zhang Shun then hesitantly asked, My brother said, In a past life, you and Mo were family, and I am merely a piece of jewelry he carries. Is that true? Zhou Hui. His lips twitched incessantly, and after a moment, he replied slowly, Not entirely accurate. You are at least a rather precious piece of jewelry. Zhang Shun bowed his head, uttering a soft "oh," before turning and listlessly departing. Yu Jingzhong slammed the door shut, only to quietly reopen it moments later, ensuring Zhou Hui had not returned, before gently closing it again. You've been suspended? Yan Lanyu asked, astonished from behind him. Only temporarily. It's a long story. Vice Yu wiped his face and returned to sit beside the hospital bed. Continuing our previous discussion. If you don't mind my boldness. Yan Lanyu, clad in a light gray single-layer robe, possessed soft black hair and fair skin. Despite lacking any embellishment, she exuded a subtle elegance, a harmonious blend of black and white. From the perspective of Yu Jingzhong, one could observe his eyelashes delicate like the wings of crow, gently drooping, with the tips curving softly, vanishing among the wisps of hair, reminiscent of a captivating beauty emerging from an ink wash painting along the banks of the Jiangnan rivers, compelling one's gaze. Suddenly, he recalled Zhou Hui's words. Not only are you devoid of money, but your future is also rapidly diminishing. Why would such a lovely maiden be drawn to you? A wave of unutterable embarrassment washed over him. This feeling stemmed not merely from his advancing age of over 30, nor from his utter lack of resources, but rather from the profound gratitude he owed this young individual who had traversed great distances to escape to China and had risked their life twice to save him. To reduce this immense debt of gratitude to mere superficiality, judging him solely on his handsome appearance, felt utterly distasteful. You Jingzhong, have you truly lost your sense of honor? Becoming the shameless? Drawing a deep breath, he attempted to avert his gaze naturally, only to hear Yan Lanyu softly remark, "It's all right. I understand. I just didn't react immediately when you mentioned that further inspections would occur. It's merely a procedural matter. I comprehend." Yan Lanyu continued, "With my awkward status, emerging abruptly from such a sensitive area of the esoteric sect, anyone would naturally inquire further. There is nothing more to be said." He paused for a moment, his gaze seemingly lost in the drifting dust motes suspended in the air, before he finally whispered, "Our leader is on the verge of being possessed." Yu Jingzhong, taken aback, inquired, "Possessed?" "Indeed," Yan Lanyu replied, "as a leader with a unique position. You should be familiar with such supernatural occurrences. It is exceedingly rare for a living person to succumb to possession in a century. This is entirely different from the transformation of a demon through cultivation. The latter typically conceals itself in remote mountains and untraveled woods, while the former loses their humanity, unleashing havoc and instilling terror in the mortal realm before descending into the four evil paths, ultimately becoming an Asura. Historical records indicate that living Asuras have predominantly been struck down by heavenly tribulations. However, prior to such calamities, these Asuras wreaked havoc, claiming lives in the tens of thousands. It is said that should a single living being become possessed, the hellish realm will be filled with countless malevolent spirits. Yu Jingzhong, astonished, asked, "Is there no way to halt this process?" The esoteric sect venerates the Asura path and seeks the possession of the living. This process is irreversible. Yan Lanyu replied after a pause. "When I departed from Tokyo, our leader had already begun to exhibit signs of possession." Yu Jingzhong questioned, "So, you must escape the esoteric sect swiftly to avoid being entangled in this and facing death. Is that correct?" To his surprise, upon hearing this, Yan Lanyu fell silent. There seemed to be an indescribable weight in his gaze, heavy and weary, making it difficult for one to bear looking too long. Just as Yu Jingzhong presumed he would refrain from responding, the young man softly uttered, "Indeed, that is the case." His complexion was pallid. Although he had been out of danger for a week post-rescue, engaging in such a conversation remained a considerable burden for him. For a fleeting moment, Yu Jingzhong feared he might collapse, yet Yan Lanyu did not. He merely leaned discreetly against the pillow, motionless, staring ahead. There are still numerous questions lingering. Yet Yu Jingzhong understood that today's inquiries must cease. "You should rest now," he gently stated, rising to pat the young man's shoulder. "It's all right. My connections remain intact, and I shall endeavor to mediate." Yan Lanyu's lips curled slightly, resembling a smile, though it lacked any semblance of warmth. "Recover swiftly and be discharged. I will handle all arrangements. Oh, by the way, if you have no accommodation in Beijing, you may stay at my home for convenience." Yan Lanyu politely inquired, "Wouldn't that be inconvenient?" "Not at all. It's just my daughter and me," Yu Jingzhong replied casually. "She has only 2 and often at daycare, so she won't be a bother." Yan Lanyu seemed momentarily taken aback. Yet he did not allow this sentiment to linger long. He soon managed a smile, albeit with an odd demeanor, and murmured, "Thank you." As Yu Jingzhong took his leave, his concern was palpable. It was likely he would, like in previous days, linger in the doctor's office for an extended period before departing the hospital, meticulously reviewing the myriad of reports upon returning home. This had become his routine. The hospital room was left with Yan Lanyu alone. The young man leaned against the pillow, eyes closed, utterly fatigued, yet devoid of any inclination to sleep. So, I must escape swiftly to avoid demise. Is that correct? Indeed, it was so, though there seemed to be an underlying difference. In the early autumn chill, Yin Lanyu suddenly felt a penetrating cold, instinctively wrapping himself tighter in a blanket. He recalled a night before Akita Yoshihito departed Japan for China when he discovered a particular dark magic pattern beginning to spread across the Master's body. Being entrenched in the esoteric sect, he was all too aware of what it was. Terror nearly caused him to collapse, but the Master had turned and firmly restrained him. In the darkness, the man's eyes glowed with a dreadful light, appearing exceedingly otherworldly, and Yin Lanyu could even hear the chattering of his own teeth. "Do not fear," the Master reassured him. "The time is not yet ripe, but it is approaching." Clad in a white hunting robe, Yin Lanyu relied entirely on the Master's support to avoid collapsing from weakness. His face, rendered youthful by overwhelming terror, exhibited a pallor more ghostly than his attire. "I should inquire whether you wish to accompany me into darkness, but perhaps I shall refrain. Even an elder must occasionally safeguard his fragile pride." The Master chuckled, his expression imbued with mockery. "However, once you succumb to darkness, I may no longer recognize you, and it's possible I could slay you indiscriminately." A shiver coursed through Yin Lanyu. "Do not be so fearful. Have you not always been undaunted? Or is it that if you perish, you will miss the arrival of that person from 2 years ago, which compels you to cling to life?" The young man's face drained of color, his mind buzzing, consumed by a singular thought. He knows. He has always known. The Master reached out, caressing his hair, his fingers gliding from the tips down to his cheek, pausing at the young man's icy chin. "Akita Yoshihito is to journey to China for the reincarnation of the earth, and I shall ensure you accompany him. If an opportunity arises, you should run away on your own and never return." The Master trembled violently, saying, "Master, your astonishment makes it seem as though I have never done a good deed." The Master pondered for a moment, a hint of regret surfacing as he replied, "It seems I have indeed never done anything kind for you. Well, as a final gesture, I shall grant you a chance to survive, a meager compensation for all these years." The youth was at a loss for words, daunted into silence. He could see the demonic patterns on the Master's body writhing and becoming more pronounced. This was a phase, a swift transformation toward becoming an entity that transcended life and death, a terrifying being beyond the bounds of nature. The fear and trepidation in his eyes were so palpable that the Master broke into a smile, leaning down to kiss the boy's lips, which trembled coldly from fear. "Remember me as I once was, for soon no one shall know what I have become." That man must have succumbed to darkness by now, hadn't he? If so, the sect may have already endured a massacre. Had he remained in Tokyo, he would surely have fallen victim to the slaughter, perhaps becoming the first casualty in centuries at the hands of a living Asura. So, does this current predicament count as a narrow escape? Yin Lanyu took a deep breath, feeling a sharp pain as the air filled his lungs. He relished this pain, for it reassured him of his vitality, affirming that he had not turned into a soulless husk nor rotted away in some dark corner of the world. He wrapped himself in a blanket, curling into a small ball. After a long while, he finally felt a flicker of warmth gathering within him, and he nestled into that warmth, slowly drifting off to sleep. In the office, Yu sits smoking, enveloping the room in a thick haze of white smoke. When Zhou pushes the door open, he nearly chokes on the cloud. Even if your confession has been met with a heart-wrenching rejection, there is no need for such despondency. As Zhou strides into the office, coughing and fanning the air in front of his nose, he expresses his dissatisfaction. "Real men don't cry. Stand up and face it. I'll accompany you to Zongnanhai to deal with those fellows, then unify the national security and crown yourself king. Want a raise? Go for it. Want to make her your official partner? Do it. Within the 3rd ring, I'll help you buy her 20 apartments. Seriously, stop pretending to be so deeply melancholic here." Yu Jingzhong replies, "My relationship with Yin Lanyu is not as you presume, and besides, having more houses doesn't equate to finding a wife. What brings you here?" Zhou sneers, clearly disagreeing with Yu Jingzhong's perspective but refraining from immediate rebuttal. Instead, he glances at the scattered papers on the desk. He has become accustomed to monitoring Chu He, and upon seeing someone looking at something behind his back, he instinctively approaches to investigate. Yu Jingzhong shows no intention of hiding, openly displaying a collection of information and brochures regarding the expansion of various universities in Beijing. Isn't your daughter a bit too young for this? Zoe keeps. I recall the little girl is only 2 years old this year. Observing Yu Jingzhong's expression, he suddenly grasps the situation. You must not be serious. Old Yu, are you really planning to send the little beauty to school? Yu Jingzhong takes a drag from his cigarette and nods. Zhou Hui bursts into laughter, collapsing into his chair. You are truly hilarious. How did I not see you as such a romantic? Surely, you're not from a melodrama background, are you? It's already challenging enough for someone like you, lacking in both wealth and looks, to win her over. And now you wish to thrust her into a crowd of impetuous young men? Are you aiming to incite a campus bloodbath? Yu Jingzhong retorts angrily. Yan Lanyu deserves her own life. At her age, if she doesn't experience a normal life now, she may never return to one. Zhou Hui gradually suppresses his laughter, fixing his gaze on Yu Jingzhong while shaking a finger disapprovingly. I must correct your viewpoint, he states. Feng Si and I both believe that Yin is entirely normal, mentally mature and clear-headed, with the right to determine her own life. Over the years, I have found it increasingly difficult to compel Feng Si to align with my views. So you would do well to respect ours. Moreover, few can endure such circumstances in their teenage years without breaking down. Consider Lao Wu, that fool, still sneaking peeks in my comic books hidden in the cabinet, and he is supposed to be a legitimate reincarnated living Buddha. Yu Jingzhong waves his hand dismissively. He has tendencies towards self-destruction. Isn't that a matter of life and death? Zhou Hui, reclining comfortably with his legs crossed, inquires. Do you know the standing of this young man in the esoteric sect? Yu Jingzhong extinguishes his cigarette with force, then lights another, continuing to exhale clouds of smoke. Being a child in that context is quite dire, fundamentally seen as less than human, perhaps just marginally above those so-called blood slaves who have their organs casually harvested. Regardless of the location, it is an undeniable truth that exceptionally beautiful children often do not enjoy a peaceful existence. The fragility of their beauty is invariably intertwined with malevolence. Zhou Hui clapped his hands and exclaimed, "Oh, right. I've heard that the leader of the secret sect is on the verge of succumbing to darkness. Just ponder the kind of person who could live while embracing such corruption. What a twisted transformation that must entail. It sends shivers down my spine." You frowned deeply, his face naturally bearing the signs of excessive worry, and this frown only accentuated the furrows on his forehead. Are you ever going to be finished? Those who grow up in such environments can still emerge with clear minds and strong principles. They are certainly not delicate flowers that require your constant nurturing. If you wish to send him to school, then do so with the intention of obtaining a legitimate diploma to pursue civil service. I reckon the little beauty would comply, but perhaps he would secretly mock you. Zhou Hui rose from his seat, brushing off his sleeves, and declared, "What I can offer is limited. Whether you heed my words is entirely your choice. Just smoke less." Yu Jingzhong was taken aback, contemplating if Zhou Hui was actually expressing concern for him. Immediately after, Zhou Hui continued with an air of nonchalance. I plan to visit Lao Si in the hospital later. What will happen if he gets a whiff of secondhand smoke? Yu Jingzhong retorted in anger. What on earth are you rambling about, Zhou, you lunatic? Unfazed, Zhou Hui flashed a bright smile, revealing his pearly white teeth. I almost forgot. I came to extend a verbal invitation. Lao Wu has been discharged, and Feng Si has also recovered. I can no longer use my ex-wife's confinement as an excuse. Tonight at the bar in Gongti, I'll treat you. Bring your little beauty along. Even with Shan Wantian heavily injured and discharged from the hospital, Zhou Hui's whimsical fabrications couldn't possibly include any impropriety regarding Chu He. Reluctantly, he tore down the numerous confinement talismans in the hospital room, granting his ex-wife her freedom. In truth, he was not entirely pleased, for he had grown addicted to the games of binding her in the hospital, especially since Chu had been well taken care of by him, gradually regaining her once faded vitality over the years. Their brief separations only heightened the sensitivity of their reunion, akin to a freshly baked, fragrant cake that consumed Zhou Hui's thoughts, rendering him incapable of concentrating on anything else. Though this cake sometimes wished to wrap itself back in its box, for Zhou Hui, that wrapping was as fragile as cellophane, easily peeled away. During particularly fervent moments, he even felt a fleeting impulse to have a third child, but thankfully, Chu Hui retained her sanity and resolutely declined. Later, as Zhou Hui contemplated while smoking, he too felt that such a notion was inappropriate. He harbored a fervent desire for a daughter, yet he worried that should a son born of misfortune emerge, could he ever return him? Before Mo's birth, Zhou Hui had envisioned a daughter who mirrored the beauty of the Phoenix King. Although that dream was dashed upon Mo's arrival, at least he inherited the Phoenix's looks, allowing Zhou Hui to reluctantly accept him as a daughter. When it came time for the second child, Zhou Hui thought, surely, this time I will be granted a daughter. However, not only did a daughter not emerge, but the child bore no resemblance to her mother either, nearly driving the father to the brink of despair. Thus, every time he beheld Yu Jingzhong's 2-year-old daughter, Zhou Hui felt a pang of jealousy, wishing he could adopt one for himself. However, upon reflection, based on past experiences, it seems that no matter what Chu he adopts, the outcome is rarely favorable. The Buddha's bones have turned into a calamity, the nine-tailed fox has transformed into an ambiguous creature, and even the once carefree Shan Wantian has devolved into a reclusive youth, perpetually indulging in potato chips and comic books. What if my daughter grows up to be a tyrant like her eldest brother or like her second brother, becomes fiercely independent and prone to running away? Such a thought is indeed troubling. Zhou Hui lounged in a bar booth, adding a few ice cubes to his whiskey, and let out a melancholic sigh. Zhang Shun inquired, "What troubles you now?" Li Hu, with her fingers adorned in bright red nail polish tapping on her chin, wore a gloating smile. "You want a third child, but your brother is against it. Then he should just have one himself," Zhang Shun promptly replied. Zhou Hui cast a lethargic yet predatory glance at Li Hu, then at Zhang Shun. His sister-in-law was preoccupied with adjusting her strapless top, while his brother-in-law dismissed any threats with a provocative gaze. "I lack that capability," Zhou Hui replied languidly, swirling his whiskey glass. "Moreover, my loyalty to your brother is unwavering. I have no intentions of seeking a mistress for the sake of having a daughter." The bar was already quite lively, yet their booth remained incomplete with Yan Jingzhong, Yan Lanyu, and Chu Hui still en route. It was said that Li Hu had just returned to Beijing today, sporting a plunging neckline in a tight mini dress, striking poses as she took selfies with her phone, already attracting more than a dozen individuals eager to engage her in conversation. Zhang Shun glanced around, noticing Zhou Hui drowning his sorrows opposite Li Hu. Not far away, Shan Wantian was engrossed in potato chips and cola, fully absorbed in watching Naruto, to the extent that even a thunderclap nearby would likely go unheard. Unable to contain himself any longer, Zhang Shun cleared his throat. I have a question regarding mistresses." "Hold your horses. You aren't even old enough to think about mistresses," Zhou Hui retorted. "Songjin Pingqiu, disguised as Deputy Yu, told me that the nine-tailed fox is your mistress, which drove my brother away. Is that true?" Zhou Hui sputtered a mouthful of drink across the table. Li Hu instantly perked up, her excitement escalating to a fervor as she stood up, nudging Shan Wantian aside, and affectionately draped her arm around Zhang Shun's neck. "Mr. Zhang," she sweetly exclaimed, "I have always been Zhou Laoda's mistress. It was officially stamped after your brother caught us in the act. Didn't you know?" Shan Wantian set aside his comic book, wiped the crumbs from his lips, and joined his palms in prayer toward Zhou Hui, uttering, "Amidst." It was no surprise that the fifth group had collectively rebelled. This child was hopelessly lost in the world of recluses, to the point where, as a living Buddha, he uttered Namo Amidst instead of Om Mani Padme Hum. This raised serious concerns about his work ethic. Zhou Hui stifled the urge to physically reprimand the boy on the spot and turned to Li Hu, demanding, "When did I ever ask you to be my mistress? Clarify this for me. Did I speak incorrectly?" Li Hu shot back with sarcasm. "Wasn't it that night, before Feng Si went to seek the demon lord, that you got rather inebriated? The following day, did you awaken beside me in bed? Just as I opened my eyes, Feng Si happened to enter the room. Were you perhaps without clothing?" Zhang Shun's face was utterly bewildered, and all at once, Zhou Hui exclaimed in anger, "That never happened. I was completely intoxicated. The night prior, I was with Lao Si, and upon waking, there you were." How on earth did that come to be? My heart nearly gave out on the spot. You may not grasp the situation, but would you like me to recount it for you? The celestial being took my phone, and I intended to search for some titillating tales to spark my inspiration. It was utterly debauched, the divine being munched on chips while handing the phone to her, exclaiming, "Your circle is truly scandalous. You and Feng Si conspired against me, and you deceived me into taking the blame." Zhou Hui, in a fit of agitation, slammed his palm on the table, causing it to tremble precariously. It was clearly Feng Si seeking an excuse for divorce. With no dirt on me, he fabricated some, and you actually went along with it. Why don't you share what's between you and Feng Si? Why did he, of all things, wander into the realm of beasts and happen upon you? That filthy little fox he brought home, and despite my urging him to dispose of it for meat, he refused to listen. To make matters worse, he cuddled with it every night. Li Hu stood proudly, a glimmer in her eye. You slept so soundly that all 9 of your tails emerged. Then one day, you transformed into a human, and when I was away, you resorted to blackmailing Feng Si with the naked photographs you took of me. Seeking a night of passion, I knew you harbored ill intentions. Had I known, I would have become a fur scarf, rather than allowing you to squander so many years of resources. Li Hu blinked innocently, replying, "I don't eat much." Wait, you really blackmailed him into sleeping with me? Zhang Shun, listening intently, was visibly shaken, stammering, "I thought you were joking last time." Li Hu declared with pride, "Wrong. I slept with your brother many times when I was still a little fox. It was only after my transformation that he refused to engage in anything substantial." At this, she suddenly seemed a tad regretful, and he even hit me, leaving a small gash on my 6th tail that I now have to cover with fur. Zhang Shun appeared utterly flabbergasted, staring blankly at Li Hu's 2 swaying curves, his expression akin to witnessing a ghost emerge from a television screen. What is that expression? I am, after all, a collector of sorts. A man of the caliber of the Phoenix King is deserving of such respect. Besides, when I first developed my 9th tail, being intimate with your brother brought tremendous benefits. My powers surged by 3,000 years, which is no mere exaggeration. Alas, Zhou Laoda is quite commendable as well. But our attributes clash, otherwise perhaps I would consider him too. Zhou Hui, unable to contain himself, interjected, "Did you all hear that? He just admitted my innocence." Yet Zhang Shun sensed something amiss. "Wait, what do you mean by attributes clashing?" Zhou Laoda has no interest in women. Li Hu sighed dramatically, delicately gesturing. "But when I was in my male form, I was always on top." Zhang Shun, Shenwani Yancy. Shenwani Yancy, crunching on a chip, sighed, "This circle is truly decadent." Zhou Hui scoffed, "Do not underestimate this cunning fox, especially you, Zhang Shun. Be wary of his covert intentions towards your delicate flower." Zhang Shun immediately shifted nervously to the side, as Zhou Hui coldly snorted and solemnly declared, "As for me, besides my future daughter, I have no affection for any girl. Unfortunately, your brother is currently half-heartedly entangled with another man. Once I deal with that fool, Fan Luo, who dares to cuckold me, and subdue your brother, I will certainly seek out the secret recipe for a daughter. It would be better to plunge into a sea of blood than to deal with the son of a debt collector." Li Hu, visibly displeased, coldly remarked, "Has the state permitted you to have 3 children? I can always emigrate to the 33 heavens to give birth." Zhou Hui replied, "Huh, does your ex-wife even want to bear 3 children for you?" Zhou Hui, ever polite, responded, "She will soon no longer be my ex-wife. Thank you for reminding me of this fact." As he spoke, he retrieved a velvet box from his pocket and opened it to reveal 2 brilliant black rings set with diamonds, dazzling under the light, blinding everyone present. "Do celestial proposals also involve diamond rings?" Zhang Ershao trembled in inquiry. "It's the latest trend, keeping up with the times," Zhou Hui replied nonchalantly. "Moreover, I personally designed these. The diamonds feature intricate micro-carvings that, when illuminated from specific angles, cast the ethereal shadow of a phoenix, truly one of a kind. Oof. It is said that Feng Si is a master of romantic flair. This time, let me showcase my long-concealed true prowess." Li Hu covered his mouth and whispered to Shun Wantiancy, "I sense the tycoon is about to be humiliated again." "Shoo," Shen Wantiancy interjected, "It's fine. He's accustomed to it." Let him bask in his self-satisfaction for a while. Zhou Hui, reveling in his triumph, toyed with the rings for a moment, carefully stowing the box back into his pocket. He was poised to deliver an impassioned speech about how to vanquish rivals and reclaim lost ground, leveraging economic power and other strengths to conquer his wife, when suddenly a commotion erupted from the nearby bar. What is happening? Zhou Hui leaned forward to catch a glimpse. Li Hu glared at Zhang Shun, who, trembling, sought refuge beside Shun Wantianzi, engrossed in his anime. Only Zhou Hui seemed to sense something amiss. He suddenly rose and made his way toward the bar. The crowd surged together, excitement electrifying the air, the pulsating music failing to mask the whispers. Hey, who is that? What's going on? Does anyone know that person? Zhou Hui's breath hitched. Before the bar stood a figure clad in a fitted black shirt, 2 buttons casually undone at the collar, sleeves rolled up to the elbows, and jeans that hugged long legs with an unreasonable allure. He withdrew several bills from his wallet and handed them to the bartender with an air of sophistication. Excuse me, could you prepare me a drink at the bar? Just 10 minutes will suffice. The bartender, momentarily taken aback, inadvertently loosened his grip, causing the bottle to crash onto the bar with a resounding clatter. That was Chu He. However, this was not the mortal guise he had donned to conceal his identity in H City. Rather, it was the embodiment of celestial law, as he had surprisingly chosen to appear in his true form, casually donning a different attire and strolling out with ease. Zhou Hui's initial reaction was not one of surprise, but rather one of horror. The crowd grew increasingly large, and the murmurs escalated into open clamoring. Although Chu He's stature was evident, and his fitted shirt revealed a lack of a masculine chest, his androgynous face, framed by long, lustrous hair tied into a ponytail that draped over one shoulder with gently curling ends, left many in uncertainty. Zhou Hui overheard several young men fervently debating among themselves. It's definitely a girl. It must be. An even larger number of onlookers took out their phones, excitedly snapping photos and uploading them, the sound of cameras clicking filling the air. Unable to contain himself any longer, Zhou Hui pushed his way to the front of the crowd and tapped Chu He on the shoulder. Old 4. Chu He turned around and offered a slight smile. The power of that smile was overwhelming. Zhou Hui distinctly heard a few individuals behind him nearly swoon at the sight. What are you doing here? Why aren't you using that person to pour you a drink? Chu He replied cheerfully. I intended to surprise you. Oui, exaspléted. Rapped the bar top and shot a fierce glance at the bartender, urging him to make way. The bartender, already a bit flustered, forgot to take the money Zhou Hui had placed on the counter. His gaze fixated on Chu He's face and obediently stepped aside, taking advantage of the situation. Chu He moved behind the bar, grasping vodka, brandy, and Bacardi 151. The spirits of the mortal realm pale in comparison to the heavenly ice spring, he remarked casually, tossing a bottle into the air, catching it deftly, and pouring a shallow layer into a shaker. He smiled and continued. It is said that the Azura women are exceedingly beautiful, while Indra possesses exquisite wines, both due to their exclusive access to the ice spring. When I once visited the Demon Lord, I drew water from the ice spring atop the 6-tusked white elephant mountain and brought it to the Azura realm. The wine brewed from that water is crisp and rich, rivaling even Indra's finest. Henceforth, the ice spring within the Azura realm became known as the Eye of the 4 Evil Paths. His long fingers rested on the rim of the glass as Zhou Hui leaned against the bar, watching intently. After a moment, he asked, You sought out the Demon Lord in the Azura realm before deciding to leave me, didn't you? There is no need to dwell on such old matters. Chu He replied with a smile, pulling out a tissue to seal the bottle's neck, pouring in the alcohol, and igniting it with a lighter. The 3 bottles arced through the air like fiery wheels, caught deftly between his 4 fingers, while his other hand lifted the Bacardi 151 and downed it in one go, blowing forth a plume of flame that reached over 3 meters. Zhou Hui's pupils widened in shock as he witnessed Chu He mix the 3 spirits, adding ice, while he retrieved half a lime from his palm. From the small of his back, he produced a Swiss Army knife, smoothly unfolding the main blade to slice the lime into 4 equal parts, squeezing the juice from 2 segments into the glass before pulling out a tiny ice vial from his jeans pocket. The vial, no larger than a lighter, was entirely sealed and glimmered like crystal, reflecting dazzling light under the illumination. Zhou Hui stared, slightly astonished, recognizing it as water sourced directly from the demon realm's ice spring. Preserved in its freshest state, with the vessel itself crafted from spring water and frozen in place, containing merely a sip of the precious liquid. Chewie shattered the bottle's neck against the bar, the shimmering water arcing gracefully, spilling into the glass, with a liquid instantaneously transformed, sparkling like a myriad of tiny diamonds. He lifted the glass, presenting it before Zhou Hui, and snapped his fingers. A mesmerizing crimson flower materialized, as if by magic, its petals unfurling delicately at his fingertips, gently cradled and poised at the rim of the glass. "The azura flower," Zhou Hui murmured. "Sir," Chewie inclined his body slightly, his demeanor courteous. "May I have the honor of inviting you for a drink?" For a fleeting moment, Zhou Hui's mind was utterly blank. Instinctively, he accepted the glass and tipped it back, taking a generous sip before pulling Chewie over the bar, lowering his lips to share the drink. The crisp, slightly intoxicating fruit-flavored liquid glided down their throats as their tongues entwined, while the surrounding crowd erupted in cheers and shouts, creating a cacophony of excitement. "Damn!" Zhou Hui muttered under his breath, grasping Chewie by the shoulder and waist, lifting him effortlessly over the bar. The nightclub atmosphere ignited with energy, lights flashing chaotically as throngs of people swarmed to the pulsating music. Zhou Hui, using sheer force, forged a path through the crowd, unaware of how many tables, chairs, and bottles he toppled, until he reached the back room, kicking open the rear door and setting Chewie down, slapping a sealing talisman on the doorframe, effectively locking several pursuers inside. Outside the back door lay a desolate alley of the bar street, the distant music and lights from the other side creating a stark contrast to the darkness and seclusion of this side. The moment Chewie touched the ground, he bolted, but before he could get far, Zhou Hui caught him, pinning him firmly against the concrete wall, gasping with laughter. "Think you can escape?" Chewie opened his eyes. In the darkness, his gaze was keen, devoid of any sleepiness, as he remained motionless, fixated on the vaulted ceiling of the bedroom. The soft sound of Zhou Hui's snores drifted from beside him, a familiar sound, indicating the man was deeply asleep. It was quite a rarity, for Zhou Hui hadn't slept in his presence for quite some time. Ever since he was captured in H-City and brought to Beijing, or rather, since Zhou Hui had bound him with the golden ring at his lumbar spine, he had never lost consciousness in front of him again. In the ink-black darkness, Chewie's thoughts began to meander slightly. He pondered whether this vigilance was a lesson learned by Zhou Hui after experiencing a setback, or if it was an innate characteristic embedded in him, a remnant of his tumultuous origins, honed through endless battles and growth. Regardless, it deserved acknowledgement. Silently, Chewie turned over, his fingers grazing Zhou Hui's chest, effortlessly slipping inside his ribcage as if it were a mere trifle. Beneath his touch, muscles, veins, and bones seemed to dissolve into the ethereal. He meticulously explored the interior, roaming within Zhou Hui's body, and a thought flickered in his mind. Where could it be hidden? Zhou Hui unconsciously let out a hum, prompting Chewie to halt, his gaze fixed intently upon his face. After a prolonged silence, he once again carefully explored the internal organs, his fingers gliding upwards until they delicately brushed against the ventricle, causing a subtle shift in his expression. A fine sheen of sweat appeared on Hui's forehead as he inhaled deeply, collected his thoughts, and steadied his hand. The blood vessels beneath the ventricle were a tangled maze, and Chewie meticulously traced his fingers along them. Upon encountering the cold, smooth object, he refrained from yanking it out. Instead, he painstakingly felt around to ensure all the knots were untangled before he gently grasped it with the slightest pressure and gave it a gentle shake. Zhou Hui seemed a bit uncomfortable, shifting on the pillow, but fortunately, he did not awaken. It appeared that the combination of ice spring water and azura flower was indeed potent. The azura realm sometimes yielded remarkably effective items. Chewie grasped the frigid object, swiftly and subtly tugging it free from the body. It was a key. In the dim light filtering through the window, He could see that the key was no larger than half a pinky finger, a simple flat bronze key, intricately engraved with exquisite patterns that made it resemble a component from some ancient bronze apparatus, like a twist bolt or a wedge. Chui squinted, pondering whether such a complex design was the result of Zhou Hui's own meticulous carving. He had never perceived him to possess a penchant for sculpture. Had he, in the years of idle time, taken to carving things in secret to pass the hours? With a barely audible sigh, Chui tucked away the bronze key and retrieved another ordinary key of similar size from beneath the pillow, placing it gently within Zhou Hui's chest cavity. While placing it was simpler than retrieving, Chui hesitated to extend his hand towards Zhou Hui's heart again, instead lightly resting it just above the left rib. This position was already quite close. As long as Zhou Hui did not habitually toy with his own heart, he would not notice that the key had been stealthily substituted. Chui quietly settled back down, but his movements may have caused a slight stir, prompting Zhou Hui to murmur sleepily. "Old four?" Chui remained silent. Zhou Hui turned and pulled him into an embrace, burying his head in the crook of Chui's neck, emitting soft snoring sounds. After a while of this, Chui finally patted his sturdy back and inquired, "What's wrong?" "I had a nightmare. I dreamt you ran off with that idiot from Fan Luo, leaving me at home to manage 2 kids. Your kids wouldn't stay put at home, would they?" Zhou Hui's half-asleep consciousness was hazy, and it took him a moment to fully comprehend the question, prompting a chuckle. He nestled Chui closer to himself. Just as he was about to surrender once more to the depths of slumber, a sudden thought jolted him upright. "Oh no, what's wrong?" Chui asked, but Zhou Hui sat up, his eyes fixed intently on him, remaining silent for a long time. Even Chui, typically composed, felt a slight change in color under that gaze. After a moment, he squinted and cautiously inquired, "What has happened?" "I forgot to settle the bill." After a prolonged silence, Zhou Hui finally murmured, his face displaying a myriad of expressions. "I told them I'd treat tonight. I forgot to pay when we left." At the corner of Chui's mouth, a slight twitch occurred. "It's nothing. Let Zhang Shun settle it." However, Zhang Shun did not settle it. The payment was made by Yu Jingzhong. Prior to arriving at the bar, Yu Jingzhong was in remarkably high spirits. In the afternoon, he had picked up Yin Lanyu from the hospital, where the doctor had informed him of her excellent recovery. The several prescriptions from Zhou Hui proved to be remarkably effective. Although her spirit could not be fully restored immediately, the damage to her internal organs had significantly diminished. He then took Yin Lanyu shopping for essentials for life in Beijing, purchasing clothes, shoes, daily necessities, and a computer, filling the car to its brim. Although Yu Jingzhong lacked the money-making tactics of those team leaders and was often ridiculed as a poor civil servant, he had managed to save enough for a modest apartment in Beijing. The location was decent, situated between the 4th and 5th ring roads, and the east-facing bedroom had remained vacant since his move-in, perfect for accommodating Yin Lanyu. He drove her home to settle her belongings and intended to call someone to assist with downloading various software onto the computer, but before he could make the call, Yin Lanyu stopped him, saying, "It's all right, I can manage." "Are you sure you can?" Yu Jingzhong queried, slightly skeptical. Yin Lanyu smiled, but offered no verbal response. Despite his doubts about whether she had received any formal education growing up in a Tokyo sect, he believed that she possessed a sensitive heart and did not wish to cause her any discomfort. Thus, he feigned trust and let the matter rest. Yu Jingzhong's 2-year-old daughter was taken to a full-day care by the nanny, so the two of them ordered takeout for lunch. Yin Lanyu's movements were exceedingly graceful, suggesting she had undergone training. She ate in silence and at an astonishing pace, barely making a sound, and within 10 minutes, she set down her chopsticks. Yu Jingzhong quickly swallowed the last morsel of his fish-flavored shredded pork. "Aren't you going to eat a bit more? Is it not to your liking?" "No," Yin Lanyu replied. "I simply don't eat much." Yu Jingzhong usually seldom dined at home, and when he did, he would leave the dishes for the nanny to wash. However, today he insisted on washing the dishes himself, firmly seating Yin Lanyu on the living room sofa when she offered to help, declaring, "What nonsense! I love washing dishes. I would trust anyone else to wash them in my home." Then he turned and splashed water in the kitchen, rinsing every dish thoroughly and carelessly stuffing them into the cupboard. Yin Lanyu sat upright on the sofa, neither glancing around nor speaking, resembling a well-mannered and reserved guest. From Yu Jingzhong's perspective, he could see her profile, yet he could not discern her thoughts. Even the air around her seemed to exude a profound stillness. Yu Jingzhong found himself in a state of inner turmoil, pondering while drying his hands on an apron in the kitchen. After a considerable time of contemplation, a sudden inspiration struck him, and he hurried to slice an apple, presenting it in bite-sized pieces with toothpicks to the living room. Apples are good for you. Have a few to stave off hunger. Tomorrow I'll buy a squab to make soup for you. Taken aback, Yin Lanyu accepted the fruit platter and smiled warmly at him. That smile sustained Yu Jingzhong's good spirits for the entire day. However, upon arriving at the bar that evening, he found himself devoid of any mood. When he and Yin Lanyu reached the bar near the workers' stadium, Zhang Shun was idly seated, engrossed in his phone. Due to an injury, he refrained from drinking, with a Coca-Cola priced at 80 yuan before him, oblivious to the various scantily clad ladies around. Meanwhile, Shenhuani Yancy had already consumed 3 glasses of the pricey soda, astonishingly showing no inclination to visit the restroom. At that moment, he was crunching on ice cubes while delightfully studying a comic book, exclaiming, "Hey, shadow clone technique." Li Hu, perpetually cheerful, swayed her hips in the dance floor, her 10-centimeter heels accentuating her movements. Her miniskirt was so short it seemed on the verge of revealing too much, and her seaweed-like curls bounced, inciting frenzied cheers from the surrounding crowd. Yu Jingzhong, watching her antics, felt a headache coming on, supporting his forehead as he inquired, "Where are Zhou Hui and Feng Si?" "Feng Si just came by. Mix a drink for Zhou Hui, and then they left together," was the reply. Shenhuani Yancy, without lifting his head, remarked, from Zhou Hui's reaction, "It seems Feng Si mixed not a drink, but an aphrodisiac. Nevertheless, what truly matters is who will settle the bill today." Shadow clone technique. Zhang Shun pointed at Li Hu, saying woman, then at Shenhuani Yancy, child, and finally at himself, injured, before looking up with hopeful eyes at Yu Jingzhong. Yu Jingzhong, fuming, exclaimed, "So you all call me 7 or 8 times on the way just to find someone to pay the bill, is that right?" Shenhuani Yancy remained unfazed, reiterating, "Shadow clone technique." Countless black lines appeared on Yu's forehead, realizing he had unwittingly become the leader of this motley crew, feeling that his career prospects were bleak. Perhaps he should resign and return to his hometown to become a local police officer. After all, finding a wife might be easier in a small city. "Don't worry, we haven't drunk much. Look, it's mostly cola." Even the 100 yuan chips Shenhuani Yancy didn't indulge in too much, Zhang Shun reassured, noticing Yu's frustrated expression. "Only Zhou Hui opened a bottle of whiskey. See, there's still some left. Care for a glass?" In truth, Yu Jingzhong wasn't initially concerned about money. He was grappling with deeper confusions and frustrations. However, when Zhang Shun mentioned the whiskey, his gaze fell upon the iconic bottle on the table, striking a sensitive nerve in the frugal civil servant. The next moment, Yu's roar echoed into the universe. "Zhou Hui, I curse you." Yin Lanyu silently observed from the side, and as Shenhuani Yancy attempted the shadow clone technique for the 8th time, she suddenly interjected, "The hand sign is incorrect." "That is how it's depicted in the comic," Shenhuani Yancy replied, seemingly oblivious to everything around him, fixated on the comic book. The clone technique isn't one of the elemental seals of wood, metal, water, fire, or earth, but rather the 3rd element under the 4-symbol seal of the combatants. "You might try altering it to the lion seal," Yin Lanyu suggested. "However, I advise against trying it here, as you possess ample spiritual power and hail from a Tibetan Buddhist background. It could be problematic if you accidentally summon dozens of clones." Shenhuani Yancy lifted his head. During his hospitalization, he had caught a distant glimpse of Yin Lanyu, but at that time, she was in the ICU, undergoing emergency treatment, her visage obscured behind a glass wall and a respiratory mask. This marked his first opportunity to behold Yin Lanyu face to face, so close that he could discern each delicate lash of her slightly drooping, thick eyelashes. "You are." Yin Lanyu casually gestured a large Vajra seal, smiling and nodding. The young Onmyoji, though clad in ordinary attire, exuded a subdued elegance, His gaze was gentle, yet imbued with an unapproachable chill, a striking presence difficult to articulate. The manga in Shanhui Tianxi's hands fell with a thud, yet he did not retrieve it. Instead, he lifted his hand to press against his chest. A dazed expression upon his face. He murmured, "I have found true love." That evening, not only was Yu Fu displeased, but Shanhui Tianxi was equally discontent. He struggled to shift on the couch, his voice low and gravelly. "I believe your actions of binding the living Buddha are truly excessive. Do you not possess even a modicum of reverence for the Buddha?" Li Hu, her hands joined in prayer, wore a low-cut, form-fitting mini-dress, resembling an ethereal white lotus. "Amiba, look at our situation here. Zhou Laoda extinguished Buddhism in Northern Wei. Feng Si rebelled against the celestial order. Lao San is a zombie with a dog spirit, and I'm a nine-tailed fox demon. Even Yu Fu indulges in smoking and drinking, engaging in trivial pursuits. How can you expect us to show you respect?" Yu Fu retorted angrily, "I did not engage in matchmaking or casual encounters." Shanhui Tianxi struggled for help. Mama, save me. Your mother and father have gone home to enjoy themselves." Li Hu replied lovingly, adding, "And by the way, Feng Si is not your mother. She merely took you in and nourished you for a few days out of an overflow of maternal affection before returning you when the lamas from the Tibetan region came to collect you. The milk was imported from Australia, by the way. It was Aptamil Stage 3. Shanhui Tianxi exclaimed in anger. Now is not the time for hard-selling advertisements. He wriggled desperately, attempting to escape the bonds. Unfortunately, a 17-year-old living Buddha could not withstand the supernatural force of a 3,000-year-old nine-tailed fox. Thus, Shanhui Tianxi could only lie face down on the couch, mourning the true love that had been suppressed before it even had a chance to blossom. Liu turned to cast a flirtatious glance at Yu Fu, who was sulking with a drink on the side, and triumphantly remarked, "What do you think? I told you I was on your side, didn't I? Be sure to commend me to Zhou Laoda." Yu Jingzhong, caught between laughter and tears, replied, "I really did not engage in matchmaking or casual encounters." He thought to himself that perhaps it was permissible, after all, as a mature gentleman in his 30s. Indulging in brief encounters occasionally might not be so objectionable. Li Hu sharply interjected, "A prolonged lack of intimate relations can lead to prostatitis, you know. Do you wish to suffer from that? As a human, falling ill is rather easy and can lead to dire consequences. I do not believe maintaining chastity and succumbing to illness are directly related. If you die, Zhou Hui will no longer remain in the national security. And without Zhou Hui, Feng Si will not stay either. If both of them leave, then Lao Heir, Lao San, Lao Wu, and I will depart as well." Li Hu remarked, "In terms of military prowess, the nation falls significantly short compared to the little devils and their counterparts. Thus, for the sake of national security, it would be wise for you to seek out a companion occasionally. Wouldn't you agree, Yin Xiaoga?" Yin Lanyu remained silent, sipping her water. Yu, filled with despair, glanced between Li Hu and Yin Lanyu, seemingly eager to voice his thoughts, but the nine-tailed fox denied him the opportunity. "Oh wait, I almost forgot about your subordinate, the cleaner," Li Hu said, winking slyly. Though a bit eccentric, the cleaner is certainly more dependable than the occasionally erratic Zhou Laoda. He assisted in resolving both the H-City birth incident and the recent national security upheaval, didn't he? Zhou Laoda has even suggested that if the cleaner continues to develop in this manner, he could easily dominate Southeast Asia on his own. I must clarify, he continued, it is truly fortunate that you rescued the cleaner from prison just before his execution. Otherwise, where would one find such a loyal subordinate? Alas, he is exceptional in every regard, save for his rather reclusive nature. I have never heard him utter a word to anyone other than you. I once even thought he was mute." Yin Lanyu rose apologetically, saying, "I need to visit the restroom." Yu hastily set down his glass. "I'll accompany you." He gestured towards the corridor, just walk past the dance floor and at the end of the hallway. Yin Lanyu nodded, maneuvering past Yu Jingzhong as she exited their booth, swiftly disappearing into the bustling dance floor. Yu Jingzhong, filled with frustration, sat back down, lit a cigarette, and asked Li Hu, "What exactly are you trying to achieve? You know how sensitive he is." With that, he kicked the small monk, who was awkwardly twisting about, nearly toppling from a sofa. Sensitivity and resilience are two different matters. Li Hu replied with a smile, pouring the remaining whiskey from Zhou Hui's bottle into Yu's glass without waiting for a response, and suddenly shifted the conversation. However, today I finally grasp a bit of what Feng Si experiences. Huh? Li Hu smiled silently, placing the glass before you. She recalled the time when she was still a mere little fox, poisoned and lying beneath a tree, gazing up at the dark, toxic clouds enveloping the sky, trembling while emitting faint cries. As time passed, her body temperature dropped, her cries grew weaker, and her vision blurred as life ebbed away. Just as death loomed near, she was suddenly lifted by warm hands. Straining to open her eyes, she vaguely saw gentle eyes looking down upon her. Many years later, having transformed into a powerful nine-tailed fox, she often wondered how the lofty phoenix Ming Wang had noticed her, a pitiful little fox, languishing under a tree in despair, and what emotions compelled him to pause and embrace her. She could not fathom it. Yet, as she observed Yin Lanyu quietly sipping water, she experienced a flicker of that long-ago feeling. It was an indescribable sentiment, indeed. Ba, my little beauty, this is as far as I can assist you. Li Hu observed as Yu Vice tilted his head back to drink the whiskey, feeling a surge of emotion within. Yin Lanyu splashed some water on his face, turned off the tap, and used 2 paper towels to dry himself. Upon opening his eyes, he caught sight of a man behind him in the bathroom mirror, who was drying his hands while gazing intently at him. My apologies, the man remarked, noticing Yin Lanyu's reflection in the mirror. When you entered, I assumed you had applied makeup, at least some foundation, so seeing you wash your face, well, I was merely curious. No problem, Yin Lanyu replied, setting down the paper towels and making his way out. However, the man unexpectedly turned to block his path, smiling as he inquired, by the way, what is your name? How about I buy you a drink? The man was not unattractive, perhaps in his 30s, tall and well-dressed, though the brand was indiscernible. Yet he wore an expensive watch on his wrist. Yin Lanyu's gaze fell to his neatly manicured nails and immaculately polished shoes. Such men typically had a high success rate when it came to striking up conversations in bars, regardless of gender. Thank you, but I don't drink, Yin Lanyu declined. Then perhaps we could share a cup of tea? I know of a highly regarded tea house nearby. I came here with friends. Yin Lanyu politely refused, attempting to bypass the man. Yet, after taking 2 steps, he paused and turned back, saying, Sir, there's someone behind you. Be careful. The man jumped in surprise and turned around, only to see Yin Lanyu pointing behind him. Unbeknownst to him, a blood-stained face silently emerged behind him, its resentful gaze leaping over his shoulder, coldly glaring at the young Onmyoji. Yin Lanyu paid no heed and exited the restroom. As he returned to his seat, Yin Lanyu felt a sudden chill. He had only consumed 2 drinks yet. For some reason, Li Hu's expression appeared somewhat peculiar, as if he were desperately concealing a hidden unease. I originally intended to let him have just 1 drink, but then Tianxi fell from the sofa, and I carelessly gave him a few slaps. When I turned back, I saw Yu Vice had drained the entire bottle. Yu Vice lay on the sofa, his face flushed, completely unconscious. Yin Lanyu attempted to assist him, but the inebriated man was alarmingly heavy. Standing beside him, Yin Lanyu felt somewhat perplexed, directly ignoring the writhing SHNW in Tianxi. Don't mind him, true love. What good is a middle-aged man? Come and save me, my true love. And asked Li Hu, could you help me get into the car? Have Zhang Shun do it. I'm a delicate girl. Li Hu kicked Zhang Shun, who was so bored he was about to hatch a bird from his head. Upon hearing this, he pulled up Yu Jingzhong with a grunt. Ugh, this guy is really solid. Can you drive? Or should I call a taxi for you two? Not necessary. I can drive, Yin Lanyu replied, politely waving goodbye to Li Hu and SHNW in Tianxi. We'll take our leave now. See you later. Make sure to give him a cold shower when you get home. Li Hu called after him, concern lacing his voice. It's not cold out. A cold shower is beneficial for health. Yin Lanyu waved her hand to indicate her understanding, and together with Zhang Shun, they hoisted Yu Jingzhong out of the bar and into the specially modified second-hand Mercedes-Benz belonging to Vice Yu. Having shared life and death experiences, Zhang Shun was particularly concerned. When he saw Yin Lanyu sitting in the car and starting the engine, he asked with a hint of worry, "Are you sure you can drive? Perhaps I should take you back and then return to get a cab." "I can indeed drive. Do you all regard me as a delicate flower untouched by the world? Yin Lanyu laughed, adding, I am also proficient in software engineering. Surprise. Zhang Shun was taken aback. He watched as Yin Lanyu skillfully reversed and maneuvered the car, waving goodbye through the window as she merged into the bustling flow of illuminated nightlife. Surely you jest, thought Zhang Shun, his lips twitching. As Yin Lanyu halted at a red light, her gaze inadvertently caught sight of something in the side mirror, rendering her momentarily speechless. Outside the bar's back entrance, the man who had approached her earlier in the restroom was now emerging with a youth in tow. The boy, with dyed hair and a disheveled appearance, was clad in revealing attire and appeared intoxicated, likely having consumed an excessive amount of alcohol. Yin Lanyu hesitated briefly, but the green light illuminated, and the cars behind her honked impatiently, compelling her to accelerate and move on. The traffic in Beijing at night was relentless. It took nearly an hour to reach home amidst the stop-and-go congestion. Once she parked the car in the apartment complex, she turned off the engine and reached over to assist Yu Jingzhong in the passenger seat. However, Vice Yu, seemingly in a daze, murmured, Who is it? We're home. She replied. Yu Jingzhong remained silent, not making a move. Yin Lanyu extended her hand once more, only to have Yu Jingzhong suddenly open his eyes, looking at her with a mix of irritation and confusion, faint traces of bloodshot streaks evident in his gaze. Furrowing her brow slightly, Yin Lanyu exited the vehicle and opened the passenger door, inquiring, Can you get out by yourself? Yu Jingzhong tilted his head, seemingly pondering something, and after a moment, he steadied himself against the car door, swaying as he stepped down. He nearly stumbled, but was caught by Yin Lanyu just in time. Yin Lanyu felt a moment of surprise. In his earlier days, Yu Jingzhong had been an exceptional field agent, a paragon among spies, excelling in all aspects without any discernible weaknesses. Physically, he surpassed the average person, though it was not overtly apparent in his attire. His muscle fibers were incredibly tight, particularly around his back and arms, with hardly an ounce of fat. Generally, such individuals are robust, yet do not appear overly conspicuous. However, at that moment, as Yin Lanyu supported him, she could feel his body temperature soaring beneath his clothing, and his muscles were exceedingly taut, almost rock-like. Is everything all right? She thought to herself, wondering if the nine-tailed fox had slipped something inexplicable into his drink. Who are you? Yu Jingzhong staggered a few steps before abruptly asking in a hoarse voice. Just a passerby, Yin Lanyu replied casually, guiding him toward the elevator. Just as she pressed the button, Yu Jingzhong suddenly shoved her away with considerable force. Get away. The unexpected push nearly sent Yin Lanyu sprawling to the ground, but she managed to brace herself against the wall. Before she could regain her composure, she noticed Yu Jingzhong panting heavily, shouting, Get away. You, get away. The elevator doors opened with a chime, and Yu Fu stumbled inside. Yin Lanyu's lips twitched as he pressed his shoulder and slowly entered the elevator lobby. There he observed Yu Jingzhong struggling to rise, leaning against the elevator wall. Rubbing his head under the lights, the man's exposed skin began to flush, particularly around his neck and behind his ears. Had the weather been a tad cooler, steam would likely have risen from him, presenting an almost primal aura. This was indeed unusual. Yu Fu was a man of resolute inner strength, yet outwardly soft. Whether one described him as chivalrous or cowardly, he was the type to swerve around a dead bird encountered while driving. His strength lay not in appearance, but was deeply concealed within his heart. Such a person should not exude excessive pressure. The elevator ascended slowly, stopping at the designated floor with another chime. Yu Jingzhong stumbled out, appearing somewhat dazed as he looked around, taking a moment to recognize that his home door was to the left. He leaned against the wall and began fumbling for his keys in his pants pocket. However, the whiskey bottle from Li, who was particularly potent, rendering Yu Jingzhong inebriated and disoriented, struggling to extract the keys. After several minutes, Yin Lanyu could no longer restrain himself. He stepped forward, reaching into Yu Jingzhong's pocket to retrieve the keys. Just as he was about to pull them out, he suddenly froze. At that moment, Yu Jingzhong seemed to experience a brief mental lapse, though reality afforded him little time to react. Yu Jingzhong seized him, his gaze unfocused yet filled with fury, exclaiming, "Why are you still here? Yin Lanyu's initial reaction was, where else could I possibly go? But he was immediately grasped by the arm with such force that he feared his elbow might dislocate. Yu Jingzhong. Yu Jingzhong remained oblivious, using one hand to hold the keys and fumbling with the lock for a while before finally managing to unlock the door with a click, and then unceremoniously shoved Yin Lanyu inside. Yin Lanyu fell silently onto the thick carpet. Though cushioned, he felt the weight of the door closing behind him. As he sat up, he saw Yu Jingzhong stagger to his knees, gripping his shoulders. The next moment, the scent of alcohol and tobacco wafted close as hot. Urgent kisses followed. Yin Lanyu's expression was one of astonishment. He was at a loss as to how to respond. Should he yield or resist, or feign ignorance altogether? Do not move, do not move. Yu Jingzhong, hoarse and disoriented, clumsily tore at his clothing, the motion so rough that several buttons flew loose. Amidst the chaos, Yin Lanyu felt an unexpected pang of regret, pondering whether a single, solitary man would possess a sewing kit at home. If not, would his new clothes have to be discarded? Or perhaps he could find a corner to stuff them away, pretending nothing had ever transpired? He was bewildered by his own thoughts when he suddenly found himself pushed down, lying on his back on the carpet, while Yu Jingzhong propped himself up to gaze at him. The two individuals gazed at each other for an extended period, the living room shrouded in darkness, illuminated solely by the glow of streetlights filtering through the floor-to-ceiling windows. In the distance, the sound of passing vehicles echoed softly. At last, Yin Lanyu reached out, resting a hand on Yu Jingzhong's neck, drawing him closer. Amidst their intertwined breaths, he gently pressed his lips against the man's. For Yu Jingzhong, awakening the next morning brought forth a cascade of complexities. He opened his eyes to the chaotic expanse of the bed, sunlight piercing through, momentarily blinding him. Squinting, he rubbed his temples as a throbbing headache, reminiscent of a relentless tug of war, tormented his every nerve. What had transpired the previous night? All right. He had settled the bill for Zhou Hui, the man who had skipped out, only to be inebriated by Li Hu and found himself unconscious in the bar's booth. How had he returned home? As Yu Jingzhong inhaled deeply, a sudden sense of disquiet washed over him. He turned his head, the stiffness in his neck rendering the simple motion akin to a slow-motion scene from a film. There was another person in the bed. It was Yin Lanyu. The youth lay asleep in the morning light, his dark hair splayed across the pristine pillow, and without needing to look, Yu Jingzhong knew that beneath the disheveled covers, his body was equally bare. More striking were the marks on Yin Lanyu's neck, chest, and even part of his back, red and purple splotches, predominantly blood spots. Stark against his fair, almost translucent skin, with some areas already beginning to bruise. Yu Jingzhong sat there for several minutes, his mind a blank slate. Eventually, he mustered the courage to pull back the covers for a fleeting glance, only to snap it shut again, hastily rolling out of bed. Trembling, he began to search for his scattered clothing, which led him from the living room to the bedroom door. After a prolonged search yielded no shirt, he hastily grabbed a pair of pants, leaving his upper body bare, and stealthily slipped out of the bedroom, akin to a thief, closing the door to the study at the end of the hallway. Once assured that no sounds would reach the bedroom, he seized his phone and dialed Zhou Hui's number. Meanwhile, in a neighboring duplex apartment, Chu He stood by the floor-to-ceiling window with a cup of coffee, hearing Zhou Hui's phone ringing on the dining table. Zhou Hui was in the shower, the sound of rushing water mingling with his exuberant singing. Today, he was performing an opera. If he were to host a concert in the heavens, it might provoke divine retribution akin to a peacock devouring a Buddha. Yet Chu He's temperament had been tempered over thousands of years of marriage. Unfazed by the cacophony, he answered the call with calmness. Hello? Yu Jingzhong's voice sounded peculiar. Where's Zhou Hui? In the shower. What's up? 10 minutes later, Zhou Hui emerged from the bathroom, towel drying his hair, and spotted Chu He sitting at the breakfast table, spreading butter on bread, a smile gracing his face. Zhou Hui thought he must have misjudged the scene, halting abruptly to scrutinize it, perplexed. What's going on? Vicey just called looking for you. Oh, really? With a light-hearted demeanor. Chu He playfully winked and remarked, I merely informed him that time machines do not exist. 3 hours later, in Zhou Hui's office, Li Hu cautiously peeked from the corner, inquiring, How is our esteemed leader feeling today? The group consisted of spirited young men, all of whom were accustomed to Li Hu's playful teasing. At that moment, two members stationed at the door were taken aback by the unusual seriousness of the nine-tailed fox leader. I wonder, is there anything different today? Another chimed in with a laugh. Did the sixth group leader do something to irk our boss? Li Hu scoffed. What have I done to provoke your esteemed leader while tirelessly traveling for work? He then lowered his voice. Did you see Deputy Yu this morning? One member replied. Deputy, you must have been out for a meeting. You didn't tease him too well. The member on the left couldn't help but tease. The sixth group leader must have done something wrong, right? Don't tell me you were with Deputy Yu last night. Oh dear, it explains why he looks utterly exhausted today. What are you saying? Zhou Hui suddenly burst through the door, his expression icy. Who was with whom? The two young men immediately fell silent, standing still like statues, their eyes focused elsewhere. Li Hu, feeling the pressure of Zhou Hui's gaze, cleared his throat awkwardly and stepped out from the corner. Notably, she had abandoned her stilettos and mini skirt, instead modestly carrying a black briefcase, as she meekly greeted, Good day, Leader Zhou. Zhou Hui, exuding authority, commanded, Come in. As Li Hu shuffled into the office, the door slammed shut behind her, only for Zhou Hui to suddenly kick her 3 meters away, exclaiming, You wretch! Had I known, I would have turned you into a fox fur scarf, all thanks to Feng Si. With a loud thud, Li Hu landed face down on ground, quickly scrambling to her feet, feeling wronged. I merely intended for him to take a sip, just a little potion to spark a bit of affection. How was I to know he would drink it all? Is it truly my fault? Zhou Hui retorted, You're truly in trouble. This morning, the higher-ups are conducting a hearing for the young beauty, inquiring about his journey from the Tokyo Esoteric School to China. After Deputy Yu escorted him to the hearing, he should have taken his leave, but instead, he dazedly followed along, nearly stumbling into the venue. The higher-ups noticed Deputy Yu's unusual state and kindly sent him to national security, only to encounter Feng Si. Isn't that a good thing? Deputy Yu wasn't exhausted to the point of collapse, nor did the young beauty meet a dire fate in bed. Li Hu felt aggrieved, believing her good intentions had gone unrecognized. So why did you call me this morning to scold me? Do you suspect Deputy Yu's lingering effects led to Feng Si being taken advantage of? Get lost. You know very well that Feng Si possesses an innate quality of being a psychological mentor. His face practically screams, I'm a confidant. Whenever old Yu sees him, it's as if the Red Army has reunited with the people of the liberated areas, dragging him off for a small meeting. Zhou Hui reclined in his armchair, his expression one of palpable impatience, as he forcefully tossed the documents onto his desk. Feng Si has taken an hour's leave. Lao Yu personally guaranteed that he would return him intact. For the past 10 minutes, Feng Si has been entirely out of my perception. He pointed an accusatory finger at Li Hu, lamenting, This is all your fault. Li Hu replied earnestly, I believe you are the one in need of a psychological counselor. You should seek help immediately. Yet, Zhou Hui was genuinely agitated, continuously glancing at the clock. Li Hu had heard of a theory suggesting that a person's gaze could contain unknown biological energy. If this were true, in another 5 minutes, Zhou Hui's Vacheron Constantine would likely explode from overheating energy. Can you not rein in your perverse desire for control? Li Hu could not help but facepalm, slamming his black briefcase onto the desk. An hour is hardly enough to rush to the nearest hell from the human realm. Are you truly worried that Feng Si might run away? Now that he has become your ex, you should not be so sensitive about the color of the hat you wear. Zhou Hui clearly wished to avoid further discussion with the nine-tailed fox and coldly fixed his gaze on the briefcase, asking, What is that? Li Hu entered a password, and with a click, the briefcase sprang open. Instantly, a chill, white mist poured forth from the seams, and due to the high temperature of the office, beads of water began to condense on the surface. The item you asked me to find in H City is indeed beneath that stone cave. I had intended to deliver it to you immediately after returning to Beijing yesterday, but you left first at the bar. As Li Hu fully opened the briefcase, the white mist surged out, causing the temperature in the office to plummet by 5 degrees. Your whims have compelled me to traverse from Beijing to H City, digging beneath the stone cave for half a day, only to return and get beaten up. While rubbing his head, Li Hu grumbled, No wonder children seek stepfathers, and wives become ex-wives. I now support Feng Si in his quest for a second spring in life. Zhou Hui could barely muster the energy to retaliate. Hadn't you already endorsed his pursuit of a second spring when you fabricated evidence of my infidelity to assist him in inexplicably abandoning me for the Demon Lord? Do you have any idea how many times I have been summoned by the deities of the 33 heavens to be scolded? They all claim that the Phoenix King's betrayal of the Demon Lord was due to his heartache over my supposed infidelity. Where's the heartache? Li Hu conceded defeat, falling silent as he fixed his gaze intently on the briefcase. The white mist gradually dissipated as the indoor temperature continued to drop, revealing the contents within. Inside, a transparent glass jar was secured by a stand, which Zhou Hui recognized as the finest miniature refrigeration device available on the market, capable of maintaining a temperature of minus 100 degrees Celsius for 48 hours, provided there was sufficient power. Within the refrigeration jar lay a small, delicately structured stand resembling a lotus blossom, meticulously supporting a round, translucent red orb, approximately the size of a thumb. The orb emanated an indescribable, resplendent halo amidst the cold air, shimmering as brilliantly as the stars in the coldest of skies, akin to an intensely concentrated flame. Zhou Hui's handsome profile was somewhat obscured in the glow, and after a moment of silence, he softly remarked, "Indeed. It is quite a gamble. What is this?" Li Hu inquired with curiosity. Zhou Hui did not respond directly, but countered with a question. "How did you come across this?" "I simply unearthed it," Li Hu replied. "On the very day, I sent Zhang Shun from H City to Beijing. You mentioned that there might be something beneath the stone cave, so I immediately boarded a flight back to H City overnight. At that time, the scavenger was at the scene preparing to seal the cave, and I had to plead with him for quite a while, almost resorting to kneeling before he relented." Zhou Hui interjected, "If you tried to entice him with 'let me in and I will sleep with you,' it's understandable that he would disregard you. And then, I believe he was somewhat swayed, for even though he did not utter a word to me the entire time, he at least helped dig through the soil for an entire night," Li Hu optimistically asserted. "It wasn't until the next day that we uncovered this from 3 zhang deep in the earth beneath the stone cave. It had almost melded into the soil and began to melt upon exposure to light and warmth. In the end, I had to purchase this freezing jar to retrieve it. Ultimately, what exactly is this? How did you know there should be something within the cave?" Zhou Hui grasped the jar, narrowing his sharp brows. The red light illuminated his pupils, which glinted with a hint of crimson. His strikingly handsome face bore an almost sinister allure, reminiscent of the legendary vampires. "I know what this is, though I am uncertain of its purpose," he mused, inspecting the red orb. "However, while in H City, I was puzzled as to why Feng Si was so intent on leaving Mo within the cave. When the Demon Lord took Mo away, he immediately turned against him, leading to a lack of external aid from the demon realm and leaving him utterly defenseless against my successful return to Beijing. Clearly, there's a reason for this." Li Hu inquired curiously, "Is it related to this orb?" Feng Huang once bore the divine retribution for Mo, and at the final moment before his true form was consumed, I managed to rescue him. He valiantly transformed back into human form and dashed back into the flames." Zhou Hui replied, gently placing the freezing jar upon the table. "What has been retrieved is this," his eye extracted from his remains. Meanwhile, you, seated cross-legged on the sofa in the tea room, remained silent, absorbed in his smoking. The young server stood nearby, holding a teapot, visibly perplexed. It was clear he was new and uncertain whether he should remind the patrons that smoking indoors was prohibited in the interest of environmental protection, or, considering the owner's exceptionally warm demeanor and generous tips earlier, let it slide. "What are you doing?" Yu Jingzhong finally lifted his gaze, indicating the empty teacup before him. "Wait." His silence had been bearable, but upon raising his head, he startled the young server. Yu's eyes were bloodshot, stubble adorned his chin. Invisible scratches marred the muscles of his neck, while his designer shirt appeared crumpled and akin to something from a street vendor. His appearance was a living testament to the struggles of the Northeast, with half a century's worth of hardships etched upon his face. The server stammered, Sir, smoking is not allowed in our private room." "Allow me," Chuhi interjected, rising gracefully from his seat to take the teapot from the server's hands with a gentle yet firm insistence. "You may leave now." The waiter hesitated for a moment before silently retreating outside, leaving the door slightly ajar. Chui paid it no mind and personally poured a cup of tea for you. "What made you think to ask me about this? Should you consult Zhou Hui instead?" Yu Jingzhong, pinching a cigarette between his fingers, irritably rubbed his temples. "I already asked Zhou Hui, but he disagreed. Damn it. Does he want me to rush into this? Is he relishing the spectacle of my funeral?" "Rush into what?" Chu He inquired. "Yen Lan Yu." Pouring himself a cup of tea, Chu He remarked, "While I do not endorse your actions, I also do not support your request to erase Yen Lan Yu's memories from last night. That said, why do you wish to interfere with his memories, yet wish to retain your own?" Yu Jingzhong extinguished his cigarette, maintaining a stoic expression as he lit another. Taking a deep drag. "If I didn't know you for so long, I might think you were a callous scoundrel. Though you're not far from it now." Chui seemed intrigued. "Do you have a particular reason for this? If you can persuade me, there may be room for negotiation." Finally, Yu raised his gaze from the swirling smoke, his mature appearance somewhat lamentable, and the lines on his forehead deepened. "I don't want him to die for me a third time. Is that reason sufficient?" Chui expressed surprise. "Oh, the first time he met me, he nearly lost his life. The second time, he almost faced death again. Lao Si, after living for thousands of years with Zhou Hui. Do you comprehend the taste of impending death? Especially when one willingly sacrifices oneself to confront it. Do you understand that feeling?" "I actually do," Chu He chuckled, lowering his gaze to the steaming cup of tea. "But that sentiment is reserved solely for my own children. But that's not the crux of the matter. Please continue." "I tell you, this child has lived in such a secluded place within the esoteric sect for far too long. He clings to even the slightest warmth of a normal person as if it were a lifeline. I am not nearly as remarkable as he imagines. I am merely an ordinary person. Yet, he has never encountered normality in his formative years. So when he finally sees it, he mistakenly believes he has fallen in love. And that is merely an illusion. Are you feeling insecure?" Chui asked with a smile. "I am simply self-aware," Yu Jingzhong replied, gesturing to himself. "If I were a bit more unscrupulous, I would just go along with him. After all, I have Min and do not plan on seeking anyone else. I could just drift along for a decade or so. But Yen Lan Yu is utterly oblivious to what he is doing. When he matures and encounters more of the world, looking back at me, he will realize he has wasted his most splendid years on me." Chui continued to smile. "Then why not erase your own memories as well?" Yu Jingzhong, with a stiff neck, waved his hand and said, "In any case, let him forget about this matter. I will ensure he returns to school, where he can mingle with his peers. Whether he chooses to start a family with a woman or find companionship with a man, as long as I am alive to witness his happiness, I can die content. As for what I leave behind, he and Min will share it equally. Fortunately, the mortgage is paid off, making it easier to sell." "I can reluctantly accept this reasoning," Chu He replied, "but I still feel that you have deprived him of the power to make choices. The decisions made in confusion and ignorance, guided by instinct, are not necessarily wrong." Yu Jingzhong regarded him with a gaze laden with complexities that Chu He could never comprehend, before lowering his head to sip his tea. The cigarette box lay on the table, and Chu He reached for one, not in haste to light it, instead letting it rest in his hand, slowly turning it. The advantage of being a struggling civil servant is that all the cigarettes are supplied by above. If he were to sell them on Taobao, it could yield a considerable profit, but alas, he smoked them all himself. "When I chose Zhou Hui," Chui began leisurely, "it was under such circumstances." Yu Jingzhong remarked, "Zhou Hui told me it was because he was extraordinarily handsome, that upon seeing him, you laid down your arms, and when he proposed, you readily accepted. Embarking on a journey together, envying only the pair of Mandarin ducks, not the immortals. Damn it, I knew I shouldn't have trusted him." Indeed, it was true that he accepted the proposal without hesitation. Chu He chuckled. Moreover, his cultivated persona is indeed one that might not emerge even from the depths of a blood sea after centuries. Not even their leader, the Demon Lord. But that is not the crux of the matter. He lit the cigarette with a snap, drawing a puff amidst Yu Jingzhong's astonished gaze. In the past, during his tenure as the leader of the Phoenix Four, the exalted status of the Phoenix King had insulated him from all mundane affairs. The mere act of smoking, let alone hiccuping or coughing, was utterly unimaginable. Yet now, with a seemingly ordinary and aloof visage, his slender fingers grasped the cigarette, the curling white smoke obscuring the gaze beneath his lashes, creating a sense of unusual intrigue. On the day of his proposal, I was originally kneeling before the Buddha, reciting scriptures. Chui continued languidly, when a certain king of the esoteric sect insisted on persuading me to marry his sister. This individual had been pestering me for quite some time, and I was thoroughly exasperated. Yet being one of the 5 great kings, I could not dismiss him outright. Just then, news arrived from the Lioli heaven that the Blood Sea Demon clan was at our doorstep. So, I seized the opportunity to step out and observe the battle. Zhou Hui was one of the demon generals in that war, charging to the gates of heaven, asking if I was willing to follow him. At that moment, all present, including that king and his sister, were there, and I suddenly felt a rebellious impulse, agreeing to Zhou Hui. Chui exhaled a gentle puff of smoke, speaking with calm detachment. However, that was merely one aspect. Due to certain matters, I had already developed profound doubts about the heavenly path. Suspicion, anger, and resentment tormented me incessantly. Thus my agreement to Zhou Hui, rather than being a case of love at first sight, was more a rebellious act of vengeance against the heavenly path, spurred by my inner demons. Yu Jingzhang trembled as he spoke. So you? At first, I was in a deep slumber for many years. Sometimes I would shut off my senses, rendering it inconsequential. Chui replied, apologizing for shattering your last remnants of perception regarding Buddhism. My sincerest apologies. Yu Jingzhang, with a trembling hand clutching a cigarette, took a sip of tea to obscure his face. However, even the most dismal beginnings hold the potential for a mid-course correction, transforming into a narrative that, while perhaps unsatisfactory, is uniquely yours. Chui paused and remarked, choices made during moments of despair and confusion are not necessarily erroneous. Drawing from my own experiences and perspectives, I believe you should not impose your own repressions upon others, thrusting them onto the so-called correct path. Yu Jingzhang lowered his head, the sharp contours of his face blurred by the haze of smoke and tea. This is someone's entire life. After a moment, he spoke slowly. I cannot gamble with the life of a mere teenager. It would be too selfish. Chui's expression bore a hint of exasperation. If that is your conviction, then I shall send Zhou Hui to converse with Brother Yan. And you should smoke less. Do not emulate Zhou Hui. He switched out his lungs due to cancer. Are you truly willing to do the same? It is rare for group leader Feng Si to offer such counsel. Typically, a righteous being would first inquire if one has taken refuge before banishing demons. Only those who have not taken refuge would face such fate. Yet he bypassed this step entirely. In his early years, the bloodthirsty demon questioned him for his lack of instruction before execution, to which he replied, "What concern is it of mine whether you take refuge? I respect your freedom to choose your own beliefs." Therefore, for him to offer such advice is as unusual as Zhou Hui's incessant nagging for 3 days. Yu Jingzhang clasped his hands, poised to speak, when suddenly his phone rang. He glanced at the number, perplexed. A level 1 emergency. How curious. He gestured an apology, picked up his phone, and walked to the door. As he hesitated momentarily, recalling Zhou Hui's admonition not to leave Chui alone, not even for a minute, he turned back to find Chui innocently gazing at him while playing with his phone, raising his eyes. What is the matter? The phone rang insistently, and Yu Jingzhang waved his hand hurriedly and stepped outside. The door slammed shut with a thud, and Chui remained in his position for a moment before gently placing his phone down. At that moment, there was a knock on the door, and the waiter outside inquired, "Sir, shall I bring the bill?" "No," Chui replied nonchalantly. "I have been paying my own bills for years, and occasionally, I wish for someone else to take care of it." The waiter entered, shutting the door behind him, and approached Chui's chair. His unremarkable face still bore a faint smile, yet the skin beneath his ears and at the nape of his neck began to curl, resembling a layer of inferior adhesive paper that gradually peeled away as his smile widened. He extended his hand, the muscles taut with an unimaginable firmness, the bones protruding robustly, imparting a somewhat menacing aura. In the next moment, the cigarette in Chui's hand was effortlessly seized by the waiter, who took a puff and leaned in close, whispering with a gentle laugh, "Then I shall pay for you." "Venerable Brahma," Chuhi replied impassively, "you are exceedingly bold." The servant's skin finally tore away, revealing the true visage of the demon lord, marked with dark patterns. One hand pressed firmly on Chu-Hi's shoulder, the force causing his bones to protrude, while the other returned the cigarette to him, only for it to be extinguished on the table by Chu-Hi's casual gesture. It turned out that the king of the underworld once wished to wed the snow mountain goddess to him. Van Luo regarded this action with indifference, displaying a keen interest in the preceding tale. Such a twisted sentiment truly merits deeper exploration. What became of the snow mountain goddess afterward? Zhou Hui seduced her, and they soon parted ways. In her bitterness, she came to assassinate me. After failing, she fell into the cycle of reincarnation, and I know not where she is gone. "Do not look at me with such eyes," Chuhi lazily remarked. "During those years, I sealed all my senses and perceptions, akin to a corpse that merely breathes." "It must have been a remarkably alluring corpse," Van Luo mused, stroking his chin. "Were you so indifferent as to not care what might happen to yourself?" Chuhi waved his hand dismissively, appearing somewhat disinterested, and inquired, "What brings you here?" Yu Jingzhong remained outside on a call, oblivious to the urgent matter at hand, showing no sign of returning. Van Luo, unperturbed by the prospect of being discovered, leisurely pulled out a chair. From this, it was evident that he had nearly restored the half of his power that Zhou Hui had sealed away. As he sat down, the potent aura emanating from him compelled Chu-Hi to turn his face slightly aside. As his strength returned, his apprehension towards Zhou Hui diminished, and the last remnants of his subtle caution towards Chu-Hi were rapidly evaporating. "I have come to apologize," the demon lord said with a smile, exuding politeness. "I did not summon the Azura to drag you into the four evil paths. It was their own volition that led to this chaos. Your ex-husband was quite right. If I wished for you to enter the demon realm, I would need to do so personally to show due respect." The intensity of his demonic aura was overwhelming, causing Chu-Hi to lean back slightly, squinting as he asked, "Do you wish to fight me, Van Luo? I've heard it said that one must personally attend to a wedding to demonstrate sufficient importance, lest the other party refuse or engage in circles. You have been circling around me for several years, and since He emerged from the cavern, he has shown a disposition to reject me. Perhaps it is due to my lack of sincerity." The demon lord seized Chu-Hi's wrist, the black mist slithering like a serpent into his flesh, forming a web of dark veins beneath the skin, prompting a subtle change in Chu-Hi's demeanor. "Thus, I have come to escort you, Phoenix King." The demon lord even rose with gentlemanly grace, bowing slightly, stating, "You may consider this a wedding procession if you wish." Before his words could fully dissipate, Chu-Hi abruptly retreated, yet the demon lord moved faster. He mirrored Chu-Hi's retreating steps, maintaining a distance of merely half a meter, and in an instant, enveloped by a powerful momentum, he forced Chu-Hi against the wall. With a thud, the back of Chu-Hi's head collided with the wall, and he shouted, "Let go!" Yet the demon lord did not relent, gazing at him coldly, saying, "Have you perhaps underestimated my strength, Your Highness?" The ground beneath him cracked with a resounding pop, as the tiles shattered and fissures radiated outward, a testament to the overwhelming magical aura that had manifested into a tangible form, capable of eroding all surrounding matter in an instant. At this moment, Chu-Hi's expression finally shifted. "You lack my heart's blood. How could this be? Is it Mo?" Witnessing such an expression on his face was indeed a delightful sight. The demon lord, looking down from his lofty position, paused to admire the moment before leisurely stating, "Rest assured, your little offspring is quite content in the sea of blood, nearly becoming its sovereign. As for me, I would never make an appearance in the mortal realm without absolute certainty of subduing you first." Chu-Hi's breath hitched for a moment as he locked eyes with the demon lord in the confined space. Outside, the sounds of patrons bustling in the tea house could be heard, though muffled by the door, creating an atmosphere thick with tension. After a prolonged silence, Chu-Hi finally relaxed his stance, stating coolly, "You cannot defeat me. Zhou Hui's methods are far swifter than yours." He deftly unfastened the buttons of his shirt with a hand not restrained, revealing his collarbone and chest. The demon lord's face displayed a hint of surprise as he observed the 9 forbidden characters inscribed in ink along the base of Chewie's collarbone, extending towards his heart. Each symbol, fierce and jagged, collectively formed an image reminiscent of a predatory beast poised to pounce. All 9 gates within me are sealed, my 3 souls and 7 spirits bound. A ring lock pierces my waist. The moment I step beyond the threshold of the human realm, the seals will detonate at the boundary stone, and this mortal form will be obliterated. A trace of mockery and self-deprecation flickered in Chu Hie's eyes. Do you now comprehend the disparity? Sometimes I ponder why it was you, and not Zhou Hui, who ascended to become the lord of the 4 evil paths. His capacity for ruthless resolution far surpasses yours. The demon lord reached out to touch the bindings on his skin, narrowing his eyes as he prepared to speak, but was interrupted by the sound of footsteps approaching the private room. Facing Zhou Hui at this juncture would certainly not bode well. So the demon lord withdrew his hand and took a step back. While the bone lock was ineffective, the 9 gates could be breached. I had intended to remove you before the next incident transpired, but it seems time is no longer on my side. As the door handle twisted, the corners of the demon lord's mouth curled into a smirk, taunting. Let us allow Zhou Hui to ensnare you this time. Yu Jingzhong entered the room. Taking in the disarray, the table strewn with debris, tea spilled across the floor, and Chu He leaning against the wall, fastening his shirt. What happened? He inquired. Did you fall? Chu He fastened the last button, clearly reluctant to elaborate further. Is there something amiss on your end? Yu Jingzhong sensed the unease, but the urgency of the situation left no room for further inquiry. Yes, a high-ranking official from the military commission has died under most peculiar circumstances. He shook his phone, continuing, Zhou Hui is already en route, demanding that I return you to him immediately. Under normal circumstances, one would seek Zhou Hui for matters arising in Beijing, while issues from the northwest would necessitate calling upon Chu He. Moreover, these 2 individuals hold rather unique positions. They are not easily accessible unless the matter is of considerable significance. If the capital's protective circle is characterized by its sensitive atmosphere, where even minor incidents necessitate the intervention of the venerable Zhou, then the Phoenix Monarch exists primarily as a talismanic figure, elusive unless one forecasts a cataclysmic earthquake of magnitude 8 or above. Of course, the Phoenix Monarch occasionally offers a semblance of spiritual guidance to the high-ranking officials of the military and the political consultative conference. This typically involves opening the office door to allow individuals to enter, humbly kneeling before the desk to burn 3 incense sticks, and fervently weeping in penitence for their transgressions, ranging from the potential repercussions of poorly crafted policies to familial shortcomings involving the 4th son's 6th descendant's latest mistress who has, quite inconveniently, become pregnant. The list is exhaustive. Occasionally, when team leader Feng Si is in attendance, he might casually remark, for instance, to prevent earthquakes, wouldn't it suffice for the National Development and Reform Commission to delay the adjustment of oil prices? Aviation cannot afford any mishaps. Let us have the NDRC postpone the oil price adjustments. Furthermore, if one is pregnant, they must give birth. What else can be done? Remember to contribute to balancing the national newborn generation. This elite cadre remains oblivious to the fact that Feng Si has, unilaterally, severed ties with the celestial order. Thus, suggestions from the Phoenix Monarch are often perceived as divine mandates, resulting in the oil prices being adjusted on numerous occasions. It is evident that if a person were to perish in Beijing, it would hardly concern Chu He. The likelihood of the case file, even reaching Yu Jingzhong's desk, is negligible. Were it not for the military committee's high-ranking official making a direct and serious phone call, Deputy, you might have casually assigned a team member to handle the matter, thereby concluding it swiftly. Instead, Deputy Yu, holding his nose, accompanied Chu He to the scene of the incident, only to discover that the situation was far from what he had anticipated. Firstly, the location where the body was found was not within the precincts of the military compound, but rather in a villa in Chaiyang district belonging to the long-established grandson of the high-ranking official. Secondly, the deceased was not a member of the official S family, but rather a male escort whom the grandson had brought home for a night of revelry. The reality was indeed grim. Ordinarily, had such an escort met an untimely end, the matter would have been discreetly managed through acquaintances, fabricating an explanation of sudden cardiac arrest to obscure the scandal, with no more than 5 individuals privy to the details. However, the misfortune lay in the fact that the elderly gentleman, in a rare burst of enthusiasm, decided to visit his grandson, who had recently enlisted as a reconnaissance soldier. At over 70 years of age, rather than resting at home, he had not forgotten the skills of his youth in scouting enemy territory. Thus, upon his unexpected arrival, he discovered the shocking sight of a lifeless body on his grandson's bed. The old man was so taken aback that he nearly succumbed to the shock. The villa's first floor was crowded with several close relatives, and the grandson appeared equally shaken, pacing nervously in a corner. Upon hearing the details of the incident, Yu Jingzhong erupted in anger. For such a trivial matter, you summoned both the team leader and the 4th team leader? The elder's eldest son, surnamed Liao, is now a powerful deputy minister in a certain national department. Typically, he presents himself as cultured and elegant on television. Yet at this moment he was visibly anxious, his face flushed with desperation. No, 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 he exclaimed. The old man merely intended for Director Zhou to take a look, after all. The circumstances of the death are rather peculiar. Deputy Minister Liao thought to himself that Director Zhou was someone he himself had brought on board, who would willingly provoke such a tempestuous figure, a former spouse who could transform from a paragon of grace to a tempest of fury in an instant. However, Yu Jingzhong suspected that this scion of the Red Third Generation had perhaps accidentally caused someone's demise in a moment of reckless abandon, and was now seeking to cover his tracks through extraordinary means. He found the entire situation distasteful and had no desire to entertain idle chatter. Without further ado, he turned to leave. If there's a body, collect it. If there's a need to report, do so. Do not misuse extraordinary resources. I shall ensure a team member comes to provide psychological support. Chu He, generally amiable in his professional assignments, followed Yu Jingzhong outside without protest. Yet, merely 2 steps in, he was abruptly intercepted by Deputy Minister Liao. Wait, I assure you, we did not cause this. The issue is that we cannot report it. The body is still Yu Jingzhong, already simmering with frustration, was on the verge of losing his composure when he saw the deputy minister drenched in cold sweat, finally confessing. The body is still moving. Yu Jingzhong was taken aback, turning to see Chu He gazing upward toward the floor above. Thud, thud, thud. An eerie and persistent banging sound resonated from the ceiling above them. Moving bodies, you say? What else could it be? All eyes turned to the entrance, where Zhou Hui casually pushed the door open and sauntered in. He had become so accustomed to flaunting his charm that it seemed he could not exist without it. Clad in the same black suit, it appeared on Chu He as lean and austere, while on him it exuded an aura of rampant vitality. If he were a flower, he might very well consume every other bloom in the vicinity before forcefully devouring the bee named Chu He. Dealing with moving bodies is a minor affair. You should report to Unit 547 and get in line. The task assignment should come through in about half a month, Zhou Hui stated nonchalantly. During this time, the entire community must be sealed off to prevent the entry of living beings or animals. A detachment of armed military police will suffice for guarding. Come here, my ex-wife. It's too dangerous to stand there. Let me embrace you. Zhou Hui extended his hand, but Chu He remained unmoving. Deputy Minister Liao, as if seeing a beacon of hope, rushed over, nearly clinging to Zhou Hui's leg. Director Zhou, we don't have time to queue at the extraordinary department. If this incident comes to light, our family is finished. You wouldn't want the military committee factions to be disturbed again, right? Your national security just experienced turmoil. Zhou Hui ignored him, maintaining his outstretched hand toward Chu He, nodding with a smile. His eyes were remarkably deep-set, with pronounced brow bones and a straight nose, his features strikingly defined. Such handsomeness, taken to an extreme, bore an air of mischief, particularly when he smiled, exuding an overpowering and chilling sense of dominance. Come here, he said, don't just stand there. Chu He paused momentarily, then finally approached, only to be pulled by Zhou Hui at the wrist. He pressed down on Chu He's pulse, letting out a sound that was indecipherable in its satisfaction or dissatisfaction. He then maintained his grip on Chuhi's wristbone and turned lazily to Deputy Minister Liao, smiling. Following the process entails a waiting period. With so many matters at hand, we find ourselves helpless, consuming the nation's finances as we are. The banging overhead intensified, causing even the chandelier to sway, releasing a flurry of fine dust. The dutiful descendants below grew frantic, hastily moving the elder backward, while a few timid souls trembled in terror. Well said, Deputy Minister Liao, a seasoned figure in the bureaucratic realm, adeptly perceived the underlying intentions even under such pressing circumstances, promptly declared, "We can bypass the formalities and privately hire Group Leader 1 and Group Leader 4 to address the situation. It would be appreciated if the deputy could also be present to provide guidance. Naturally, there will be a token of gratitude afterward." Zhou Hui pinched his nose, retorting, "Don't joke with me. My ex-wife won't accept money. You might as well kneel at his desk and burn incense for 3 months." Deputy Minister Liao immediately refused. Once the token of gratitude is given, there's no taking it back. If Group Leader 4 is disinclined, then it should be presented to old Zhou as well. "What do you think of this sum?" He gestured 5 with his hand. Yu Jingzhong, standing nearby, grimaced slightly, yet Zhou Hui remained unfazed. No, it's different. You should prioritize burning incense." Deputy Minister Liao quickly displayed a 7. "Apologies, I was a bit flustered earlier. Well, buy some high-quality sandalwood incense. The cheap stuff gives me a headache. The old mountain sandalwood is quite good." Deputy Yu covered his eyes, utterly unable to bear the sight. Gritting his teeth, Deputy Minister Liao, evidently flustered by the increasingly chaotic sound from above, raised a finger in urgency. "This amount. Double it upon success. Just ensure it's resolved before nightfall." Zhou Hui finally appeared somewhat tempted, turning affectionately to Chuhi. "Ex-wife, what do you think? Is this amount sufficient for the betrothal gifts?" Silence enveloped Chuhi, prompting Zhou Hui to add, "Just for the betrothal, the bride price is separate." All eyes were fixed eagerly upon Chu, their gazes fervent as if under the scorching summer sun. Had there been an egg on the ground, it would have been cooked instantly. Amidst the collective anticipation, Chuyi remained silent for a moment before finally stating 2 million. Before Deputy Minister Liao could respond, he slowly added 2 million each, including Deputy Yu. Deputy Yu, under the guidance of Deputy Minister Liao and his son, ascended the stairs, turning back to Zhou Hui with gritted teeth. "You've done this too many times. Confess how much you've raked in using this method before. 6 million for a corpse swap is downright unscrupulous." Zhou Hui immediately protested. "It's not what I wanted." They willingly offered to present their incense money to His Highness. He then turned back to Chuhi, whispering, "Darling, you finally grasped the significance of market economics. But what about the promised cold and noble persona? I recall that in the past, you used to extract money from my pocket, even for an ice pop." Chuhi remarked, "Is it too late to change one's persona now?" A group ascended to the upper floor, where they encountered a solid mahogany door to the bedroom. Remarkably sturdy, it had yet to collapse, though it appeared precariously close to doing so. The doorframe exhibited extensive cracks, trembling with each subsequent impact as dust cascaded down from the walls. "This is the place," declared Deputy Minister Liao, his complexion ashen as he stood at the end of the corridor, too fearful to approach. "It is all due to my son's lack of propriety, recklessly inviting those of dubious character into our home, resulting in this chaos. Liao Yang, return to me at once." The eldest grandson, Liao Yang, had evidently endured a rather tumultuous night, with traces of makeup still adorning his shirt, his demeanor betraying evident unease. "I'll go and open the door for them. Come back." Deputy Minister Liao, driven by paternal concern, forcibly yanked his only son back, raising his voice. Zhou Hui continued to lecture his ex-wife. "A man's financial resources are paramount. It is the way of nature. Only the most formidable males earn the right to win the hearts of females. It is only when one can assure ample provisions and a secure nest that the female may conceive. Thus, I have invested in industries and real estate in the human realm over the past few years. Although that fellow Vanro ostensibly controls the entirety of the 4 evil paths, my liquidity certainly rivals his." Chuhi felt a pang of frustration. "You are overthinking it. I genuinely have no idea how much the demon lord possesses. Amidst the tide of market financial reform, the economic progression of the human realm is unlikely to lag behind that of the demon realm. While the demon realm boasts abundant mineral resources far surpassing those of the heavenly path, the vibrancy and operability of the human financial market outstrip the demon realm by a considerable margin. I truly do not know. Chuhi lamented helplessly. Perhaps we should inquire with Emohi? He should be in the hell path. We could ask him to retrieve a couple of valuable items from the demon lord's palace. Zhou Hui surprisingly contemplated this for a moment, perhaps weighing the potential losses from sending his eldest son home against the value of the treasures in the demon lord's palace. Ultimately, he reached a decision. Damao's business is thriving. It's best not to summon him back. The sounds of impact grew louder and more frequent, possibly provoked by the presence of living beings outside, and faint roars emanated from within the bedroom. Deputy Minister Liao, clutching his son, trembled as they retreated to the staircase, seemingly prepared to flee at the first sign of a breach. Team Leader Zhou, the jumping corpse. Zhou Hui waved him off casually. You two should leave immediately. Ensure that everyone in the villa evacuates. We will remain here, along with Deputy Liao, to oversee the situation. Others can return once this matter is resolved. Deputy Minister Liao hurried to depart, but Liao Yang stood firm. Wait, I am not leaving. What are you doing? Did you not hear Team Leader Zhou's instructions? You, a specter from a past life, come to collect a debt. This predicament is of my own making. I cannot leave until it is resolved, Liao Yang insisted resolutely. Moreover, if I were to perish at the hands of a jumping corpse beneath Team Leader Zhou's very nose, then this price would hardly be worth 6 million, would it not? Zhou, we seem to find it somewhat amusing. Are you provoking me, young man? He asked. That was not my intention. I merely wish to shoulder the responsibilities I ought to bear, Liao Liang replied earnestly. He was tall and appeared quite refined and dependable, though a hint of unease flickered across his face, which, unlike his father's, did not betray sheer terror. I am already quite anxious about involving my grandfather in this matter. I want to assist in resolving it, at least to contribute my share. His father was about to scold him, but was suddenly interrupted by Chu He, who said, If he wants to stay, let him. It's not that serious. Liao, the deputy minister, was taken aback, yet Chu He offered no further explanation. After speaking, he turned back and gave Zhou Hui a slight nod. In their shared gaze, there was always an unspoken understanding that eluded others. In a mere exchange of looks, Zhou Hui grasped his meaning and subtly nodded in acknowledgement. You may remain here, just do not cause any trouble, Zhou Hui said lazily as he turned his head. Those who should leave, do so quickly. If it comes to a dramatic exit, do not blame me for taking my leave first. Liao, unable to protest, reluctantly left, glancing back multiple times as he descended the stairs to hastily evacuate his family from the villa. Moments later, only 4 individuals remained in the corridor of the house. Zhou Hui gestured for Liao Liang to step back. Then, using one hand to block Chu He, he kicked the door open with a decisive thud. The door slammed against the wall and rebounded sharply, only to be held in place by Zhou Hui's foot. However, the room was devoid of any presence. The sound of the impact strangely vanished. The space was a disarray of a large bed and scattered items of uncertain origin. For pairs of eyes scanned the room, yet they failed to catch even a glimpse of a ghostly figure. It was here just now, Liao Liang stammered, bewildered. There was noise just a moment ago. You all heard it. Zhou Hui approached the bedside, thoughtfully stroking his chin. Scattered across the bed were women's lingerie and bondage equipment, while various whips hung from the side, numbering no less than 7 or 8. Additionally, there were low-temperature candles, metal endoscopes, and assorted paraphernalia, some of which bore English labels, evidently imported from abroad. My dear fellow, Zhou Hui said earnestly, if you truly cause someone's demise on this bed, we cannot be held liable for tidying up afterward. The police station is just a left turn and 2 stops away on bus line 11. Behave now. Liao Liang swore vehemently. I swear it wasn't me. These items were hardly used last night. You can see they are all clean. Chu He, with a scientific curiosity, examined the items closely before Zhou Hui hastily pulled them away, commanding, Old you, come and take a look. Poor Yu Jingzhou, still reeling from the shock of the previous night, was about to inspect such nefarious objects, leaving him utterly disheartened. He lingered by the bed for a moment before dejectedly asking for confirmation. Is there truly 2 million? Zhou Hui retorted angrily. What would I gain from deceiving you? I merely asked you to take a glance, not to use them on yourself. Even if you wish to use them, it depends on whether the lovely lady is agreeable. Yu Jingzhong's expression resembled that of a condemned man. After considerable effort, he bit his lip and admonished, just remember to transfer my 2 million to Yanlan Yu. With a countenance reminiscent of someone suffering from constipation, he extended 2 fingers to grasp an electric device, scrutinizing it with great care before unearthing a few other items that appeared to possess a certain degree of harmful potential. After observing them for a moment, he reluctantly nodded and remarked, new reads. There are many things I've yet to try. Last night, I merely employed the handcuffs to heighten the excitement. Truly, Liao Yang was utterly vexed, nearly driven to madness. If handcuffs could kill, then I would have nothing more to say. What on earth is going on here? How does one transition from living flesh to a reanimated corpse? Yu Jingzhong queried while wiping his hands on his trousers. I swear to the heavens, I have no idea. I encountered him at a bar in Gongdi. We both drank too much, returned home, perhaps engaged in a brief encounter, and then fell asleep. This morning, my father suddenly arrived, barging into my home and knocking on my bedroom door. I awoke to find him standing by my bed, staring at me with a countenance that was far from human. The moment I moved, he lunged at me. Did you escape from the bedroom and leave the corpse locked inside? Ou rien qui red. Indeed, I sensed something was amiss. I thought he was merely on drugs. I figured that even if he had taken something, he shouldn't be having a breakdown the following morning. Liao Yang excitedly rolled up his sleeves, showing them the scratches on his arms. Fortunately, I fled quickly, otherwise, Chuha suddenly shouted, "Be careful." Liao Yang froze as Chuha lunged forward, gripping him and pushing him aside. In the next instant, a shadow descended with a fierce wind, its claws grazing his ear, leaving 4 deep gashes on the wall where he had just been leaning. Liao Yang exclaimed in terror, "A corpse." The shadow landed, revealing a youth whose complexion was pale and ashen, blood oozing from his eyes. His mouth agape in a mindless grimace, drool dripping from his jagged teeth, utterly devoid of humanity. His fingers and toes were elongated, some even curling, sharp as blades, and grotesquely menacing. During Chuha's evasive maneuver, he had likely been grazed by a claw, a thin line of blood now marking the side of his ring finger. The rigid gaze of the corpse immediately fixated on Chuha's hand, a ravenous desire causing its ghastly visage to split into a terrifying grin. Hiss! Chuha, retreating a step while covering his hand, barely had time to react before the corpse lunged at him like a bolt of lightning. Bang! A thunderous noise reverberated throughout the bedroom as Zhou Hui nonchalantly lowered his foot, sending the corpse hurtling across the room like a cannonball, crashing deeply into the wall. Damn it, Zhou Hui remarked coldly, glancing at Chua's hand. Chua's fingers were well-proportioned, with neatly trimmed nails, exceptionally long and elegant, capable of captivating attention even in repose. Such hands would surely produce a delightful melody when playing the piano, or even in stillness, intertwined on the bed, could evoke a thrilling sensation that coursed through one's veins. Unperturbed by the minor injury, Chua jested, "A foot is worth 600,000, you know? Go wash your hands," Zhou Hui said with a stern expression. Infection would be troublesome later. Chui proceeded to the bathroom to cleanse his wound, while Zhou Hui and Yu Jingzhong pulled the corpse from the wall, securely binding it with a whip before handcuffing it to the foot of the bed. The corpse soon awakened, struggling incessantly, the handcuffs emitting a jarring metallic sound. Fortunately, these were legitimate police restraints and not mere novelty items. No matter how fiercely it fought, the corpse could not break free. What now? Liao Yang, still shaken from the earlier life and death moment, spoke with a pale complexion. "I'll use the restroom and later take it back for further examination," Zhou Hui replied, clapping his hands with satisfaction. "Remember to settle the bill. There's an additional 2% fee for card payments." Liao Yang quickly assured there would be no problem and hurried to ask Yu Jingzhong for the account details. Zhou Hui paid no mind to the financial matters and walked directly to the bathroom, where he found Chu He with his back turned, washing his hands at the sink. His lowered eyelashes framed a face that, from this angle, revealed his slender shoulders and pronounced scapula, yet his posture remained strikingly upright. Zhou Hui approached him, resting a hand on his shoulder while the other held his hand under the flowing water, examining the injury. Nonchalantly, he asked, "What are your thoughts on this matter?" "Something feels amiss," Chu Hui replied, hesitating before continuing. Escaping from the corpse's grasp with just a scratch suggests a level of skill. Moreover, the corpse was a living person whose vital energy was swiftly drained, leaving only the residual yang within, bypassing the death process entirely. "I don't believe Liao could." He paused, whispering, "achieve such a state after just one encounter." Zhou Hui chuckled, gently lifting Chu Hui's damp hand to kiss the injured segment of his ring finger. The warm, wet touch of his tongue sent a jolt through Chu Hui, compelling him to lean heavily against the sink. "Every time I see you hurt, it troubles me immensely," Zhou Hui remarked with a faint smile, though a chilling undertone lingered in his expression. "I can't bear to witness even a minor injury on you. Yet you nearly lost your life to Mo He, and you still hold a grudge." He lavished kisses upon the knuckle of Chu Hui's finger, his sharp canine teeth eliciting a peculiar and exquisite pain that danced along Chu Hui's nerves. Instinctively, he attempted to withdraw his hand, but Zhou Hui's grip was unyielding. He bit down on his lip, stifling the moan that threatened to escape from deep within, while his other hand braced against the marble edge, the pressure causing his nails to change color. He could not see his own expression, but his vision blurred as if shrouded in mist. Unbeknownst to him, a glimmer of tears pooled beneath his lashes, captivatingly reflecting the light as he gazed at Zhou Hui. That look evoked a desire to press him into the earth like spring mud. "Do you know what I was just thinking?" Zhou Hui murmured softly in his ear, his voice carrying a serpentine, seductive quality. "I was contemplating how fitting those unlined metal handcuffs would be on you. My patience has been excessively accommodating over these past centuries, allowing you to entertain thoughts of escape, which truly tests my limits." Chu Hui could not evade the situation, and within the confines of his lowered gaze lay the firm contours of his shoulders and arms. He exhaled involuntarily, stating, "If you press me further, I shall have justification to retaliate." There was an unexpected hint of regret in Zhou Hui's voice. "However, if it leads to your tears, I would be at a loss as to how to respond." Chua's expression shifted to one of distress. "Zhou Hui." At last, Zhou Hui withdrew his hand from the waistband of Chua's trousers, playfully brushing his fingers against the tender nape of his neck, leaving behind a suggestive dampness. "I was merely jesting," he said affectionately. "How could I possibly allow you to weep, my dear? I assure you, I will ensure that you remain tearless." Chua's countenance was a blend of embarrassment and something else. Hastily, he splashed water on his face, droplets still clinging to his cheeks as he rushed outside. Zhou Hui erupted into triumphant laughter, seizing him by the arm, and together they strolled away, shoulders entwined.